Chapter 1 The System of Seeking Death. In the Great Qing dynasty, within the residency of 13th Prince. 3 days after his transmigration, Yiliangxiao still on his like a Elis log, staring blankly at the mosquitonet above him, resembling Ganinides. Thetwa made servant turving near be couldn't help you feel puzzled down whispered to a Kother. Since Eve 13th Prince os knocked down with first Prince a few days ago has been like thrice when he wakes up, I don't know if Isprin was damaged in the fight. Alas, the 13th Prince was born to the Emperor during his third tour of the northwest, conceived by a courtesan presented by local officials, a sana legitimateson has never been favored by the court, now has also been targeted by first Prince, the bane of his existence, his fate is filled with adversity. It's said that the Emperor is electing a crown prince, and all the princes are striving to impress. The first prince, who accidentally angered the Emperor seeking a scapegoat to echo his frustration. And your 13th prince, powerless and desolated, becometh the target of first prince wrath. The first prince is a prodigy, already a congenital 5th grade cultivator, his sponge has the power to split mountains and crush rocks. It's fortunate hath 13th prince deserved. The 13th prince is truly unfortunate. Not only was forced to endure the humiliation of first prince and suffer severe beatings, but first prince also bought to cut off his genitalia the next to meet, making him Munish prince. What? As that made servants exchanged whispers, Yiliangxiao on the beats away to Francini and Dineret hear conversation. A faint tor appeared before his eyes resembling a holographic projection as the system interface began to form. Ding dong, congratulations, host, the system of seeking death has been successful abound, the system has prepared $1 billion award pool for you. The host only needs to seek death as soon as possible to claim their word and return to your original world. Their word will decrease beyond $1 million each day remain alive if their word pool is depleted down to have not completed the task of seeking death. Yo will be cast into the psyche of Tianimo realm for 100 years, please be informed. Yiliangxiao stared at Tessin in astonishment at first, then felt delighted. When he transmigrated to Whisperilo world and his Ilinhabite illegitimate and disless princess body, the system interface began to appear. However, the system's initialization was extremely slow. It wasn't lay until just now that he prompted a successful binding informing him that this was a system of seeking death, where the host could obtain rewards be him in for death. And this parallel world was a special and mysterious, with temples, immortals, demons, and monsters. Yiliangxiao was thrilled, feeling a little lightheaded. Could he obtain rewards by seeking death? Was this considerate at? It was completely effortless, like a freebie. It's said that survival is difficult, beauty and seeking death easy? I can report to the northwest within Yalfanhor. Then, with $1 billion in rewards, I can return to Ort Handley to live of indulgency and debauchery. Thinking of this, Yiliangxiao's face was filled with satisfaction. The next moment, Hejum Padutov bedan laughed hysterically. Then, pointing at that maid servants, Highsway to command Dudwo quickly find a knife and kill this prince, Nodlays. He spoke solemnly, not looking like he was joking, and even Hadasons of authority. That maid servants' faces turned pale, and the quickly knelt down, shocked and. The 13th prince must been saying how older their Samiana to kill themselves? It seemed that first Princess Sponge had indeed imaged Isprin. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the system interface paped automatically and displayed 12 huge excess. Beep, attention, the host is violating system rules, the process of seeking death must be reasonable and cannot involve suicide, revealing the system's existence, or actively expressing the intention of seeking death, otherwise, severe punishment will be imposed. Since it has this violated the rules, the system will impose a penalty. The host's luck will be maximized, please be informed. Yiliangxiao was startled and cursed under his breath. Damn it, even suicidius notalo, the intention of seeking death cannot be exposed. It seems that this task of seeking death is not completely without difficulty. However, the system punishment seems suspicious. What do is it mean to maximize like? It sounds more like care worth than a punishment. Suspicious, but Yiliangxiao didn't dwell in it. After all, there are many ways to seek death, not being able to actively ask Samiana to kill himself is not a big deal. Beautiful net deliberate lie provokes Theother to kill them, it should not violate the system rules, right? With this thought, Yiliangxiao pondered briefly and came up with a plan. He had it. The original lust was humiliate Dan kill led by first prince, heck would be considered my enemy. Why not gotta find first prince and for avenge, I can seek death of Hishans and also avenge me humiliation, how delightful. Thinking of this, Yiliangxiao made up his mind and turned to Fetwa maidservants, saying, I was just kidding before, you twa don't need to take it seriously, but now tell me where first prince is what you want to kill him Tovan Mahatrid. The pupil soft Etwa maidservants dilate in shock and see gain. In their impression, the 13th prince Waisakaward, constantly oppressed and bullied due to his illegitimate status. He was described as enduring humiliation and concealing his abilities, not fighting withers. Or put bluntly, he was submissive, enduring humiliation to survive, without a trace of bravery, he endured beating sand insults to ply, never daring to resist. Now, he wants to seek revenge in first prince? Has he changed his personality? But his sudden changing 13th prince CCM's even more foolish. The first prince is already a congenital 5th grade cultivator, capable of splitting mountains with a sword. Why 13th princess weak institution and having reached adulthood without even stepping into the path of cultivation, how can he seek revenge in first prince? It's like a trying to break an egg with a stony, courting his own destruction. What that maidservants did know was that Yiliangxiao was seeking death, and Talcan Gabut revenge was secondary. Only off the maidservants, with a tony of persuasion, said 13th prince, plus calm down, frankly speaking, with your current abilities, the first prince he can crush you with onin, it's better to injure it. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao zas latup with surprise. Is that powerful? Great, then I must go find him. Tell me where he is. You don't need to worry about the rest. Your Highness, you mustn't. The maidservant still wanted to persuade. But Yi Liangxiao interrupted. Just muries. The maidservant Thadnikois Budose honestly today in Voiframcho dynasty has arrived to discuss a marriage alliance between Titwa countries with Emperor. The first prince's intention Tamarith princess of Cho dynasty as well known throughout the court. Now, he's probably in the Gravel. Your Highness, where are you going? Before a the servant could finish speaking, Yi Liangxiao Hadolria did take 10 big steps out of the room. In response to a slightly nervous inquiry, he turned back and smiled mysteriously. I'm going to the Gravel to seek revenge in Yishao. Either I'll kill him or hell kill him. Chapter 2 of the 10 Great Sins. Yet all I seek is a swift death. Arriving outside the imperial palace, it came as no surprise that Yi Liangxiao was halted by the palace guards at the gates. Halt! Those who approach must stop. Entering the court without permission is a death sentence. A general clad in golden armor stood resolutely before the gates, exuding an air of authority. According to the laws of the Desheng dynasty, during the court assembly, the palace is sealed off. Without an imperial edict, intruders are to be executed without question. However, this rule evidently applied only to outsiders, as certain esteemed members of the royal family were exempt from such restrictions. Though Yi Liangxiao was of illegitimate birth, he was still the emperor's son, bearing the title of the 13th prince. Logically, he should have been permitted to enter and exit the palace at will. Alas, his mother's humble origins as a mere courtesan and her family's lack of standing within the court meant that Yi Liangxiao's princely title was largely a fade, his actual status lesser than that of favored eunuchs within the palace. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the palace guards to obstruct him. After all, he was but a weak and insignificant illegitimate prince, devoid of power. How could he possibly warrant the attention of the esteemed guards? Yet, Yi Liangxiao chose to disregard their warnings and strode forward with unwavering confidence. His purpose here was singular: to seek death, to achieve it at the hands of the first prince, Yi Shao, and to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. However, the prerequisite for this plan was to first encounter Yi Shao. If he could not even lay eyes on him, what was the point of his endeavor? Thus, Yi Liangxiao resolved not to hang himself on a single tree. As he had contemplated earlier, there were numerous methods to attain his demise, such as trespassing into the palace, which was indeed a capital offense. Witnessing the guard's arrogant demeanor, Yi Liangxiao felt an inexplicable surge of anger. How dare a mere attendant raise their voice at a prince? Such insolence! In the next moment, he approached the general of the guards and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap across his face, coldly reprimanding, "You dog, have your eyes gone blind? Do you not recognize this prince? I dare you to challenge me. What can you do?" The guard's pupils widened in shock, clearly unprepared for Yi Liangxiao's sudden assault. Enraged, he instinctively drew his half-sheathed golden blade, his expression icy. Had it been any other prince, the guard would not have dared act so recklessly, but Yi Liangxiao's reputation as a weakling who seldom spoke up left him undeserving of respect. Yi Liangxiao stared at the drawn blade, fully aware of the guard's superior strength, yet he remained unflinching. "What, do you intend to draw your weapon against me? Go ahead, stab me here," he declared, pointing to his chest, his demeanor radiating defiance, in stark contrast to his previous submissive posture. This sudden display of courage left the guards astonished, their anger transforming into disbelief. Had the 13th prince taken leave of his senses, daring to intrude upon the palace? Little did they know, while Yi Liangxiao spoke boldly, his heart brimmed with anticipation, wishing earnestly for the guards to draw their blades and fulfill the palace's decree by executing him on the spot. That would spare him the trouble of seeking out Yi Shao in the main hall. However, the guards, still wary of his princely status, could not bring themselves to act. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Liangxiao muttered a derisive useless as he circumvented the guards and stepped through the palace gates. Although the guards hesitated to act, disappointing Yi Liangxiao, he soon found it inconsequential. Though they refrained from violence, he was aware that entering the palace without permission was indeed a grave offense. Surely, the emperor would be infuriated upon learning of this transgression. Even if he spared his son's life out of paternal affection, a severe punishment was inevitable. The guards, who had always regarded him with disdain, would undoubtedly unleash their full ire upon him. With his frail physique, how could he possibly withstand such punishment? He would surely perish on the spot. Though he was alive now, he had already sown the seeds of his doom. If he pressed on, committing further capital offenses, even if the emperor refrained from executing him, the court would not let it pass. For instance, why not divert to the inner palace and toy with a few concubines? Surely, the emperor could not tolerate that. How splendid, how splendid, a billion rewards beckon me. With this thought, Yi Liangxiao's spirit soared, and he shouted, "Where is that beast Yi Shao? This prince demands your head." In the next moment, he hurried toward the main hall. Though he knew that trespassing into the inner palace to seduce the emperor's consorts would lead to certain death, he viewed it as a viable option. Should a prince commit a crime, the trial would be overseen by the 3 departments, and the royal clan would determine his fate. The execution process could drag on for half a year or longer. During imprisonment, as a prince of illegitimate birth who was shunned, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Why Yi Liangxiao, seeking only a swift death, did not wish to complicate matters. The best course was to storm the main hall, provoke the first prince Yi Shao, and commit enough capital offenses to warrant immediate execution. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he could retreat to a lesser option. Simultaneously, within the main hall, the dignitaries of the Shang dynasty were assembled. The Shang emperor sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority, a faint smile gracing his lips, indicating his good mood. He turned to a singular woman among the throng, who, though not clad in court attire, appeared to possess an extraordinary status, her face partially concealed by a light veil, yet radiating beauty. "Yunshan, I presume you have acquainted yourself with my sons before your arrival." I shall refrain from further introductions. You may select one as your husband, thus symbolizing a century of friendship between the Zhou dynasty and our de Shang, ensuring an everlasting bond. The veiled woman, addressed as Yunshang, nodded slightly. A palace eunuch then presented a tray containing the waist tokens of the princes before her. As she raised her hand, pretending to select, the 12 princes lined up nearby lit up with anticipation. It was well known that Princess Yunshang of the Zhou dynasty was renowned for her beauty. Hailed as one of the 3 great beauties of the continent, she possessed remarkable talent, being a congenital 4th-grade practitioner despite her youth, outshining her peers. Winning her favor would equate to gaining the support of a nation. How could the princes resist? There are 3 realms of cultivation: postnatal, innate, and marrow washing. Each realm is further divided into 9 ranks, with each rank representing a significant divide, and each realm constituting a separate world. Among these, the 9th rank is the lowest, while the 1st rank stands at the pinnacle. Yunshang, not yet 20, was already a congenital 4th-grade practitioner, evidently surpassing the 1st Prince Yishao in cultivation. However, just as Yunshang was about to make her choice, she suddenly inquired, I have heard that the Shang Emperor has 13 sons. Why, then, are only 12 tokens presented? Before the emperor could respond, Yishao, impatient, interjected, Your Highness, you may be unaware. My 13th brother is but an illegitimate child, of lowly status, and the last in line. He has been foolish since childhood, akin to a waste. Just days ago, he foolishly injured his head in a door crevice and now lies in bed, half alive. Your Highness wouldn't wish to choose him, would you? This remark elicited laughter from the assembly. The notion of a princely figure injuring himself in such a manner would surely invite ridicule. Yi Zhao's words, while seemingly candid, were nothing more than a fabrication. In truth, he had knocked Yi Liangshao down in a fit of anger, yet now spun the tale that Yi Liangshao was foolish and had injured himself. The emperor had yet to inquire into the matter, likely deceived by Yi Zhao's narrative. Yunshang frowned deeply, poised to speak, when suddenly, a furious voice erupted from outside the hall, I'll squeeze your mother's head. Shameless beast. Before Yi Liangshao even arrived, his voice preceded him. The officials were taken aback, turning to the entrance in shock, who had the audacity to roar within the court, unaware that such disrespect was punishable by death. One official shouted, Who dares to be so bold? Who is this Xiao Xiao? Let their clan be exterminated. Where are the court guards? Seize them at once. It is I. Yi Liangshao declared, hands clasped behind his back, as he ascended the steps to the hall, presenting himself before the assembly. Without further ado, he forcefully pushed aside the guards stationed at the door and bellowed, Which dog official dared to call me Xiao Xiao? As he spoke, he surveyed the gathered officials, his head held high. Among the crowd, the official who had just spoken, upon recognizing Yi Liangshao, turned cold. Humph, that was I. He sneered, openly admitting his words to eye in his eyes. Yi Liangshao was merely a useless prince, devoid of influence in the court. Even if offended, he posed no threat. However, before he could utter another word, Yi Liangshao charged at him, landing a punch squarely on his right eye. A flurry of blows followed, as Yi Liangshao shouted, Xiao Xiao, you say? Very well, today I shall show you the power of Xiao Xiao. The assembly stood in shock, unable to believe that the usually meek and cowardly 13th prince would dare to strike a court official. Moments later, the official lay bruised and battered, yet Yi Liangshao showed no signs of relenting. He had come seeking death, unperturbed by palace rules or ironclad laws. The more capital offenses he committed, the closer he would be to execution. Trespassing the palace, a violation of palace regulations. 1 crime. Roaring in the court, a flagrant act of disrespect. 2 crimes. Assaulting a court official, flouting the law. 3 crimes, yet this was merely 3 offenses. He was far from reaching 10. Furthermore, not a single guard dared to intervene. How long must he endure before being executed? Each day alive diminished his reward pool by a million. The thought alone was painful. No, I must escalate my actions and summon a tempest. Perhaps I should attempt to assassinate my own father, the emperor, in front of the assembled officials. A brilliant plan. Should I dare to stab the emperor on the spot and survive, I would consider it a victory. As Yi Liangshao continued to strike, a sly smile crept across his lips. In the next instant, he ceased his assault, stood upright, pointed at the emperor, and shouted furiously, Foolish monarch. Chapter 3. You are truly impertinent. Upon the utterance of the term foolish monarch by the 13th prince, it was evident that he had committed several grave offenses. To openly insult his sovereign and disregard the court's authority warranted execution by dismemberment and slow slicing. To defy the emperor and audaciously name him, he ought to be condemned to the annihilation of his entire lineage, reducing them to ashes. Moreover, after calling the emperor a foolish monarch, Yi Liangshao brazenly added Yi Wudi. This blatant invocation of the emperor's name merited the punishment of tongue extraction and eye gouging, along with dismemberment. It must be said that Emperor Shang, Yi Wudi, was indeed a tyrant, ruling with an iron fist and imposing exceedingly harsh penalties upon his subjects. Execution of entire clans was not uncommon, and dismemberment and slow slicing were considered lenient. Upon hearing these words, the entire court, both civil and military, was left in utter shock, their jaws nearly dropping. What was this coward doing? Did he dare to address his majesty in such a manner? Foolish monarch, it was over. Yi Liangshao was utterly doomed. Given the emperor's temperament, he could very well be killed at any moment. Yi Wudi ascended the throne at 13 and took control at 16. His governance was stringent, and although his methods were cruel, he was undeniably fair in his rewards and punishments. Under his rule, the great Shang dynasty flourished, its territory expanding manifold, and the populace lived in peace, rendering him a timeless emperor. His achievements, while not without precedent, would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to surpass, and none dared to label him a foolish monarch, yet this cowardly 13th prince dared to do so? He was truly oblivious to the concept of mortality. When it came to challenging imperial authority, the entire court did not believe the emperor would show leniency towards anyone. Upon the dragon throne, Yi Wudi's countenance had turned ashen. His fists clenched slowly, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him, his purple energy manifesting outward, causing the attending eunuchs to tremble and step back in fear. Unworthy son, what did you just call me? Speak again. He appeared on the verge of erupting, the dragon-shaped armrest of the throne crumbling under his grip. Yi Liangshao, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight. Even a fool could tell that the emperor was furious, ready to spill blood at a moment's notice. And he was about to embrace the fortune of 100 billion. Are you angered, dear father? That is precisely right. Go ahead and execute this rebellious son of yours. I declare you, Yi Wudi, a foolish monarch. Do you understand? If not, I shall repeat it thrice. Yi Liangshao feigned outrage while internally reveling in joy, adding fuel to the flames, determined to provoke the emperor into a lethal response. Rebellious son. Yi Wudi's fury ignited, and like lightning, he leaped from the throne, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Liangshao, his eyes ablaze with rage. With that mere gesture, a torrent of energy locked onto Yi Liangshao, rendering him immobile. It felt as if an invisible pressure was compressing him, each cell in his body threatening to burst at any moment. Yi Liangshao endured excruciating pain, yet his heart soared with glee. Come on, unleash more of your wrath. I'm still alive. Quickly rid yourself of this unfilial son. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized his ability to move had returned, the overwhelming force dissipating, and the pain vanished, even replaced by a strange sense of comfort. Stunned, Yi Liangshao could hardly comprehend the situation, yet before he could ponder further, he heard Yi Wudi retract his hand, speaking in a low voice. Though you are rebellious, you are nonetheless my son. You dare claim I am a foolish monarch. How have I been so? Speak your reasoning, and if it holds merit, I shall spare your life. Upon uttering these words, he even turned to glance at the first prince, Yi Shao, though the meaning behind it remained unclear. Yi Liangshao, in disbelief, inwardly cursed. What the hell? Even after such defiance, you still grant me a chance to speak. Are you showing me such leniency? Do you wish to spare me? Damn it, who needs your mercy? I want to die. However, after some contemplation, Yi Liangshao resolved to provide him with a reason. After all, if this lenient father figure chose not to kill him, what if he was instead placed under house arrest? That would be self-inflicted punishment. With this in mind, Yi Liangshao raised his voice, declaring, then allow me to furnish you, foolish monarch, with a reason. Today, it is either your demise or mine. This proclamation reignited the previously calmed Yi Wudi's fury, his fists clenching once more. Was this rebellious son truly so foolish as to challenge him? On what grounds did he presume to contend? As Yi Liangshao boldly strode towards the emperor, the officials around him, sensing the unusual behavior, instinctively parted ways, their faces laden with apprehension. As he approached the emperor, an elderly official clad in princely garb, with hair and beard as white as snow, stepped forward, blocking his path. Yi Liangshao, you wretched spawn! Yet before he could finish, Yi Liangshao delivered a resounding slap, sending the old man flying 2 meters away. Old dog, do not obstruct my path. I am the spawn of your father. The fall of this official sent shockwaves through the court, revealing his esteemed position. Ah, Grand Minister, are you alright? Quickly summon the imperial doctor. Yi Liangshao, this good-for-nothing, has knocked out the Grand Minister's front teeth. In a frenzy, the officials scrambled, chaos erupting. Yet Yi Liangshao remained unfazed. What of the Grand Minister of the House of Clans? They never recorded me in the family tree, nor did they ever regard me as one of their own. So what if I struck him? It serves as an additional crime against me. Just then, Yi Shao rushed forward, his imposing figure blocking Yi Liangshao's path. You wild spawn, are you seeking death? How dare you lay hands on your uncle? Yet his words faded abruptly as his face turned purple, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, for in that fleeting moment, Yi Liangshao had seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his groin. Though Yi Shao was a fifth-tier martial artist, he should not have succumbed so easily. However, he had underestimated Yi Liangshao's audacity, failing to activate his protective energy in time, resulting in a grievous blow. Ah! Yi Shao writhed in agony, akin to a worm severed in half, howling in pain. Yi Liangshao, relishing the moment, taunted, did you not say you would make me a eunuch prince? Now you can experience that fate for yourself. I applied all my strength, did I break it? He burst into laughter, continuing his advance towards the emperor. By now, the emperor was seething with rage, even more incensed than before. This rebellious son not only disrespected his elders but also assaulted his uncle and targeted his elder brother's vital parts. Such transgressions were utterly unforgivable. What use was there in sparing him any longer? Yi Wudi could no longer contain himself, prepared to sever Yi Liangshao's head from his shoulders. At that moment, however, a voice interjected from the side. Halt, are you the 13th prince, Yi Liangshao? Yi Liangshao paused, turning to see a tall figure shrouded in a veil. Despite her obscured features, her stature and graceful curves captivated him, leaving him momentarily entranced. He silently mused, goodness, what a stunning beauty, her figure is exquisite, a D cup at least. If only I could. His thoughts wandered, and addressing the enchanting woman, he softened his tone, it is I. And you are? Zhou Dynasty, Yun Shan, she replied courteously. Zhou Dynasty, Yun Shan? Yi Liangshao echoed, instantly recognizing her identity. He had heard the maids mention that today marked the arrival of a Zhou Dynasty envoy. Clearly, this lady was of princely stature to introduce herself in such a manner, yet, what could she possibly want with him? Yi Liangshao pondered, his mind racing. Ah, I have it, despite my numerous offenses, the emperor has yet to strike me down. It seems my death wish is not a secure bet. Instead, why not secure an additional safeguard? The people of the Great Qing dynasty might hesitate to kill me, but those from the Zhou dynasty might not be so restrained. Regardless of her intentions, I shall first take the opportunity to flirt with her. By offending the princess of the Zhou dynasty, I would indeed offend half of Zhou. Would they let me go? Absolutely not, they would seek my life post-haste. Flirting with the princess, inviting the Zhou dynasty to condemn him, what a brilliant plan, I am truly a genius. With this thought, Yi Liangxiao grinned lewdly, striding towards Yun Shan, proclaiming, "Oh, I know who you are. You are the princess of the Zhou dynasty, are you not, here for a marriage alliance? Perfect, all 12 of my brothers are impotent, but I am still fully functional, would you marry me?" As he spoke, he closed the distance between them, wrapping an arm around her waist, lifting her veil, and without a second thought, he pressed his lips against hers, even daring to extend his tongue. Yun Shang's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief. After the kiss, Yi Liangxiao released her, playfully patting her pert backside, exclaiming, "Very nice, you are truly delightful, I have bestowed my first kiss upon you. Are you not elated? But do not rejoice too soon, for this does not imply I harbor any affection for you, understand?" With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, reveling in glee. Ha ha ha. To publicly flirt with a princess, confront the emperor, and incapacitate the eldest prince, while striking the grand minister and assaulting court officials. If I survive this, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Just as Yi Liangxiao believed himself to be on the brink of death, a system interface suddenly appeared before him. Ding. Detected that the host is in an unavoidable life-threatening situation. With less than 5 minutes remaining, however, due to the host's maximum luck value, the system bestows a gift. Please accept this combat power package to aid you in overcoming this crisis. Chapter 4. The gift of combat power. Is this meant to make me invincible? At the same moment, Yi Liangxiao had yet to fully comprehend the words displayed on the system interface when he was suddenly enveloped by two overwhelming auras, an oppressive force crashing down upon him. His feet faltered, and he found himself ensnared by divine consciousness, unable to move even an inch. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, sprawled on the ground and wailing in agony, gradually regained his senses. As a fifth-tier innate martial artist, even though he had been struck in a vital area, he could not be incapacitated for long. With a forceful slap against the stone floor of the grand hall, Yi Xiao sprang to his feet, retrieving a pill from his storage bag and consuming it, temporarily dulling the pain in his injured region. Harnessing his vital energy, Yi Xiao's garments billowed without wind, his aura surging dramatically. With a face twisted in fury, he pointed at Yi Liangxiao, gritting his teeth. "Yi Liangxiao, you wretched spawn. Today, this prince shall rend you to pieces. Bring forth the sword." As he spoke, he ascended into the air, a flowing white longsword materializing in his hand. With a whoosh, he merged with the sword and charged toward Yi Liangxiao. The esteemed crown prince, the most formidable contender for the future throne, had been publicly humiliated by a mere waste who had not even stepped into the realm of cultivation. If word of this spread, would he not become the laughingstock of all? How could he not be enraged? As Yi Xiao made his move, the entire court was struck with astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Is that the potential dragon vital energy? The crown prince has actually inherited the potential dragon vital energy of his ancestors?" It was said that the founding emperor had swept across the world with this very energy, establishing the eternal foundation of the Great Qing dynasty. Rumor had it that the potential dragon vital energy could ascend through 4 levels: white, purple, blue, and red. When refined to its utmost limit, it could even slay immortals. The crown prince's prodigious talent had evidently drawn the protection of his forebears. Today, he was destined to eliminate Yi Liangxiao, this waste who dared to defy the laws of royalty. On the other side, Yun Shang, recovering from her shock, was seething with rage. As a princess of the Great Zhou, one of the 3 beauties of the continent, even a mere glance from someone was a form of desecration. Yet this despised 13th son of the Shang dynasty, labeled a coward by the entire court, had the audacity to publicly tear away her veil and force a kiss upon her. How dare he? Yun Shang felt her fury reach a boiling point, a fiery red aura swirling around her, showcasing her innate 4th-tier violent energy. In the next moment, she stomped her foot, shattering the enchanted stone floor beneath her, and bellowed, "Rogue, come meet your end. Summon the phoenix, shoot the tiger." Above the heavens, 2 ancient longswords seemed to tear through the void, soaring like rainbows, directly shattering the glazed tiles atop the grand hall and flying to Yun Shang's side. Upon seeing these 2 legendary swords, the officials gasped once more. What, could it be the legendary shooting tiger and summoning phoenix divine weapons? The shooting tiger sword, forged from ancient dragon scales, possessed the might to vanquish tigers. The summoning phoenix sword, said to be made from the bones of a phoenix, had birthed a spirit, capable of suppressing the 9 underworlds with a mere stroke. These divine swords had always belonged to the royal family of the Zhou dynasty, only wieldable by those awakened with the phoenix bloodline, typically reserved for the Zhou emperor alone. Yet now, they had been entrusted to Princess Yun Shang. Did this imply that Yi Liangxiao was already a dead man? This coward had not even brushed against the threshold of postnatal 9th tier. How could he withstand the might of these divine swords? With Yi Xiao and Yun Shang, 2 innate martial artists, locking onto him, and both being prodigies surpassing their peers, no one believed Yi Liangxiao could survive. Of course, unless the figure beside the dragon throne intervened. However, observing Yi Wuti, there were no signs of him taking action. In other words, the 13th prince was destined to perish today. As Yi Liangxiao realized he was immobile, a spark of enlightenment illuminated his mind, and he laughed maniacally within. "Here it comes, the full reward is rightfully mine." Little did he know, the moment the system activated, he was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next instant, a divine light descended, seemingly slowing the passage of time around him, the space distorting, accompanied by the system as chimed. Ding, the combat power gift pack has automatically opened. Congratulations, host, you have received the system's bestowal protective technique, the Lotus Sutra of Avalokitesvara, innate technique, ancient sword mastery, medium grade great recovery pill x10. Please check your inventory, the Lotus Sutra of Avalokitesvara, an ancient divine protective technique that can withstand myriad forms of attack. When refined to its utmost, it invokes divine manifestations for protection, rendering it invulnerable. Training in this technique requires 100 years to enter, 1,000 years for the foundation, and 10,000 years for minor accomplishments. Ancient sword mastery, as the name implies, those endowed with this talent possess an innate sensitivity to sword energy. As their cultivation improves, they can summon a myriad of swords to converge. When mastered to its peak, they can transform energy into weapons. With a single command, no sword shall remain in the world. Medium grade great recovery pill, a substance for solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. Consuming it directly can elevate cultivation. Note, the medium grade great recovery pill is only effective for those at the initial third tier. Ding! The distribution of the combat power gift pack is complete. This is a system-initiated action. The host cannot refuse and must accept simultaneously. According to the grant level of the combat power gift pack, the system will deduct the host's luck value accordingly. Ding! Deducting 399 luck points, remaining 600. Note, the higher the luck value, the greater the host's chance of triggering system bestowals. Upon reaching a perfect score of 999, the host will inevitably trigger a gift when encountering danger. Please take note, host, strive diligently. Maintaining a full luck value will render you invincible in the mortal realm. Upon seeing this introduction, Yi Lianxiao was left dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. At that moment, he finally understood why the system's punishment had filled his luck value to the brim. This was a system that sought death. The host must court death to fulfill the task. Yet, this cursed luck value could trigger system bestowals, enhancing his power, even rendering him invincible in the mortal realm. How could he possibly seek death? Invincible? Who could kill me? If I do not die, how can I claim the reward? Yi Lianxiao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This system's punishment was truly heart-wrenching. I wish to die, yet it continually provides me with means to survive, and it is all compulsory. Am I being toyed with? What is this Lotus Sutra of Avalokitesvara that assures invulnerability when refined to perfection, that essentially means an indestructible body, standing invincible? What of this innate sword mastery that allows the summoning of myriad swords? I do not wish to kill, I seek my own demise. Why bestow upon me such extraordinary techniques? Is this to force me into invincibility? But I am Yi Lianxiao, not Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi is over there by the dragon throne. Hurry and give him everything, the 13th prince lamented, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Yet before he could ponder further, the system's voice resounded once more. A ding. Detecting that the host has delayed in taking action, the system will automatically bestow the gifts of the great pack upon the host. Activating the technique and consuming 10 medium-grade great recovery pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has reached the first tier of innate martial arts, only a step away from the cleansing marrow realm. The Lotus Sutra of Avalokitesvara has granted you 100 years of cultivation, achieving the entry-level stage. Those below the third tier of marrow cleansing cannot inflict harm upon you. The sword mastery has activated, allowing you to seize the swords of others while bypassing 2 tiers. Note, this technique is effective only against treasured swords. Upon realizing this, Yi Lianxiao felt a chill sweep through him. Originally, had he chosen not to utilize the system's bestowed combat power gift pack, he would have remained the same insignificant prince, his cultivation so low as to be negligible. Yet after the system's automatic activation, he had leapt through countless levels, attaining the first tier of innate martial arts. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Yi Xiao and Yun Shang by several streets. This meant that even if the two joined forces to attack, lacking the strength of at least the third tier of marrow cleansing, they could not inflict a single scratch upon Yi Lianxiao. How then could the 13th prince meet his end? Damn it, Chapter 5. Your Highness the Princess, I have not had enough of the kiss. Yi Lianxiao sat on the ground, his heart heavy as ashes. In his eyes, with the acquisition of these two ancient divine techniques, he believed himself to be invincible in this realm. The thought of seeking death seemed utterly hopeless. What should he do? How lonely it is to be invincible. Even the desire for death proves elusive. Just as he was lost in thought, the simultaneous attacks from Yunshang and Yi Xiao arrived. After merging with his sword, Yi Xiao, despite possessing only a congenital 5th grade cultivation, wielded a sword's might that rivaled that of a 4th grade expert, thanks to the enhancement of his potential dragon energy. Yunshang, with an even higher cultivation and the assistance of 2 divine weapons, unleashed an attack powerful enough to potentially slay a 2nd grade martial artist. Their combined assault caused the entire great hall to tremble, leaving the officials pale with fear. Yet, Yi Lianxiao remained unmoved, as if turned to stone. The protective energy within him activated autonomously, with an ethereal lotus phantom safeguarding him, slowly rotating around him. Clang, bang, the 3 strikes from the 2 landed upon the golden lotus phantom, resulting in a shocking scene. The crown prince Yi Xiao was sent flying, spitting blood, his sword shattered, while the golden lotus phantom remained unscathed. The divine weapons, though not shattered by the backlash of the golden lotus spell, returned to Yunshang's side, humming softly. The 2 swords were repelled, seemingly causing some recoil against the princess, who clutched her chest in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can this be? With my congenital 4th grade cultivation, wielding 2 swords should be sufficient to instantly kill a 2nd grade martial artist, yet I cannot even break through your protective energy." Wait, are you not an incapable waste? Princess Yunshang was taken aback, her gaze towards Yi Lianxiao now laden with gravity. Could it be that this so-called waste prince had been concealing his true strength all along? To withstand my 2 swords, one must possess at least a 1st grade innate level. As he ascended to the 1st grade, Yunshang's complexion changed drastically, as if facing a formidable foe. Little did she know, her conjecture was indeed correct. The 13th prince had indeed reached the 1st grade innate realm. How could a mere 4th grade attack from the Phoenix's call and Tiger's strike possibly harm him? Yi Lianxiao had already surpassed both Yunshang and Yi Xiao by several minor realms. Sent flying by the backlash, Yishao stumbled back 10 meters, collapsing to the ground, spitting out half a pound of blood before regaining his composure. He gazed at Yi Liangshao as if looking at a monster, astonished. This wretch actually managed to withstand my strike and even injure me? Has he been secretly cultivating all this time, and his supposed incompetence was merely an act? His disbelief mingled with fury as he grappled with the realization that he had misjudged Yi Liangshao. Yet, the most astonished of all was Emperor Yi Wudi, seated beside the dragon throne. Though the emperor maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his heart was rife with turmoil, pondering, how can this rascal accomplish such feats? I intended to teach him a lesson before intervening. Who would have thought he would autonomously repel the attacks of the two? Furthermore, this protective technique is extraordinary, evidently honed over a century. He has just barely reached adulthood. What on earth has transpired within him? Why does he accuse me of being a foolish monarch? Could it be for the sake of his mother? As he was deep in thought, Yi Liangshao suddenly cried out to the heavens, "Damn you, heavens! Damn you, system, why have you made me invincible? I wish to die." This was merely a reflexive utterance born from his frustrations, excusable in the moment, yet, the next instant, it triggered a warning from the system. Ding. Please note, the host has once again violated system rules by publicly expressing a desire for death. The host's luck value will be reset to its maximum, please be advised. As the radiance shimmered, the luck value on the host's panel returned to 999, leaving Yi Liangshao dumbfounded. Before he could not help but curse, damn it. Receiving such a boon from the system felt as though he had achieved unparalleled supremacy among his peers. With his luck value restored, the next time it triggered, would he not be able to defy fate? But if he could not commit suicide and had no opponents, how could he possibly die? Damn it, the 13th prince, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist into the ground. Crack. Ouch, my hand. In his fury, Yi Liangshao exerted all his strength, causing his hand to throb painfully. Yet, as he clutched his fist, a sudden realization struck him. Do I not have the golden lotus for protection? Why does my fist hurt upon striking the ground? Shouldn't the floor have shattered instead? Could it be that my lack of luck is the cause? Logically speaking, if I do not activate my luck, my techniques will not activate either, and just now, the golden lotus activated on its own, merely showcasing its power by blocking the attacks from Yunshang and Yishao? If I refrain from activating luck, the protective golden lotus would not appear. Brilliant. Then, if I suppress my aura and stifle my internal energy, remaining is that original waste. If that is truly the case, then there is still hope. With Yunshang and Yishao already provoked, he could seize the opportunity to taunt them further, compelling them to attack again, and then conceal his protective technique to hasten his demise. With this thought in mind, the 13th prince felt a surge of joy, leaping to his feet, scanning around for a target to send him on his way out. Yishao, no, that beast is also an enemy of mine. Dying by his hand would not be dignified. Better to choose Yunshang, this stunning beauty, captivating and enchanting. If I tease her again, could she possibly endure it? Yes, teasing the princess of the Zhou dynasty, sharing a kiss, would bring both pleasure and death, a delightful demise. How splendid! With his mind made up, Yi Liangshao sprang into action. With a swish, he appeared before the still-dazed Yunshang, a lewd smile gracing his lips. Your Highness the princess, I have not had enough of our previous kiss. How about I impose upon you a little more? Upon finishing, he embraced Yunshang, forcefully pursing his lips to kiss her. This time, Yunshang's reaction was swift. She attempted to retreat at lightning speed. Little did she know, the 13th prince, now a first-grade innate expert, was not someone she could easily escape. Yi Liangshao held her tightly, kissing her forcibly. No matter how much she struggled, she could not break free from his grasp. The disparity between a 4th grade and a 1st grade expert was simply too vast. In Yi Liangxiao's mind, he should first use his raw strength to kiss Yunshang, and once he succeeded, when she retaliated in anger, he would then conceal his technique, achieving a most delightful demise. If he concealed his technique from the start, he would risk losing his hold on Yunshang, and how could he die if he couldn't catch her? Trapped and unable to move, Yunshang endured a full minute of his forceful kiss, and it seemed this rogue had not yet had his fill, showing no signs of relinquishing his hold. The princess, consumed with fury, resolved to make a difficult decision. This lecherous prince dares to treat me so, I shall spare no effort to slay him, even if it disrupts my original plans. I must first relieve this anger. With that thought, Yunshang's eyes turned crimson as she bit her tongue, unleashing her potential, and astonishingly forced Yi Liangshao away. You wretch, how dare you? I shall turn you into minced meat. In her rage, she suddenly spread her arms wide and shouted, Dragon of Terror, manifest. With her incantation, strands of phoenix flames ignited around her, and as divine light descended, a sword more powerful than the phoenix's call and tiger's strike slowly emerged from her head. The divine sword, Dragon of Terror, upon its emergence, the overwhelming sword intent caused the officials to tremble, and even Yi Liangshao, now a first-grade innate expert, found himself instinctively retreating. Among the officials, someone exclaimed, It's the Dragon of Terror, an artifact-level divine weapon. If it weren't for the lack of nirvana power to wield it, how could Princess Yunshang have it? Could the rumors be true? The Zhou dynasty's Phoenix clan has awakened, and the divine sword Dragon of Terror has found a new master? Another responded, even with the divine sword recognizing its master, given Princess Yunshang's cultivation, she would still be unable to wield it for now. Wait, what is this? The true art of the Phoenix's nirvana? My heavens, Princess Yunshang is truly enraged, willing to risk her life to forcefully wield the Dragon of Terror. While this method allows her to use the divine sword prematurely, it will surely cost her life, leaving only rebirth through nirvana as her path to survival. It seems the 13th prince has no way out. Chapter 6 of the truly invincible person. Under the protection of the old man, when the divine dragon emerged, the stars themselves seemed to shift. It was evident that the divine dragon surpassed the two legendary swords, the phoenix and the tiger, in both rank and might. It is said that this sword was once wielded by Li Xiaoyao, the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, forged from the blood of ancient deities and demons. This sword had accompanied the emperor, who possessed the purest bloodline of the fire phoenix, through the cataclysmic wars of extinction hundreds of thousands of years ago. After Li Xiaoyao tore through the void and ascended to the divine realm, he left this sword to guard the divine capital, ensuring the safety of his descendants. For countless millennia, no member of the Zhou dynasty, unawakened to the fire phoenix bloodline, was permitted to wield this sword. The divine dragon had not acknowledged a master for 10,000 years, and now it had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the young girl, Yun Shang. In other words, she was the perfect embodiment of the fire phoenix, endowed with the innate ability of rebirth through nirvana. It was precisely for this reason that she dared to recklessly summon the divine dragon sword. Under the flames of the phoenix, the blade of the divine dragon was now aimed squarely at Yi Liangxiao. Upon witnessing the divine sword's emergence, Yi Liangxiao's heart soared with delight. He immediately concealed his aura, forcefully stifling the flow of his vital energy, and spread his arms wide, wearing an expression of eager anticipation as he resigned himself to death. The bounty of 10 billion was ultimately destined to be his. Just as he reveled in this thought, Yun Shang had completed her preparations and fiercely declared, "Divine dragon / lecherous Yi Liangxiao, meet your end." The strike of the divine dragon was as if it could annihilate the heavens and earth, shaking the very roof of the grand hall to its core as it came crashing down towards Yi Liangxiao. The latter, filled with desperate longing, thought to himself, "The lecherous Yi Liangxiao is heading to his demise, the 10 billion bounty shall soon be mine." He refrained from voicing this aloud, fearing that it would trigger the system's rules and lead to a disastrous turn of events. The 13th prince certainly did not wish for his luck to be pushed to its limits. He could even envision the exhilarating sensation of countless zeros accumulating in his account on Blue Star. Slowly closing his eyes, Yi Liangxiao could hardly contain his excitement. Unbeknownst to him, after waiting for quite some time, he did not experience the sensation of his head hitting the ground or being reduced to dust. What is happening? Please don't let anything go awry, I want to die. The 13th prince thought anxiously. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a towering figure standing before him, as immovable as a mountain, blocking the onslaught of the divine dragon sword. The figure was clad in a dragon robe. It was none other than the omnipotent emperor Yi Liangxiao. Witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict and could not help but curse, "Damn it, old man, tyrant, what are you doing? Who told you to help me? I want to duel with this little girl, get out of my way." His heart was filled with urgency, leading him to scold even his own emperor father. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed once more. A ding. The system has detected that the host is in danger. Luck has reached its maximum, triggering a system reward. Presenting a mid-level combat power gift package, please accept it with a smile, as this is a mid-level package. 699 points of the host's luck will be deducted. Please be informed, ding, the mid-level gift package has been distributed. Reward. One young azure dragon, a rare ancient beast, recognized by the ancient slaying sword. Azure dragon, one of the 4 chaotic sacred beasts, the divine totem of the ancient barbarian tribe. Before reaching 30,000 years of age, it is a young dragon. Upon maturity, it possesses the power to slay gods and can transcend the laws. At its peak, ancient slaying sword, the sword wielded by the demon sex Guili during the war of extermination, nurtured with the blood of his lover. With the ability to slay immortals and Buddhas in an instant, it is a divine artifact of immense power in Shenzhou. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Liangxiao felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. It was over, his luck had been maxed out once again, triggering the system's reward. So it turned out that without the protection of the emperor father, even the onslaught of Yun Shang could not kill him? What azure dragon, what ancient slaying sword, damn it, as someone seeking death, what use do I have for such formidable artifacts? The 13th prince felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, desperate to pound his chest in frustration. If previously, with the assistance of the Sutra of Avalokitesvara and the ancient sword control technique, he had merely appeared invincible, then with the addition of the azure dragon and the ancient slaying sword, he was undeniably truly invincible. Not only would he not die, but it would also be difficult for him to even sustain an injury. Meanwhile, above the sky of the divine capital, a rift suddenly tore open. A colossal 5-clawed azure dragon roared forth, its immense body blotting out the sun as it soared and howled, stirring the winds and clouds, ignoring the powerful restrictions of the divine capital. A single breath from the dragon shattered the roof of the grand hall. It then charged downwards towards Yi Liangxiao. Yi Liangxiao felt a sharp pain in his heart, and within his sea of consciousness, a covenant was established with the azure dragon. "Master, I am the azure dragon, willing to serve by your side, never to part for eternity." This voice resonated in his mind, evidently the azure dragon communicating through mental exchange. Strangely, the dragon's voice bore a hint of youthfulness, reminiscent of a human child, sweet and innocent. Moreover, it was a female dragon. After the roof of the grand hall was destroyed, Yi Liangxiao looked up to the heavens and, upon seeing the azure dragon's massive form, could not help but feel embarrassed. "Damn it, you call this towering giant a young dragon?" Fortunately, as the dragon descended, its body gradually shrank, until it rested upon Yi Liangxiao's shoulder, now only the size of a loach. At that moment, it was roaring at the panicked officials below, exuding an air of superiority. Far away on the sacred mountain of the divine capital, an ancient sword, embedded in a massive stone, began to hum incessantly, seemingly attempting to soar into the sky against its will. The guardian of the ancient sword was taken aback, continuously channeling his vital energy in an attempt to stabilize the sword, yet to no avail. What is happening? The ancient slaying sword shows signs of breaking free from the stone. Could it be that the chosen one has appeared? Will the great Joe welcome a timeless sovereign? The sword guardian muttered. Suddenly, he was forcefully pushed back as the ancient slaying sword soared into the sky, heading towards the grand hall. Within the now roofless grand hall, the ancient slaying sword slowly descended into Yi Liangshan's hands, as if it had taken root, defying all attempts to shake it off. Get lost. What ancient slaying sword? What azure dragon? Just go away. I want to die. I truly do not wish to be invincible. The 13th prince shed hot tears, aware that with the arrival of this beast and sword, he had established a foundation of invincibility. Yet this was in direct contradiction to his desire for death. Ordinary people, upon seeing the azure dragon and the ancient slaying sword in his grasp, would be paralyzed with fear. Who would dare to kill him now? How could he still meet his end? As for Yi Wuti, he could not bear to see his son in peril. Upon witnessing Yunshang summon the divine dragon sword at the cost of her own rebirth, he stepped in to block the strike. If Yi Liangshan had been paying attention, he would have noticed that the system interface displayed 2 question marks regarding Yi Wuti's combat power estimation. Did this indicate that within this imperial city, the true invincible person was none other than this emperor? Retreat. Yi Wuti remained steadfast, yet his entire being radiated with golden light as a violent protective aura surged forth, preventing the divine dragon sword from advancing even an inch. With a thunderous roar, the aura around Yi Wuti erupted, actually pushing the divine dragon sword back. This was not to say that Yi Wuti was entirely unafraid of this ancient divine weapon, but rather that Yunshang's cultivation was too low to fully unleash its power, allowing Yi Wuti to easily repel it. Seeing this, Yunshang was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "You, Emperor Shang, are you protecting your cub? Do you not see what Yi Liangshao has done to me?" Before she could finish her words, her body was consumed by the flames of the phoenix, incinerating her form in an instant. Lacking the requisite strength to recklessly activate the divine dragon sword came at a tremendous cost for her. Yunshang's price was her physical body, and only through rebirth could she survive. As Yunshang's body turned to dust, a blazing flame descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of melodious chanting. Her ashes slowly coalesced into a massive egg, leaving everyone in shock. Behind her, the entourage of Zhou dynasty envoys quickly positioned themselves in front of the giant egg, their tone hostile as they said, "Emperor Shang, what is the meaning of this? Yi Liangshao has already wronged our princess, he deserves to die. You dare to intervene? Do you not regard the great Zhou with any respect?" Yi Wuti responded with a cold smirk. "What, am I not allowed to intervene? Yi Liangshao is after all my son. Even if he has committed a grave crime, the matter of punishment should be determined by me. Who dares to act against him in my presence? However, I shall provide the great Zhou with an explanation regarding this matter." The faces of the Zhou dynasty envoys grew taut, though they were displeased. Upon witnessing Yi Wuti's ability to withstand even the divine dragon sword, they dared not act recklessly. They instead replied, "Very well, we hope Emperor Shang will keep his word and provide our dynasty with an explanation. Our stance is clear: those who defile our princess must be punished." Chapter 7: How to alleviate worries? Only by slaying the monarch. Let us return the prince to the inn. After expressing their stance and securing a promise from Yi Wuti, the entourage of the Zhou dynasty did not linger. They turned and departed, carrying the gigantic egg of Yunshang. Yi Wuti watched the Zhou envoy leave, then abruptly turned to face the still-dazed 13th prince. Although he had sensed something amiss, the sight of the ancient sword of extermination in Yi Liangshao's hand and the small azure dragon upon his shoulder caused even this timeless emperor to tremble in astonishment. Was that the auspicious beast, the azure dragon, alongside the ancient sword of extermination? How had this young man earned such recognition? The emperor was utterly astounded, his face betraying a myriad of emotions. The founder of the Desheng dynasty proclaimed that a successor to the throne must meet one of 3 paramount conditions. First, they must awaken the royal dragon bloodline and possess their own dragon familiar. What is a dragon familiar? In simple terms, it is a requirement to contract a great dragon as a divine pet. Second, they must possess a pure dragon bloodline and cultivate the heavenly gang's purple chi. As ancient wisdom states, the purple chi comes from the east, signifying great fortune. The imperial sovereign can command the purple chi and look down upon the world. Third, they must gain the acknowledgement of the ancient sword of extermination. The Desheng dynasty was founded on martial prowess and held strength in the highest regard. The sword of extermination, renowned as the foremost sword of all ages, embodies both righteousness and malevolence, and only the chosen one may wield it. To possess the sword of extermination is to command the realm, a widely accepted belief among the subjects of Desheng. Meeting any one of these 3 conditions is sufficient to recognize one as the future monarch of Desheng. Yi Wuti himself was elevated to the throne at the tender age of 13, having received the sword of extermination's acknowledgement. However, the recognition by the sword does not equate to the ability to wield it. The current Yi Liangshao, capable of grasping the sword of extermination, indicated that his level of recognition far surpassed that of Yi Wuti. With the sword of extermination in hand, the world is his to command. Yi Liangshao's possession of the sword subtly suggested that he was the chosen one, destined to be the next emperor. Yet, in addition to this, he had also contracted one of the 4 primordial divine beasts, the azure dragon. It is known that the azure dragon stands as the pinnacle among dragonkind, even more domineering than the golden holy dragon within Yi Wuti. Yi Liangshao had fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions required for emperorship. In other words, is His Majesty considering abdication? Is this still the same wasteful prince, once bullied and branded a coward? What has transpired in his life? The rebellious son? Yi Wuti's expression shifted dramatically as he stood momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Yi Wuti refer to him as a rebellious son, the 13th prince snapped out of his gloom, glaring furiously at his adoptive father. Anger surged within him. The system's recent gifts had already infuriated him, and now his adoptive father was attempting to save him? Where had such concern been all these years? He had endured relentless bullying, treated as a bastard child, nearly forced to drink foot-washing water. Where had Yi Wudi been then? Now that he saw death, his father pretended to be a caring parent. Who asked for your meddling? In that moment, even with the sword of extermination and the azure dragon in hand, he could have simply allowed that girl Yunshang to strike him down directly. Why interfere? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, attributing all blame to Yi Wudi, and he roared, "Damn it, I'm not your son." As he spoke, he instinctively raised the sword of extermination and swung it at Yi Wudi. Boom, this simple strike, guaranteed to be unintentional, was merely a casual slash through the air, yet, astonishingly, it cleaved a gash in the palace wall, the sword intent rampaging and splitting nearby palaces as well. The sheer power of this sword was terrifying. This was merely a casual effort from Yi Liangshao. Why Yi Wudi evaded, his astonishment deepening. The officials, huddled below, turned pale. Is that truly the sword of extermination? That was the imperial sovereign sword, one that even his majesty struggled to wield, and now this auspicious azure dragon. Could it be that this waste was the chosen one, destined to be the next sovereign? What? This waste dares to wield the sword of extermination against his majesty? Such audacity is a rebellion against the heavens, an act of treason. The officials were shocked, whispering in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard by Yi Liangshao, lest he turn his sword upon them. Their state was one of rage intertwined with fear. The 12 elder princes were equally drenched in cold sweat. How could the 13th prince, once deemed a waste, have earned the sword of extermination's recognition? Was he to seek revenge against us in the future? The eldest brother had already suffered a grievous fate at his hands. Would we fare even worse? It must be noted that over the years, the 12 elder brothers had not been. Yi Wudi glanced at the sword marks left by the sword of extermination, his brows arching before his expression returned to normal. He snorted softly. Indeed, a rebellious son, do you not realize that the sword of extermination has been sealed? With your mere innate first-grade cultivation, you cannot unleash even 1% of its power. Otherwise, would I not have been slain by you? This is an act of patricide and regicide. How dare you, humph. With that, he began to form incantations, unleashing a thunderous shout, Heavenly Gang Seal. In an instant, a massive golden dragon-headed seal manifested in the skies above the imperial capital, golden light cascading down and enveloping Yi Wudi. Come. Yi Wudi extended his palm, and a powerful force seized control of the sword of extermination and the azure dragon from Yi Liangxiao's grasp. The officials, blinded by the golden light of the Heavenly Gang Seal, were unable to see clearly, but a few officials of considerable cultivation gasped in astonishment. This is the Heavenly Gang Seal obtained by His Majesty from the Dragon Cave's secret realm, only wieldable by those of semi-divine realm. Could it be that His Majesty has broken through to the semi-divine realm after a century of seclusion? The sword of extermination had been sealed following the Cataclysm War, its remaining power insufficient to be a tenth of its former glory. With the strength of a semi-divine realm and the Heavenly Gang Seal, one could forcibly suppress this sword. The Azure Dragon, evidently still in its juvenile stage, could not withstand the might of Yi Wudi's Heavenly Gang power either. The path of cultivation has certain thresholds, not everyone can embark on it. Reaching the initial third realm of marrow cleansing is sufficient to enter the court and gain honor. Ascending further leads to the middle fourth realm, where one can forge the golden core, form the primordial infant, and attain semi-divine status. Achieving the middle fourth realm's primordial infant level grants one the power to create sects and establish nations in the mortal realm. The semi-divine realm allows one to become a regional overlord, possibly even a ruler over multiple nations. However, the absence of a heavenly tribulation indicates that Yi Wudi had yet to face his own, suggesting his semi-divine status was not genuine, but rather a temporary enhancement through the Heavenly Gang Seal, usurping Yi Liangxiao's Azure Dragon and Sword of Extermination. Yi Liangxiao felt an emptiness in his hand. The Azure Dragon and Sword of Extermination were taken from him by Yi Wudi, yet instead of shock, he found joy in the turn of events. Ah! This adoptive father is quite formidable. He can even seize the Azure Dragon and Sword of Extermination from me. Does that not mean he is invincible in this world? At the very least, within this imperial city, he is invincible. If I were to provoke him thoroughly, would that not lead to my own demise at his hands? I have committed numerous crimes against the court. He, recalling our father-son bond, has spared me thus far. But if I seek his life, he cannot possibly hold back. Can he? A rebellious son capable of patricide? How could the emperor allow him to live? Splendid. How to alleviate worries? Only by slaying the monarch. Yi Liangxiao, convinced of his adoptive father's invincibility, plotted his next move towards death. In the next moment, he feigned great fury. A foolish monarch. Yi Wudi, did you not seek a reason from me? Today, I shall avenge my mother and slay you, the foolish monarch. With a thud, Yi Liangxiao stomped his foot, shattering the floor, drawing upon the energy within his dantian, and slowly rising into the air. He then declared, "Sword, come forth, ancient sword control technique." With a mere thought, he could manipulate all the surrounding sword cultivators' artifacts, a feat that defied the heavens. In an instant, every sharp blade within the palace began to float uncontrollably, converging behind Yi Liangxiao. Before long, thousands of long swords pointed ominously at Yi Wudi. Kill, take the head of Yi Wudi. With just a mere gesture, the myriad swords surged forth, and the very stars seemed to dim. Chapter 8 The Crown Prince. In this moment, the 13th prince mused that as the sovereign of a nation, the emperor would undoubtedly refuse to accept death willingly. As long as he retaliated in fury, would this not be a delightful outcome? Why remain in this realm of gods and demons, languishing in meditation and seeking immortality? The world is ignorant, yet I alone am enlightened. The 13th prince was exceedingly pleased, nearly breaking into a celebratory dance. Within the grand hall, Yi Wuti, seated beside the dragon throne, gazed at the myriad flying swords with neither alarm nor agitation, even allowing a hint of amusement to grace his features. He silently contemplated, this rebellious son has indeed come to seek retribution for his mother. Perhaps he has endured humiliation for these years solely to kill me today. Alas, like his mother, he cannot maintain his composure. After enduring for so many years, why not continue to bear it? When you achieve your goals, perhaps I shall indeed find myself at your mercy, but for now, you are still too inexperienced. I have remained indifferent to your plight over the years, allowing you to suffer, but it was merely to deceive certain individuals while secretly safeguarding you. After all, your mother is dead years ago. Enough. Once I have properly instructed you and entrusted this grand empire to you, I shall personally seek vengeance for your mother. My son, the vastness and treachery of this world exceed your imagination, and have I not also desired revenge for her? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Yi Wuti's visage, only to vanish almost immediately. He then elegantly waved his sleeve and calmly uttered, "A sword, go." Merely 2 words, devoid of any celestial phenomena, yet as Yi Wuti's aura surged with purple energy, the multitude of flying swords instantly lost control and plummeted to the ground. The officials below hurriedly scattered. The power of a demigod, in a mere gesture, had eradicated the mental imprint Yi Liangxiao had placed upon the myriad swords, rendering them uncontrollable. High above, witnessing this scene, Yi Liangxiao's jaw dropped as both his lower and upper jaws dislocated, staring in shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this the might of a demigod? It can erase my consciousness with a mere snap of the fingers, but is it merely an erasure? Shouldn't I be slain instead?" Barely had he uttered these words when he coughed up a mouthful of the myriad flying swords, having been under his mental control, were now suffering backlash after Yi Wuti erased their imprint, resulting in his injury, a predictable consequence. Why Yi Wuti chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked with calm, "The myriad swords are commendable, yet your cultivation is too lacking, you cannot even scratch me." Yi Liangxiao, infuriated, retorted, "You tyrant, what do you mean? I aim to usurp the throne, yet you do not kill me." "Kill you? You are, after all, my son. Not a tiger does not eat its cubs. I have no reason to strike you down. However, your heinous rebellion cannot go unpunished. Come here, kneel before me, confess your wrongs, and be confined to the ancestral shrine for 3 years. You are forbidden from leaving without imperial decree." Yi Liangxiao was dumbfounded, hardly able to believe that the emperor would spare him in such dire circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, had any other prince dared to act so openly, Yi Liangxiao was the exception. Besides the fact that Yi Liangxiao had gained the recognition of the Sword of Extermination, there were other more subtle factors at play. Yet, Yi Liangxiao, consumed by a desire for death, would not relent easily. In a fit of rage, he declared, "4 years you have ignored me, treated me as mere grass, and now you come to speak of father-son affection. Very well, if you do not kill me, then I shall kill you." In the eyes of the 13th prince, Yi Wuti did not. It was merely that Yi Liangxiao had not yet exerted enough pressure to truly touch the emperor's bottom line. Let the storm intensify. With this thought, he once again unleashed his mental energy, attempting to regain control of the flying swords and strike at Yi Wuti. To his surprise, the swords that had already landed merely trembled slightly, failing to respond to his commands as before. Unseen, a powerful force seemed to counter his mental energy. Yi Liangxiao understood that the emperor was secretly obstructing his attempt to regain control of the swords and knew that with his current cultivation, he could not contend with Yi Wuti. Yet, his desire for death clearly superseded reason. He incessantly urged his true essence, forcefully enhancing his mental energy to command the flying swords. Alas, this was evidently a futile endeavor. The apparent limitations of Yi Wuti's demigod cultivation were far beyond what he could overcome at present. In his reckless exertion, Yi Liangxiao suffered another backlash, spitting blood once more. Seeing this, Yi Wuti displayed a hint of surprise and concern as he coldly admonished, "What are you doing? With your lowly innate realm, you cannot possibly regain control of the swords before me. If you forcefully exert your energy to enhance your mental prowess, you will only end up exploding and perishing. Are you a fool?" This was meant as a concerned reprimand. Any ordinary person, upon hearing it, would, even if not moved, refrain from further self-destruction. Yet upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao's eyes bright. "Forcing my energy could lead to my own demise. Excellent. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then I shall force it even more." The emperor's words did not deter the 13th prince but rather ignited within him the desire for death. He now sought only to wield his sword against the emperor, which, in principle, did not count as self-destructive intent. Even if he ultimately perished, it would not be deemed a violation by the system. How utterly splendid! With this thought, Yi Liangxiao was once again filled with euphoria, recklessly enhancing his battle prowess and mental energy, intent on being consumed by the backlash. "Rise," he shouted, completely disregarding his father's warning. In the blink of an eye, he was beset by backlash, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, yet he wore a smile that appeared particularly sinister. Yi Wuti, witnessing this, was greatly alarmed and thought, "What? This rebellious son is still not stopping. Does he truly seek death? Unthinkable, he is my only son, I cannot allow him to come to harm." In the next moment, the emperor soared into the air, bellowing, "Brat, cease this madness at once." Saying this, he unleashed a punch. A massive fist formed from purple energy surged toward Yi Liangxiao, striking him down to the ground and interrupting his attempt to self-destruct. Bang! Yi Liangxiao crashed heavily outside the courtyard of the Great Hall, falling unconscious. Yi Wuti rushed over, waving his hand to emit a golden light that protected his heart meridian, ensuring he would not die. After a moment, the emperor learned that although Yi Liangxiao was injured, his life was spared, and the officials followed, witnessing the emperor expending his energy to save Yi Liangxiao, and they spoke out in protest. "Your Majesty, the 13th prince is guilty of heinous rebellion, having committed grave crimes, and has openly declared his intent to usurp the throne." His transgressions are unforgivable and warrant the utmost punishment. It is said that the emperor breaking the law is as culpable as commoners. Asa son, the 13th prince's intent to kill his father and usurp the throne cannot be tolerated by heaven. Your Majesty must not squander your essence for such a rebellious son. According to court regulations, the 13th prince should be executed immediately to serve as a warning to others. The officials, disdainful of Yi Liangxiao's defiance, clamored for his execution, yet Yi Wudi snorted cold. So, if I were to twist your head off, should I then pay for your life? This remark left the officials speechless. It is well understood that the laws of heaven are predicated upon such a saying, that the emperor breaking the law is akin to commoners, is merely for the ears of the weak. Have you ever seen an emperor who, after killing, pays for a life? The crux lies in whether your fist is strong enough. Evidently, Yi Wudi held all the power in this moment. He declared that he would not kill Yi Liangxiao, and who would dare speak against him? Although Yi Liangxiao was rebellious, a father is responsible for the education of his son. The way he has become is largely my fault. Should you also not hold me accountable? The officials fell silent. Furthermore, according to the teachings of the founding emperor, to possess the sword of extermination, the azure dragon, or the heavenly purple chi, one could become the next emperor. Yi Liangxiao has already acquired 2 of these, making him the rightful heir. You would have me kill my own son and also sever the lifeblood of the Desheng dynasty. The officials dared not utter a word. Issue my decree. From this moment forth, Yi Liangxiao shall be the crown prince of Desheng, entering the eastern palace. However, his rebellious actions shall not go unpunished. He shall be confined to the Eastern Palace for 3 years and shall copy the ancestral teachings. In the future, I shall personally instruct the Crown Prince Yi Liangxiao, assisted by the National Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures suddenly descended from the sky, the 4 sword-bearers who attended the emperor, each a formidable golden core cultivator of the 4th realm. The 4 sword-bearers stand ready to heed your Majesty's sacred decree, they proclaimed simultaneously, kneeling in unison. Yi Wudi pointed to one among them and continued, from this moment forth, you 4 shall be wholly responsible for the safety of the crown prince. Should he lose even a single hair, you shall face execution without mercy. Upon hearing this, the officials were taken aback. The 4 sword-bearers, originally powerful guardians of the royal family, were now assigned as personal guards to Yi Liangxiao, whom they deemed a waste. What an extraordinary honor. Thus, Yi Liangxiao was carried back to the Eastern Palace under the protection of the 4 sword-bearers. This palace, vacant for decades, now had a master, yet, one wonders what thoughts would cross the mind of this new crown prince upon awakening to find himself alive, with 4 golden core masters dispatched by the emperor to protect him? After all, he had always been difficult to kill, and now he had 4 bodyguards. Chapter 9. A father's sanction. 7 days later, in the East Palace, Yi Liangxiao awoke with a start. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of 2 familiar faces, the very same maids he had encountered at the residence of the 13th prince. Through the memories of his previous self, he recognized them as Qingshan and Yinar. Their identities were somewhat special, as they were left to him by his courtesan mother. Ah, what are you 2 still doing here? Have you traversed back to Blue Star with me? Haha, splendid. Given your charming appearances, you shall accompany me from now on. One shall be the principal wife, and the other the secondary wife. You must coexist harmoniously, understand? Then, bless me with a few robust children, heh. As Yi Liangxiao, in his heart, he rejoiced, failing to grasp the circumstances around him, and began to ramble nonsensically. Qingshan and Yinar, embodying the essence of ancient beauty, could easily outshine a multitude of internet celebrities in Blue Star. The thought of marrying them as his wives did not seem disgraceful to Yi Liangxiao. Hey, what expressions are you 2 wearing? Why are you looking at me like that? Am I too handsome? He mused. Let me check my phone to see if the bounty has been deposited. Yet, before he could finish his words, his gaze fell upon the antiquated and elegant chamber, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded. A wave of disbelief washed over him, and he was petrified. By the heavens, this environment is all wrong. Could it be that Yi Wudi did not kill me and I am still in the Desheng dynasty? The prince's heart shattered, and he felt an urge to weep bitterly. He had committed every conceivable offense, yet he remained alive. Did this imply that he was destined to linger in this world as a genius wastrel? Curse you! Yi Liangxiao spat, vehemently banging his head against the wall beside his bed. Seeing him awake and rambling incoherently, Qingshan and Yinar adopted a concerned demeanor, quickly interjecting, Your Highness, what are you doing? You have been in a coma for 7 days, and your injuries are just beginning to heal. It is ill-advised to act in anger. Moreover, what grounds do you have for such fury? His Majesty has gone to great lengths to grant you leniency, even at the cost of offending the entire court. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao halted his head banging. How long have I been unconscious? Qingshan bowed slightly and replied respectfully, 7 days. You attempted to assassinate the sovereign by recklessly forcing an increase in your cultivation, which led to a backlash resulting in near-fatal injuries. Had it not been for His Majesty's intervention, you might have. Yinar interjected. Indeed, furthermore, your Highness shall no longer refer to yourself as a prince. You are now officially the Crown Prince. You may not be aware, but during your unconsciousness, His Majesty has proclaimed you as the heir apparent and granted you dominion over the East Palace. You now stand 1 step below the Emperor, above all others. Are you not thrilled? Qingshan's eyes sparkled with envy as she continued, Crown Prince, we shall no longer fear being bullied. Besides designating you as the heir, His Majesty has also dispatched 4 sword. I suspect the 12 other princes will think twice before troubling you now. Are you not exhilarated? Having served Yi Liangxiao for many years, the 2 maids were naturally overjoyed to see him ascend in status. They beamed with delight, unaware that the Crown Prince was on the verge of bursting with rage. Yet, their jubilant tidings seemed far from over. Your Highness, it seems His Majesty is not entirely oblivious to you. At the very least, after your injury, he has shown remarkable concern. He ordered the use of numerous rare elixirs for your recovery and summoned all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau. You have consumed such precious pills that not only have you healed, but the physicians have also stated that you are on the brink of breaking through to the cleansing marrow realm. My goodness, Your Highness, you are truly a prodigy, from being a wastrel to becoming the pride of the Empire in less than 10 days, truly unprecedented in the history of Dishang. With this, you have surpassed your peers, who would dare to harm you. Even if you desired death, it would be a challenge to achieve. This is indeed a cause for celebration. And there's more. I have also heard that to ease relations with the Zhou dynasty and mitigate the scandal involving the lewdness towards Princess Yunshang, His Majesty intends to offer you in marriage to her, with the dowry being the celestial seal that he has nurtured for a century. His Majesty is truly investing heavily to rectify the situation on your behalf. The celestial seal is one of the few semi-divine artifacts in our dynasty, extremely rare. With this as a bride price, the Zhou dynasty's Phoenix Empress will surely temper her anger, and Princess Yunshang will cease her pursuit of justice. Yi Liangxiao listened, his expression one of utter shock. What in the world is happening? I wish for death, even going so far as to commit the most heinous of crimes, patricide and regicide, yet the Emperor does not pursue any charges against me and even elevates me to Crown Prince? What is worse, he has dispatched 4 experts to protect me. How can I possibly die now? The title of Crown Prince is already sufficient to deter most would-be assassins, and now I have the identity of a Zhou dynasty son-in-law. I could stroll through the streets, robbing and pillaging, and no one would dare to stop me. Most infuriating of all is this incessant use of miraculous elixirs to enhance. If I become invincible, then the very concept of death is expunged from my lexicon. At this juncture, the Crown Prince felt tears of frustration welling in his eyes, for the first time realizing that dying was more arduous than living. Yet, what left him breathless and dissatisfied was the fact that the Emperor had rendered him unconscious for 7 days. What did 7 days of unconsciousness signify? It represented a squandered week in his quest for death, resulting in a loss of 7 million in bounties. While the Emperor refrained from executing him, he could still seek alternative means to end his life, but to leave him unconscious for 7 days, what did that mean? It was a gratuitous loss of his bountiful reward. For every day alive, he lost 1 million, and the mere thought of it made Yi Liangxiao's heart. 8.7 million could have built him the most luxurious house in his hometown, yet it had evaporated into thin air. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, cursing, "Damn that old Emperor, you are ruining me, how can I possibly forgive you? This time, my motive for murder transcends mere bounty." Ordinarily, one would require the cleansing marrow realm to fly, but the Crown Prince was an anomaly. Possessing the ancient art of sword control, he could summon a flying sword at will. In the Imperial study, where Yi Wudi was reviewing documents, he felt the surge of the Crown Prince's aura and frowned. Meanwhile, Yi Liangxiao's voice echoed throughout the palace. "Yi Wudi, you may have intended to kill me or let me live, but what does it mean for you to knock me out for 7 days? Do you comprehend what this signifies for me, tyrant? I am now at odds with you. Should you choose not to kill me, I shall take your life." As his words fell, the Crown Prince summoned countless swords, preparing to unleash his signature move. It was not that he wished to employ other techniques, rather, the system had provided him with but this sole method to vanquish his foes. Die in the study. Upon hearing these words, Yi Wudi chuckled silently, withholding his response. An elderly eunuch beside him spoke up, "Your Majesty, judging by the Crown Prince's demeanor, it seems he is on the verge of breaking through to the cleansing marrow realm. However, he appears somewhat rebellious. Perhaps I should intervene to soothe him?" This elderly eunuch, with his subtle remarks, demonstrated a profound understanding of Yi Liangxiao's imminent breakthrough, suggesting he was not to be underestimated. Yi Wudi waved his hand, indicating that the eunuch need not intervene, while contemplating, "This ungrateful son awakens to seek retribution against me yet refrains from mentioning his mother. Instead, he blames me for rendering him unconscious. Is he truly hurt by my actions? Very well, if you fear being knocked out, I shall ensure you are knocked out, to temper your arrogance." With this thought, Yi Wudi smiled, no need for intervention. "I shall personally teach my son a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a punch towards the airborne Yi Liangxiao. At that moment, the Crown Prince, still in the process of summoning his myriad swords, was utterly defenseless. Even if he conjured the Golden Lotus for protection, it would prove futile. He was struck by Yi Wudi's fist and fell to the ground with a thud. Alas, Yi Wudi had perfectly controlled the force of his strike. This punch merely rendered him unconscious without taking his life, yet, it was uncertain how long this time the Crown Prince would remain in a stupor. 10 days later, once again in the East Palace, Yi Liangxiao awakened, only to learn from the maids that he had been unconscious for another 10 days. His fury ignited, and he completely forgot that his current strength was insufficient to confront Yi Wudi. In his despair and indignation, he thought of nothing else but to challenge Yi Wudi to a duel. As expected, each time he attempted to confront him, he ended up fainted. Being unconscious meant he could not pursue death, resulting in further losses in bounties. The greater the losses, the more Eventually, even Yi Wudi began to grow irritated. After countless episodes of being knocked out, Yi Wudi, exasperated, decided to approach Yi Liangxiao's bedside, timing it so that when the Crown Prince opened his eyes, he would deliver a punch, denying him the chance to utter a single word. After a protracted period of unconsciousness, Yi Liangxiao, feeling utterly defeated and resigned, realized that this troublesome emperor had him completely in his grasp. It was also his own fault for claiming to fear being knocked out, thereby revealing his vulnerability, allowing Yi Wudi to seize the opportunity. During the repeated episodes of being knocked out, the Crown Prince suffered substantial losses, with a significant portion of his bounties being deducted, causing his heart to bleed. But what could he do? It seemed the emperor had developed an addiction to knocking him out, even going so far as to personally approach his bedside to render him unconscious. I cannot remain subject to another's whims. The longer I am out, the greater the loss in bounties. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. It seems the path of self-destruction via Yi Wuti is not viable. I must first humble myself and break this cycle. With this resolution, Yi Liangshao decided to swallow his pride and play the role of the repentant son. Just as he was on the brink of being knocked out for the 18th time, in that instant of awakening, he surged forth with unprecedented speed, reaching Yi Wuti before he could strike, and grasping his leg while weeping profusely. Your Majesty, Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please show mercy. Have you eaten? I can send someone to prepare a meal for you. Alright, please, do not strike me. With a face of genuine remorse, he appeared innocent and harmless. Yi Wuti, witnessing his submission, chuckled in disbelief. Oh? You can cook, is it delicious? I would indeed like to try. Yi Liangshao sensed an opportunity upon seeing him withdraw his fist and replied, I may not be able to cook myself, but my two maids are exceptional chefs. He gestured towards Qingshan and Yinar. Chapter 10 Seizing the princess's giant egg. Upon hearing this, Qingshan and Yinar felt a shiver run down their spines. Instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation, they promptly bowed and said, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. We shall prepare everything immediately. Shortly thereafter, a steaming bowl of vegetable noodles was served before Yi Wuti. He turned to glance at the bowl, and a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he murmured, I wonder if it can replicate her unique flavor. Without further ado, he approached the table and began to eat. Yi Wuti, already suspected to be on the verge of transcending the mortal realm, could have easily abstained from earthly sustenance. Yet, this bowl of vegetarian noodles seemed to captivate his heart. Once he had devoured every last morsel, the emperor revealed a hint of disappointment, sighing, Alas, it still lacks that certain taste. Who could rival her culinary skills? After a moment of melancholy, he turned to the obsequious Yi Liangshao, who was bowing attentively at his side, and remarked, Shower, now that you recognize your errors, you must henceforth speak in. Your endorsement by the Azure Dragon Zurxian signifies that you are the next ruler of our great Shang. As the Crown Prince, you must embody the qualities befitting your station. These past years, I have indeed neglected you, but you must understand that it was likely for your own good. However, there is no need for subtlety any longer. Take a respite for the next few days and seek me out in 3 days' time. From then on, I shall personally guide you. Do you understand? Yi Liangshao, having realized his waywardness, was eager to assume the role of a dutiful son, hoping to dispel the emperor's discontent. He promptly responded, Your humble son shall dutifully heed the emperor's decree. My reverence for you, father, flows as ceaselessly as the mighty river. I am confident that under your guidance, I shall be able to shoulder the great responsibilities of our Shang dynasty. In this life, I would gladly sacrifice myself for the glory of our great Shang, without hesitation. He spoke with such conviction that it seemed he had genuinely repented. Yi Wuti nodded approvingly, saying, Excellent. I hope you will keep your word. We shall meet in 3 days' time, and I shall observe your progress. With that, he turned and departed the eastern palace, accompanied by his retinue. Long live the emperor! May he reign for 1,000 autumns, equal in longevity to the heavens. The crown prince feigned an extravagant display of flattery as the emperor turned away. However, once the emperor's back was turned, his expression shifted to one of anxiety, pacing back and forth restlessly. In his heart, he thought, this is troublesome, my pretense of obedience seems to have convinced the emperor. He even mentioned personally instructing me to become the future monarch of the great Shang. My ambitions do not lie in this direction. I do not wish to be mired in endless duties, followed by a swarm of sycophants chanting my praises. Yet, Yi Wuti does not appear to be jesting. Should I fall into his grasp, escaping death would be nearly impossible. I have 3 days. 3 days hence, I must meet him. Before that, I must find a way to die, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. But how could he meet his demise? The crown prince's brow furrowed in despair. He could not resort to self-harm, nor could he reveal any suicidal intentions. As a person of high status, a chosen one, the avenues for his demise were virtually non-existent. Seeing his troubled countenance, Qingshan and Yinar inquired, Your Highness, what troubles you? You are soon to be a groom. Once the emperor resolves matters with the Zhou dynasty, the first order of business will surely be to unite you with Princess Yunxiang in marriage. You should be joyous. Indeed, they continued. The Zhou dynasty reveres women, all their emperors have been female. We have heard that Princess Yunxiang has awakened the bloodline of the Fire Phoenix, possessing the potential to become the next Zhou empress. Yet, it is puzzling why the Zhou emperor would send her for a marriage alliance, but is that not fortuitous? If Princess Yunxiang were to ascend as the Zhou empress, would it not bring great joy as the Zhou dynasty integrates into our great Shang's territory? Furthermore, Princess Yunxiang is exceptionally talented, one of the 3 beauties of the Shenzhou continent, an honor few can attain. Our crown prince is indeed fortunate. As the two maidens conversed, they inadvertently illuminated Yi. As a Zhou princess, she possesses both temper and strength. The last time in the Grand Hall, she dared to strike at me before the emperor. It is clear that she has a fiery disposition. Now that I am of high rank, designated as the crown prince, and under the emperor's protection, I doubt anyone in the Shang would dare to harm me, including my 12 royal brothers. However, the Zhou dynasty is different. I have insulted their princess, and they must despise me to the core. If I provoke them further, would I not invite disaster upon myself? The Zhou dynasty is a formidable. They undoubtedly harbor many skilled individuals in their court. If I conceal my abilities, could I not meet my end at their hands? Yi Liangshao pondered this, his spirits lifting as he exclaimed, Yes. I should be elated, ha ha ha. However, this burst of joy was fleeting. At the next moment, he fell into despondency again. But this is Chengdu, not the divine capital of the Zhou. The Zhou have only sent a mere 100 individuals. Although some may be skilled, with the protection of the 4 sword guards left by Yi Wudi, they would find it difficult to harm me, even if some among them could contend with the 4 sword guards. What of Yi Wudi's intervention? Feeling uncertain, the crown prince sank back into his gloom. This oscillation between joy and despair left Qing Shan and Yin Er perplexed. If only the illustrious Phoenix Empress would come here to kill me. Yet, how could a sovereign of a great nation easily come to take a life? Moreover, she would certainly be wary of Yi Wudi, unless she had an unavoidable reason to come and slay me. Where would such a justification be found? Should I personally venture to the divine capital of the Zhou and slay her father? Killing the Phoenix Empress's father would indeed be a daunting task. However, if he were to slay her daughter, would not the Phoenix Empress erupt in fury? And lo and behold, within Chengdu, the Phoenix Empress's daughter was none other than Princess Yunxiang. If I were to eliminate Yunxiang, would the Phoenix Empress not journey across great distances to exact vengeance upon me? This plan is infallible. Yi Lianxiao's spirits soared once more, and he began to dance with elation. At this moment, he harbored murderous intentions toward his future bride, all for the sake of that tantalizing reward. However, Yunxiang had already undergone a rebirth as a giant egg. Who could know when she would be reborn? How could he possibly kill her? Yi Lianxiao's brow furrowed once again, but in the next moment, a solution struck him. By heavens, becoming a giant egg is fortuitous. Yunxiang cannot resist. It would be far easier to seize her. Why not first procure her giant egg, shatter it, and thus ensure her demise? Yes, but such a sizable egg cannot go to waste. I must consume it. The yolk shall be transformed into golden fried rice. The egg whites can be steamed. Nothing shall be wasted. How could it be said that I am not a genius? Such a brilliant scheme has come to my mind. There is truly no one like me. In that moment, he envisioned devouring Yunxiang's egg whites and yolks, revealing a rather twisted side of his character. Qing Shan, summon someone to prepare a large pot. I shall make fried rice. Iner, go chop some minced meat. Surely, you have never tasted phoenix eggs before. Tonight, I shall whet your appetites. With that, he called for his sword and soared into the sky, hastening toward the envoy's pavilion. Chapter 11. Fire up the wok. As Yi Lianxiao swiftly departed, the 4 sword-bearers who had been covertly guarding him promptly followed suit. Upon witnessing his hasty descent into the envoy's residence, one of the sword-bearers felt an ominous premonition and exclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, he may be seeking Princess Yunxiang, but his intentions seem rather malicious. What shall we do if a conflict arises?" Another sighed in resignation. Alas, what can we do? The crown prince has already committed regicide, and yet his majesty has spared his life. Not only that, but he has even granted him the position of heir apparent. What recourse do we have? His majesty has decreed that not a single hair on his head shall be harmed. If a confrontation truly occurs, must we assist him? What other choice do we have? The faces of the 4 sword-bearers were marked with helplessness inside the envoy's residence. As Yi Lianxiao descended dramatically, the guards of the Zhou dynasty were taken aback, initially believing it to be an enemy assault, and instinctively brandished their magical artifacts. Upon recognizing Yi Lianxiao's nonchalant appearance, the leading Zhou guard commander was first astonished and then enraged. "You, Yi Lianxiao, the lecherous scoundrel, how dare you desecrate Princess Yunxiang before us? Have you forgotten the shame you brought upon yourself in the Great Hall, where you brazenly insulted her? Did not Emperor Shang declare that you had reformed? You have been placed under house arrest. How is it that you dare to come here?" The guard commander glared at him menacingly. Why Yi Lianxiao had indeed come to provoke a confrontation, and with a sly grin, he retorted, "House arrest? Reformed, those words do not exist in my lexicon. As for why I am here, you shall soon find out. Where is Yunxiang's egg? Bring it to me. I am famished and wish to feast upon her egg." "You have no objections, do you?" The guards were left utterly flabbergasted. What was this lecherous scoundrel saying? He was publicly insulting the princess and showing no remorse, audaciously proclaiming his desire to consume her sacred egg. Such an affront could warrant the gravest of punishments. "How dare you, Yi Lianxiao? Do you truly believe that the great Zhou is without defenders? Seize him, execute him, dismember his corpse." The guard commander, furiously issuing commands, was met with Yi Lianxiao's unflappable demeanor, who merely shook his head in exasperation. If these men could approach him and slay him, that would indeed bring joy to all. However, reality dictated otherwise, for the 4 sword-bearers were still present. As anticipated, before Yi Lianxiao could lift a finger, the 4 sword-bearers descended from above, intercepting the guard's assault. The proficiency of the Golden Core realm was far beyond that of mere postnatal guards. To eye on the blink of an eye, dozens of Zhou guards lay incapacitated on the ground, with only the commander remaining capable of for Golden Core cultivators? The guard commander's face turned ashen. At this moment, Yi Lianxiao approached and spoke. "Now do you comprehend my capabilities? Quickly tell me, where is Yunxiang? The 13th son of Emperor Shang is indeed a rebellious wretch. Did you think you could intrude upon the envoy's residence without your father's knowledge?" Accompanied by a fierce aura, the voice reverberated, causing the 4 sword-bearers to stagger back a few steps. One of the sword-bearers, his expression grave, exclaimed, "A nascent soul expert?" A nascent soul cultivator from the Central 4 realms was indeed a formidable presence. Though they were a level below Yi Wudi's semi-divine realm, they were still a terrifying force. With most of the sword-bearers at the 1st or 2nd rank of the Golden Core realm, they stood at a considerable disadvantage against this apparent nascent soul expert of the Zhou dynasty. As the saying goes, a single rank creates a chasm, and even a single rank could spell disaster, let alone the difference in realms. To their astonishment, the Zhou dynasty had dispatched a nascent soul master to accompany Princess Yunxiang. The four sword-bearers, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly turned to Yi Liangxiao and advised, "Your Highness, there is a nascent soul expert present. Please depart swiftly. We shall hold them off to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Yet, Yi Liangxiao was not one to relent without achieving his objective. He had come here either to be killed or to seize Yunchang's egg. Otherwise, he had no intention of leaving her. Upon hearing the sword-bearer's warning, he smiled faintly and said, "A nascent soul expert? But there is only one of them. Can the four of you hold him off?" One of the sword-bearers cautioned, "Your Highness, do not take such risks. Just tell me if you can hold him off. Engage him. I shall snatch Yunchang's egg and then make my escape." With that, he dashed into the envoy residence. The nascent soul expert within the residence erupted in fury. "How dare you? Do you truly believe I am insignificant?" An ethereal elder materialized, wielding a cloud-calling banner. However, the four sword-bearers simultaneously intervened, thwarting the elder's attack. A confrontation between a nascent soul and golden core cultivators was inherently imbalanced, yet the four sword-bearers, employing their combined might, managed to unleash an offensive that rivaled that of a nascent soul master. With all their strength, they risked their cultivation levels and forced the elder out of the envoy residence, distancing him from Yi Liangxiao. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Liangxiao scoured the envoy residence with remarkable speed. Before long, he discovered Yunchang's egg in one of the chambers, surrounded by a shimmering aura, as though protected by a formidable array. After all, as a princess, she required adequate protection during her rebirth. The array surrounding the egg was evidently not weak. The nascent soul master had likely been lured away under the assumption that Yi Liangxiao, with his meager innate cultivation, would be incapable of breaching the array, allowing him to focus on the four sword-bearers. Indeed, Yi Liangxiao found himself unable to approach the egg. Any attempt to touch the aura would result in repulsion. Frustrated, he cursed inwardly, "That old fool has set up a barrier. How am I supposed to?" Aside from his innate sword mastery, he possessed no knowledge of formations or elixirs. Unable to breach the nascent soul master's array posed a significant dilemma. If only the Zhuxian sword were present, he could have attempted to sever the array, but both the Zhuxian— After a moment's hesitation, Yi Liangxiao, out of options, resorted to brute force. Channeling his internal energy to its utmost limit, he launched himself against the array surrounding the egg. However, a barrier set by a nascent soul master was not something he could simply break through with sheer force. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not step even a half step into the barrier, suffering instead from a backlash that caused him to spit blood. Ugh! He coughed violently, stumbling backward for several paces before managing to steady himself. Strangely, however, his blood did not succumb to the barrier's confines but instead splattered onto the egg. Though he had sustained a minor injury from the backlash, he was not disheartened. Rather, he was elated, thinking, "Oh, this barrier is so potent that it can even wound me. If I were to force my way in, would I not be consumed by the backlash? Ha, what a delightful dead end." In the next moment, he charged forward once more. To his surprise, this time the barrier faltered, and he collided directly with the egg. Simultaneously, the nascent soul elder, who was entangled with the four sword bearer— "This brat has actually breached my barrier?" Saying so, he swiftly descended, intent on returning to the egg's side. However, the four sword bearers would not allow him that luxury. Of Yi Liangxiao, equally puzzled, wondered how the barrier had vanished so suddenly. But had he been more astute, he would have noticed that the blood he had spilled on the egg was being gradually absorbed. Regardless, it matters not, the barrier may be gone, but I shall seize the egg and flee, ready to boil. Whether the Zhou dynasty's Phoenix Emperor comes to retaliate or not, it matters little. Thus, the Crown Prince, with resolute determination, hoisted Yunchang's egg and made a hasty retreat. Goodness, it's incredibly heavy. This young woman didn't seem particularly plump when she was alive, yet how has she transformed into this colossal egg, weighing 1,000 pounds? The moment Yi Liangxiao lifted the enormous egg, he sensed two peculiarities. First, as he made contact with the egg, a fleeting illusion of a fire phoenix appeared in his mind, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. A second, the egg was so weighty that, had he not been bestowed with the aptitude for cultivation by the system, reaching the pinnacle of innate power, he would surely have been unable to bear it. Carrying this heavy egg made it arduous for Yi Liangxiao to fly with his sword, compelling him to run back to the residence of the 13th prince on foot. The reason for avoiding the eastern palace was that it lay within the imperial city, and should Ji— Thus, the prince decisively opted to return to his old home, the 13th prince's residence, to prepare this gigantic egg. Meanwhile, Qing Shan and Yin Er were already heating the oil in the kitchen. "Make way, make way. Do you not see this royal carrying a giant egg? Mind your heads and tread carefully." Having dashed out from the envoy's mansion, Yi Liangxiao made his way back to the 13th prince's residence with an air of audacity. Along the route, he raised his voice to warn passers-by who obstructed his path. Upon seeing him, the bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves. Following the assassination incident at the main hall, the crown prince had become quite the celebrity in the city, recognizable wherever he went. After all, he was the first in history to be named crown prince after such an act. Isn't that the crown prince? What is he up to, and what in the world is that giant egg? Looks like our esteemed heir is at it again. Just look at that egg, it has a faint phoenix flame on it. Could it possibly be the cauldron used by Princess Yunchang of the Zhou dynasty during her rebirth? I've heard that the crown prince publicly teased the princess and even forced a kiss on her. Furious, Princess Yunchang vowed to kill him during her rebirth, but the emperor intervened. Could it be that the princess is inside that egg? Why would the crown prince take the princess's egg? Surely he doesn't intend to cook it. The crown prince truly has no bounds. The emperor was right to call him a wayward son. As he continued his journey, the astonishment of the citizens only grew. Upon returning to the 13th prince's residence, Yi Liangxiao burst through the gates, shouting, "Qing Shan, Yin Er, come quickly to assist me." I am about to collapse under this weight. The two maidservants rushed over, and upon seeing the giant egg, their pupils dilated in shock, yet they still helped him steady it. Is the iron pot and steamer ready? Today, I shall prepare phoenix egg fried rice for you both. He declared nonchalantly. The maidservants were rendered speechless, recognizing the phoenix flame on the egg. Only a fool would not understand that this was a phoenix Eggi in the Zhou dynasty. The only member of the phoenix clan present in Chengdu was Princess Yunxiang. With trepidation, Qingshan spoke, Your Highness, what are you planning to do? I thought you were jesting, but you truly have brought back Princess Yunxiang. This is unacceptable. Your Highness, the phoenix will kill you. Yet Yi Liangshao chuckled, I am a man of my word. Once I promise fried rice, I must fulfill it. As for the rest, I shall bear it. I fear not the phoenix. In fact, I hope she comes. Qingshan and Yin exchanged anxious glances. With a resounding thud, he placed the giant egg in the courtyard, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. Observing the astonished expressions of the two maidservants, he chided, Didn't I say not to worry? What are you afraid of? Leaning against the egg, he knocked on it and added, This egg is not only heavy but also remarkably hard. It seems difficult to crack open. Qingshan, go fetch a hammer. I shall personally prepare this egg. Qingshan, feeling embarrassed, replied, I cannot, Your Highness. Cowardly girl. Iner, you go. Iner shook her head vehemently, Your Highness, please do not make me do this. I truly cannot. Why is everyone so timid? Yi Liangshao exclaimed, dismissing further conversation as he conjured a sword. Without a hammer, a sword would suffice. Summoning a sharp blade with his divine sense, he wasted no time and struck down upon the egg. Boom! The sword struck with a thunderous sound, yet the egg remained unbroken. Instead, the violent tremor awakened a slumbering little fire phoenix within. The Zhou royal family, inherently blessed with the bloodline of the fire phoenix, often prided themselves on being of the phoenix clan. The fire phoenix as rebirth signifies that even in death, it shall rise again. Those of the Zhou royal lineage who awaken the power of the fire phoenix are destined to be emperors. However, not every royal can awaken the divine bloodline, and even if they do, it is not always the purest. Only those who inherit the most authentic fire phoenix blood. Princess Yunxiang was evidently one such individual, having inherited 3 divine weapons of the Zhou royal family and the ability of rebirth. This was why she dared to wield the dragon sword prematurely. Yet at this moment, her rebirth was incomplete, and she remained in the form of a little fire phoenix, needing to nourish herself through slumber to be reborn. Now, however, she had been startled awake by Yi Liangxiao's sword. I should require 81 days to complete my first rebirth. Why am I suddenly awake? What has transpired? The little fire phoenix, in its state, was filled with confusion. Before she could even sense her surroundings, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Damn it, this egg is so hard that it broke my sword and still hasn't cracked. Moreover, it's far too large. Even if I make fried rice, the 3 of us won't finish it. I suppose I'll need to invite a few more people to eat it. Once it's done, Yunxiang will be dead then. I'll wait for the phoenix to come and kill me. Oh, what a pity for such a beautiful girl like Yunxiang. If it weren't for the need to hurry back and collect my payment, I truly would have liked to spend a night with her. Such a waste. Princess Yunxiang was momentarily stunned. Whose voice was this? How could it intrude upon her thoughts? Outside the egg, Yi Liangshao continued to strike at the giant egg, yet he clearly did not utter a word. However, it seemed Yunxiang could hear his innermost thoughts. What is happening? Yunxiang was astounded, struggling to accept it. Was that person outside truly the scoundrel Yi Liangshao? But why could she hear his heart's voice? Did he intend to shatter her rebirth cauldron? Did he think this was an ordinary egg, with mere egg whites and yolks inside? Did he truly intend to cook it for a meal? This detestable scoundrel. The princess was furious, gritting her teeth, wishing to tear Yi Liangshao to shreds immediately. Yet, even more shocking events were to follow. Just as Yunxiang was seething with rage and attempted to peer within herself to hasten her awakening, she was struck dumb. She discovered a faint mark had appeared in her sea of consciousness. This mark seemed to signify a master-servant contract. The rebirth of the phoenix is most averse to the presence of living blood. Should it be tainted by a bloodline stronger than its own, the laws of heaven and earth would automatically bind a contract. Either the fire phoenix would become the master, or it would serve as a contracted servant. The pivotal distinction lay in the strength of the bloodline. How many in this world could compel a fire phoenix to recognize them as master? Yunxiang's eyes widened in fury as she thought, this scoundrel, I have become his contracted servant. Heaven above. Chapter 13. Iron Pot stews the phoenix, the interplay of creation and destruction. Just as Yunxiang was engulfed in a whirlwind of fury and astonishment, outside, Yi Liangshao continued his relentless assault with his sword. When a single blade proved inadequate, he summoned countless flying swords to strike simultaneously at the colossal egg, causing tremors that reverberated through several nearby streets. However, after half an hour, the massive egg remained utterly impervious, not even a crack to be seen, which was indeed rather peculiar. Panic surged within Yi Liangshao as he paused, casting a worried glance towards the palace. In his view, whether it was to seize the egg or to shatter it, the commotion created was considerable. The invincible emperor residing in the palace would inevitably receive news of this disturbance. Should the emperor arrive, any plans for a stir-fry would be thwarted. According to the scheme, the crown prince was supposed to have cooked the egg before the emperor could discover the situation. By that time, Yunxiang would become a delectable dish, and even if Yi Wudi possessed semi-divine powers, he would be unable to resurrect her. Moreover, this act would simultaneously provoke the ire of both the Zhou dynasty and the Deshang kingdom, leaving Yi Wudi with no justification to protect him. Yi Liangxiao could then revel in his fortune, claiming a bounty of billions. Once Yunshang perished, the distant Feng Huang would undoubtedly sense the disturbance. For those who practice cultivation, 1,000 miles can be traversed in a single step. From the divine capital of the Zhou to the capital of the Deshang, the formidable Feng Huang would likely reach the scene without delay. With the might of the Feng Huang, the crown prince's demise would be assured. Yet, the persistent intactness of the phoenix egg posed a significant risk. What if Yi Wuti detected the situation beforehand and intervened? Even if Yi Wuti remained unaware, the four sword bearers could not withstand the might of the Zhous. Should either of them arrive, Yi Liangxiao's chance to consume the egg would vanish. With this thought, Yi Liangxiao felt an overwhelming urgency and resolved, I must go all out to crack the egg. Each passing second could alter the outcome. In the next moment, he unleashed his divine consciousness, preparing to execute the 10,000 swords to the shrine, striking the gigantic egg with all his might, determined to achieve immediate success. The sheer force of the 10,000 swords to the shrine was immense, causing a commotion that would undoubtedly attract Yi Wuti's attention. However, as long as he could shatter Yunshang's egg before Yi Wuti's arrival, the priority was to commit an irreparable sin, summoning that formidable Feng Huang, whose terror rivaled Yi Wuti. Rise! Yi Liangxiao shouted. Only those cultivators of the 6th grade of marrow washing or above could temporarily sever Yi Liangxiao's divine will. The fearsome aspect of the ancient sword control technique lay in its. Currently, at the peak of the 1st grade of innate cultivation, Yi Liangxiao could control swords wielded by cultivators below the 6th grade of marrow washing. The entire capital seemed to resonate with. At that moment, just as Yi Liangxiao was about to complete his preparation, the phoenix egg unexpectedly caved in at a certain point. It had been impervious to all his strikes, yet upon halt, it seemed that his previous assaults had not been entirely in vain. Seeing this, Yi Liangxiao's face lit up with joy. He promptly withdrew his divine consciousness and exclaimed, "Oh, the egg has cracked?" He hurried over to inspect the opening in the colossal egg, only to find a dark void within. There was no sight of egg yolk or egg white spilling out, leaving him perplexed. This egg seems odd, why is there nothing inside? But as soon as he voiced his confusion, the contents are not filling, after all, it's not a chicken egg. Thus, he began to unleash his fists upon the opening to enlarge it, hoping to extract the ingredients within, shouting as he did so, Qingshan, Inair, don't just stand there like fools. Bring over a large basin and a spoon, do you not wish to enjoy some fried rice? The two maidservants, however, retreated in fright, not daring to approach, although it had yet to be Yet here was the crown prince, intent on devouring the colossal egg of his future consort. Was he a beast? What a grotesque taste! Qingshan and Inair were left speechless, utterly helpless. At the bottom of the gigantic egg, the small fire phoenix, in its weakened state, was trembling with rage, wishing to devour Yi Liangxiao. However, she had yet to successfully undergo her rebirth, her strength not fully restored, and with Yi Liang, even more disheartening was the fact that this fool had unwittingly bound her in a contract, rendering her his servant. This was something Princess Yunshan could hardly tolerate. What did the master-servant contract signify? Those who understood would know, under the laws of heaven and earth, a master-servant relationship was one of mutual existence and opposition. One flourished, the other flourished alongside. Even if Yunshan possessed the capability to slay Yi Liangxiao, she could not act rashly. Under the power of the contract, their fates were intertwined. If Yi Liangxiao were to perish, she too would struggle to survive unless she could dissolve the contract beforehand. Yet, the force of this heavenly law was formidable. Who could fathom how to break it? At the very least, Yunshan herself was oblivious to In other words, from a certain perspective, not only could Yunshan not kill Yi Liangxiao, but she was also compelled to protect him. For under the contract, should the master perish, the servant would not simply vanish into smoke, they would lose half their life, and this was certainly not something that could be restored merely through rebirth. Contemplating this, the princess felt tears welling up, cursing the heavens for their injustice. Even more infuriating was that her master now sought to consume her. How was she to maintain her composure? Fried phoenix egg rice? Did he not understand the significance of rebirth? Did he think of her as merely an egg? Yunshan was consumed by rage. Within the bounds of the master-servant relationship, the servant could not kill the master, lest they face backlash and heavenly retribution. However, whether the master could kill the servant remained uncertain. Was she truly destined to perish at his hands today? A profound sense of crisis surged within Yunshan's heart. Did the rumors not claim that the 13th prince of the Shang dynasty was a worthless incompetent? How had he suddenly ascended to the peak of innate cultivation, even surpassing her, the fire phoenix spirit? Moreover, his blood could suppress the fire phoenix's lineage, forcing her to acknowledge him as master. Was he? Princess Yunshan dared not contemplate further, feeling her throat dry and her heart tumultuous. Were all the people of the Shang dynasty deceivers? If even those who could suppress the fire phoenix bloodline were deemed worthless, then was there anyone normal left in this world? Yunshan sighed deeply, a chill settling in her heart. No, she could not meet her end here. Even in death, she would die under the laws of heaven and earth. Even if it meant self-detonating her phoenix core, she would ensure that Yi Liangxiao accompanied her in death. In the next moment, she let out a piercing phoenix cry that echoed throughout the Shang capital, her entire being radiating with brilliance as she prepared to transform into a fiery blaze and break free from her shell. At that moment, just as Yi Liangxiao struck the gigantic egg with a punch, he was suddenly met with the sound of the phoenix's cry and the eruption of flames. Quick to react, he disregarded the source of the phenomenon, transforming his fist into a claw to seize the small fire phoenix by the neck. With a flurry of flapping wings and incessant cries, Yunshan, still in her incomplete transformation and retaining her small fire phoenix form, was caught by Yi Liang. Instinctively, she flailed her wings, squawking loudly, like a great goose. Yi Liangxiao, upon seeing this, first furrowed his brow, then burst into laughter. Oh, I wondered why I couldn't see the egg white or yolk. It turns out a little phoenix has hatched. Perfect, he had merely intended to have a vegetarian dish, yet unexpectedly, the vegetarian egg had transformed into something meaty. How splendid! With a mischievous grin, he turned to the two maidservants and declared, "Little girls, today's menu has changed. We shall prepare an iron pot stew of phoenix. How does that sound? You are in for a treat. Look at this little phoenix, so plump, weighing over 10 pounds. Stewing it in an iron pot will surely yield exquisite flavor. But let me make it clear, I shall have both wings, and you two will each get a leg. Ching Shan, prepare hot water. I shall personally handle the plucking. Inair, stoke the fire for the iron pot, and fetch some spices. I fear it may have a gamey taste. Quickly now, be nimble. In this world, only money and good food are not to be taken lightly. If you don't show enthusiasm for meals, there is something wrong with you. Stop dawdling." The two maidservants stood agape, nearly fainting from shock. It appeared that the crown prince was resolute in his intention not to spare the princess. He even wished to stew her? Who could possibly bring themselves to do such a thing? The crown prince was certainly a peculiar individual. Chapter 14. The mad trio of master and servants. The two maids were utterly speechless. Having encountered such a master, the mere desire to live longer had become a lofty aspiration. In the past, when His Highness the Crown Prince was still regarded as a wastrel, life, though somewhat stifling, could at least be endured with a semblance of resilience, allowing them to survive until a natural death. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he suddenly awakened to extraordinary talents, soaring to the pinnacle of innate strength and being appointed as the heir apparent. To the two maids, it appeared that the Crown Prince had indeed found fortune. After all, they had served the Crown Prince since childhood, their loyalty and diligence undeniable. It is often said that when one ascends, those around them also benefit. With the Crown Princess rise, how could they possibly be overlooked? During the time when Yi Liangxiao lay unconscious, Qing Shan and Inair had envisioned their futures countless times, and those dreams were nothing short of splendid. The Crown Prince's newfound power signified that they too could bask in his glory. No longer would they be derided as mere servants, with the Crown Prince at their side, who would dare to belittle them, previously known as lowly maids. They could soon be addressed as Lady Shan and Lady Yin, or perhaps even as the esteemed head of the Eastern Palace's internal affairs, or trusted confidants to the Crown Prince. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon gaining power, the Crown Prince would not only act recklessly, jeopardizing his position as heir, but also engage in acts of defiance that threatened to plunge the realm into chaos? His reckless trespassing into the palace and his disturbances in the court were punishable by death, yet, the emperor, in his benevolence, spared him from execution and even tidied up the aftermath of his misdeed. He even went so far as to arrange for Princess Yunxiang's marriage to him. Upon awakening, instead of expressing gratitude for the emperor's graciousness, he audaciously attempted regicide multiple times. As if that were not enough, the Crown Prince now harbored intentions to seduce the Crown Princess's prized egg, even after discovering the princess. This led the two maids to the disheartening realization that they were trapped in an inescapable situation. Though the Crown Prince was the one orchestrating these events, the act of cooking a royal princess was an unforgivable crime that would surely invite collective punishment. Not to mention the potential wrath of the distant emperor of the Zhou dynasty, one could only imagine the consequences should the emperor learn of this. The entire Eastern Palace and the 13th Princess estate would face annihilation, and naturally, this included the two of them. In other words, the survival of the Crown Prince meant their own survival. Conversely, his demise would seal their fates as well. Qing Shan and Inair felt their lives hanging by a thread, leaving them with no appetite to contemplate consuming phoenix meat. In unison, they knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, grant us death." Yi Liangxiao was momentarily taken aback. "Death for you, who suggested that I intend to kill you? I merely require your assistance in preparing the fire for my culinary endeavors, nothing more than that." "Isn't that a certain path to death?" Qing Shan lamented. "Though you do not wish to slay us, should the Emperor and the Phoenix Empress discover this, we would be doomed to execution alongside you. It would be more merciful for you to end our lives first." Yi Liangxiao chuckled softly, finally grasping the concerns of the two women. It was indeed a precarious situation, with a mission that led to certain death. Recklessness was unavoidable. Should they perish, they could return to their homeworld with a reward, yet these two would meet their end in vain. One could not help but feel that their plight was a consequence of her actions. However, the deed was done, and even if she claimed innocence or suggested they escape, it would be futile. Two insignificant palace maids could hardly evade the wrath of the court. Even if the Deshang court were to show them clemency, the Phoenix Empress would undoubtedly demand retribution. The fates of these two women were irrevocably entwined with her own, both facing a death sentence. Since the situation was beyond redemption, why not indulge in these final moments? With this thought, Yi Liangxiao laughed heartily. "You two have a keen understanding of the situation. Given that we are all destined for death, why should we deny ourselves the pleasures of exquisite cuisine? Even in death, one must be a well-fed ghost. Even if I were to set you free now, you would find no means of survival. Instead, let us relish the taste of phoenix meat while we still can. After all, how often does one have the opportunity to savor such a delicacy? To miss this chance would be a tragic waste." Fully aware that she could not save them, she artfully enticed the two, suggesting they join her in feasting. The moment the two women exchanged glances, a spark of understanding ignited within them. The Crown Princess' reasoning seems sound. Since we are all fated to die, why should we hold back? What harm could a taste of phoenix meat bring? Qing Shan was the first to awaken to this notion. "Your Highness is correct. In this inescapable predicament, there is no need for reservations." "Very well, I shall assist you in preparing the meat." Inair gritted her teeth, declaring, "I am in as well. As you said, it is better to die full than starve. Your Highness, allow me to secure the wings and feet while you take care of the phoenix's neck." How does that sound? Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Liangxiao felt a surge of exhilaration. Excellent, your enlightenment is not in vain, our bond as master and servants shall not be forgotten. Enair, go prepare the spices, the phoenix meat may have a strong odor, then return to help me with the phoenix. Xing Shan, just boiling the phoenix might be too bland. Fetch the old turtle from the pond in the backyard, let us cook it together. Indeed, the phoenix meat can be prepared on one side while the turtle simmers in a delightful broth. How splendid! Xing Shan's eyes widened. But your highness, that old turtle was a birthday gift from the emperor. It is said to be a mystical creature, who gifts a turtle for a birthday. That foolish sovereign must be mocking me. It deserves to be slaughtered even more. So hurry, Yi Liangxiao commanded decisively. Then, almost mischievously, she added, speaking of turtles, I suddenly recall the azure dragon. If only it were here, I would have gladly slaughtered it as well, and then we could have made a dragon phoenix soup. Alas, it was taken by Yi Wudi, such a pity. If not, I would have feasted on both dragon and phoenix meat. Her expression turned wistful, eliciting admiration from the two maids, who raised their thumbs in respect. Your highness, your imagination knows no bounds. We hold you in reverence as we would a majestic mountain and flowing waters. Enough with the flattery, let us act swiftly. I shall personally prepare the water and pluck the feathers. She interrupted their praise, gesturing for haste. Turning to the little fire phoenix, she smirked. Oh, little phoenix, do be obedient. Just a cut to your neck and you shall ascend to the blissful realm. With that, she snapped her fingers, utilizing her own vital energy to conjure a rope that bound Yin Shang. The next moment, she whistled and added kindling to the iron pot in the courtyard. In her excitement, as the fire blazed, she mused, in such a moment, how could I not compose a poem? Yun Shang, oh Yun Shang, did you foresee that today would be your last? To meet your end by my lips is indeed an honor. Allow me to craft for you an everlasting poem, shall we? You will find peace in your departure. Do you not see, the waters of the yellow river flow from the heavens, rushing toward the sea, never to return? In her triumphant reverie, she inadvertently recited lines reminiscent of the poetry of Li Bai, oblivious to whether the coffin lid could still contain the spirit of the poetic sage. Chapter 15 of the Phoenix's Rebirth. Ascending to the washing marrow realm, as the poem came to an end, Xing Shan and Yin Air returned. Your highness, the 18 fragrant stewing spices and the trio of ingredients to eliminate the fishy smell are all prepared. Your highness, the old turtle has been caught. It is rather plump. I weighed it and it is approximately 20 pounds, just perfect to accompany this phoenix meat. Hee. After gaining insight, the two maidservants moved with remarkable swiftness. After all, being in the presence of the prince meant a feast of phoenix meat. At this moment, the water in the iron pot had also reached a boil. Yi Liangxiao was overjoyed, pointing to the clear blue sky, exclaiming, excellent. Let us commence the slaughter of the turtle and the phoenix, and indulge in a grand feast. Afterward, we shall head to the northwest to report. Xing Shan, your highness is indeed wise and mighty. Enair, the crown prince is unparalleled in wisdom. Meanwhile, Yun Shan, bound nearby, was on the verge of exploding with rage, her phoenix eyes blazing with fire. Were these three, the master and servants, truly beasts devoid of humanity? They actually intended to cook her along with an old turtle utterly inhumane, deserving of the wrath of both gods and men, worse than pigs and dogs. Heaven above, send down a bolt of lightning to smite this scoundrel. Yun Shang fumed, feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, she possessed almost no power to resist, merely able to curse in silence, praying for the heavens to strike down Yi Liangxiao, the phoenix's rebirth, born from the depths of despair. Upon successful rebirth, Yun Shang would not only restore her original strength but might even ascend further. Yet, it was evident that she had not yet succeeded, still in the form of a young fire phoenix. Forcing her way out would reset the rebirth process. Only by reawakening the slumbering cauldron could she continue her rebirth. Presently, her strength was minimal, resembling a mere domestic fowl. How could she possibly resist the innate pinnacle of Yi Liangxiao? Fortunately, the Phoenix Dan still resided within her, providing her with a glimmer of hope for resistance. She could self-destruct the Phoenix Dan, bringing about mutual destruction with Yi Liangxiao. However, such an action would lead to her complete annihilation, and even the power of rebirth would not grant her another chance at life. Come forth! As her heart seethed with indignation, Yun Shang sensed Yi Liangxiao summoning his treasured sword, approaching her with a despicable grin. Was this lecher planning to take action against her, to slit her throat? A sense of crisis enveloped her, her phoenix eyes flared with anger as she silently lamented, it seems that even in death, I shall not suffer the humiliation of this lecher. Her thoughts turned to her mother. Mother, Yun Shang has been unfilial, failing to meet your expectations. With a heavy heart, she contemplated. In the next moment, with a long cry, she erupted in a fierce blaze of phoenix fire, shockwaves spreading as dust and debris flew. At the core of her phoenix being, a phoenix Dan, shimmering with flames, was summoned from her mouth. Above in the heavens, what was once a clear sky suddenly darkened with looming clouds, the world-changing color. The self-detonation of the fire phoenix's inner Dan had already drawn cosmic phenomena before it had fully formed. The bloodline of the fire phoenix traced back to ancient times, exceedingly rare even within the Zhou dynasty's phoenix clan. The number of those who could awaken each year was few, let alone a perfect phoenix body like Yun Shang's. Thus, her attempt to self-detonate the inner Dan, invoking celestial anomalies, was entirely justified. Yi Liangxiao stepped back a few paces, clearly unaware of what the heavenly signs represented. With a wave of his sleeve, he cleared the dust, only to see the young fire phoenix break free from her restraints, exhaling a fiery red orb. Surprised, he merely chuckled, oh, little fire phoenix, you truly understand the situation. I haven't even disemboweled you yet, and you've already produced the phoenix Dan. Excellent, excellent, a promising student indeed, then I shall graciously accept it. Since you are so accommodating, the next step is for you to jump into the hot water yourself. Dying in the boiling water would be splendid, and I shall pluck your feathers immediately." He laughed, clearly oblivious to Yun Shang's true intentions, still believing the phoenix Dan to be merely a delicacy. As he spoke, he rushed over, directly grabbing the inner Dan and bringing it to his mouth, swallowing it whole with a gulp. In the modern sensibility of the Crown Prince, the phoenix Dan should be consumed like snake gall, providing immense nourishment. "Your Highness, no. The princess intends to self-destruct her inner Dan. Do not act." Qing Shan and Yin with their greater knowledge, instantly recognized Yun Shang's intent. While he remained ignorant, it was no wonder. His previous incarnation was a waste, incapable of cultivation, and thus devoid of any knowledge on the subject. Years of bullying had inevitably deprived him of a certain level of understanding, yet, Yi Lianxiu's speed was too swift. The two maidservants' cries of warning came too late. However, the moment it went down, he felt a searing fire ignite within his chest, unbearable pain coursing through him, causing him to collapse to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Simultaneously, his internal energy surged uncontrollably in reverse, his own abundant vitality rushing towards Yun Shan. Yun Shan was equally stunned, her phoenix eyes wide with disbelief. "This lecher swallowed my inner Dan?" But she had no time for further thoughts, as she sensed Yi Lianxiu's innate pinnacle cultivation wildly converging upon her. In her current state as a young fire phoenix, she was no larger than a goose, yet, upon receiving Yi Lianxiu's cultivation, she rapidly began to grow. In no time, she expanded to the size of a great rock, a nearly corporeal fire phoenix apparition emerging in the air, flapping its wings and calling out with a phoenix cry, raising its head to the heavens. As the apparition faded, Yun Shang's true form returned to her human visage, breathtakingly beautiful, with an ethereal grace. The feathers that had shed from her phoenix form gradually dissolved, transforming into a resplendent phoenix robe that automatically adorned her. As the brilliance dimmed, the princess had remarkably succeeded in her rebirth. Furthermore, after seizing Yi Lianxiu's innate first-grade cultivation, she seemed to have advanced her own strength, instantly breaking through her limitations and ascending to the 9th grade of the washing marrow realm. High above, the space appeared to tear asunder, revealing two enormous golden whirlpools, divine light descending to envelop both individuals. Yun Shang was utterly astonished, gazing down at the multicolored radiance enveloping her, and with a mere gesture, she summoned forth a pure fire phoenix power. She found herself momentarily entranced, murmuring, "Is this the power of washing marrow? I have actually seized this lecher's cultivation and successfully ascended to washing marrow?" Her face reflected a tumult of anger and joy. Originally intending to self-destruct her inner Dan to perish alongside Yi Lianxiu, she had not anticipated that the celestial anomalies would allow her to seize his cultivation and elevate her realm. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Meanwhile, Yi Lianxiu, with the descent of that divine light, felt the pain subside, the phoenix Dan within him quietly absorbed by his energy sea, transforming into the intangible. Strangely, however, the vitality within his energy sea began to dwindle, causing his realm to plummet to the 9th grade of the acquired realm. After merging with Yun Shang's phoenix Dan, rather than elevating his cultivation, he had instead fallen? What was going on? Was this phoenix Dan poison? Had he actually regressed? He pondered in confusion, yet, unbeknownst to him, a golden glimmer flickered momentarily in his pupils, then vanished in an instant. Chapter 16, The Arrival of the Phoenix. At the moment when both individuals were engulfed in astonishment, two divine seals descended from the golden whirlpools above, embedding themselves into the foreheads of Yi Lianxiu and Yun Shang. The commotion they stirred naturally attracted the attention of numerous cultivators from the Shang capital. Even the four sword-bearers engaged in battle with a Yuaning powerhouse from the Zhou dynasty paused in unison to observe. "What is that? It is actually a divine mark. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Yun Shang have attained the recognition of the heavenly Tao, awakening their divine potential? My goodness, no, wait, that is not a divine mark, but a contract seal. Nonsense. A mere contract seal could hardly provoke the power of the heavenly Tao's laws, unless it is a recognition of an ancient bloodline." As the various cultivators speculated, one among them recognized the contract seal, only to be met with skepticism. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the doubter was left dumbfounded. What? It truly is the recognition of the ancient fire phoenix bloodline. Did you see? The master seal has entered the crown prince's consciousness. However, Princess Yun Shang's fire phoenix bloodline is renowned alongside our royal family's divine dragon lineage, both revered as the two of the four sacred bloodlines of antiquity. Under the laws of the heavenly Tao, they should exist as equals, and thus, mutual recognition should not occur unless His Highness has inherited the singularity, making him the chosen one. The power of the bloodline surpasses that of the ancient four bloodlines. Since the crown prince has already gained the acknowledgement of the azure dragon, we should have foreseen this, the individual exclaimed in astonishment, introducing an obscure concept of singularity, causing the nearby cultivators to change their expressions abruptly and retreat, none daring to utter that term again. Simultaneously, far away in the Zhou dynasty's divine capital, within the ancient Wutong tree and the Phoenix Nest Palace, the Phoenix Emperor Li Tian, who had been diligently cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes as if he had grasped a profound insight. A ripple coursed across his stunning visage as he murmured, "How could this be? I can sense that the girl Yun Shang has ascended to the cleansing marrow realm. How could it happen so swiftly? She has successfully married the 13th son of the Shang Emperor and entered the Dragon Cave secret realm. Otherwise, how could her cultivation have advanced so rapidly? No, I must personally visit the Shang capital. It is time to settle some old scores with the Shang Emperor." With this, Li Tian gathered his energy, his phoenix eyes glimmering as he slowly rose. Despite having lived for over a millennium, he appeared as youthful as ever, rivaling the prime of Yun Shang, with whom he shared a striking resemblance as mother and daughter. Summon the formation. I shall go to the Shang capital. My daughter has ascended to the cleansing marrow realm and may have encountered extraordinary fortune. I must see for myself. She commanded with an air of authority. The 4 elders of the Phoenix clan, who had been guarding the Phoenix Nest Palace, echoed her words in unison. Subsequently, they each unleashed a beam of light enveloping Li Tian. In mere moments, a teleportation array capable of spanning thousands of miles was formed. Away she went. It was evident that the Phoenix Emperor was quite delighted upon sensing Yun Shang's ascension. In an elegant sweep of her long sleeves, she utilized the power of the array to transport herself to the Shang capital. In the skies above the divine capital, a phantom of the Fire Phoenix soared away, causing the citizens of the Zhou dynasty to kneel in reverence, bowing towards the image of the Fire Phoenix. We welcome our emperor from seclusion. May the great Zhou prosper abundantly. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that within this formidable Zhou divine capital, the majority of its subjects were women, a clear indication of a matriarchal society thriving in a realm where femininity reigns supreme. In the Shang capital, atop the royal ancestral shrine's back mountain, above the dragon abyss, Yi Wuti floated above, gathering the elemental forces from all directions, preparing to meditate and cultivate. Previously, when Yi Liangxiao attempted to self-destruct, he had intervened just in time to protect him, sacrificing his own cultivation to ensure Yi Liangxiao's safety and restore his heart's meridian. He had intended to steal a brief moment to meditate and recover his own diminished powers, but before he could focus his mind, a young eunuch rushed in urgently, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. The 4 sword bearers are fighting with the Yuaning envoy from the Zhou dynasty." Yi Wuti's expression darkened in an instant. What? The 4 sword bearers are known for their prudence. How could they engage in a fight with the Zhou dynasty without reason? What is happening? The eunuch replied, "It is the crown prince's doing." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuti felt a jolt of surprise, mixed with skepticism. Is it truly Shower's fault? That seems improbable. He just acknowledged his mistake to me and even sent someone to provide me with sustenance. How could he be so duplicitous? The city defense forces have confirmed it. It is indeed the crown prince who has caused the turmoil. He barged into the envoy's residence and stole Princess Yun Shang's cauldron. The Zhou people intervened, and the 4 sword bearers, concerned for the crown prince's safety, had no choice but to act. After taking Princess Yun Shang away, what does he intend to do next? Speak. He intends to cook the princess. He has already set up a large iron pot. Yi Wuti gasped, fury coursing through him, his body trembling with rage as he thought, what manner of rebellious child is this? He would dare to do such a thing. Yun Shang is to be his future crown princess, the future mother of our nation. How could he even think of cooking his own fiancée? How did I end up with such a wretched offspring? The emperor, torn between anger and sorrow, transformed into a streak of light. Following Yi Liangxiao's aura, upon arriving at the residence of the 13th prince, he found that the 2 golden whirlpools had vanished, the divine seals having completed their descent, leaving behind 2 stunned maidservants and the future crown prince couple marveling at their own transformation. For Yun Shang, her ascension to the cleansing marrow realm was a delightful surprise. Though she was unaware of how Yi Liangxiao's cultivation had transferred to her, the outcome was ultimately favorable. For any practitioner who would not desire rapid advancement, conversely, for Yi Liangxiao, it was a moment of unexpected joy rather than sorrow. He had always sought death. What use was there for such formidable power? With Yun Shang having taken it from him, he had effectively transformed into a mere waste, making it all the easier for someone to end his life, and upon his demise, the promise of 100 million in rewards would follow. Could this not be considered a fortunate turn of events? Yet, it was likely that matters were far from simple. Rebellious child, what have you done? With a swish, Yi Wuti appeared, rousing the 2 from their astonishment. Upon witnessing the emperor's dark and murderous countenance, Yi Liangxiao felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing with trepidation. It was not that he feared Yi Wuti would strike him down. Rather, he was terrified of being knocked unconscious again, thus missing his chance at death. You wretched child, I have tolerated you out of consideration for your mother, even turning a blind eye to your regicide and patricide. Yet you have the audacity to defy me and commit such heinous acts. Do you not know I intend to facilitate your union with Yun Shang? She is your crown princess. How could you treat her thus? You wish to cook her. This is utterly preposterous. Yet, given your past actions of regicide, how could I expect you to repent so easily? You are merely attempting to placate me. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. I have been too lenient this time. I shall render you unconscious for 3 years, extinguishing your arrogance. Yi Wuti's voice thundered, his face dark as coal. As he prepared to strike Yi Liangxiao, it was evident that with his current state, a single blow would likely incapacitate him for more than 3 years. 3 years, for every day he remained alive, he would lose 1 million in rewards. How much would that amount to over 3 years? Yi Liangxiao felt as though the end was near, hastily dodging and slipping behind Yun Shang, nervously exclaiming, "Save me. I can die, but I cannot be knocked out." Yun Shang, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could this lecherous rogue have such audacity? Just moments ago, he had contemplated cooking her, and now he had the gall to ask for her help. The nerve, however, this lecherous rogue claimed. He feared death. When they had formed their bond, she had sensed his heart's desire. He seemed intent on killing her, drawing the wrath of her mother. Could it be that he was indeed seeking death? But what could possibly be driving him to such despair? Just as she pondered this, Yi Wuti's fist halted mid-motion, as if sensing something, and he retracted his fist, gazing gravely into the sky. Not long after, Yun Shang too sensed something amiss, completely disregarding the fact that Yi Liangxiao was still hiding behind her, his hands wrapped around her waist, and looked upward in surprise. Is that the aura of my mother? Has she come personally? Mother! Overcome with excitement, Yun Xiang kicked Yi Liangxiao aside, soaring into the sky. In the skies above the Shang capital, the power of the Phoenix Flame erupted, and in an instant, 5 figures appeared, those of the Phoenix Emperor Liu Tian and her 4 elder companions. The Phoenix Emperor has arrived. Even within the Shang capital, one of the Phoenix clan elders shouted their familiar battle cry. Liu Tian presented herself with an air of majesty, a gentle smile gracing her features as she beheld her beloved daughter approaching. She raised her hand, casting a beam of light to bring her daughter to her side. Yi Wuti, witnessing this, wore an even darker expression. He turned to glare at Yi Liangxiao, stating, "Stay right there and do not move, otherwise, I shall ensure you remain unconscious forever, never to awaken again in this lifetime." With that, he too ascended into the sky, confronting Liu Tian across the distance, their energies clashing resoundingly, neither yielding to the other. Simultaneously, within the dragon abyss of the royal ancestral shrine, the earth-shattering roar of dragons erupted. 5 colossal golden dragons soared into the heavens, each carrying a knight upon their backs, the illustrious 5 dragon generals of the Great Shang. While the Zhou dynasty's Phoenix Emperor was accompanied by 4 esteemed elders, the Shang Emperor Yi Wuti had his 5 dragon generals by his side, clearly not backing down in this formidable confrontation. Chapter 17 of the 5 Dragon Generals, an unattainable dream for you. As the sovereigns of both nations appeared simultaneously in the skies, flanked by their formidable warriors, the dragon and phoenix soared above, exuding an overwhelming aura. This spectacle left the numerous cultivators, who had been watching the crown prince prepare a phoenix stew from the air, utterly astounded. Under the immense pressure, they hastily descended to the ground, gripped by tension. Upon sighting the phoenix's arrival, Yi Liangxiao's face lit up with joy. Disregarding the emperor's warnings, he summoned 2 maidservants, and the 3 of them leisurely sat on the steps outside the hall, gazing up at the heavens. The 2 maidservants, however, were trembling in fear, cold sweat beading on their brows. In stark contrast, Yi Liangxiao remained composed, his gaze fixed on Yunxiang and her daughter, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes as he silently mused. After forming a pact with Yunxiang, she could now hear his innermost thoughts. Damn, the Phoenix Empress is truly stunning. She appears to be around 30, exuding charm and grace, in the prime of her life. If she were on Blue Star, wouldn't the lecherous old men be drooling? Just look at that alluring figure, those undulating curves, the elegant line of her hips, smooth and enticing, is simply unforgettable. Alas, her daughter is already of a considerable age, she is no longer to my taste. If I were to indulge, it would have to be with the young lady Yunxiang. Unfortunately, my ambitions lie elsewhere. I aim to return and amass a fortune in the billions. With wealth, what kind of women could I not have? I shall return to take a legitimate wife and perhaps keep 3 to 7 concubines, enough to satisfy my desires without fearing the consequences. But here, I must act swiftly. Engaging in romantic entanglements will only hinder my journey to the northwest. Yunxiang, I am a dream you can never attain in this lifetime. Do not entertain the thought of marrying me. I shall not take you as my wife. Hearing his thoughts, Yunxiang's countenance turned a shade of green. What audacity, this lecher dares to comment on the physique and beauty of the Empress Mother? Who granted him such audacity? He dares to claim he is a dream I cannot reach. He would refuse to marry me. Does he not realize that since I was 13, suitors have lined up from the divine capital to the northern deserts? What gives him the confidence to think I would ever consider marrying him? Even when I first arrived, I did entertain the thought of marrying him, but that was merely to utilize his identity to enter the dragon cave of the Shang dynasty. Did he truly believe I was infatuated with this prodigal son, the 13th son of the Shang emperor, rumored to be the most inept and easily manipulated? Otherwise, I would not have mentioned him in the grand hall. Bah, even if I remain a solitary old maid for life, I will not wed this scoundrel. Now that he has revealed his cards and the Empress Mother has arrived, the plan must change. There is no need to scheme about a false marriage with him any longer. Does he not wish to die? I shall send him to the heavens. With these thoughts, Yunxiang was consumed by fury, her anger erupting. In the next moment, she called out, "Shoot the tiger." Without regard for the presence of the 2 emperors, Yunxiang summoned the shooting tiger sword and aimed it at Yi Liangxiao below. Whoosh, the shooting tiger sword erupted with blazing phoenix flames, descending like a streak of light. The might of this strike was even more formidable than when the sword first appeared. After all, the princess, having absorbed Yi Liangxiao's cultivation, had now reached the 9th tier of marrow cleansing and was a force to be reckoned with, her sword intent vastly enhanced. In the hall, Yi Liangxiao, upon witnessing this, his eyes gleaming with excitement, cared not for why Yunxiang dared to act in front of the 2 emperors. To him, death was death, whether at the hands of the Phoenix Empress or Yunxiang. He stood up cheerfully, neither dodging nor evading, but rather stepping forward to meet Yunxiang's shooting tiger sword. Having fallen from grace, he knew he could not withstand this strike with his current meager 9th tier postnatal cultivation, yet he wore a facade of unyielding calm. He did not even summon his protective golden lotus, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. As he rushed forward, Yi Liangxiao called out, "Xingshan, Einer, stay put, no need to sacrifice yourselves for this prince. Let me take the first step, you can follow later." Turning to look back, he was astonished to find that the 2 maidservants had vanished without a trace. He had assumed that, in times of peril, they would act as loyal retainers, standing up to shield him from harm. Little did he know, the moment Yunxiang unleashed her sword, the 2 had long fled, caring little for their master as faith. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "Damn, I thought you 2 were loyal, but it turns out you were just as pragmatic?" Truly, the human heart is inscrutable. The ancients were not mistaken. When disaster strikes, even lovers part ways, and what of mere maidservants? He could not help but curse inwardly, yet it mattered little. A man seeking death does not concern himself with betrayal or abandonment. Meanwhile, the 2 maidservants, having sprinted a considerable distance and hiding behind a rockery, appeared pale and shaken as they whispered to each other. Their demeanor and tone were markedly different, imbued with a deep gravity. Are we truly going to abandon the young master? He has fallen from grace and cannot withstand that strike. It is a certain death. Perhaps we should reveal our identities. After all, the young master has obtained the Excalibur, and our mission is accomplished. Returning now would not be a disgrace. No, those mundane beings cannot see the truth, but you two are being foolish? Those two divine seals earlier were neither divine marks nor contract seals, they were ancient bloodline fusion seals. The archaic bloodlines within Yunxiang and the young master have already merged, living and thriving together. How could Yunxiang's sword harm him? Moreover, is not the emperor present? If he does not intervene, why should we rush to expose ourselves? What if that old emperor wishes to eliminate the young master as well? Then we shall fight to the death, but does Yi Wuti dare to do so? As the two maidservants conversed in hushed tones, Yunxiang's sword intent had already closed. Yi Lianxiao, smiling, closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, eagerly welcoming his demise. However, after a long while, he felt no impact from Yunxiang's shooting tiger sword, nor even a trace of sword energy. Shocked, he opened his eyes and saw that one of the dragon generals standing beside the emperor had positioned himself before him, blocking Yunxiang's strike. The 5 dragon generals of the Shang dynasty. It is said that each one has sacrificed their soul to the great dragon, having shed all human emotions and desires, merging with the dragon itself. They are formidable weapons, their power rivaling that of a first-tier nascent soul cultivator. They feel no emotion, do not experience pain, and do not even speak, retaining only human form, existing solely to obey the commands of the great Shang emperor. Their lives are dedicated to safeguarding the foundations of the Shang dynasty until their demise. The fact that this dragon general appeared at this moment to shield Yi Lianxiao must be due to Yi Wuti's divine will. The dragon general merely stood there, catching the shooting tiger sword with his bare hands, rendering Yunxiang's sword intent null and void. The golden halberd in his grasp remained unmoved, his expression void of emotion, resembling a machine. The 5 dragon generals are indeed the quintessence of the nascent soul. How could they not withstand this strike? High above, Yunxiang felt her shooting tiger sword being seized, her expression darkening, her teeth clenched in frustration. She glared at Yi Wuti and the dragon general, her anger palpable. The Phoenix Empress Li Tian sensed something was amiss. In her recollection, her precious daughter should not be so impulsive. Yet now, she sought to slay a prince of a nation before the 2 emperors. There must be a profound reason behind this. She subtly signaled Yunxiang to remain calm and turned her attention to Yi Wuti, preparing to speak. However, Yi Wuti preempted her. Yunxiang, my rebellious child, are you also swept up in this impulse? Both your mother and I are here, could you not afford us a modicum of respect? Matters should be discussed civilly. His tone towards Yunxiang was evidently earnest, reminiscent of a parental figure addressing a child. Having said this, he turned to Li Tian, his demeanor turning somewhat cold. Li Tian, it has been a century since we last met. You remain as radiant as ever, still so ostentatious. You could not even inform me of your arrival in my Shang capital. Do you take me for dead? Li Tian let out a slight cold snort. She understood her daughter's temperament well. Yunxiang would not act so rashly unless provoked beyond endurance. After all, to strike down someone on another's territory was a blatant affront to dignity. Yet, on reflection, perhaps it was Yi Lianxiao who had done something to provoke Yunxiang's ire. Thus, she retorted coolly, Yi Wuti, are you implying that I am to blame for my daughter's actions? Why not first inquire about what your good son has done? Upon hearing this, Yi Wuti felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Li Tian was unaware of Yi Lianxiao's transgressions, but he was all too aware. Feeling somewhat guilty yet still attempting to maintain an air of authority, he declared whatever transpired between Yunxiang and Xiaoyao is merely a matter of youthful folly. There is no need for us 2 old fogies to meddle excessively, is there? Since you are here, let us retire to the palace for a discussion. I happen to have matters to confer with you about. Please. He turned and gestured for them to enter the palace, hoping to ease the tension. Li Tian glanced at Yunxiang beside her, not hurrying to question, first offering a courteous greeting before adding, I would like to know what your waste of a 13th son did to my beloved daughter. With that, she waved her sleeve and disappeared towards the palace. Yi Wuti and the 5 dragon generals followed closely behind. Below, the prince, desperate to cling to life, was agitated. Damn it, I am still alive. Why is the Phoenix Empress heading to the palace? No, I must resort to ruthless measures. Perhaps I should assassinate the Phoenix Empress. Surely, she wouldn't let me off as easily as Yi Wuti. She definitely wouldn't. Chapter 18 The Seal of Fusion, the prince's amulet. What a cunning scheme this is. That little firecracker, Yunxiang, possesses quite the temper. The slightest disagreement, she summons her divine weapons and launches a full frontal assault. If it weren't for this robot before me, I would likely have met my demise long ago. One might assume her mother does not have a particularly pleasant temperament either. Should I, the prince, once again unleash the myriad swords to pay homage and attempt to assassinate the Feng emperor of the Zhou dynasty, I have no doubt that the emperor's wrath would result in my head being severed. So be it. With a resolute determination, Yi Lianxiao raised his arm to call out to Li Tian, preparing to execute the myriad swords technique, when he was suddenly seized by the shoulder by the dragon general before him. That mere grasp rendered the prince utterly powerless, stripping him of the strength to utter a word, let alone perform his ultimate move. Each of the 5 dragon generals possesses strength nearing the first tier of the nascent soul stage, a level far beyond Yi Lianxiao's current capabilities. A mere casual grip from them was sufficient to eliminate any chance of resistance. Then, the dragon general leaped, and they vanished without a trace. The next moment, they reappeared within the imperial study of the palace. Li Tian and her daughter, along with the 4 grand protectors of the Feng clan, were already present. The study had been fortified with a barrier set by Yi Wuti to prevent eavesdropping from beyond the walls. After bringing Yi Lianxiao into the room, Yi Wuti cast a grim gaze upon him, his expression as dark as thunder, the intensity of his stare enough to strip one of their skin. Meanwhile, Li Tian and her daughter stood to one side, whispering to each other. Yun Xiang wore a pitiful expression, shedding tears as she recounted her grievances to Li Tian, detailing the various humiliations she had suffered at the hands of Yi Liangxiao since arriving to be wed, including the forced kiss and the incident involving the iron pot. As Li Tian listened, her countenance grew increasingly somber. Yun Xiang was her most cherished daughter and a perfect fire phoenix spirit, brimming with the potential to become the next ruler of the Zhou dynasty. How could she not be enraged to learn that Yi Wudi's worthless son had defiled her? Sensing Li Tian's rising fury, Yi Wudi's expression turned even more severe. The trouble was indeed caused by Yi Liangxiao. In other words, the fault lay with his side. Even as an emperor, Yi Wudi could not simply ignore the principles of justice. Should Li Tian's anger reach its zenith and she seek to execute Yi Liangxiao, Yi Wudi would find himself in a most awkward position. To refrain from intervening would imply that he allowed his son to be killed, which would be indefensible, yet, to intervene would mean protecting a son who had committed a heinous crime, punishable by death under any nation's laws. What was he to do? Reflecting on this, Yi Wudi was filled with a deep sense of grievance. He, who could be considered a great emperor of the ages, had given rise to such a son. At times a fool, at times a genius, and at times rebellious. Was this truly the will of heaven? Alas, it is a lamentable situation. After all, he was the only son of both him and her. Who else could he protect? Let this be a means of atonement. In that moment, after weighing all options, Yi Wudi resolutely decided to spare Yi Liangxiao's life. He cast a glance at him and, using a secret method of sound transmission, discreetly conveyed, "Rebellious son. Do you have any idea what trouble you have brought upon me in the Shang dynasty? Li Tian, that cunning old phoenix, possesses profound wisdom, even I must tread carefully around her. Why do you choose to provoke her and her daughter? Do you truly believe that the Zhou dynasty's decision to initiate this marriage was solely for diplomatic relations? They are likely after the treasure hidden within the dragon's lair, with the marriage merely a facade for ulterior motives. Meanwhile, you, with your years of ineptitude, have probably caught Yun Xiang as I long ago. Initially, after your public humiliation of Yun Xiang, I intended to hand over the Tiangang seal, to rectify matters by allowing you to marry her, thereby stabilizing relations with the Zhou dynasty and Li Tian. Yet, you sought to consume her entirely, creating chaos throughout the city. This act has undoubtedly provoked the Zhou's ire, and given Li Tian's temperament, she will certainly not spare you. I wish to protect you, but it comes at a cost. Listen closely. If you wish to live, do not utter a word, simply plead guilty. I will do my utmost to safeguard you, as an obligation to your mother. You may escape death, but your life will still be forfeit. As long as Li Tian does not claim your life, I shall not intervene. Only in this way can you preserve your existence. Do you understand? Now, you may take your rest. When you have tempered your rebellious spirit, I shall awaken you." Yi Liangxiao was taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and doubt. Was the seemingly indifferent father truly so lenient towards him? Even in this dire situation, he refrained from punishing him under the law and would not allow the Feng Emperor to take his life. What was the reason behind this? He had repeatedly mentioned that the mother of his previous incarnation was merely a common courtesan, was it not? It seemed the matter was far more complex than it appeared, and Yi Wudi's chance meeting with her in the northwest was not as fortuitous as it seemed. Yi Liangxiao pondered deeply. But what did it mean that he permitted Li Tian to strike him while planning to let him sleep? He did not desire to suffer physical torment, he wished for death, not the burden of living with guilt. The prince felt an ominous sense of dread beginning to take root. He could accept death, but he did not wish to endure excessive physical suffering, nor did he wish to be put to sleep. Yet Yi Wudi had stated that he would allow Li Tian to strike him and intended to let him sleep afterward. This was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Yun Xiang shot him a fierce glare before turning to Li Tian, sobbing, "Mother, this wretched Yi Liangxiao not only disrespected your daughter but also boasted of chopping her in half, one side for the pot and the other for stew, a humiliation of the highest order. Mother must take justice for her daughter." Li Tian's eyes widened in fury, her wrath erupting as she coldly rebuked, "Beast, you dare treat my daughter in such a manner? Even if the great Luo Jingxian were here today, I would crush you into dust." As her words fell, she waved her sleeve, and the power of phoenix flame surged forth, forming a tangible phoenix claw aimed directly at Yi Liangxiao. It is worth noting that this Empress Phoenix, like Yi Wudi, was suspected to be on the verge of transcending to a semi-divine realm, merely a step away from the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The entire imperial study shook violently, yet Yi Liangxiao remained unscathed. This was due to the 5 dragon generals, who moved with lightning speed to shield him from the lethal blow. Yi Wudi then spoke, "Li Tian, I advise you to refrain from rash actions, or you will surely regret it." Seeing the 5 dragon generals daring to intervene, Li Tian's anger intensified, and she glared at Yi Wudi, saying, "What? You intend to fight me for this brat?" Yi Wudi remained calm and replied, "Not entirely. Why do you not first inquire as to why Yun Xiang has suddenly undergone a successful rebirth and ascended to the cleansing marrow stage?" Li Tian hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She had been so engrossed in listening to Yun Xiang's grievances that she had forgotten to ask about this matter. After a brief huff of irritation, she grasped Yun Xiang's wrist and, channeling her own vital energy, delved into Yun Xiang's body to investigate. In mere moments, her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "Xianger, what is the mark upon your soul, the seal of bloodline fusion? How is this possible? Yi Liangxiao has formed a contract with you." Li Tian was utterly astounded. To become a ruler of a nation and live for over 1,000 years, both Yi Wudi and Li Tian possessed insights beyond the common realm. With just a glance into the soul, she uncovered the fusion seal within Yun Xiang. Recognizing it as such, she required no further inquiry. She understood precisely why Yun Xiang's strength had surged so dramatically. Yun Xiang, equally taken aback, responded, "Mother, I too am in the dark. When that wretched Yi Liangxiao stole my furnace, I was enslumbered. I only awoke when he sought to break the egg. I have no idea when he unilaterally formed this contract." Li Tian simmered with concealed rage but dared not strike at Yi Liangxiao. As Yi Liangxiao's two mysterious maidservants had indicated, after the fusion of bloodlines, there existed both a hierarchy and a symbiosis. In other words, should Li Tian kill Yi Liangxiao, Yun Shang could also perish. At that moment, Yun Shang seemed to have transformed into his amulet, leaving the Phoenix Empress with no option but to reconsider her course of action. Chapter 19, The Dragon Cave's Secret Realm, The Marriage of Two. Outrageous, Li Tian's eyes bulged with fury, his gaze sharp as a blade, clearly indicating his genuine wrath. Yet, mindful of the fact that Yi Liangxiao and Yun Shang had already become a symbiotic entity, he found himself in a precarious position. The bloodline fusion seal was a decree of the heavenly Tao. Even someone as powerful as she could not defy the heavens or alter fate. To slay Yi Liangxiao would be tantamount to striking at Yun Shang as well, rendering Li Tian hesitant and constrained. Observing this, Yu Wuti seemed to have anticipated such a scenario. Wearing a calm smile, the 5 dragon generals had long surrendered their souls to the great dragon, becoming human-shaped killing machines, devoid of desire, solely reliant on the soul imprint of the Desheng Emperor for guidance. In other words, each dragon general was imbued with Yu Wuti's soul power. From the moment the dragon general subdued Yi Liangxiao and brought him to the imperial study, Yu Wuti had already known through the soul imprint on the dragon general that Yi Liangxiao bore the fusion seal within him. This implied that Yu Wuti had foreseen Li Tian's inability to harm the crown prince. However, as he had previously stated, Yi Liangxiao had shown disrespect towards the princess of Dezhou. Even if he could ensure Yi Liangxiao's survival, it was inevitable that Li Tian would demand an accounting, a punishment of sorts. This not only concerned the diplomatic relations between the two nations but also pertained to the dignity and prestige of the royal families. After a brief pause, Yu Wuti's expression darkened. With a mere thought, he commanded the 5 dragon generals to suppress Yi Liangxiao and established a barrier to isolate him. Yi Liangxiao, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the 5 dragon generals, found himself immobilized, confined within the barrier, able only to see a few individuals, yet unable to hear their words. Then, Yu Wuti turned to Li Tian, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems you have grasped the situation at hand and momentarily wish to spare my rebellious son, correct? Then let us converse. Li Tian's face was a mask of fury as he replied coldly, what is there to discuss? Shall we declare war? My Yun Shang came to your Desheng in a bid for alliance, yet you, this rebellious son, have openly profaned our intentions. This has left my Dezhou humiliated, an act tantamount to provocation. If you do not provide me with an explanation, my Dezhou army shall surely march upon your Shang capital, extracting the dragon tendons from you, Yi Wuti. The Phoenix Emperor, known for his fiery temper, did not hold back in his rebuke, even disregarding Yi Wuti's status and directly threatening him. The Desheng court was indeed at fault in this matter. Yi Wuti feigned calmness but let out a cold snort, stating, war, Li Tian, my Desheng and your Zhou are evenly matched. What gives you the audacity to claim you would flatten my Shang capital, rather than your divine capital being shattered by my myriad dragon riders? Li Tian's voice deepened. What do you mean? Are you no longer interested in negotiation, preferring a direct confrontation? Fine, I shall heed your wish. Shanger, come with me immediately, gather the troops and march straight to the borders of the Shang dynasty. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuti remained composed and called out, wait. Our skirmishes will only lead to mutual detriment, where neither side gains an advantage. Rather, it would provide certain ambitious individuals with the opportunity to sit back and reap the benefits. While I am not afraid of your Dezhou army's advance, I also wish to avoid provoking war. Moreover, I have not stated that I will not provide you with an explanation. Li Tian, well aware that Yu Wuti's words held a grain of truth, understood that a war between the two most formidable empires in Eastern Divine Continent would yield no clear victor. It would only drain their national strength, allowing those with ulterior motives to exploit the situation. With numerous powerful countries and sects scattered across the Zhou continent, and dozens of nations in Eastern Divine alone, many had long harbored resentment towards the two empires, secretly plotting to usurp power. Should war break out between the two, it would undeniably present an opportunity for these opportunists. As long as Li Tian was not foolish, he would refrain from initiating conflict. Thus, when he proclaimed a return to mobilize troops, it was merely a fade, a show of strength. Upon hearing Yi Wuti's words, she immediately halted and turned back. Oh, then I am curious to know what kind of explanation you intend to provide? Yi Wuti smiled. What do you believe I should offer to satisfy you? Land and reparations. 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals, 1,000 carts of various rare spirit herbs and pills, and the return of the 3 towns of Qixia Pass to my kingdom, then this matter shall be considered resolved. Qixia Pass had originally belonged to Dezhou, seized by your Shang dynasty for hundreds of years. It is high time for its return. Li Tian spoke plainly, his demands unapologetically bold, causing Yi Wuti to frown slightly. The 3 towns of Qixia, that is out of the question. While it is true that they belonged to your Dezhou hundreds of years ago, you are well aware of how they fell into my Shang dynasty's hands. This condition is unacceptable. If you wish for war, then let it come. What of it? Are you unwilling to mention the events of that year, or are you afraid to act rashly? Regardless, this matter ultimately began with Xiang'er failing to honor her commitment to Yun Shang. I shall provide my explanation. Your conditions are unacceptable, but I have my own proposal. Would you care to listen? Li Tian's gaze shifted slightly. Speak. Yi Wuti returned to his dragon throne and declared, Xiang'er's actions towards Yun Shang in public have tarnished her reputation. I fear that when you seek to marry her off in the future, numerous obstacles will arise. Therefore, let the marriage proceed as originally intended. Yun Shang shall wed Xiang'er. As compensation, I am willing to offer 100 high-grade spirit crystals, 100 carts of spirit herbs and pills, and the Tiangang seal as a betrothal gift. What say you? In ancient times, women valued their reputation, while men placed importance on face. Yun Shang had been slighted by Yi Liangxiao in court, which had already damaged her standing. Should she not marry him, future suitors would likely raise this incident. Moreover, those worthy of Yun Shang's status would certainly hold her past indignities against her, creating numerous taboos. Upon hearing this, Li Tian's anger flared. Yi Wudi, you may be of average appearance, but your aspirations are quite grand. Are you suggesting that your explanation is merely a ruse to extort benefits, to think that a mere 100 spirit crystals and that broken gold seal would suffice to placate my Dezhou? You wish to marry my precious daughter away? Yi Wudi remained unfazed, stating plainly, Li Tian, do not presume that I am unaware of your motives in having Yun Shang come to marry at this juncture. You are likely aware that the Dragon Cave's secret realm will open in 3 months. Within that realm lies an object you desperately covet. By marrying Yun Shang to my son, she becomes part of the Shang royal family and gains the right to participate in the exploration in 3 months. Am I mistaken? Oh, furthermore, during the court assembly, Yun Shang did not select my strongest 12 princes but rather mentioned Xiang'er, perhaps believing him to be a fool, easier to control and manipulate? Yun Shang had indeed intended to marry Xiang'er with a purpose. What was wrong with my suggestion? His expression revealed subtle complexities as he pointed directly at Li Tian's underlying motives. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt as though his true thoughts had been exposed, leading to a moment of shock. He mused inwardly, this old rascal Yi Wudi is not as muddled as I thought. He has discerned my hidden agenda. There is no need for subterfuge. Ultimately, I must obtain that object from the Dragon Cave's secret realm. He candidly acknowledged, well, I had thought you had become muddled in your pursuit of the half-sage realm, preparing for the impending heavenly tribulation. It seems you retain some clarity. Let us be direct. If the marriage is annulled, you will permit me and Yun Shang to enter the Dragon Cave's secret realm to seek treasures. Then, we shall consider the matter settled. How does that sound? Yi Wudi chuckled. Oh? You are not only fair in appearance but also clever in thought. If Yun Shang's engagement is dissolved, what qualification do you have to enter the Shang's Dragon Cave's secret realm? What do you propose? Yi Liangxiao was originally of illegitimate birth, and now he has been deprived of his cultivation and his meridians damaged, rendering him akin to a waste. What right does he have to marry the princess of Dezhou? Humph, he is indeed a waste. Is this your first time realizing it? Were it not for this incident, would you not wish for Yun Shang to feign a marriage with him? Now you come to act all high and mighty? Let us do this. Do not say I lack sincerity in resolving this matter. I will allow you both to enter the Dragon Cave and even assist you in obtaining that object, but Yun Shang must marry Xiang'er. Will you agree? You are still willing to help me obtain that object? Indeed, but I have a condition of my own. I knew your intentions were not so altruistic. Speak. Reciprocity is key. I will allow you to enter the Dragon Cave. When your Zhou's Phoenix Nest secret realm opens in a year, I would like to enter as well. You have no objections, I hope? At this point, Li Tian's brows furrowed, deep in contemplation, as if weighing Yi Wudi's request. Yi Wudi remained calm, awaiting his response with a smile. After a long pause, Li Tian finally spoke. Very well, I agree, but first, you must hand over the Tiangang seal. We shall return to Shang capital 3 months hence. Additionally, I have another condition. Yi Wudi waved his hand with a smile, encouraging her to continue. Yi Liangxiao is bold and reckless. While he may escape death, he cannot evade punishment. Hand him over to me, and I shall educate him. Agreed. Yi Wudi did not deliberate long before consenting. He had anticipated that to quell this matter, Yi Liangxiao would inevitably have to pay a price of some sort. However, as long as he did not perish, he could assist Yi Liangxiao in recovering, thus he did not refuse. Yet, he added, you may have him, but he cannot be taken to Dezhou. Furthermore, the Tiangang seal shall only be given to you after the wedding of Xiang'er and Yi Liangxiao. With that, he commanded the 5 dragon generals to lift the restrictions placed on Yi Liangxiao and dismantled the barrier. The moment Yi Liangxiao regained his mobility, he sensed the unfriendly gazes from Li Tian and his daughter. His father had temporarily confined him to converse privately with the Phoenix Emperor and her daughter. He couldn't help but wonder if they were contemplating how to concoct a scheme against him. Killing him was one thing, but he hoped they would refrain from any forms of unconsciousness or abuse. The next moment, the Crown Prince felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 20. I can summon my fiancée. What are your intentions? As Yi Liangxiao perceived the murderous glances of Li Tian and her daughter, a chill coursed through his heart. Although he was well aware of their malicious intent, he couldn't resist the urge to inquire. Logically, given that the Crown Prince feared not even death, he ought to regard these 2 women with disdain. However, Yi Wudi had been in private conversation with them for quite some time. Who could say whether he had divulged the soft spot that made him tremble in fear? Yi Liangxiao was unafraid of death, yet the prospect of being incapacitated filled him with dread. Should Yun Shang and Li Tian harbor any trepidation towards Yi Wudi as formidable authority, they might refrain from killing him, but resorting to knocking him unconscious or subjecting him to torment would be an unbearable fate. At this moment, he felt a sense of apprehension. Upon hearing this, before Li Tian and her daughter could voice their stance, Yi Wudi spoke first. Unfilial son, I have conferred with the Phoenix Emperor of the Zhou dynasty. Although you have committed the gravest of transgressions, your youth may warrant some understanding. While your death sentence may be averted, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. We have resolved to wed Yun Shang to you as the crown princess, and we will announce the auspicious date for. In this manner, the Phoenix Emperor shall be considered your maternal figure. She wishes to admonish you on my behalf, which is not without justification. Do you comprehend? Are you not eager to kneel before your future maternal figure and fiancée, bowing in repentance? Perhaps you might secure a more lenient treatment. Yi Liangxiao, however, was struck by an odd sensation. He felt a deep sense of frustration. What is this absurdity? I am on the verge of consuming Yun Shang as Phoenix form, and they still wish to spare my life? Not only that, but they intend to marry Yun Shang to me. Are they out of their minds? Shouldn't they be eager to rid themselves of me, dismantling me into 1,000 pieces? The Crown Prince felt utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how his reckless actions seemed to invite good fortune instead. He had caused chaos within the imperial court and the entire capital, intending to cook Yunchang, which could very well incite a war between nations. Yet, instead of facing lethal retribution, he found himself on the brink of marrying a stunning wife. Was all the luck of the world converging upon this seeker of death? Yi Lianxiao marveled at the perplexity of life and death. Was it truly so difficult to perish? No, since activating the system, he had traversed for over 2 months, and a substantial sum had been deducted from his rewards. Should he fail to die now, his losses would be even greater. The fact that Li Tian and her daughter were willing to spare him must be attributed to Yi Wudi's paternal affection. Striving to protect him deep down, this mother-daughter duo would relish the opportunity to dismember him. So why should he bow or admit to any wrongdoing? Instead, he ought to provoke them further, leading to his immediate demise. With this resolve, Yi Lianxiao hesitated no longer. Raising his head defiantly, he jested, "What? Yi Wudi, who granted you the authority to unilaterally arrange my marriage? I have no interest. Furthermore, Yunchang is unworthy of me. I have seen her phoenix form with mine own eyes. What does that signify? It signifies she is a beast, and I am a man. Can a human and a beast truly unite? Have you lost your senses? However, I could consider returning her to her original form and cooking her instead. Marriage, let that notion perish. Oh, the old phoenix has arrived too. Perfect. The old phoenix makes a nourishing stew, while the young phoenix can be braised. How about it, dear father? Shall we partake of phoenix flesh together? I fear you may struggle with the toughness of the old phoenix's meat and bones." As he spoke, he audaciously scrutinized Li Tian from head to toe. Following this proclamation, the Crown Prince was filled with anticipation. Such audacious words, this heart-wrenching insult, equating the emperor and princess to beasts, while brazenly declaring his intent to consume them, would surely incite even the most docile creature to rage. Would Li Tian and her daughter not erupt in fury and dispatch him on the spot? Yi Wudi felt an icy chill grip his heart, nearly causing him to faint. He had believed that his prior discreet communication with Yi Lianxiao would impart some sense of restraint, leading him to acknowledge his transgressions before Li Tian and her daughter, and to avoid further provocation. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Lianxiao had escalated his defiance. Not only did he express disdain for Yunchang, refusing to marry her, but he also disregarded Li Tian, proclaiming he would consume both. Yi Wudi was struck by the realization that he could not salvage this unfilial son. Upon hearing these words, Li Tian and her daughter were consumed with rage, their bodies aflame with fury. Although the Zhou lineage could transform into phoenixes, they were still flesh and blood beings. In truth, their phoenix forms were merely the crucibles of their bloodline's rebirth. The true phoenix had long perished in the cataclysmic battles of yore, and what remained were mere illusions conjured by primordial energy. For Yi Lianxiao to refer to them as beasts was a profound humiliation for Li Tian and her daughter. "Impudent wretch, dare you repeat your insolent words? Do not think that because you have merged with Yunchang's bloodline, I would truly hesitate to slay you. I possess myriad methods to make your life a living hell. Even Yi Wudi would be powerless to save you." Li Tian was now thoroughly enraged, the pure essence of the fire phoenix radiating around her, casting a formidable pressure towards Yi Lianxiao. The entire palace seemed to tremble, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. Yi Lianxiao, witnessing this, felt an exuberant thrill. It appears the old phoenix is genuinely furious. What am I waiting for? If I push further, I may finally meet my end today. Thus, he brazenly declared, "Very well, old phoenix, you may possess a beautiful exterior, but internally, you are surely decrepit, are you not? Did you not catch what I said earlier? Fine, I shall repeat it thrice for your benefit." With that, he indeed reiterated his previous words. Yi Wudi, now thoroughly incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Yi Lianxiao, declaring, "Unfilial son, you are truly irredeemable. I have tolerated you far too long. I shall strip you of your title as crown prince and confine you to the dragon abyss for eternity." Having spoken, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Yi Lianxiao. Unlike his previous restrained actions, this strike was fueled by utter disappointment. Despite all efforts to safeguard him, he still sought death. In that case, there was no choice but to render him unconscious and seal him within the dragon abyss, thereby quelching the wrath of the Zhou people. Yi Lianxiao's eyes widened in horror upon hearing this. "What, my dear father intends to render me unconscious and seal me within the dragon abyss, leaving me in a state of limbo? This cannot be. My rewards would vanish into thin air. If I fail to complete the task, I would be condemned to 100 years of reincarnation as a beast. This is unacceptable. No, please." At that moment, for the first time, the Crown Prince felt an overwhelming sense of fear, even a desire to flee. If he were truly sealed away, it would equate to a total failure of his mission. How could he not be alarmed? From Yi Wudi's perspective, sealing Yi Lianxiao himself was preferable to allowing Li Tian to take matters into her own hands. "Please, father, I was merely jesting. In truth, I hold the Phoenix Emperor and the Princess in the highest regard, having long considered them family. I treat them with utmost care, fearing they might dissolve in my grasp. My earlier remarks were merely to lighten the mood. Surely you do not take them seriously. What if I were to kneel and call you mother-in-law?" As soon as Yi Lianxiao perceived that Yi Wudi was serious, he quickly altered his demeanor, attempting to play the obedient son. However, this time, Yi Wudi was unmoved, his resolve unwavering. The Crown Prince found himself utterly bewildered, as he beheld Yi Wudi's fist hurtling toward him, and he had already succumbed to despair, powerless to withstand the blow. In a reflexive panic, he uttered the 3 words that a seeker of death ought never to express: "Help me." As he cried out, he silently wished for someone to intervene and block the impending strike. In that very moment, an ethereal image of a fire phoenix flashed through his mind. The next instant, with a swift motion, Yunchang inexplicably appeared before him, perfectly positioned to intercept Yi Wudi's fist. Yunchang's sudden appearance was astonishing, as no one could have anticipated it. It was as if Yi Liangshao had summoned her in an instant. Fortunately, Yi Wudi was quick on the uptake, and upon seeing Yunchang, he immediately retracted his fist, astonished. Yunchang, what are you doing? Are you protecting him? Li Tian was equally stunned. Yunchang, what are you doing? Why are you shielding that scoundrel? Yet, the most astonished of all was Yunchang herself. She had been standing beside Li Tian, and how had she suddenly materialized beside Yi Liangshao? The princess, she stood there in shock, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only turn to Yi Liangshao, furiously pointing her finger at him. Lecher, why have I suddenly appeared here? Was this your doing? Yi Liangshao was equally astonished, yet he had no awareness of his actions in that fleeting moment. All he had wished for was someone to shield him from the blow, and then Yunchang had appeared. Could it truly be this miraculous? Was his mental power capable of instantaneously summoning her? He pondered this incredulously, uncertain of the truth. After a brief pause, he replied, I didn't orchestrate anything. You came here on your own accord. Are you saying that if I desire your presence, you must comply? Then go over there. As he spoke, he pointed toward a corner of the study. The very next second, with a mere thought, Yunchang vanished from his side and reappeared in the location he had indicated. Yi Liangshao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Good heavens, I can summon my future fiancée? Do Yi Wudi and that old phoenix still dare to knock me unconscious? In that instant, he realized he possessed a means to balance the power of those two emperors. Chapter 21. The power of words. How should the two foolish monarchs respond? This scene suddenly made the crown prince realize his own capabilities. What kneeling to admit fault, what calling her mother-in-law, or marrying a phoenix as his wife. Away with all of it, the term admit fault has never graced my lexicon. It is always about seeking death. All other people and matters are mere trifles, unworthy of my attention, including these two foolish monarchs before me. Yi Liangshao thought with a sense of triumph. After discovering his ability to summon Yunchang, he came to understand how to compensate for his weaknesses. In the next moment, to ensure complete control, he attempted to summon Yunchang countless times. Come back, go over there, to the left, to the right. How about trying a handstand? After a flurry of attempts, Yi Liangshao was delighted to find that not only could he summon Yunchang in an instant, but under his brief control, she would also obey his every command. This was a most unexpected delight. His ability to command Yunchang was indeed a matter of great delicacy. For instance, in a moment of whimsy, he could summon her to perform a striptease? Or perhaps to serve him in bed directly. How splendid that would be! The crown prince was elated, nearly shouting a resounding yes. More importantly, with Yunchang as his protective talisman, these two foolish monarchs could hardly pose any threat to him. At present, Yi Liangshao feared not even death. What vulnerabilities could he possibly have? If any existed, it would be the fear of fainting, for if he were to faint, he could not seek death, and his rewards would vanish. Furthermore, he also feared being sealed away. Yet, as the heir apparent of a nation, endowed with the ancient art of sword control, his power should not be underestimated. In Chengdu, those capable and daring enough to incapacitate him were as rare as phoenix feathers. However, these two foolish monarchs stood before him, yet, having grasped the skill of summoning his beloved, even they found it difficult to lay a hand on him. Why, if Li Tian were to strike me down, wishing to render my existence a living hell? Very well, but he must first take care of Yunchang. But would the Emperor Phoenix truly have the heart to harm her precious daughter, if Yi Wudi sought to incapacitate me and seal me in Long Yuan? Come forth, seal Yunchang along with me, at least let me have some company. But my dear father must consider carefully. Sealing a princess of the realm would surely incite war between the two nations. He must weigh his actions. Moreover, even the old phoenix, Li Tian, would intervene to stop him. In other words, having acquired the ability to summon my beloved, Yi Liangshao had effectively seized upon the weaknesses of both emperors, rendering them unable to constrain him further. Yi Liangshao, you shameless scoundrel, what have you done to me? I shall kill you. Yunchang exclaimed, both astonished and enraged as she found herself compelled to obey Yi Liangshao's robotic commands. Unable to resist, she could only voice her threats to express her dissatisfaction. Yet, how could mere threats intimidate the crown prince? Her words, ironically, sparked a brilliant idea in his mind for seeking death. This girl now obeyed me, compliant in every regard. If I commanded her to stab me with a sword, would I not meet my end at once? Even if the system had a self-harm prevention mechanism, if I merely suggested that she thrust the sword without directly ordering her to kill, and stood still, it would not count as a violation. With this thought, Yi Liangshao erupted in ecstatic laughter, leaving the two monarchs before him both confused and infuriated. What is wrong with this lad? How can he still be laughing at a time like this? Li Tian scowled and angrily exclaimed, Shang'er, what are you doing? Why are you listening to him? Come back. With that, he unleashed a surge of fiery phoenix power, drawing Yunchang back to his side. Yunchang, more surprised than angry, protested, Mother, I do not wish to obey him, but my body is beyond my control. Yi Wudi snorted coldly, his expression darkening. 5 dragon generals seized the crown prince at once. In contrast to Li Tian, Yi Wudi issued a direct command to apprehend him. The 5 dragon generals immediately sprang into action, surrounding Yi Liangshao in a 5-pronged formation. Simultaneously, they locked onto his energy core with their own powers, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet, unbeknownst to the 3, Yi Liangshao's method of summoning Yunchang did not rely on elemental power but rather on spiritual energy. He had realized this during his earlier tests of summoning. At this moment, he remained unperturbed. With a thought, Yunchang flashed back to his side, standing tall and straight. Moreover, even with Li Tian's near semi-divine strength, he could not reclaim Yunchang, which was indeed astonishing. Yi Liangshao then arrogantly proclaimed, Come and take me, sealing me is fine, but you must seal this little phoenix along with me. Ha, dear father, have you considered whether the old phoenix would consent to this? Yi Wudi's pupils constricted, his anger causing his beard to bristle. Li Tian was taken aback. Yunxiang was her most treasured daughter, the perfect embodiment of the Fire Phoenix, the next candidate for the Phoenix Emperor. How could she be sealed? She turned to Yi Wudi and shouted, Yi Wudi, command your 5 puppets to withdraw. If you dare seal my Shang'er, I will tear down your ancestral hall. Yi Wudi grunted, gesturing for the 5 dragon generals to retreat, and replied irritably, fine, then you come, I shall not intervene. You summon your daughter back, and I will deal with my own son. Such a statement left Li Tian momentarily speechless. With Yunxiang there, she dared not act recklessly against Yi Liangxiao. Yet, without taking action, she could not reclaim Yunxiang. What was the Phoenix to do then? Thus, both mighty emperors found themselves at the mercy of Yi Liangxiao, unable to act. Why should this be? This is your imperial palace in Qingdu. It should be you ensuring my Shang'er's safety while capturing your rebellious son. Why must this emperor take action? Yunxiang presently obeyed him, not allowing any leeway. How can I ensure her safety? I have no means. You must handle it yourself. Are you not the emperor of the Phoenix clan? Can't you manage this simple matter? You still claim to be the supreme of the 9 dragons? What is this? You cannot even control your own son. What did you say? Who says I cannot control my own son? Li Tian retorted, do you want to fight or argue? Well, bah, if you could control him, would Yi Liangxiao be able to hold my Shang'er hostage? As Yunxiang stood in the way, the 2 emperors, caught between their concerns, suddenly erupted into a quarrel. Neither was willing to take the risk of being the first to act against Yi Liangxiao. After listening for a while, Yi Liangxiao burst into laughter. Hey, have you 2 finished your bickering? If you won't move, then I shall. This statement caused both monarchs to fall silent instantly, their vigilance heightened. None knew what this rebellious son intended to do next, yet, Li Tian was the first to issue a warning. Brat, I advise you not to act recklessly. If you harm my Shang'er, you will not escape the consequences. Yi Wudi also solemnly commanded, I order you to release Yunxiang immediately and go to Longyuan to await your sealing. However, Yi Liangxiao was unfazed by their threats. You 2 must be over 1,000 years old, yet you remain so naive? Do you think I fear you? Umph. He spoke flippantly, then ordered Yunxiang to face him directly. Little Phoenix, summon your shooting tiger sword. As the command left his lips, Yunxiang, though unwilling in her heart, found her body obediently summoning the sword without hesitation. Once she held the shooting tiger sword, Yi Liangxiao instructed, raise the sword and stab it here. He pointed to his heart and then grinned mischievously. Yi Wudi, hearing this, could hardly believe it. Rebellious son, what are you planning? Do you seek death? Li Tian widened her eyes in shock. Was this boy truly out of his mind? Did he truly want Yunxiang to kill him? Yet Yi Liangxiao remained undeterred, watching with a smile as Yunxiang raised the sword. Just as Yunxiang was about to pierce him, the long-absent sound of the system rang out. Ding, detected that the host is about to violate the rules. The host has merged bloodlines with this individual before you. As a symbiotic entity, guiding the symbiotic entity to kill oneself will be regarded as exposing the desire for death. The host will incur severe penalties, and the system's verdict is as follows. The host's luck value will be fully replenished, triggering a hidden penalty mechanism. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao was left in a state of shock, and Yunxiang's sword could not be thrust forward. Damn it, I have merged bloodlines with Yunxiang. She cannot kill me. If she does, it will be deemed a violation. Why was this not mentioned earlier? The crown prince was filled with despair, lamenting his fate. After previously triggering the intermediate combat power gift pack, his luck value had dwindled to 300, and now it had been restored to 999, with the maximum luck value. Whenever he found himself in a situation that could lead to certain death, he would receive a boon. Essentially, he could not die. Was this not a deliberate torment? Yi Liangxiao cursed inwardly, condemning the system 1,000 times over. To make matters worse, the system's notification continued to ding. Given that the host has triggered penalty procedures 3 times in a short period, the conditions for system upgrade have been met. From this day forth, the system will undergo silent upgrades, with estimated time for completion pending. During the silent period, the triggering of the boon program will remain unaffected. Please be advised. A gentle reminder: upon upgrading to the intermediate system, the maximum luck value will be increased, and other hidden tasks may also be triggered. Please hasten to achieve the task objectives. During the upgrade period, the bonus pool will be deducted doubly. After the notification faded, the system interface turned gray, rendering any further actions impossible, only indicating that an upgrade was in progress. And all of this was visible solely to Yi Liangxiao. At that moment, he sat despondently on the ground, his expression reflecting a profound disillusionment with life. The system would upgrade, the bonuses would be deducted doubly, the luck value was full again. Who knew what formidable measures it might bestow upon him next? How could the crown prince possibly find joy in such circumstances? Chapter 22 of the 12 Brothers. Perhaps it's better to cut it off first. Yi Liangxiao was engulfed in a cloud of gloom. The 2 vigilant emperors before him seemed to have sensed an opportunity. This young man appeared to be contemplating self-destruction with Yunxiang's assistance, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yunxiang was unable to act, leaving him ensnared in his own despair. Was this not the finest chance to seize him? The 2 emperors thought simultaneously, poised to strike when they beheld Yi Liangxiao lift his head and solemnly declare, "Do not move, otherwise, Yunxiang shall not rest until you are both dead." His dismal threat bore a serious countenance, causing the 2 to hesitate. It must be said that utilizing Yunxiang to restrain the 2 emperors proved remarkably effective. Yi Wudi feared injuring Yunxiang and incurring the wrath of the Zhou dynasty. Meanwhile, Li Tian was concerned for his daughter's safety, rendering him reluctant to act, thus becoming ensnared. As he spoke, Yi Liangxiao rose dejectedly, his demeanor heavy with melancholy as he remarked, "Do not gaze upon me, for I desire only solitude. Should either of you dare to disturb me, the consequences will be yours to bear." Surely, you do not wish for Yunxiang to be summoned while bathing? His sudden and piercing threat elicited a silent curse of shamelessness from the two emperors. To summon her whilst she bathed? How could one possess such brazen ignorance? Yunxiang, incensed, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Yi Liangxiao, you shameless lecher. She grasped her Shavujian, intending to utter some vicious words, but found herself at a loss. For this lecher seemed unafraid of death. What threats could possibly intimidate him? Just moments ago, he had sought to be stabbed, yet why had that sword not pierced him? While Princess Yunxiang seethed with fury, she was also riddled with confusion. It was then that the crown prince quietly emerged from the imperial study, his expression a portrait of despondency. Upon reaching the threshold, he was met with an invisible barrier. Yi Liangxiao then turned and inquired, Are you preventing me from leaving? Is my dear father eager to witness Yunxiang break through the barrier? Yi Wudi glared at him in fury, yet felt powerless, fearing that this scoundrel would indeed command Yunxiang to assault the barrier. Reluctantly, he chose to lift the restriction, allowing him to depart. Sighing as he exited the imperial study, Yi Liangxiao shook his head, his countenance one of utter despondency. Summoning a flying sword, he soared back to the residence of the 13th prince. At that moment, he yearned only for tranquility, wishing to disengage from all matters. With his bloodline intertwined with Yunxiang, their fates bound together, he possessed a protective talisman. With this safeguard, neither Yi Wudi nor Li Tian dared to kill him. If even the two emperors refrained from taking his life, who in the entire Xingdu would dare? Yet, with no one brave enough to eliminate him, he could not fulfill his mission, leaving him wondering how to return to the Blue Star. The only course of action was to retreat and devise a new plan. If no one in Xingdu possessed the courage, then he must leave Xingdu. After Yi Liangxiao's departure, Li Tian summoned Yunxiang to his side, expressing concern. Xiang'er, are you unharmed? Do you feel any discomfort? Yunxiang shook her head, a touch of grievance in her demeanor. No, but Mother Empress, why must I be compelled to obey him without the ability to resist? She was about to inquire further when Li Tian interrupted. The reasons are exceedingly convoluted. Let us return to the envoy's residence before discussing further. With that, he took her hand, leading her away from the imperial study. At that moment, Yi Wudi spoke up, Are we to depart without addressing our matters? Li Tian paused, contemplating, what more is there to discuss? Has everything not been settled? Xiang'er shall still marry you, my rebellious son, and you shall fulfill your promises. As his words echoed, he vanished from sight. Yi Wudi gave a soft snort but did not insist on his retention, instead returning to sit upon the dragon throne. Outside the door, a deeply skilled old eunuch entered, slightly bowing as he asked, Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with the crown prince? Will you simply allow him to go unchallenged? Yi Wudi replied solemnly, For the time being, we shall not intervene. He appears to be seeking death on account of his mother. I fear this series of rebellious acts is merely a ploy to provoke me into killing him. He is not inherently malevolent, but I have sensed something peculiar about him. Oh? Pray tell. The crown prince's entire cultivation has been seized by Princess Yunxiang, yet he still manages to wield his sword in flight, and with greater steadiness than before. Do you not find that curious? It is indeed somewhat strange, but given his innate mastery of the ancient sword control technique, it is not unexpected that he can still wield a sword. To my knowledge, the ancient sword control technique is driven by one soul. Only those with sufficiently powerful souls can master it. Although his cultivation has been taken, it appears that his soul strength has advanced, likely reaching the level of marrow washing. Is that not odd? Indeed, it is somewhat troubling. To uncover the truth, we must investigate from the moment he fell unconscious. Yi Wudi mused, seemingly struck by a thought. He continued, Speaking of his time bedridden, we cannot overlook one individual. Go, summon shower. The old eunuch acknowledged softly and turned to leave. Outside the palace city, at the residence of the first prince, Yi Xiao lay in bed, writhing in unbearable pain in his lower abdomen, unleashing his fury upon a group of physicians. Useless, all of you are useless. What need have I of you? It has been over 2 months, and you still cannot heal my injury. What do you claim to be healers? You are a disgrace to your profession. Before him, 4 or 5 physicians exchanged glances. One, appearing particularly helpless, said, Your Highness, forgive us, it is not that we lack skill, but rather the constraints of the situation and your exceedingly high expectations. What constraints? I simply require restoration to my former vigor. Is that too much to ask? That is not unreasonable, but the crown prince's kick was delivered with full force, and you were caught unawares. The injury to your lineage is internal and cannot revert to its previous state. I care not for your excuses. If you cannot remedy this, you may as well perish. Actually, there is a method, but it requires your highness to exercise patience first. What method? Speak. It involves first severing it. Once your highness has advanced to the golden core stage and can withstand the potency of high-grade elixirs, I could then employ a superior elixir to aid in the regeneration of your member, restoring it to its original state. However, as your highness is still at the innate level, I cannot administer any medicine. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's face darkened with rage, fury bubbling within him. That earlier kick from Yi Liangxiao had severed his lineage, and to this day, no remedy had been found. It was not that the physicians lacked solutions, rather, his low cultivation rendered them incapable of using advanced elixirs for treatment. The lower-grade elixirs could only address symptoms and not the root cause. The once proud Yi Xiao now found himself rendered impotent. He had initially wished for Yi Liangxiao to assume the role of a eunuch prince, but who could have imagined that Yi Liangxiao would force him to taste the bitterness first? This left the once formidable first prince in a state of frustration, yearning to slay Yi Liangxiao. However, as Yi Liangxiao was now the crown prince, he dared not act with his customary arrogance, instead suppressing his fiery indignation. Are you suggesting that I become a eunuch? Yi Xiao exclaimed, his head filled with frustration. High-grade elixirs could not be used recklessly unless one had attained the golden core realm, yet Yi Xiao was merely at the 5th stage of innate cultivation, and with his progress being left to fate, who could predict when he might reach the golden core? The thought of living as a eunuch during this time was unbearable. The physicians, trembling with trepidation, replied, "It is only temporary, not permanent, your highness." But before the physician could finish, Yi Xiao erupted. To him, even a single day of eunuchhood was a disgrace, and these physicians were advising him to first sever it and then wait for an uncertain opportunity. How could he possibly maintain his composure? Just as Yi Xiao was about to unleash his fury upon them, the door to his chambers swung open, and 2 figures entered. Upon seeing these 2, the physicians felt as if they had been granted salvation and hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects to the 8th prince and the 9th prince." These were indeed the 8th and 9th among Yi Lianxiao's 12 brothers. Although Yi Wudi had lived a long life, he had little interest in women, resulting in only 13 sons. The naming of these 13 princes was quite deliberate, reflecting qualities such as bravery, prosperity, and a night of bliss. The eldest was named Yi Xiao, the second Yi Yong, the third Yi Wuxuang, and so forth, with the 12th named Yi Ye and the youngest, Yi Liangxiao. Among the 13 princes, each held their own factions, with the eldest Yi Xiao, the 8th Yi Fu, and the 9th Yi Gui wielding the most influence. The gathering of these 3 suggested that there were significant matters to discuss. Chapter 23. First slay the crown prince, then determine the victor. Upon the entrance of the 2 individuals, Yi Xiao instantly suppressed his anger, rising abruptly to sit at the edge of the bed, his demeanor grave as he addressed them. The 8th and 9th brothers, what brings you to my humble abode? Is it that you deem this elder brother of yours unworthy of prior notice? Among the 13 princes, factions had formed, each with its own allegiances. Apart from the 3rd prince, Yi Wuxuang, who stood in isolation against Crown Prince Yi Liangxiao, the remaining 11 princes were united in their respective groups. Notably, Yi Xiao, Yi Fu, and Yi Gui were the leaders of the pack, their voices resonating the loudest in the absence of an established heir. Though these 3 presented a facade of camaraderie, they were surreptitiously engaged in a fierce competition for the title of heir, their relations fraught with tension. Thus, Yi Xiao's tone was far from cordial. In his eyes, the arrival of the 8th and 9th brothers could only signify ill intentions, perhaps a visit to witness his misfortunes. Despite the crown prince's position being accorded to Yi Liangxiao, the other 12 brothers perceived the situation as fluid, believing it still open to contest. As long as Yi Wudi drew breath, and Yi Liangxiao had yet to ascend the throne, opportunities for rivalry remained. Yi Fu and Yi Gui approached, raising their hands in a mock gesture, calling out elder brother. However, their words bore no semblance of respect. Why Yi Fu initiated elder brother? Are we not brothers? Must we announce our presence in advance? That seems rather aloof. Besides, I have come specifically to seek retribution on your behalf. Yi Gui chimed in. Indeed, elder brother, surely this injury of yours is a delicate matter? It may be some time before you can engage in marital duties, and I fear for your wife's impatience. All this misfortune is the doing of that lowly wretch, Yi Liangxiao. Do you intend to let it slide? I am here to assist you. Their words, veiled in mockery while professing to offer help, did not escape Yi Xiao's notice. His expression darkened as he retorted coldly, do you both hold me in such high regard? If so, why did you not join me in action that day, only to arrive now with your assistance? Speak plainly, there is no need for subterfuge. As for the grievances between myself and Yi Liangxiao, I shall handle them without your interference. If your intent is merely to gloat, you are free to leave at once. Yi Xiao's demeanor remained unyielding, yet Yi Fu laughed. Elder brother, please remain calm and allow me to elaborate. Yi Liangxiao is now the crown prince, while guarded by 4 sword-bearers of our father. How do you plan to enact your revenge? Charging in recklessly would be futile against 4 formidable foes, would it not? Allow me to offer you some strategic counsel. Yi Xiao replied icily, oh, you exhibit such goodwill. Why was this not apparent to me before? Surely, it is because I have not sought to understand you deeply. In truth, in my heart, I believe no one else is worthy of the crown prince's title but you, am I right, 9th brother? As Yi Fu spoke, he cast a sly glance at Yi Gui, who grinned in agreement. Indeed. Elder brother is the rightful son of the empress, the eldest grandson. It baffles the mind why our father would not appoint you, instead favoring that wretched child. Yi Liangxiao, 9th brother, is particularly incensed by this. The 2 brothers, appearing to have conspired in advance, flattered Yi Xiao in a harmonious exchange, thereby softening his countenance. After all, flattery is always more pleasing to the ear than harsh truths. You speak sweetly, yet who does not know that you both covet the title of crown prince as well? Speak plainly. Despite his softened expression, Yi Xiao remained vigilant, reluctant to fully trust their overtures. Yi Fu continued, Yi Liangxiao's actions are treasonous, he has usurped authority, assaulted government officials, and struck down the grand minister. Such offenses warrant death multiple times over, yet, our father not only spares him but also defies the consensus to grant him the title of crown prince. The reason is clear, he has inexplicably garnered the favor of the Azure Dragon and seized the ancient sword of extermination. He fulfills 2 of the 3 criteria established by our forebear for a ruler. Our father would find it difficult not to appoint him. However, over the years, Yi Liangxiao has evaded much of the consequences under your watch. Do you think he will spare you if he turns his attention your way? With such a wretch occupying the position of crown prince, how can you sleep soundly? Yi Xiao replied coldly, do you take me for a fool? I am fully aware of these machinations. If that wretched child does not seek me out, I shall seek him. A mere son of a lowly courtesan has no right to ascend to the throne. He deserves to meet a fiery demise like his mother. What of the Azure Dragon and the ancient sword? Ultimately, he lacks a foundation in court. He is yet to gain any substantial foothold. Even if he presently stands at the peak of his innate abilities, many could take his life. I shall not show him mercy, and if your purpose here is merely to issue warnings, you are free to depart. Yi Fu remained silent, while Yi Gui interjected, elder brother speaks most wisely. I wholeheartedly believe that wretched child will meet his demise at your hands, yet, his status as crown prince, coupled with our father's protection, means that no one in the capital dares to lay a finger on him. Elder brother, how do you plan to proceed? Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him. That is a matter I need not disclose to you. Yi Gui chuckled softly. Of course, you need not divulge your plans to me or eighth brother. However, it seems you are currently without a sound strategy, are you not? I happen to possess a method that may assist you. Would you be interested in hearing it? Speak swiftly. With the 4 sword-bearers present, to slay Yi Liangxiao, one must summon an expert of the nascent soul realm or above. The nascent soul masters in the city are entirely under our father's control. Seeking them would only alert him to your intentions. However, the sects of the Jianghu do not share such hesitations. As Yi Gui spoke, he produced a token from his storage pouch, continuing, there are indeed many major sects near the capital, yet only one dares to defy our father. The Qingyun sect. My mother is an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, which you are already aware of. This token, the Qingyun order, will summon a nascent soul expert from the Qingyun sect to assist you in a significant task, including murder. I willingly offer it to you, elder brother, to help you rid yourself of Yi Liangxiao. Yi Xiao, taken aback, hesitated before responding. Such a valuable item, and you would give it to me? What is your motive? Do not claim you do not wish to eliminate Yi Liangxiao. Yi Gui laughed. Both you and I share the desire for his demise. However, you are far more eager, are you not? Since we have a common goal, why should we concern ourselves with distinctions between us? Yi Xiao scoffed but did not take the token. Meanwhile, Yi Fu interjected, retrieving a blackened token from his own possession and extending it towards Yi Xiao. Before he could speak, Yi Xiao exclaimed in shock, is that the soul pursuit token of the demon sect? Yi Fu nodded. Indeed, elder brother, you have sharp eyes. This is the soul pursuit token, a sure great item capable of summoning a 5th-tier nascent soul expert from the demon sect. How did you acquire this token? The demon sect has always been at odds with our dynasty. If our father were to learn of its presence here, there would be dire consequences. You must take it away at once. Precisely because the demon sect stands opposed to our Deshang, should one of their members slay Yi Liangxiao, our father would not suspect a thing. Would you not agree, elder brother? Yi Zhao's heart raced with unease. His relations with the 8th and 9th brothers had always been tenuous, often leading to quarrels in court, yet today, they had come bearing gifts? What ulterior motives lay behind their actions? Suspicion gnawed at him, and he chose to remain silent. Yi Fu and Yi Gui, seemingly anticipating this reaction, placed the 2 tokens on a nearby table, each stating, elder brother, our intentions are clear. The choice remains yours. We shall take our leave now. Indeed, all for your benefit, elder brother. Consider your options with care, whether to use the Qingyun order or the soul pursuit token. Yi Liangxiao's fate is sealed. Let us be forthright. Since we share a common aim, let us first eliminate the wretch, and then we may settle our differences. Of course, should our father investigate, we shall shoulder the blame together. With that, the 2 brothers withdrew from Yi Zhao's quarters. He gazed at the 2 tokens, a sly smile breaking upon his lips. Chapter 24 Turmoil among all parties, the cataclysm of heavenly thunder. As the 2 departed, a figure emerged from behind the screen not far from Yi Xiao, glancing at the 2 tokens on the table, and remarked, did the crown prince not instruct them to take the tokens? Could it be that he intends to use them? The individual was shrouded in a black robe, with not a single inch of skin exposed, exuding an air of profound mystery. It was difficult to ascertain their identity, yet their aura suggested an overwhelming dominance, reminiscent of a nascent soul expert. Yi Xiao rose to his feet, observing that the room was devoid of outsiders, and said, since there are no outsiders present, uncle need not address me as your highness. Simply call me Xiao. Do you believe these 2 tokens are unusable? The figure in black chuckled lightly. Are you truly unaware of the consequences of using them? Yi Xiao replied with a smile, do Lao Ba and Lao Jiu genuinely believe that I am but a reckless fool, intending to use my hand to eliminate Yi Liangxiao? When Father Emperor seeks accountability, they will shift the blame onto me. In doing so, not only would Yi Liangxiao be eliminated, but I would also be labeled as the murderer of the heir apparent, a perfect 2-for-1 deal. You perceive the situation with remarkable clarity, yet you still wish to employ these tokens? Why not? The figure mused. It would be a shame to let the gifts from those 2 go to waste, though the ultimate outcome will undoubtedly leave them disappointed. Oh, and why is that? Yi Xiao inquired. These tokens require the use of primordial power to activate. While they could indeed summon 2 nascent soul experts to slay Yi Liangxiao, they would also leave traces of the user's aura. If Father Emperor investigates, he will undoubtedly trace it back to me. I cannot use them recklessly, but uncle, you can assist me, cannot you? Upon hearing this, the figure in black's gaze flickered. You are aware that I am a dual cultivator of both Dao and demonic arts, having reached the nascent soul stage. Even if I were to use these tokens, I could erase the traces. I asked that why you feigned ignorance before Lao Ba and Lao Jiu, effectively accepting the tokens? Yi Xiao did not conceal his thoughts, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Once Qin Yun and the 2 formidable figures from the demonic sect have slain Yi Liangxiao, I shall present these tokens, with their traces erased, before Father Emperor to implicate Lao Ba and Lao Jiu. At that point, the ones who will perish will be them. Lao Jiu's mother is affiliated with the Qin Yun sect. It is not surprising that he possesses the Qin Yun token. Father Emperor will surely believe it was Lao Jiu's doing, leading to his demotion. As for Lao Ba, he has a retainer with close ties to the demonic sect, and thus, the demonic beings will inevitably uncover his involvement. The figure in black revealed a glimmer of admiration but questioned, so, you intend to profit from this situation? I find that unlikely. What if the Emperor intervenes to protect Yi Liangshao and does not believe your claims? In the face of evidence, Father Emperor would have no choice but to believe. Among the 13 princes, only Lao Ba and Lao Jiu could acquire these tokens. How could he not trust that? As for Father Emperor's intervention, Yi Liangshao would still meet his demise. Is that so? You possess such confidence? Isn't Uncle here? With Father Emperor and the 5 dragons intervening, they can restrain the individuals from Qingyun and the demonic sect. By that time, Yi Liangshao will have no protection, and Uncle can eliminate him on my behalf. Yi Xiao said cunningly. The figure in black stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Well done, you possess a certain wisdom, and it is not in vain that your mother and I have provided you with support. Thank you for your praise, Uncle. With your intervention, Yi Liangxiao's fate is sealed. The two exchanged smiles, yet, as their laughter subsided, a servant entered, announcing, Your Highness, the Emperor's internal guard has arrived, requesting your immediate audience. Yi Zhao's expression darkened. What could Father Emperor want with me at this time? Meanwhile, Yi Fu and Yi Gui, having just exited the Grand Prince's residence, did not rush to return to their own abodes. Instead, they met in a narrow alley after taking a long detour. Upon meeting, Yi Fu alluded to the matter at hand, stating directly, Ninth brother, your scheme is quite clever. By presenting the Qingyun token, should our dear elder brother utilize it, he will undoubtedly bear the charge of conspiring against the heir apparent. You have skillfully eliminated Yi Liangxiao while simultaneously casting blame upon him, truly a two birds with one stone scenario. By the way, I heard that the Ninth Prince's residence recently suffered a theft, losing a precious item. It wouldn't happen to be the Qingyun token, would it? Heh, what a brilliant move, Ninth brother. Among us 13 brothers, only your mother has ties to the Qingyun sect, thus only you could obtain the Qingyun token. Is it that you have prepared in advance to avoid being implicated should Yi Liangxiao perish? And if I am not mistaken, the thief who enters your residence will be our elder brother, correct? Yi Fu's piercing words exposed Yi Gui's entire plan. Yi Gui's expression shifted momentarily but quickly returned to indifference as he replied, Elder brother, your scheme for murder is also quite adept. Since we are both pursuing the same objective, there is no need for us to lay our cards on the table just yet. While others may be unaware, the two brothers were fully cognizant of each other's plots, each seeking to unveil the other's intentions. Ultimately, their shared goal remained the assassination of Yi Liangxiao, followed by the framing of Yi Xiao. After a pause, Yi Fu remarked, Since our goals align, Ninth brother, you wouldn't betray me to Father Emperor, would you? Yi Gui responded readily, Of course not. We have agreed to eliminate Yi Liangxiao first, then settle our differences. This matter will not change. However, the resolution of our differences concerns only you and me. It has nothing to do with Yi Xiao. The two shared sly smiles. As night fell, in the envoy's residence of Chengdu, Li Tian sat upright, facing several leaders of the Zhou dynasty's envoy, including a nascent soul expert, who knelt before him. Your Majesty, we bear guilt. We failed to protect Princess Hu Li, and we beseech your Majesty to mete out punishment. The nascent soul expert spoke first. Li Tian's expression was grave, yet he waved a hand, Rise and speak. The rest may leave. Once the bystanders had vacated the room, he continued, The four sword-bearers of the Cheng dynasty excel in cooperative tactics, and it is understandable that you were delayed. However, remember, such oversights must not occur again, otherwise, even with your nascent soul status, I shall not show leniency. Understood, the nascent soul expert replied. At this moment, Yun Shang spoke up, Mother, there is something I do not comprehend. Li Tian replied, Speak. Why must I marry Yi Liangxiao, despite his shameless rebellion? Are we to sacrifice my happiness? She expressed her dissatisfaction. Li Tian chuckled in surprise, How is this a sacrifice of your happiness? This arrangement has its reasons. What reasons? Firstly, only by marrying Yi Liangxiao can you obtain the status of the Cheng dynasty's royal family, thus gaining the eligibility to enter the Dragon's Cave. The Dragon's Cave's secret realm? I have heard Mother mention that there is a treasured item of our Feng clan within it. What exactly is it? You need not know that now. When the secret realm opens in 3 months, we shall seize it together. And what of the second reason? Li Tian's expression turned slightly grim as she replied, I have an inkling that my tribulation of the half-immortal thunder is approaching. Even after a century of preparation, I still lack complete confidence in overcoming it, unless I can obtain that item from the Dragon's Cave. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances leading to my demise, having this marriage alliance with Yi Liangxiao allows you to remain in the Cheng dynasty, biding your time. Once you have fully cultivated your fire phoenix form and possess formidable strength, you can return to reclaim the throne. After all, you are aware that your siblings and uncles harbor significant opposition to your ascension. Remaining in the Cheng dynasty is a contingency I have arranged for you. Yi Liangxiao serves as your stepping stone. Yun Shang was taken aback. What, mother, your thunder tribulation is approaching, you must be safe. I will do everything in my power to help you overcome it. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and she embraced Li Tian tightly, showcasing their deep mother-daughter bond and the affection Li Tian held for her, having even planned for her future. The half-immortal thunder tribulation, success elevates one to new heights, while failure results in ruin. Throughout history, countless powerful beings have perished beneath its fury. Even someone as formidable as Li Tian dared not underestimate it, and she needed to prepare for the aftermath. Li Tian gently patted her back, affectionately saying, "Silly girl, why are you crying? I am not dead yet. Moreover, if I can obtain the items within the dragon's cave, I will undoubtedly overcome the thunder tribulation." Yun Shang blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Is that true? Then I will certainly help mother seize it. Whoever stands in my way shall be met with death." Li Tian teased, "And what if it is Yi Lianxiao who tries to take it? You would not be able to defeat him. Him, what need has he to seize our Feng clan's treasure? He may not necessarily try, but it is a possibility. If he does not, the other princes of the Cheng dynasty will. For Yi Wudi's thunder tribulation is also approaching, and that item is crucial for his success, under the guise of assisting me in obtaining it, who is to say he wouldn't be tempted?" Yet, Yun Shang resolutely declared, "Regardless of who attempts to seize it, I will fight to the death for that item. It must belong to mother." Li Tian smiled warmly, stroking her head, "My good daughter, you do not disappoint me." Unbeknownst to them, various factions were in motion, with some eager to eliminate Yi Lianxiao, while others viewed him as a mere stepping stone. Meanwhile, the crown prince remained oblivious, indulging in wine beneath the bright moon, lamenting, "Alas, the heights are so cold, I am not invincible, yet I surpass even the invincible. Is it truly so difficult to venture northwest?" In the courtyard, the figure in azure garb, grilling meat beneath a tree, furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, what do you seek in the northwest? That land is the domain of the barbarian tribes and the demonic sect. It is fraught with peril." Chapter 25 of The Inevitable Doom. My father's affection for me is as profound as a mountain. The blue-clad figure, speaking so casually, evidently fails to grasp the meaning behind Yi Lianxiao's reference to the northwest. They seem to think it pertains to the northwestern region of the Zhouzhou continent, a place where chaos reigns. Indeed, the northwest of Zhouzhou is notorious for its peril. It is said to conceal 5 major demon lairs, perpetually barren, with vast stretches of desolate terrain, where demonic beasts and fiends roam unchecked, and even deities dare not tread. To venture into the northwest without substantial prowess is to court death at the gates of the underworld. Yet, from Yi Lianxiao's perspective, having attained the status of crown prince, endorsed by the Qinglong and with his father, the emperor, showing him boundless leniency, he feels invincible. The prospect of regicide poses no real threat. Does it not render him practically unbeatable? In the current Qingdu, it is unlikely anyone would dare confront him openly, for even uttering a word against him could invite the wrath of the roaring crown prince. With the 4 sword guardians at his side, despite their mere golden core cultivation, their combined might rivals that of nascent soul experts, ensuring his survival without question. The princess of the Zhou dynasty, Yun Shang, who has awakened the bloodline of the fire phoenix, now serves as his summon. To provoke her would be akin to disturbing the princess of the great Zhou, who would dare make such an attempt. The 2 mightiest emperors of eastern Shenzhou would not risk inciting his ire. The crown prince may not be truly invincible, yet he certainly appears above all challengers. At least within the realms of the 2 eastern states, absent the intervention of sect powers, he can traverse with complete assurance. As the saying goes, invincibility breeds solitude. When one stands atop the pinnacle, devoid of rivals or foes, and even the prospect of injury becomes a rarity, how profound must that solitude be? Yet, ensconced in such a lofty state, the crown prince finds himself with a peculiar reason for seeking demise. What a predicament! Yi Lianxiao felt a tumult of emotions, even the sweetness of candy tasted bitter. However, upon hearing Qing Shan mention the northwest as a perilous place, his interest was instantly piqued. "Oh, Qing Shan, is the northwest truly fraught with danger? After all, I am invincible in Qingdu. If this world is vast and treacherous, I am quite inclined to explore." Qing Shan smiled gently, yet before she could respond, Enair approached with a platter of roasted chicken wings, saying, "Your Highness, do not fault this humble servant for speaking bluntly. You claim to be invincible in Qingdu, yet your innate pinnacle prowess has been usurped by Princess Yun Shang, reducing you once again to a mere waste. If your 12 brothers were to learn of this, they would surely come to trouble you." The bond among the 3 was evidently quite amicable. Although Enair referred to herself as a servant, her tone betrayed no excessive deference. It was clear that, regardless of his past or present, Yi Lianxiao did not regard these 2 maidservants as mere subordinates. He listened with an air of calm indifference. "And so what? Announce to the entire city tomorrow that I have regressed and am now a waste. Let us see who dares to trouble me." Not to mention, his father would never permit it. Simply put, with the 4 guardians present, who could readily act against him, he gestured towards the 4 sword guardians currently meditating in the courtyard. Having recently engaged in a fierce battle with a nascent soul expert from the Zhou dynasty, they bore some injuries but were now recuperating while safeguarding him. This was undeniably true. To attempt to harm Yi Lianxiao would require dealing with the 4 sword guardians first. Their combined might, akin to that of nascent soul practitioners, would not be easily overcome. Enair shot him a sidelong glance. "So you are hiding beneath His Majesty's wings, proclaiming yourself invincible? How brazen!" Qing Shan, while brushing sauce on the skewers, chuckled. "Indeed, to claim invincibility, even the one in the palace would not dare to do so. Only the crown prince speaks so freely. Qingdu is teeming with hidden talents. Some ancestral figures possess strengths that rival the emperor himself." Upon hearing this, Yi Lianxiao's brows furrowed. "Is that so? If Yi Wudi is suspected to be at the semi-immortal level, can he truly not be deemed invincible within the capital? Where, then, does true invincibility lie? If Qingdu is indeed a place of hidden prowess, with ancestral figures stronger than Yi Wudi, he might very well seek their assistance in courting death." A peculiar sense of anticipation began to blossom within the crown prince. Qing Shan pondered for a moment, then replied, "In terms of individuals, one could argue that the emperor is indeed invincible within the city. However, when it comes to other matters, he cannot be considered so. The true invincible force is the heavenly Tao." The young girl suddenly pointed to the sky, leaving Yi Lianxiao somewhat disappointed. Thus, you are still speaking of within Chengdu, even the ancestral figures of wealthy families are merely on par with Yi Wudi. Surely, I am not so naive as to be unaware of the invincibility of the heavenly Tao? Your words are as good as null. Yet Xing Shan suddenly grew serious. Who says the heavenly Tao does not kill? When it does, it is ruthless. Moreover, it is likely to claim lives in Chengdu soon. What do you mean? Who does the heavenly Tao intend to kill? I seem to have let something slip. Quickly, tell me, do you truly not know whom I am referring to? Yi Liangshao shook his head earnestly. Xing Shan and Yin Er exchanged glances, then stepped closer before stating, "This humble servant has received a whisper from the palace. The Emperor's powers lie between the pinnacle of nascent soul and semi-immortal realms, on the verge of confronting his tribulation. He previously relied on the assistance of the Tiangang seal to barely exert semi-immortal strength, seizing your Qinglong and Zhuxian sword. Only after undergoing the heavenly tribulation can he be deemed a true semi-immortal. This semi-immortal tribulation is imposed by the heavenly Tao and has the potential to eradicate gods and immortals with its overwhelming might. The Emperor likely lacks the absolute confidence to withstand it, which explains his urgency in establishing an heir. Otherwise, do you think he would have appointed a crown prince at such a young age? Cultivators borrow life from the heavens. Once one reaches the golden core stage, their lifespan can extend for hundreds of years. Those above the nascent soul can live for a millennium. Yi Wudi is already at the nascent soul pinnacle, and at his current strength, he is indeed in the prime of his life." Yi Liangshao was initially taken aback. What? Yi Wudi's tribulation is imminent? Is the tribulation truly so formidable that even he, with one foot in semi-immortal status, cannot be certain of withstanding it? Before either maid could respond, he erupted into uncontainable joy in his heart. He mused, is the heavenly Taoist tribulation truly that tyrannical? If even Yi Wudi cannot guarantee survival, would it not be an effortless task for it to strike me, this mere waste? If I were to seize the moment during Yi Wudi's tribulation and allow it to obliterate me, would that not be an ascension to the heavens? The heavenly Tao is invincible. If it were to extinguish my life, surely even the system would be unable to save me. Wouldn't that mean the 100 billion reward would be rightfully mine? This is, quite literally, a guaranteed path to demise. Upon this realization, the crown prince felt as though he had unearthed a new continent, bursting forth with excitement as he slammed his hand down, exclaiming, by the heavens, the heavenly Tao is shameless. If it must strike, let it strike me instead of my father. My father has shown me unparalleled kindness, raising and nurturing me. How can I stand idly by? I shall proceed to the palace to meet my father and shield him from the tribulation. If the heavenly Tao does not reduce me to ashes, I shall hold it in contempt." He proclaimed with righteous fervor, entirely oblivious to the astonishment of the two maidservants, nor did he mind that just moments ago he had referred to his father by name. The resolute determination in his words, expressing a willingness to sacrifice himself for his father, would have moved any onlooker. Yet who would have thought that merely 2 months prior, he had openly committed regicide before his court, declaring his father a fool? Now, that fool had transformed into a father, whose kindness seemed as weighty as a mountain. It must be said, the crown princess' rapid change of heart upon contemplating the guaranteed path to demise was truly astonishing, leaving the two maidservants wide-eyed in disbelief. Having concluded his thoughts, he called for his sword and soared towards the royal palace. The two maidservants exchanged glances, whispering to one another, the princess madness has returned. He seems to have forgotten that just this afternoon, he berated the emperor for half an hour in front of me, with words never repeating. And now, he dares to claim that the emperor's kindness is as profound as a mountain. It must be the princess hysteria at play. For these past years, the emperor has treated our 13th princess manor with indifference, visiting less than 5 times in 20 years. Truly, his kindness is as deep as a mountain. Chapter 26, the proactive trigger of the system's gifts. A jest with the eldest brother. Upon discovering the possibility of self-destruction through the heavenly tribulation, Yi Liangshao was filled with uncontainable joy. However, matters concerning the tribulation had always required utmost caution. With Yi Wudi's shrewdness, he would not easily allow anyone to approach him. If His Highness the Crown Prince wished to leverage the heavenly tribulation for rebirth, he must first discern Yi Wudi's intentions. Thus, it was imperative to don the guise of an obedient son. At this moment, entering the palace to meet the emperor was a means to placate his doting father. Nevertheless, after experiencing the previous bouts of joy followed by despair, the crown prince was not overly reckless this time. As he rode towards the imperial palace, he contemplated deeply, considering every conceivable mishap, determined to achieve an assured demise. After much reflection, he indeed conceived a potential opportunity for survival amidst the heavenly tribulation. This lay in his fully replenished luck value. When the luck value was maxed out, should the host encounter peril, the system would bestow a gift. Moreover, each subsequent bestowal was of a higher caliber, as evidenced by the previous instances that had allowed him to evade certain death. This time, a repetition of past errors could not be permitted. He must ensure absolute certainty. With this thought in mind, Yi Liangshao promptly devised a plan to trigger the gift in advance, intending to let the system's bestowment descend before discarding it. Thus, when Yi Wudi's heavenly tribulation arrived, there would be no system interference, and he could meet his inevitable end. But how to seek out danger to provoke the system's response? High above in the sky, he suddenly paused to ponder. Not long after, a solution emerged. The city of Chengdu was safeguarded by a formidable array of prohibitions. While there was no strict control over the subject's ability to fly, certain no-fly zones did exist, with the emperor's palace being one of them. Within the palace grounds, there was an additional powerful barrier that prevented anyone below the nascent soul realm from entering directly. Failure to heed this would result in a backlash from the array. Yi Liangshao smiled faintly, contemplating, I am but a humble postnatal 9th rank. Should I force my way through the palace's protective array, I would surely suffer backlash. The danger would trigger the system's gift. With this thought settled, he hesitated no longer and abruptly accelerated, swiftly breaking away from the ever-watchful four sword holders, charging towards the palace's protective barrier. The four sword holders were taken aback by Yi Liangxiao's audacity, and given that his spiritual power had now reached the marrow washing stage, his speed with the sword was astonishing. By the time the four sword holders regained their wits and sought to intervene, it was already too late. Just as he was about to collide with the barrier's shimmering light, a surge of celestial energy erupted from the protective array, striking towards him like a bolt of lightning. Sure enough, at this critical juncture, the system's alert sounded as expected, the familiar voice announcing, "Ding, detection of host in danger, full luck value triggers system gift. A high-level combat power gift package has been issued, deducting 999 from luck value, reducing host's luck to 0. The rewards are as follows: the Essence Pills X10. Note, these are high-level elixirs that significantly enhance cultivation, usable only above the golden core stage. Moments later, the notification faded. At the same time, a bottle of golden elixirs appeared in Yi Liangxiao's hand, leaving him somewhat perplexed. This is the high-level combat power gift package, just 10 inexplicable pills. Something feels amiss. The previous junior and intermediate gift packages had granted him recognition of the ancient sword technique, the Guanyin Lotus Sutra, and the Zhurong ancient sword. Each technique and treasure was in existence that could shake the ages, yet, for a supposedly more advanced gift package, it merely consisted of 10 pills. Furthermore, they could only be utilized by those at the golden core stage or above, which he clearly could not use at present. Could it be that the system's packages become less valuable with increasing rank? However, he did not dwell on this, accepting it with equanimity. If the system's gifts were less effective, would that not be for the best? It would facilitate his demise, a pleasant surprise indeed. Another surprising development was that his luck value had reached 0. In other words, the system would no longer trigger gifts in the future, which was splendid news. Yi Liangxiao felt he was inching ever closer to success. At this moment, the four sword holders arrived, exclaiming in alarm, "Your Highness, do not act recklessly, the palace's protective array must not be trespassed." Yi Liangxiao chuckled, stowing away the elixirs, and replied, "Does this palace seem unaware? Just having a bit of fun. Now, let us go meet Father Emperor." With that, he descended towards the palace gates. In that brief moment, the crown prince considered once more attempting to charge the array, allowing the backlash to bring about his death. However, with the four sword holders present, he understood that he had lost the opportunity for self-destruction. Moreover, during his previous attempt to breach the array, he had instinctively made a stopping motion, merely eliciting a backlash without breaching the system's self-destruction criteria. The system's gift had been triggered, his luck was at 0, and all potential mishaps had been eliminated. Who could impede the heavenly lightning from striking me down? Yi Liangxiao mused inwardly, his excitement growing. Meanwhile, within the palace, outside the study, the eldest Prince Yishao, who had just been summoned by the emperor, knelt outside the door with a heavy heart, his forehead pressed to the ground, too afraid to raise his head. Clearly, even this haughty prince, known for his arrogance, was reduced to a quail in the face of Yi Wudi's intimidation. Yi Wudi stood at the study door, his expression stern, pointing at Yishao. "Do you know your crime?" Upon hearing this, Yishao was taken aback, feeling both puzzled and anxious. "Father Emperor, I do not know what crime my son has committed." "Humph, you still wish to deceive me? Do you not know this is treason?" 2 months ago, when Shower was gravely injured and bedridden, was it truly the result of a mishap with a door? The emperor's discernment is clear. The outside world speaks thus. Furthermore, the 13th brother has always been somewhat foolish. It is not surprising he would encounter such a calamity. Bold, still resorting to falsehoods. If that were the case, why did he proclaim vengeance against you the moment he awoke? Moreover, I discovered a trace of hidden dragon energy within him. Was it not you who injured him and then claimed he had an accident? Yishao, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, rendered speechless. After striking Yi Liangxiao with a punch, he had inadvertently left a trace of his own energy within him, thinking that as long as he deceived the emperor, no one would stand up for Yi Liangxiao. Little did he know that Yi Liangxiao awoke transformed, daring to seek vengeance publicly. The emperor had even discovered that trace of hidden dragon energy, which he had intended to inflict upon Yi Liangxiao to prolong his suffering. Who could have imagined it would now serve as evidence against him, that hidden dragon energy was unique to Yishao, meaning the assailant could only be Yishao himself, or with no way to evade the truth. Yishao softened, hastily declaring, "Father Emperor, please quell your anger. I merely intended to jest with the 13th brother. It was an unfortunate slip." Yi Wudi snorted coldly. "Oh, you can nearly beat him to death with a joke? Then I too wish to share a jest with you. May I?" Yishao was taken aback, quickly kneeling and pleading for mercy. "Ancestors have decreed that the children of the Deshang royal family must not engage in infighting or harm one another. Violators may be demoted or expelled from the family tree. As the legitimate son and grandson, are you truly mindful of this teaching? Do you know I can strip you of your title and exile you 1,000 miles? Though Yi Liangxiao was of illegitimate birth, he was still my son for years. You few have privately referred to him as a bastard, treating him as if he were worthless and subjecting him to incessant bullying. I thought you were merely youthful and impetuous, so I turned a blind eye. Who could have known you would become so audacious as to contemplate murder? Do you take me for dead?" Yi Wudi raged, leaving Yishao trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. At that moment, the eunuch's voice rang out. "The crown prince has arrived." Not far away, amidst a group of palace eunuchs, Yi Liangxiao approached slowly, overhearing the two conversing from a distance. Upon nearing them, the previously feeble and ineffectual crown prince, who had been exhibiting a rebellious demeanor for the past 2 months, surprisingly bowed deeply to the emperor, stating, "I pay my respects to Father Emperor. May Father Emperor live for 1,000 autumns, equal to the sun and moon." His demeanor was remarkably respectful, a stark contrast to his earlier disposition. Even Yi Wudi, witnessing this, was taken aback. What has caused this sudden transformation in the boy? Just this morning, he was vociferously cursing me and Li Tian as tyrants. How did it come to pass that within mere hours, I am now revered as eternal and celestial? This stark reversal left Yi Wuti somewhat bewildered. What brings you here? Yi Wuti inquired, puzzled. Yi Liangxiao grinned widely, his smile reminiscent of a dutiful son, and replied, I have come to seek an audience with Father Emperor regarding important matters. However, upon encountering my elder brother, I thought to first share a jest with him. With that, he swiftly seized Yi Xiao by the collar and, without further ado, delivered 3 resounding slaps to his face. Slap, slap, slap. His movements were swift, each strike landing solidly and with all his might. Yi Xiao, caught unawares, could only react after receiving 3 hard slaps, his fury igniting as the pale hidden dragon energy swirled around him, ready to retaliate against Yi Liangxiao. How dare this coward strike me in front of Father Emperor? Yi Xiao was seething with rage, his eyes aflame and fists crackling with energy. Had it not been for Yi Wuti's presence, he likely would have already exploded in anger. Yet Yi Liangxiao appeared unfazed, his demeanor as relaxed as ever, and remarked earlier, my elder brother claimed that injuring me was merely a jest. I thought this was perfectly reasonable. However, I too am one who enjoys a good joke. Thus, I thought I would share a jest with my elder brother first. To Father Emperor, you do not mind, do you? This proclamation left both Yi Wuti and Yi Xiao in stunned silence. Chapter 27 Capture my 12 brothers. Yi Liangxiao's words were rather subtle, akin to using their own methods against them. Last time, Yi Xiao nearly killed him with a single punch but dismissed it as a jest. Therefore, this time, upon Yi Liangxiao's arrival, he delivered 3 slaps to Yi Xiao and also referred to it as a joke. Was that acceptable? Moreover, this was merely a light punishment. The underlying implication was clear, everyone was merely jesting. Your Majesty, you must either punish both of us or refrain from blaming me. After speaking, Yi Liangxiao glanced at the furious Yi Xiao, smiled gently, yet seemed still unsatisfied. He added, oh, by the way, aside from enjoying jokes, my elder brother has also committed an act of great disrespect. I can no longer bear to witness it as the Crown Prince. It is my duty to assist our father in administering punishment, setting an example for others. With that, he swiftly kicked Yi Xiao right where it hurt. This kick was different from the previous one. Back then, Yi Liangxiao lacked cultivation and relied solely on his physical strength. Now, although he had fallen in rank, he had at least acquired some elemental energy, making the force of this kick significantly heavier than before. Yi Xiao's face turned purple as he clutched between his legs, rolling on the ground in agony. This time, Yi Xiao did muster his protective energy, but the prince's kick still inflicted considerable impact. You beast, how dare you strike at me in front of our father? Yi Xiao managed to utter through gritted teeth. Yi Liangxiao chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. Elder brother, at this juncture, you have committed great disrespect, insulted our father, and yet dare to slander me, the Crown Prince? Enraged, Yi Xiao ignored the pain in his lower body, sprang up, and seized Yi Liangxiao by the collar. Raising his fist, as large as a sandpot, he threatened, you wretch, how dare you speak such nonsense? How have I insulted our father? I will tear you apart. Yi Liangxiao made no effort to resist, allowing Yi Xiao to grasp him fiercely, replying with a light smile, go on. If you dare not strike, I shall look down upon you. However, if you injure me, you will have committed a grave offense, assaulting the Crown Prince, punishable by death. Should you kill me, it would be an act of treason against the heir, an attempt to overthrow the state, resulting in eternal damnation. Yi Xiao blared in fury, caught between his rage and his apprehension of the consequences, yet he dared not truly harm him. At that moment, Yi Wuti let out a cold snort, intervening to halt the two. Enough, one of you is the Crown Prince, and the other is the legitimate grandson. How dare you engage in private combat before me? What kind of decorum is this? Am I unable to manage you both? The Emperor's voice thundered, and with a cold expression, he unleashed a wave of purple energy, forcing the two apart, his demeanor stern. Yi Xiao, startled, quickly bowed and said, I acknowledge my transgression, but father, you have seen it was the Crown Prince who provoked me first, and I was unable to control myself. He intended to call Yi Liangxiao by his name but, given the Emperor's presence, had to refer to him as His Highness. Yi Liangxiao, however, merely responded with indifference, elder brother, how exactly did I provoke you? Was it not merely a jest between us? Your last joke left me bedridden for several days. This time, it is my turn, and you remain in perfect health. It seems, elder brother, you have profited from this. Yi Xiao stammered, you twist my words. How do you claim I have disrespected our father? Hearing this, Yi Wuti remained silent, eager to hear Yi Liangxiao's reasoning. Yi Liangxiao smiled, elder brother, are you truly unaware? If I must remind you, your guilt will only compound. Spare me your grandstanding. If you cannot articulate your claims or resort to deceit, that constitutes defamation, unworthy of being the Crown Prince. Oh, since you fear no consequences, let me be frank. What did you just call me? Are you deaf? Before our father, I referred to you as His Highness. Did I not hear you call me a wretch? Yi Xiao was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That was because you struck me first. In my rage, I spoke without thought. You cannot blame me. I was addressing you, not our father. How is that disrespectful? Yi Liangxiao sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. Elder brother, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Though I am a bastard, I am still the Emperor's own dragon descendant. If you refer to me as a wretch, then what does that make our father? At this juncture, both Yi Wuti and Yi Xiao seemed to grasp the underlying implication, their expressions shifting. Yi Liangxiao's words articulated a profound truth. While he may be of lesser birth, he was still the Emperor's son. By openly calling him a wretch, Yi Xiao essentially insulted the Emperor. After all, if even the Emperor's son could be labeled as such, what did that make the Emperor himself, a spawn of sin? In other words, Yi Xiao's insult towards Yi Liangxiao was, in essence, an affront to the Emperor. Yi Xiao was not a fool, he quickly comprehended Yi Liangxiao's point, his face drenched in cold sweat as he nervously glanced at the impassive Yi Wudi. In the next moment, he hastily knelt before Yi Wudi, stating, "Father, I did not mean it. I was wrong, I shall never again refer to His Highness as a wretch, please forgive me." Yi Wudi's expression darkened further, his anger palpable. At the same time, he regarded Yi Liangxiao with surprise, contemplating. When did this rebellious child become so clever? To think he could utilize me to suppress Shower. Previously, he had endured grievances and insults without daring to complain before me, and now, not only does he dare to strike in my presence, but he also understands how to leverage power. The emperor felt a surge of intrigue. Yi Liangxiao, however, smiled and waved his sleeve. What, you think merely pleading for father's forgiveness suffices? Why do you not plead with me? As the crown prince, I stand above all, possessing the authority to govern the realm. Aside from father, no one can punish you. Yi Xiao, your disregard for the crown prince is also a grave sin. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed to the old eunuch beside the emperor, asserting his princely authority. You there, old eunuch, tell me, what punishment does one deserve for showing disrespect towards the crown prince? The old eunuch was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question from Yi Liangxiao, but he replied nonetheless, in response to His Highness, to show disrespect towards the crown prince is akin to contempt for the court, punishable by having one's eyes gouged out and tongue cut off, facing castration, or being exiled 3,000 miles, destined to serve as a slave for generations. Upon hearing this punishment, not only did Ji Zhao's eyes widen in shock, but even Yi Liangxiao was taken aback. He inwardly cursed, good heavens, the penalties in Dishang are so severe, to show disrespect towards the crown prince could lead to such gruesome fates, how truly ruthless. However, the harsher the punishment, the more advantageous it was for Yi Liangxiao this time. After a brief pause, he feigned seriousness and declared, well, you certainly remember well, why not promptly convey my decree as crown prince to punish the eldest prince, Yi Xiao? All action should be carried out in accordance with the laws set by father and the cabinet, without error. Furthermore, it seems other brothers have also called me a wretch. What shall we do about that? Shall we punish them all together? As he spoke, before the emperor could voice his opinion, the crown prince took it upon himself to issue commands, turning to the 4 sword bearers, instructing, for sword bearers, heed my command. I order you to immediately lead the Yulin guards to apprehend all 12 of my brothers, execute the law impartially, no favoritism shall be tolerated, do you understand? It must be said that at that moment, he truly exuded a hint of the crown prince's authority. However, it appeared that the emperor had yet to voice his stance. Chapter 28 The Clan Competition. With this command, Yi Liangxiao issued his first decree as the crown prince, yet, this decree was aimed at apprehending all 12 of his elder brothers. The assembly was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. The 4 swordsmen were particularly taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. Normally, the crown prince would possess the authority to command the 4 swordsmen, who should have complied immediately. However, the circumstances were different. Although the crown prince held significant power, he was still under the authority of the emperor. In the absence of the emperor's command, they dared not act recklessly. After all, this was not merely about detaining an individual, but rather seizing 12 princes of the realm. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, do you intend to defy the decree? Seeing the 4 swordsmen hesitate, Yi Liangxiao feigned displeasure and urged them on. What audacity, your highness, I am still alive, yet you dare to disregard my presence and issue orders before me? Should I perish, would you not be putting up my memorial tablet? At this moment, Yi Wudi finally spoke, his tone laced with displeasure. This rebellious son seemed to regard him as transparent, and he harbored the audacity to suggest capturing all 12 princes. The emperor's eyes widened in indignation. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao suddenly felt he had overstepped. The emperor was still present, perhaps he had gone too far. He quickly turned, adopting a conciliatory smile, and awkwardly said, Your Majesty, you are being overly harsh. In my heart, you shine as brightly as the sun and moon, a figure I hold in divine reverence. How could I possibly harbor any disrespect? I was merely about to inquire if your Majesty finds this course of action acceptable. The crown prince had come to play the role of the repentant prodigal, seeking to please his father. Otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation arrived, how could he hope to approach the emperor for assistance in seeking death? Thus, he was now drenched in flattery, employing honorifics that he had previously avoided. Not long ago, he had directly addressed the emperor by name or referred to him as a foolish monarch. Yi Wudi, however, scoffed, well, you insolent child, who gave you the audacity to think of binding your 12 brothers? His fury was palpable as he advanced, pointing a finger accusingly at Yi Liangxiao. Yi Liangxiao, feeling awkward, replied, Your Majesty, it is the law of the Dashing dynasty that grants me such audacity. My brothers have committed the grave offense of disrespect, should I not act according to the law? Or does your Majesty consider himself a transgressor? Yi Wudi was rendered speechless, seemingly unable to comprehend the newfound cleverness of his youngest son. How had he suddenly become so astute, daring to challenge him with the law? Previously, even the mere sound of his 12 brothers' voices would send him trembling, yet now he sought to hold them accountable. Had he not only grown bolder but also learned to employ strategy with finesse? Was this truly his foolish son? However, as the ruler of the realm, Yi Wudi could not simply be outwitted by Yi Liangxiao. If he were so easily swayed, he would indeed be a foolish monarch. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wudi retorted, Oh, you have learned to speak of the law, very well, let us discuss it. Guards, seize the crown prince and throw him into the dungeons, or I shall deal with him after autumn. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao's gaze flickered with alarm. Wait, your Majesty, it is my 12 brothers you wish to apprehend, not me. Have you made an error? A glimmer of mockery flashed in Yi Wudi's eyes. Did you not wish to speak of the law? Then there is no mistake. Speaking of violating the law, you have trespassed upon the palace grounds, assaulted court officials, disrespected your uncle, and even threatened regicide. If I lack the means to defend myself, would you not have taken my life? Is it punishment you seek? Then I must first punish you. Speak, which of your grievous crimes is not a capital offense? According to the law, should I not have sent you to the underworld first? At this, Yi Liangshao fell silent, unable to utter a single word. The emperor's words were irrefutable. He had indeed committed heinous crimes in his desperate quest for a swift death. Had it not been for Yi Wudi's familial affection, he would have met his demise countless times over. When it came to lawful retribution, he would have to place himself at the forefront. The crown prince felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing. Yi Wudi's words carried a profound implication. You wish to punish your 12 brothers, very well, but first, punish yourself. Do you dare? Undoubtedly, in the era of feudal dynasties, the so-called laws were merely a means to govern the common folk and the marginalized. They hardly apply to the emperor and his kin. By invoking this argument, Yi Wudi aimed to temper Yi Liangshao's ambitions while safeguarding the 12 princes. Yi Liangshao, blushing in realization, understood the emperor's subtlety. He quickly shifted his demeanor, smiling, Your Majesty speaks truly. Upon reflection, I find my 12 brothers to have understandable motivations. I shall not punish them. Please, Your Majesty, spare me as well. How did you find the flavor of the last meal? I can have someone prepare a noodle dish for you right away. Have the noodles brought to you, if it pleases you? His obsequiousness was palpable, almost as if he were about to kneel and polish the emperor's shoes. Yi Wudi snorted, observing Yi Liangshao's willingness to relent, which eased his ire slightly. After some contemplation, he decided against further confrontation, coldly stating, Oh, have you come to your senses so quickly? Yi Liangshao responded, Your Majesty's guidance is like a ray of sunlight in my life, illuminating my path toward righteousness. How could I fail to be understanding? My reverence for you is silence. Yi Wudi clearly did not wish to hear compliments and interrupted. Since you have awakened, let this matter be settled. Your elder brother struck you once, and you retaliated twice. Let us not speak of it again. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangshao and Yi Shao responded in unison, demonstrating their tacit understanding. Moreover, I have decided to hold the clan competition 3 days hence. We shall select the finest among the royal family and the noble sons of the city to delve into the dragon's lair in 3 months for treasure hunting. This serves 2 purposes, to cultivate talent for the court and to retrieve the treasures hidden deep within the secret realm. You are to return and prepare accordingly. Be punctual for the competition in 3 days. Although this event is termed a clan competition, it is open to all capable individuals from across the land who wish to enter the secret realm for treasure. Thus, the competition will be particularly fierce. Given the hastiness of the decision, you have not been afforded ample time to prepare, and this will test your ability to adapt on the spot. For these 3 days, I expect you to behave yourself and contemplate how to secure a commendable position. I intend for all 13 of you to access the dragon's lair. Do you understand? Yi Wudi's tone turned grave, only to abruptly shift. Upon hearing this, Yi Shao's face lit up with joy, as if he had momentarily forgotten the pain in his lower body. He immediately bowed and exclaimed, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. The reopening of the dragon's lair and the holding of the clan competition is a matter of great importance for our nation, concerning the future of our dynasty. I shall exert all my efforts to bring glory to you. With that, Yi Shao rose to leave. However, as he glanced back, he shot Yi Liangshao a fierce glare, filled with malice. Yi Liangshao, however, furrowed his brows, inwardly lamenting, The dragon's lair, the clan competition, what nonsense is this? I have no interest. All I desire is to follow Yi Wudi and, when the heavenly tribulation descends, to charge into the thunder and meet my end. I care not for the state or its affairs. What I seek is the reward of 100 billion. As he pondered this, Yi Liangshao opened his mouth to speak, yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Yi Wudi interjected, Do you not hear? Why are you still lingering? Hurry back and prepare. With that, he vanished without leaving Yi Liangshao a chance to respond. Chapter 29 Waiting for the wind. I will claim first place. Yi Liangshao was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply. His father, the emperor, had not afforded him the opportunity to speak nor inquired about his purpose, simply departing. This struck him as rather peculiar. Had this been mere hours prior, the crown prince would undoubtedly have pressed the matter relentlessly, ensuring the emperor understood his intentions. Yet now, he had resolved to charm the aged emperor, attempting to cultivate a favorable image of repentance in the latter's mind, hoping to secure a chance to remain by his side while awaiting the impending tribulation. Thus, he refrained from pursuing further and returned, somewhat dejected, to the eastern palace. At the mountainside of the ancestral shrine in the capital, Yi Wudi and the old eunuch revealed themselves, proceeding at a leisurely pace. The old eunuch seemed to have something to say, and after following Yi Wudi for a few steps, he spoke, Your Majesty, why did you not allow the crown prince a chance to speak? Clearly, he has matters to discuss with you. Yi Wudi raised an eyebrow, continuing to walk while dismissively waving his sleeve. This fellow has suddenly changed his demeanor, he must have demands of me. Just now, the obsequiousness in his calling me father is evident of ulterior motives. I cannot afford to grant him such an opportunity so easily. At the very least, I shall leave him to stew for a few days. Since his illness, he seems transformed, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar to me, yet, he has certainly become much more astute. The old eunuch chuckled. The crown prince has indeed grown wiser, no longer exhibiting the timidity and foolishness of yore. Is this not a positive development? However, his recent tactic of leveraging his position to suppress others, attempting to eliminate all 12 princes in one fell swoop, strikes me as rather ruthless. His moment of enlightenment, his rudimentary grasp of political maneuvering to eliminate rivals, is something I am pleased to witness. After all, his station is unique, and given my current situation, it is uncertain how long I can shield him from the tribulation. If he continues to display such intelligence, he may yet secure his own safety, which would ease my concerns. Your Majesty is blessed with great fortune. Surely you will navigate the tribulation unscathed. Enough, those sycophantic officials in the court are one thing, but you too have succumbed to flattery. Do you truly believe that by hailing me as eternal, I shall remain impervious to demise? I am acutely aware of my own tribulation. You are one of my own. I need not conceal the truth. I possess only a 30% chance of success. Even should I secure that artifact from the Dragon Cave, my odds of successfully overcoming the tribulation remain a mere 50%. Your Majesty, Yi Wuti raised a hand, interrupting the old eunuch. No need for further words. Remember this, if I should fall during the tribulation, you are to retreat into the shadows, guarding Shower closely and ensuring his safety. As for the throne, the eldest is impulsive and reckless. Despite his promising aptitude, he lacks the maturity required of a ruler. The 8th and 9th princes are too entrenched in political machinations, lacking the ability to govern, surrounded by too many ambitious schemers. They are hardly fit to reign. The 3rd prince, however, is composed, decisive, and possesses a depth of character, coupled with a heart for benevolence and governance. He has the makings of an emperor. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the old eunuch was taken aback. Your Majesty intends to establish the 3rd prince, Yi Wuxuang, as your successor, but why elevate the 13th prince as the crown prince? Yi Wuti paused inside. To appoint Shower as the crown prince is merely to afford him a means of protection. Considering the identity of his mother, how could he ever ascend to the throne? While I am present, his 12 brothers and the entirety of the court will grant him a modicum of respect as crown prince, ensuring his temporary safety. Should I no longer be here, however, these individuals would likely turn on him faster than they would turn a page. Proclaiming him as crown prince to aid his ascent is but empty words. When the tribulation arrives, I shall leave an edict, stripping him of his title and passing the throne to the 3rd prince. Afterward, you shall take him far away, never to return. The old eunuch spoke gravely. Your Majesty, do not make arrangements prematurely. Perhaps the heavens will favor the great Shang, and you will successfully navigate the tribulation? Yi Wuti smiled wryly. Let us hope so. If I succeed in ascending to the realm of semi-immortality, I might consider nurturing that rebellious son. And when might your Majesty's tribulation come? Do you have any premonitions? I do not know. Let us await the winds. In the Eastern Palace, upon returning, Yi Liangxiao immediately summoned his maids, Qingshan and Iner, back to the palace. The three met in the study, dismissing those around them. Why? Yi Liangxiao inquired. Speak freely. What do you know about the clan comparison conference and the Dragon Cave secret realm? I wish to know every detail. The Eastern Palace boasted 3,000 attendants, and there were indeed those privy to such information. However, at present, the crown prince only trusted these two close maids. Firstly, the palace was rife with factions and spies, making it unwise to trust anyone indiscriminately. Secondly, Qingshan and Iner were left behind by his former self's mother, theoretically lending them credibility. Qingshan furrowed her brow. Your Highness, you do not even know of the clan comparison conference and the Dragon Cave secret realm? Iner spat in disbelief. Is that so surprising? Previously, the crown prince was unable to cultivate and was regarded as a simpleton, his circumstances dire. How could he participate in the clan comparison conference or comprehend the Dragon Cave secret realm? What is there to find strange? Qingshan chuckled softly, slightly taken aback. Yi Liangxiao urged, speak quickly, what do you know? Iner began to recount. As the name suggests, the clan comparison conference is a contest among the young scions of the prominent families in the capital, not solely limited to the royal family. The Dragon Cave, however, is a mysterious location. The entire capital is built upon the Dragon Cave, protected by the spirit vein of the divine dragon. In ancient times, the founding emperor stumbled upon the Dragon Cave and encountered fortuitous events within the secret realm, which led to his rise. The royal family's latent dragon energy originates from this. In principle, the Dragon Cave can be opened every year, yet the innermost layer of the secret realm opens but once every century. The clan comparison conference is established to select the outstanding youth to explore the Dragon Cave. Each conference culminates in the selection of 100 participants, led by powerful figures from the palace, who then venture into the secret realm in search of treasures. This year marks the opening of the deepest layer of the secret realm. The emperor will surely make grand preparations and may even lead the expedition himself. After all, a supreme treasure lies hidden in the deepest part of the Dragon Cave, and should the emperor obtain it, his chances of overcoming the tribulation would greatly increase. Yi Liangxiao pondered this, intrigued. Oh? What treasure lies within the Dragon Cave, that even Yi Wuti covets it? Why has he waited until now to attempt to retrieve it? Qingshan frowned slightly, smiling. Although I have not had the fortune to enter the Dragon Cave, I have heard whispers. The secret realm is filled with treasures, any one of which could be worth a fortune. Particularly, the item in the deepest layer is said to be priceless. Priceless? That seems exaggerated. If the Dragon Cave truly harbored a treasure of such worth, given Yi Wuti's nature, he would have claimed it long ago, would he not? You are unaware. Although the Dragon Cave is abundant in treasures, it is also fraught with peril, especially within the innermost layer of the secret realm. It is said that even a nascent soul expert could perish there. A century ago, the emperor nearly met his end within. What? At this revelation, Yi Liangxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his joy evident. Are you saying the depths of the Dragon Cave are fraught with danger, to the extent that even Yi Wuti, suspected to be a semi-immortal, nearly perished? It is not that he lacks the desire to retrieve the treasure, but rather the capacity to do so? Qingshan nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, upon receiving Qingshan's confirmation, the crown prince erupted into laughter. The Dragon Cave is perilous. Even Yi Wuti, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul, nearly met his demise. If he, Yi Liangxiao, ventured in, would he not instantly be reduced to ashes? This revelation was a fortuitous boon for the crown prince, who harbored thoughts of self-destruction. Initially, he had deemed his demise certain by relying on Yi Wuti's tribulation, but who knew when that tribulation would arrive? Perhaps tomorrow, next year, or a decade hence, Yi Wudi himself might not even be able to ascertain. In the interim, merely waiting was not a solution. Coupled with the current system upgrade, which imposed doubled penalties if he were to linger for a year or more without dying, would it not result in a tremendous loss? Moreover, learning from the two maids that the depths of the dragon cave were indeed a perilous place, where even a formidable figure like Yi Wudi could not ensure his safety, ignited Yi Liangxiao's imagination, leading him to contemplate another path to self-destruction. The more treacherous the dragon cave, the more advantageous it was for him. He could delve deep into the secret realm, risking everything. After all, Yi Wudi was keen on having him accompany him. He would first comply with his wishes, then seek the opportunity for self-destruction. In the depths of the secret realm, where even Yi Wudi could not guarantee his own safety, he would be even less likely to survive. Was this not a certain path to death? With this thought, the crown prince felt invigorated once more. He waved his hand decisively and proclaimed, "Excellent, this is splendid news. I have resolved to enter the depths of the dragon cave to procure the supreme treasure for my father." Xing Shan and Ener exchanged incredulous glances. "Your Highness, such words may be jest, but do not truly venture forth. That place is no playground. Its dangers are on par with the 5 demon sealing eyes in the northwest. The previous emperor met his demise within. You must surely be jesting, Your Highness. To enter the dragon cave, one must first secure a position among the top 100 in the clan comparison conference, and one's cultivation must exceed the innate realm. Simply these two conditions alone render you manifestly unqualified. How could you possibly go?" The two maids, after their initial surprise, dismissed the matter with laughter, yet Yi Liangxiao remained exceptionally serious, stating, "Who says I am merely jesting? I truly intend to go. As for securing a spot among the top 100 in the clan comparison conference, that is but a trifling matter. I not only aim to be among the top 100, but I shall claim the first position and be the champion. Otherwise, how shall I access the innermost depths of the secret realm?" This pronouncement left the two maids momentarily speechless, yet none took his words to heart, for at present, his cultivation had plummeted to the 9th grade of the postnatal realm, placing him among the lowest ranks. What right did he have to vie for the championship? Merely through words. Chapter 30 Insha, why are you lying on the ground? 3 days later, with the collaboration of the 6 ministries of the court, the clan competition was held as scheduled, taking place in the Oval Arena at the Royal Ancestral Temple Mountain. The emperor, accompanied by civil and military officials, arrived early and established a protective barrier in the center of the arena to prevent the vital energy of the young scions of the prominent families from leaking during their contests, thereby safeguarding the innocent. The oval arena of the ancestral Temple Mountain was vast enough to accommodate thousands, and was heavily surrounded by the Imperial Guard, ensuring tight security. Above, the 5 dragon generals commanded golden dragons to patrol and guard the area. The city's defensive formation had also been activated, with 300,000 troops on high alert, leaving no room for error. After all, the core of power in the entire Desheng dynasty was gathered here, and the court could not afford to be careless against those with ulterior motives. In the audience, the young scions of various noble families had taken their positions, arranged into 5 distinct factions among the emperor's 13 sons. It was known that the 1st prince, 8th prince, and 9th prince all harbored ambitions for the throne. Each of these 3 had their own factions. The eldest, Yi Shao, was the strongest, supported not only by the empress but also by the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 11th princes, creating a formidable force and making him a favorite to win the competition. The 8th prince, Yi Fu, was no less impressive, commanding the support of the 7th and 10th princes, as well as the current prime minister. The 9th prince, Yi Gui, though comparatively less influential, had the backing of the 2nd and 12th princes, and crucially, his maternal grandfather was the only foreign king in the Shang dynasty, commanding an army of 400,000. No one would dare to dismiss Yi Gui as merely a supporting character, especially since he seemed to have secured the strong backing of the renowned Qian sect from the eastern divine continent. Standing beside Yi Gui were several disciples of the Qian sect, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The 3rd prince, Yi Wushuang, was a lone wolf, possessing talent only slightly inferior to Yi Shao, and he never sought alliances with anyone, yet no one dared to provoke him, lending him an aura of mystery. Lastly, there was the 13th prince, His Highness Yi Liangxiao. It was a well-known fact that he did not lack desire for power, but due to his mother's background and his past demeanor, no one wished to ally with him. The clan competition was ostensibly open to all young scions in the city, with the victor claiming the crown. However, in reality, all the prominent families in the city had aligned themselves with the various princes, making it less a contest of the entire city and more a covert struggle among the emperor's sons. Ultimately, the top 100 contenders selected would invariably belong to the factions of the princes, with distinctions made only by the number of their respective supporters who qualified. With still a short incense stick's worth of time before the competition officially commenced, the young talents were eager and restless, ready to showcase their abilities. For these aristocratic youths, earning a spot among the top 100 not only brought the emperor's favor but also offered the opportunity to enter the Dragon Cave's secret realm to seek treasures, a prestigious honor indeed. If they could gain something within the realm, enhance their cultivation, the possibility of future titles and positions of power was not out of reach. Thus, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, with clear divisions among the 5 factions, their shouts rising and falling like the tide. Among them, the faction of Yi Liangxiao appeared particularly desolate. The Imperial Household Department, tasked with organizing the event, had reserved over 100 seats for the entourage of the various princes. Every other prince's faction was packed to the brim, while behind Yi Liangxiao was a stark emptiness, save for a few obligatory imperial guards and 2 maidservants. It looked both bleak and incongruous for a crown prince. The illustrious crown prince had only 2 female attendants accompanying him, with no other supporters in sight, which was indeed shocking, so much so that as he entered the venue and took his seat, Yi Liangshao himself did not feel embarrassed, but his attendant, Qing Shan, felt the awkwardness on his behalf and quietly suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps we should return." "It would be rather humiliating to wade into this mess in air," the other maid echoed. "Indeed, our Eastern Palace lacks both power and talent. How can we compete with the other princes?" "Your Highness, it would be wise to avoid further embarrassment." The word self-inflicted humiliation lingered unspoken, allowing Yi Liangshao a semblance of dignity from the perspective of the 2 maidservants. Given Yi Liangshao's meager cultivation at present, he might not even pass the first round, let alone aspire to take the lead. Insisting on participating in the competition would only serve to invite ridicule. Upon hearing Qing Shan's words, Yi Liangshao feigned seriousness, turning to her with a composed demeanor. "What embarrassment? As long as I do not feel embarrassed, it will be they who will be humiliated." He gestured toward the crowd, which left the 2 maids momentarily stunned, silencing them into contemplation. Since the crown prince was determined to face humiliation on his own terms, they could only acquiesce. After all, this was not the first time he had faced such a situation, and it certainly would not be the last. With a sigh, they resigned themselves to their fate. Yi Liangshao's proclamation was slightly louder than intended, seemingly aimed at provoking the factions of the other princes, thereby drawing the attention of the entire assembly. In Yi Zhao's camp, one individual called out, "Oh? The crown prince claims he will make all the talents here feel embarrassed. It seems he has quite the confidence, but how amusing. I heard only days ago that the crown prince offended Princess Yunshang and has since lost all his cultivation. Is it true that he is now merely at the 9th grade of postnatal? Yet, the weakest among us here is at least at the 8th grade of innate. I wonder how the crown prince plans to embarrass us? Is he merely engaging in empty bravado? This is a clan competition. Victory relies on one's strength, not on idle boasts. If the crown prince wishes to indulge in heroics, he might as well return home and confine himself to his 2 maidservants." At this, the crowd erupted in muffled laughter. Soon, voices from other princes' factions chimed in. "Indeed, what does a mere 9th grade postnatal have to do with this event? My little brother, still in his infancy, has already awakened his spiritual veins and possesses innate strength rivaling that of a 9th grade postnatal." What do you mean by that, brother? Are you suggesting that the crown prince cannot compare to your little brother? Bold, how dare you mock the crown prince as if he were a mere cur, his cultivation so paltry? Be wary lest he turns the tables on you. Ha, who dares call the crown prince a cur? I, for one, do not agree. The crown prince is a formidable 9th grade postnatal. What, the crown prince is indeed a 9th grade postnatal? How impressive, your highness. I am but a lowly 6th grade innate. Should fortune allow me to face you, I assure you I will only use 1 finger. Oh, how arrogant. Are you saying you could defeat the crown prince with merely 1 finger? Voices clashed, each laden with sarcasm, veiling their mockery of Yi Liangshao, even likening him to a mere child. This was but a mild jest. Had the emperor and numerous ministers not been present on the platform, the factions would have been even more brazen in their derision. In response, Yi Liangshao remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile. He neither retaliated nor showed anger, merely chuckling softly. Just as these individuals claimed, victory hinged on strength, not on words. Moments later, the auspicious hour arrived. An official from the Ministry of Right struck a bronze bell, announcing the formal commencement of the competition. The event would follow a chaotic elimination format, with 10 contestants engaging in simultaneous combat, determining victory by the last person standing. As the official's words faded, one individual leaped into the center of the arena. Yi Liangshao glanced over, a smile playing on his lips. This person was none other than the one who had boasted he could defeat him with a single finger, a 6th grade innate warrior named Xiao Zhang. "I am Xiao Zhang, a 6th grade innate. Under the first princess command, I have long admired your highness's reputation. I humbly request your guidance. Do you dare to face me in combat?" "Fear not, your highness. I assure you, I shall only use 1 finger against you," Xiao Zhang declared with arrogance, emboldened by the support of the first prince. At his challenge, the other 9 contestants paused, eager to see how Yi Liangshao would respond. Yi Liangshao, with a lazy smile, replied nonchalantly, "Very well, as you wish, but remember, it must only be with 1 finger." Xiao Zhang burst into laughter, nodding. "Of course, against your highness, I need not even use 2 fingers." The crowd erupted in laughter once more. The outcome of a 6th grade innate against a 9th grade postnatal was hardly in question. No one believed Yi Liangshao could emerge victorious. His agreement to the challenge was perceived as folly. Even his 2 maidservants could not help but urge, "Your highness, do not go. You cannot win. Do not seek to prove yourself. Yes, this person is already a 6th grade innate. He truly could defeat you with just 1 finger." Yet, Yi Liangshao remained undeterred, reclining comfortably in his seat, exuding an air of ease. "No need for further discussion. I have accepted the challenge." "Xiao, you may proceed." Xiao Zhang grinned. "Then please, your highness, step down." "Not if you do not. How can I make my move? Are you afraid?" Yi Liangshao's gaze turned icy, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "To defeat you, why must I step down? I can accomplish that from here. Oh, the crown prince believes he can defeat me without stepping down. How absurd." Xiao Zhang laughed, but he was cut short as his expression faltered. The next moment, he witnessed his cherished sword, which he had honed for a decade, unsheathing itself. Even more astonishing was that the blade was now pointed directly at him. "Your prattling is excessive." Yi Liangshao huffed slightly, channeling his will to manipulate Xiao Zhang's flying sword, which swiftly struck twice. Xiao Zhang's face turned pale as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. He was sent staggering several meters back by the force of the sword energy. A flash of crimson light signified his garment stained with blood, as he collapsed to the ground, dumbfounded. The crowd gasped in shock. Even Yi Wudi, seated on the dragon throne, turned his head in astonishment. None could fathom how Yi Liangshao had controlled Xiao Zhang's sword, nor could they comprehend how a mere 9th grade postnatal could instantaneously overpower a 6th grade innate warrior. Why are you lying on the ground? Did you not say you would defeat me with one finger? Why have you ceased moving? Very well, I shall grant you a chance that if you can extend even a single finger now, I shall concede that you have one, agreed. Yi Liangshao rose, speaking slowly with a smile, summoning a precious sword with his spiritual power. He strolled into the arena, coldly observing the terrified Xiao Zhang drenched in sweat. Xiao Zhang, witnessing this bizarre method of combat, which allowed Yi Liangshao to seize his weapon in an instant, felt a wave of horror wash over him. Upon hearing Yi Liangshao's challenge to extend a finger as a condition for victory, he instinctively looked down at his own hands. This glance was faithful. He almost felt his eyes pop out. My fingers, Xiao Zhang screamed in agony, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Yi Liangshao, but he realized, to his horror, that the 2 strikes from Yi Liangshao had severed all 10 of his fingers. Yi Liangshao's control over the flying sword was astonishingly swift, leaving Xiao Zhang unaware until it was too late. What the crowd did not know was that although Yi Liangshao's cultivation had been stripped by Yunxiang, his spiritual power had ascended to the level of marrow cleansing. The brilliance of the ancient sword mastery lay in its capability to seize control of a sword without relying on cultivation realm, allowing for instantaneous mastery. Chapter 31 I shall defeat 100. This notion is rather subtle, and not many are privy to it. Typically, cultivators manipulate their flying swords through their own qi and primordial power, achieving the capability to wield their blades to slay foes from 1,000 miles away once they reach a certain level of mastery. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yi Liangshao, possessing merely the rudimentary postnatal 9th grade cultivation, could seize swords and kill using only his spiritual power? Ordinary individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to discern the secret behind Yi Liangshao's ability to commandeer swords and slay, but the 2 emperors seated on the dais were well aware. Yi Wuti had long known that he possessed the ancient sword control technique and that his spiritual power had ascended to the purification realm, which at this moment lent him an air of composure. However, Li Tian exhibited a flicker of surprise. What, after being stripped of all his cultivation by Shang'er, this lad's spiritual power not only remained intact but even surged? In response to this question, Yi Wuti remained silent, smiling faintly. It was precisely because he recognized Yi Liangshao's elevated spiritual power and his mastery of sword control that he tacitly permitted him to battle Xiao Zhang. The outcome was evident. Xiao Zhang, with his innate 6th grade cultivation, was utterly incapable of mounting any resistance against Yi Liangshao. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire venue fell into a brief silence, with only the pained wails of the fallen Xiao Zhang breaking the stillness. Yi Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of fury and astonishment. Xiao Zhang was his most capable subordinate, having attained innate 6th grade cultivation, a remarkable figure even in this era of spiritual scarcity, yet now, he had been rendered incapable, with his 10 fingers severed and his treasured sword taken. Even if he were to recover, he would be as good as useless, a mere shadow of his former self before the Grand Prince. The humiliation of having his subordinate so utterly defeated was a direct affront to Yi Xiao's pride. How could he not be enraged? Simultaneously, he was astonished by Yi Liangshao's ability to instantaneously seize a sword and injure Xiao Zhang despite his seemingly meager postnatal 9th grade cultivation. Was there some hidden secret within this wretch? Just as strange as that witch of a mother. This bastard cannot be allowed to remain. Yi Xiao contemplated grimly. Shortly thereafter, he slammed his palm upon the table, resolved to take matters into his own hands. With the Dragon Cave's secret realm set to reopen, if he wished to wrest the position of heir from Yi Liangshao, he must secure victory in the upcoming clan competition. He needed to display his prowess before Yi Wuti, garnering a favorable impression, and ensure that Yi Liangshao did not steal his limelight. Over the past 3 days, the Grand Prince had not been idly passing the time. With the assistance of his enigmatic uncle behind him, Yi Xiao's cultivation had surged dramatically within that short span, now reaching the pinnacle of innate 2nd grade. Although Yi Liangshao possessed strange abilities, unarmed and formless sword control could not compete against the vast difference in their realms. In a direct confrontation, Yi Xiao held no doubts about his inevitable victory. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Yi Liangshao's injury to his subordinate was a direct affront to his dignity. For the proud and arrogant Grand Prince, reclaiming his face was paramount. However, just as he began to rise, a voice echoed in his mind, "Stop, it is not yet your time to act. I have expended great resources to awaken your potential and elevate you to innate 2nd grade in a short time. This is not for you to step forward for your subordinate's sake. Sit down, this wretch Yi Liangshao is peculiar, let us observe him further, allow your subordinates to engage first, and maintain your composure." Behind him, a middle-aged man, disguised as a guard, was communicating through secretive transmission. Yi Xiao understood and, though struggling to suppress his anger, complied and took his seat once more. Subsequently, he replied through secretive means, "Uncle, this wretch possesses only the meager cultivation of postnatal 9th grade. How could he possibly defeat Xiao Zhang in an instant?" The middle-aged man responded, "It appears he has employed an ancient technique long thought lost, one that emphasizes spiritual power over qi cultivation, allowing him to kill and seize swords with a mere flick of his fingers." An ancient technique thought lost? How did this wretch acquire such knowledge? If what my uncle says holds true, given time, this child could become exceedingly difficult to contend with. There is no need for alarm. If he truly possesses ancient soul techniques, it could serve as both a significant advantage and a deadly curse, rendering him a target of many. As the two continued their private conversation, Yi Fu's voice suddenly boomed from nearby. "Why have you sat down again, brother? Isn't Xiao Zhang one of your most capable subordinates, having lost 10 fingers to the 13th brother, he is as good as crippled. Can you truly bear this?" Yi Gui chimed in, "Indeed, brother, the 13th brother is merely a postnatal cultivator. Surely you aren't afraid. If you truly are, why not have the 9th brother send someone competent to bolster your courage?" The two, seemingly detached, indulged in their banter, yet their words dripped with provocation. Yi Xiao, known for his fiery temper and recklessness, felt his face darken at their taunts and was about to retort when the voice behind him interjected just in time. Wait. Can you not see that they are deliberately goading you? Why engage in a war of words with them? If you lose your composure, you will be playing right into their hands. The more you clash with Yi Liangxiao, the more they will relish in your discord, waiting to reap the benefits. Can you not discern this? Listen, your primary adversaries are not Yi Liangxiao, but Yi Fu and Yi Gui. Do not act impulsively. Yi Xiao's face was a mask of indignation, but he ultimately restrained his fury, turning his back on the two and feigning ignorance, silently cursing. Why Yi Fu and Yi Gui exchanged glances, astonished. Given their understanding of Yi Xiao, in such a situation of lost face, it was unfathomable for him to remain silent. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Yi Liangxiao gazed at Xiao Zhang with a playful glint in his eyes. Seeing that the man was utterly defenseless, he kicked him off the platform. With a light laugh, he remarked, "Alas, how utterly uninteresting. All I required was for him to extend a single finger for him to claim victory." Yet, he could not even manage that. Reduced to a pitiful state. Could it be that the so-called prodigies are nothing more than this? Are there truly no capable individuals remaining here? As he continued, his tone grew increasingly contemptuous, seemingly intent on inviting animosity. With his words, the atmosphere thickened with discontent. What did he mean? There were no capable individuals remaining, that the prodigies were mere trifles. His statements effectively ridiculed everyone present. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out in anger. What does His Highness mean by this? Do you look down upon all the noble youths present? Yi Liangxiao turned his gaze, a playful smirk on his lips, and replied, "Oh, do not misunderstand. I harbor no disdain for you all. I merely wish to assert that every one of you is but refuse. You have not entered my sight, so how could I possibly look down upon you? You dare? Outrageous. Does His Highness even comprehend what he is saying? I had suspected that His Highness was merely eccentric, but I did not expect such folly to be ingrained in your very being. Do you understand what your words imply? Even if you are the heir, you must not recklessly declare that there are no capable individuals among the gentry. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince displays a reckless arrogance, disregarding all decorum. I implore you to allow this old minister to challenge him to a duel, with life and death at stake." If Yi Liangxiao's earlier claim of there being no capable individuals had already incited fervor, his subsequent declaration of them being refused had effectively alienated all present. Everyone was incensed. Even a seasoned censor by the emperor's side could no longer restrain himself, declaring his intent to duel Yi Liangxiao. The audacity of the Crown Prince's words was akin to a stab to the heart, offending all the young men of the court. He was not merely arrogant, but beyond the pale. Yet, Yi Liangxiao, being a man who sought death, cared little for offending anyone and felt no obligation to curry favor with any individual. If among these so-called prodigies, a few true talents emerged who were unafraid of his status as the Crown Prince, he would welcome the challenge. The best scenario would be for them to directly send him to the northwest, which would be most agreeable. His deliberate provocation of the crowd was, in fact, a ploy to court danger. As he paused, he noticed that while the crowd was furious and vocal, none dared to act. Yi Liangxiao felt that he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his arrogance and added, "Do not merely speak without action. Are we to engage or not? With trash like you, I could sweep through a multitude. Come forth, I shall defeat 100. Chapter 32. A stunning revelation. The sword array is unleashed. 100. Upon uttering these words, Yi Liangxiao elegantly waved his sleeves and turned his back to the crowd. With his eyes gently closed, he feigned the serene demeanor of a transcendent being, exuding an aura of composure. He paid no heed to the mounting indignation from the audience below the stage, brazenly inviting the ire of all present. The Crown Prince not only dismissed the talents of the entire assembly but audaciously claimed he could face 100 opponents single-handedly. Such arrogance reached unparalleled heights. Was this truly the same timid and submissive waste of a prince from 2 months prior? It must be said, however, that Yi Liangxiao's sudden display of prowess, defeating a 6th-rank innate martial artist with a mere flick of his fingers, left the audience utterly astounded. This unexpected feat instilled a sense of trepidation, contrasting sharply with their previous perceptions of him. Yet, with the convergence of the city's formidable youth, it was clear that a mere single strike would not suffice to completely dazzle them. Among those present were individuals of exceptional strength, some even concealing their true capabilities, surpassing Yi Xiao, the foremost expert. On the surface, the first Prince Yi Xiao was hailed as the pinnacle of the younger generation in the capital, inheriting the latent dragon energy of the founding emperor, possessing remarkable lineage and the highest cultivation. Yet, those in the know understood that his esteemed title stemmed largely from flattery and the privileges of his royal lineage. Were he not the legitimate son of the royal family, backed by the empress, he would likely not even be deemed noteworthy. Conversely, Yi Liangxiao, though a prince, held no real power and lacked a maternal clan to rely upon. Standing alone, for someone like him, adorned with the Crown Prince's halo, far from offering advantages, it only attracted covetous glances. To boldly declare that the assembled talents were all worthless, such a statement, to outsiders, appeared utterly foolish. A path to self-destruction. Listening from the podium, Yi Wudi could not help but rub his temples, sighing inwardly. This rebellious son truly knows how to court disaster. How dare he utter such hubristic words? The young cultivators of Qingdu are a veritable treasure trove of hidden talent. How could he presume to take on 100 alone? If 100 were to truly challenge him, even with ancient divine arts at his disposal, he would be reduced to mere pulp. At that moment, Yi Wudi pondered the dilemma. Should he intervene or not? If he chose to save him, the officials and young talents would surely gossip, accusing him of undermining the rules of the competition and providing undue favoritism. Yet, should he choose not to intervene, it would undoubtedly lead to the prince's demise. What a predicament! As he sighed, lost in contemplation, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Tian to his side, and suddenly, the emperor's countenance brightened, as if a revelation had struck him, freeing him from the quandary of whether to save or not. Indeed, no sooner had Yi Liangxiao's words faded than the crowd erupted in uproar. Faces were flushed with anger as they began to voice their disdain. Is the crown prince serious? You not only regard the scions of the court with disdain but also dare to challenge 100 of us? How utterly presumptuous. Though you are the crown prince, you cannot so brazenly insult the talents of the court. I, a member of the Yun family, am the first to object. I am willing to accept your esteemed challenge, with life and death at my own discretion, if you please. The same goes for my family, the Seacone, but be warned, swords have no eyes. Should you be inadvertently harmed, do not hold us accountable. The Ji family will go first. How about that? In the midst of this heated exchange, one individual leapt onto the stage. This person, though slender and seemingly frail, wielded an enormous mountain axe with ease. From the aura emanating from him, he appeared to be an innate first-rank martial artist. I am Ji, son of the Minister of Revenue, Ji De, here to seek guidance from the Crown Prince. Aren't you going to turn around? If you cannot even defeat me, how can you speak of facing 100? With a furious expression, the self-proclaimed Ji fixed his icy gaze upon Yi Liangxiao's back. Yi Liangxiao merely smiled, refraining from further chatter. As he turned, he suddenly struck out, summoning a precious sword from the crowd and directing it toward Ji. Whoosh, the sharp blade sliced through the air like a streak of lightning, aimed directly at Ji. His pupils constricted, unable to anticipate Yi Liangxiao's swift response. He hastily raised his mountain axe to block the oncoming strike. This sword bore the extraordinary power of cleansing marrow. Though Yi Liangxiao's cultivation was at the 9th rank of the acquired stage, his soul power had ascended to the marrow-cleansing realm. By wielding the flying sword with the prowess of the marrow-cleansing stage, he could unleash an equivalent might. Boom, a shockwave erupted on the stage, sending those gathered at the edges staggering back. The flying sword shattered upon striking Ji's axe, producing a thunderous sound. As a first-rank innate martial artist, Ji's reflexes were exceptional, allowing him to successfully parry the blow. Yet, with the sword's shattering force, he was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, only stopping upon crashing against the protective barrier. He violently spat blood and fell unconscious, rendered incapable of further combat. Once again, the audience was left in stunned silence, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Even the 12 princes seated opposite on the podium could not hide their astonishment, their expressions growing grave. Yi Liangxiao had actually defeated an innate expert who was merely a step away from the marrow-cleansing realm with a single strike. It was indeed difficult to fathom. At this moment, Yi Liangxiao slowly remarked, "This is not a place for Ji. You should remain below." The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. The crown prince had indeed injured 2 individuals with 2 strikes, seemingly possessing the capability to contend against many, yet, this was still insufficient to instill fear. Yi Liangxiao's claim of facing 100 was still a bold declaration. In other words, the talented individuals could swarm him, launching a collective assault. In one-on-one combat, he might prevail, but against a multitude, the outcome was uncertain. The crown prince, it seemed, had concealed his true strength. This revelation caught them unawares. However, since His Highness had permitted 100 to take the stage, what were they waiting for? They must not ruin His Highness's enjoyment. From the crowd, someone shouted, and as they spoke, they had already soared onto the stage. With this encouragement, the others no longer hesitated and began to leap up one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens had filled the expansive stage, encircling Yi Liangxiao in the center. Attack! The foremost among them brandished a magical artifact and charged at Yi Liangxiao. Unfazed, Yi Liangxiao raised his hand, summoning 100 flying swords from the audience to shield himself, not retreating an inch. Form the sword array! He bellowed, raising his soul power to its zenith, manipulating the 100 flying swords into a formidable array. In an instant, the stage was engulfed in a tempest of swords, their fierce energy slicing through the air, impenetrable and chaotic. The challengers turned pale, either being flung away by the flying swords or retreating in self-preservation, their screams and yells ringing out. Even a few who managed to withstand the onslaught of the sword array found themselves unable to approach Yi Liangxiao any longer, and Yi Liangxiao needed not to eliminate them all. According to the competition rules, he merely had to force the challengers off the stage to claim victory. With the sword array unleashed, he swiftly dispatched dozens of opponents while effectively halting any further challengers from ascending. To step onto the stage, one must first breach the sword array. Yet, a sword array woven with the power of marrow cleansing was not something that could be easily dismantled. At least for the time being, these young scions of noble families were incapable of achieving such a feat unless a few experts of the marrow cleansing realm were to join the fray. Chapter 33 My Lady, Descend. Thus, this continued for a while. Hundreds of talented youths by the arena were utterly helpless against Yi Liangxiao. However, from a distance in the audience, a young man beside the 9th Prince Yigui looked on with a hint of disdain. Clad in the robes of a sect, with a Taoist mark upon his brow, he exuded an air of elegance, a bamboo plaque hanging at his waist, inscribed with the characters Qing Yun in small seal script. Leaning slightly forward, he deftly conjured 2 talismans before whispering into Yigui's ear, "Your Highness, I have discerned the methods of this individual. His sword manipulation is propelled by soul force. If we can sever his soul force from leaking, victory shall be easily attained. Here are 2 talismans from my Qing Yun sect. One is the lightning summoning talisman, capable of shattering his sword formation. The other is the soul binding talisman, which can activate a barrier to temporarily confine his soul force. Without his sword, Yi Liangxiao is akin to a mere invalid. At that time, you may act as you wish, even to the point of taking his life by accident." Upon hearing this, Yi Gui was overjoyed. "Oh? Is that truly the case? I must first express my gratitude for your assistance, esteemed Taoist. Once we eliminate Yi Liangxiao and secure the position of heir, rest assured, I shall not neglect your contributions." The young man smirked and replied, "Well said. The time to perform before the emperor is now. Why not take the initiative, Your Highness?" "Very well. Yi Gui exclaimed, taking the two talismans and leaping into the air, proclaiming, 13th brother, you truly conceal your talents. When did you master such exquisite sword manipulation? As your elder brother, I was entirely unaware. However, since you wish to face 100 opponents alone, I shall indulge you in this game, shall I? As he spoke, Yi Gui hurled the lightning summoning talisman into the air, empowering it with his own vitality. As the talisman ignited, the heavens darkened, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended with ferocity. Boom! The lightning struck Yi Liangxiao's sword formation, unleashing a thunderous force. And the next moment, over 100 flying swords were obliterated, their fragments scattering across the ground. With the formation shattered, Yi Liangxiao was knocked back several steps, feeling a rush of sweetness in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The lightning not only dismantled his sword array but also inflicted harm upon him in return. At this moment, he glared solemnly at Yi Gui, who wore a faint smile, offering no respite. As he descended, he cast the soul-binding talisman. Bang! Yi Gui landed heavily, standing like a pillar, grinning maliciously at him. Simultaneously, the soul-binding talisman activated. An invisible barrier enveloped the arena, completely isolating this area. As the barrier closed, Yi Liangxiao's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had lost all sense of the surrounding swords. What is happening? My soul force cannot penetrate this barrier. For the first time, the Crown Prince felt a sense of crisis. Without the ability to control his sword artifacts, he was reduced to a mere triviality, unable to contend against Yi Gui. Yi Gui, noticing Yi Liangxiao's distress, triumphantly remarked, 13th brother, what expression is that? Are you sensing that you can no longer command your flying swords? Huh? The soul-binding talisman was specifically prepared for you. Are you satisfied? Without your swords, do you still possess the audacity and resolve to face 100 opponents? Yi Liangxiao's gaze darkened as he replied, it seems you were well prepared. What is this? Are you attempting to kill me on this platform? Logically, he had come seeking death, and Yi Gui threatened his safety, which should have pleased him. However, the choice of his demise mattered greatly to the Crown Prince. He could perish at the hands of Yi Wudi or the mother-daughter duo of Li Yitian, but he did not wish to die at the hands of his 12 half-brothers. This resentment stemmed from the memories inherited from his past life, filling him with animosity towards these 12. Yi Gui, however, scoffed dismissively and quickly denied, 13th brother, do not misunderstand. Your elder brother harbors no intention of killing you. The Emperor is watching from above. Do not speak recklessly. I merely wish to spar with you. Do you consent? Though he spoke thus, Yi Gui's true thoughts were quite different. Indeed, merely a spar, but in the heat of the moment, it would not be surprising if you accidentally met your end. What could the Emperor possibly reproach me for? Yi Liangxiao, hearing this, chuckled coldly, oh. From your tone, you are certain I shall be defeated by you? Yi Gui replied, forgive my candor, but without your flying swords, how are you any different from a discarded dog? Very well, but I wonder who shall be the discarded dog here. Why do you not make your move? 13th brother, are you in such a hurry? Your elder brother shall comply with your wishes. However, if you wish to suffer less pain from blows, you may kneel and surrender now. I shall show you mercy. How about that? You truly do talk too much nonsense. If you do not act, allow me to strike first. Yi Liangxiao cursed. With that, he extended 2 fingers to press against his brow, and with a thought, his eyes suddenly turned fiery red, flames flickering at their corners. My lady, descend. As he called out, Yun Chang, who had been beside Li Yitian, vanished before the eyes of the crowd. A radiant beam of multicolored light descended, enveloping Yi Liangxiao. When Yun Chang reappeared, she did so amidst the vibrant light, descending gracefully. Her figure was as enchanting as that of a celestial maiden, captivating all who beheld her. Li Yunxiang, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix Li Yitian, known as the most beloved of the great Zhou dynasty, was often referred to as one of the 3 beauties of the continent. Her beauty was beyond reproach, causing flowers to bloom and carriages to burst. Attire upon sight. It was said that upon her birth, she awakened the bloodline of the fire phoenix, triggering celestial phenomena, attracting the worship of birds and the fluttering of butterflies. At 6, she was recognized as a perfect fire phoenix body, receiving the acknowledgement of the dual swords, shooting tiger and summoning phoenix. By the age of 10, her cultivation had ascended to the innate realm, making her the fastest growing cultivator in a century within the great Zhou. Before reaching adulthood, she inherited the Phoenix clan's royal sword, the Jinglong, from Li Yitian, refining it within her soul bone, a rare and astonishing talent. With her innate 4th-grade cultivation, she was sent to the court for a diplomatic marriage, becoming a tale of admiration in Chengdu. Not long ago, through an unexpected turn of events, she absorbed Yi Liangxiao's entire cultivation, successfully undergoing her first rebirth. Now, she stood as a formidable presence in the cleansing marrow realm. Upon witnessing Yun Chang's descent, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What is that? A summoning contract. The Crown Prince has summoned Princess Yun Chang. No, it is not a mere summoning contract. Do you see the phoenix flames surrounding the Crown Prince and the celestial dragon aura enveloping Princess Yun Chang? Ah, the merging of the bloodlines of the 2 royal families indicates a sign of fusion, a symbiotic existence. A simple summoning contract comes with numerous restrictions, but the Crown Prince's call for Princess Yun Chang was guided by a soul imprint. Even the Qing Yun Sect's soul-binding talisman could not hinder it. No wonder Princess Yun Chang could seize the Crown Prince's cultivation. After their bloodlines merged, their souls and martial prowess would be shared, thriving together. To defeat the Crown Prince, one must first conquer Princess Yun Chang. The onlookers' pupils widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that Yi Liangxiao's utterance of my lady could summon the breathtakingly beautiful Yun Chang, and moreover, that she was a powerful figure in the cleansing marrow realm. Yi Gui's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, how is this possible? You have merged with the bloodline of the Fire Phoenix. Yi Liangshao smiled enigmatically. Why is it impossible? Did you think that apart from sword manipulation, I possess no other means? If you wish to defeat me, you must first inquire whether my lady consents. By the way, what did you just say, that I should kneel and surrender? Very well, let me not neglect my duty as your younger brother. You should now bow and call me master, and my lady may spare your life. At this point, his tone suddenly turned icy as he continued, with the emperor present, do you dare to take my life? I care not to know, but let me make one thing clear, if I wish to kill you, even the great Luo Golden Immortal could not stop me. Chapter 34 Will you? Yi Gui's complexion drained of color, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. The triumphant expression on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Prior to this moment, he had not considered that Yi Liangshao possessed the audacity or capability to commit murder, yet times had changed. 2 months prior, within the Grand Hall, this individual had suddenly awakened his spiritual veins, soaring to the status of a first-grade innate powerhouse. Not only had he caused a commotion in the court, but he had also attempted regicide on multiple occasions. Although he ultimately failed, his demeanor and courage had shifted dramatically, instilling a sense of trepidation within Yi Gui. Even though Yi Liangshao's cultivation had been usurped by Yun Shang, his spiritual power remained particularly enigmatic. When employing the sword control technique, his might still rivaled that of a peak-innate master, perhaps even surpassing it in principle. Yi Liangshao could not shake Yi Wudi, who was nearing semi-divine cultivation, but killing him would not pose a significant challenge for Yi Gui. Moreover, this fellow had summoned Yun Shang, who possessed the cultivation of the marrow-cleansing realm. Upon witnessing Yun Shang's dazzling entrance and Yi Liangshao's chilling words of intimidation, it would be disingenuous to claim that Yi Gui felt no psychological pressure. However, Yi Gui had evidently come prepared, intent on claiming the title of champion in the clan competition, and he would not easily withdraw. Half a minute later, Yi Gui appeared contemplative, his expression returning to normal as he retracted his stance, inquiring, "What do you mean by that, 13th brother? Do you intend to slay your brother in front of our father? Are you aware that this would contravene our ancestral teachings and be an act of great treachery?" Yi Liangshao scoffed, "Do not attempt to use ancestral teachings to intimidate me. I am not swayed by such tactics. You come prepared, having set up this soul-binding barrier to obstruct my sword control. Do not pretend that you merely wish to engage me in a light spar. Since you harbor intentions to kill me, must I not resist? Stop stalling. If you wish to kill me, then come, my lady's sword has long been eager for action." Before Yi Gui could respond, Yun Shang, who had just been summoned, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing him refer to her as my lady. She immediately turned, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, "Yi Liangshao, I am not your lady. What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I shall tear your mouth apart. How dare he display such shamelessness? Until the day of our grand wedding, I remain a princess of the Great Zhou, with all the dignity of an envoy. He has the audacity to publicly call me his lady. It is utterly disgraceful. Even after the wedding, if he were not a fool, he would know my heart does not belong to him." Truly, he is brazen, Yun Shang thought to herself, her expression darkening. Why? Yi Liangshao chuckled. Why can't I? The emperors of both nations have jointly issued an edict, betrothing you to me as the crown princess. In other words, you will inevitably become my person. Why can't I call you my lady first? This statement, though grounded in truth, left Yun Shang momentarily speechless. When the clan competition was announced, the two emperors had indeed jointly proclaimed their intended union, a fact known throughout the court. However, the customs of the ancients were rigid and filled with taboos. It was frowned upon for the newlyweds to refer to each other as husband and wife before the wedding ceremony. His blatant disregard for decorum, directly addressing her as his lady, was one matter, but summoning her in a manner that suggested she was a tool to deal with Yi Gui was another altogether. Infuriated, Yun Shang bit her teeth and retorted, "Then why have you summoned me? Do you wish for me to fight on your behalf? Dream on, this is your own affair, I will not comply. Get away from me." The reality was, Yi Gui had cast the Qingyun soul binding spell, rendering Yi Liangshao unable to control his flying sword. He could only summon Yun Shang to shield him. The crown prince could perish, but he could choose at whose hands he met his end. He could not die at Yi Gui's hands. Why? Yi Liangshao chuckled softly, but before he could speak, Yi Gui interjected, "Princess Yun Shang, your words are quite reasonable. 13th brother, this is fundamentally a battle between men. Is it appropriate for you to summon the princess?" Yi Liangshao replied with a faint smile, "What do you mean by inappropriate? What rule of the competition forbids summoning one's own lady? If you can do it, so can I. Furthermore, knowing this is a battle between us, why employ the Qingyun sex soul binding talisman? You use outside assistance yet deny others the same right. What logic is that? Withdraw the soul binding talisman, and I shall not let my lady intervene. Dare you?" This retort rendered Yi Gui momentarily speechless. The hurricane sword formation Yi Liangshao had just unleashed clearly possessed strength beyond the marrow-cleansing realm. If it came down to a direct confrontation, Yi Gui had no assurance of victory. Only by retaining the soul-binding talisman could he remain invincible. However, as long as the soul-binding talisman was in place, Yi Liangshao would not allow Yun Shang to leave. Yun Shang, possessing the power of marrow cleansing, further complicated Yi Gui's calculations. Fortunately, Yun Shang had declared she would not intervene, and Yi Gui saw an opportunity, responding with a smile, "13th brother, your words carry weight. However, it seems the princess is rather reluctant to step in on your behalf." Yi Liangshao smiled slightly and looked at Yun Shang, subtly implying, "Oh, is she truly unwilling? My lady, do reiterate. Do you consent?" Yun Shang caught the insinuation in his gaze, which seemed to convey an unspoken message. "My lady, do not say you are unwilling, otherwise, if I were to employ my powers at will, it would be you who would suffer the embarrassment." Understanding this implication, Yun Shang felt a surge of anger but found herself powerless. Earlier, in the Imperial study, she had sensed an uncanny inability to refuse Yi Liangxiao's commands while in a summoned state. After their bloodlines merged, the divine seal descended, establishing a clear hierarchy of strength and authority. As the summoned party, she could neither harm Yi Liangxiao nor refuse his commands, and if she were to decline to fight now, he would undoubtedly force her to comply. At that moment, she would be like a puppet, obedient to his every word, leading to her humiliation. Yi Liangxiao's gaze merely hinted at this reality. With no other choice, Yun Shang could only suppress her rage, yet she refrained from uttering the words, "I am willing." Instead, she turned to Yi Gui and declared, "Ninth Prince, I do not wish to take action against you. You should descend on your own." The implication was clear. Why Yi Gui was taken aback. Does the princess mean to assist 13th brother? Though Yun Shang hesitated to nod, she ultimately gave a solemn nod. Why, there was no reason. Would the prince descend on his own, or would he compel Yun Shang to act? There was no need for further discussion. Upon hearing this, Yi Gui's expression shifted dramatically. With Yun Shang having reached the marrow-cleansing realm and possessing the 3 swords of Shi Huing Feng, he was not a mere first-grade innate cultivator capable of overcoming her. Yi Gui's face darkened as he fell into momentary contemplation. Half a minute later, rather than retreating, he regained his composure and stated, "Very well, since the princess is so resolute, I shall not dissuade her. However, I do not wish to forfeit the chance to duel with the celestial maiden of the Zhou dynasty." With that, Yi Gui smirked coldly, retrieving a golden elixir from his storage pouch and swallowing it. He then formed several hand seals and bellowed, "Seal, unbind." Chapter 35 of the Alliance of Three Powers, on the brink of eruption. With a sudden whoosh, a powerful wave of energy radiated from Yi Gui, leaving the onlookers below in utter astonishment. Simultaneously, Yi Gui's entire aura transformed dramatically, his cultivation level rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the innate first grade, tantalizingly close to the realm of marrow washing. The audience gasped collectively, exclaiming, "Heavens, it turns out the 9th prince has been concealing his strength. His true power surpasses even that of the first prince." "Did you see the elixir in the 9th prince's hand?" That is the cultivation elixir from the Qingyun sect, a mid-grade spirit pill capable of temporarily enhancing one's cultivation. Yi Gui, originally at the innate 2nd grade, has now ascended to the 1st grade pinnacle after consuming the elixir. It seems that this hidden prowess of the 9th prince will soon challenge the title of the strongest in the capital. Such a spectacle caused even Yun Shang, who had already entered the marrow-washing realm, to gasp in surprise. No wonder Yi Gui refused to depart. He not only concealed his cultivation but also received assistance from the Qingyun sect. With a slight furrow of her brow, Yun Shang waved her long sleeves, though she did not appear overly anxious. Despite Yi Gui's elevation to the innate pinnacle through the aid of the elixir, he remained unable to surpass the marrow-washing stage. After 3 days of seclusion, Yun Shang had successfully refined Yi Liangxiao's cultivation, solidifying her own realm at the 8th grade of marrow-washing. In other words, Yi Gui alone could not hope to contend with her. Your methods are commendable, 9th prince, achieving a sudden leap to the innate pinnacle. However, if you wish to engage in battle with this palace, I must candidly say, you are still unprepared. Yun Shang remarked slowly, her beautiful eyes glinting with clarity. Yi Gui possessed a degree of self-awareness, yet he seemed to harbor another form of reliance. After a subtle smile, he turned to the audience, calling out to Yi Fu, "Elder brother, with such excitement today, do you not wish to join the fray?" Yi Fu chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated Yi Gui's invitation, rising with alacrity, "Very well. Your enthusiasm is hard to refuse, younger brother, I shall accompany you." With that, he summoned his magical artifact, a long staff crafted from dark iron, which flew into the arena with a resounding thud, embedding itself into the blue stone platform, humming softly. Yi Fu then leaped into the air, using the momentum to propel himself towards the stage. Along the way, he too formed a hand seal to unseal his own powers, restoring his true strength. It was not only Yi Gui who concealed his abilities, Yi Fu had done the same. When he landed in the arena, the aura emanating from Yi Fu was not in the slightest inferior to Yi Gui's, both standing at the pinnacle of the innate 1st grade. Notably, while Yi Gui had relied on the elixir to achieve this realm, Yi Fu had done so without any external aid, indicating that his true strength was indeed superior to that of Yi Gui. Standing side by side, they both turned their gazes towards Yun Shang, their expressions subtly revealing their intent to join forces against her. Yi Fu, ever courteous, spoke, "I have heard much of Princess Yun Shang's exceptional talents. I have long wished to experience a few techniques." Yun Shang, her countenance grave, had yet to respond. However, among the spectators, one individual could no longer remain composed. Yi Zhao's gaze was fixed intently on the arena, his eyes brimming with fury. "These two scoundrels, the 8th and 9th princes, have been secretly concealing their strength. It is truly infuriating. They intend to contest for the title of champion right before my eyes." As soon as he spoke, a middle-aged man behind him leaned in and said, "Have you only just realized this? Rather than seethe with anger now, it would be wise to remain vigilant in the future and not be blinded by appearances. You may take action. I will assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Go forth." Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, why do you wish for me to enter the arena at this juncture? Should we not wait until the 8th and 9th princes and Yun Shang have exhausted each other before stepping in to claim the spoils? The 9th prince's soul-binding talisman has proven quite beneficial. Once they have weakened each other, and Yi Liangxiao is left weaponless, you may seize the opportunity to eliminate him," the middle-aged man replied with a cold smirk. "Do you truly believe that the 8th and 9th princes can pose a threat to Yun Shang? The barriers between realms are insurmountable. Yun Shang has already attained the 8th grade of marrow washing, and they cannot hope to prevail. If I am not mistaken, they will attempt to lure you into joining forces with them." Rather than waiting for their invitation, it would be wiser for you to act first. Go. As the middle-aged man spoke, he discreetly flicked his finger, sending a needle that pierced Yi Zhao's body. In the next moment, Yi Zhao's pupils brightened, the potential of his hidden dragon vital energy surging forth, his cultivation rapidly escalating, his sleeves billowing without wind. As the external influence faded, the aura surrounding Yi Zhao began to exhibit hints of a purple hue, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th grade of marrow washing. The hidden dragon vital energy, a protective essence of the founding emperor of the Shang dynasty, was categorized into 4 stages: white, purple, blue, and red. Mastery of the red level could slay immortals. Now, having been stimulated by the middle-aged man's needle, Yi Zhao's vital energy was showing signs of advancement. Realizing the change within him, joy illuminated his face as he whispered, "Is this the power of marrow washing bestowed by my uncle?" The middle-aged man showed no sign of concealment. "Indeed. With your current foundation, I can at most elevate you to the 9th grade of marrow washing, but the cost will be considerable. You must cherish this. After 1 hour, you will fall back in rank. During this time, first eliminate Yi Liangshao, then deal with the 8th and 9th princes. They are likely to conspire together, potentially possessing techniques to restrain Yun Shang. Not if they manage to hold her back. You must seize the opportunity to strike at Yi Liangshao, and then combine forces with Yun Shang to defeat them both. Yi Liangshao and Yun Shang have already fused their bloodlines. Should he perish, she will undoubtedly suffer backlash. Once you have dealt with the 8th and 9th princes, you will find her easy to conquer. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man's words were profound, as he sought to have Yi Xiao feign an alliance with Yi Fu and Yi Gui, all the while plotting to eliminate Yi Liangshao. Afterwards, he would turn against Yi Fu and Yi Gui. With Yi Liangxiao's death, Yun Shang would be severely weakened, making her no match for Yi Xiao. He would emerge as the ultimate victor. This scheme was indeed feasible. Yi Xiao comprehended, nodding deeply. In the next instant, he soared into the air, exuding an overbearing and audacious presence as he charged towards the arena. Upon landing heavily, he shattered several blue stone slabs reinforced by formations, smirking with an air of invincibility. "With my 8th and 9th brothers in the fray, how could this palace possibly remain absent?" Ha. He did not conceal the sudden surge in his cultivation, the purple hue of his hidden dragon vital energy on full display, a silent intimidation. Yi Fu and Yi Gui's expression shifted slightly as they exchanged glances with Yi Xiao, astonished. The 3 royal princes stood upon the platform, forming a triangular formation, clearly intent on uniting against Yun Shang. For the first time, Yi Xiao grasped the power of marrow washing, and his inherent arrogance intensified to a domineering extent as he declared, "Yun Shang, just as you mentioned earlier, this battle is not yours to fight. Why insist on remaining here? If you withdraw now, I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. What say you?" Yun Shang contemplated fleeing, yet she knew escape was futile. Given Yi Liangxiao's character, he would undoubtedly summon her back, leaving her with no choice. With a silent sigh, she composed herself and stated, "There is no need for further words, Your Highness. I do not wish to leave." Her words were somewhat insincere. It was not that she did not want to depart, but rather that she was unable to. Yi Xiao, upon hearing this, laughed coldly. "If that is the case, then there is no need for further discussion. But rest assured, I am a person who values beauty. I shall not harm you. 8th brother, 9th brother, what are you waiting for?" With that, he summoned a treasured blade, striking towards Yi Liangshao behind Yun Shang. The battle was on the verge of igniting. Chapter 36. Dare to touch my wife. At the moment Yi Xiao made his move, the astonishment in the eyes of the spectators below was palpable. It is widely known that the crown prince is a master swordsman, yet he now wields a blade as well. That he must be adept in both sword and saber, having concealed this fact until now. The 3 major princes each harbor their own ulterior motives, all vying for the coveted title of champion. It seems a fierce battle is inevitable today. Not only are their intentions veiled, but they also appear to have a collective aim against the crown prince. With the presence of the Qingyun sect's soul binding barrier, none of the 3 princes require sword-like artifacts, which heralds a significant implication. The crown prince's cultivation is rather meager, relying solely on his innate talent for swordsmanship to engage in combat. However, within the confines of the soul binding barrier, he cannot manipulate the surrounding swords and must depend on Princess Yunshang for support. Faced with a 3-on-1 scenario, even Princess Yunshang may struggle to protect the crown prince. Indeed, should Princess Yunshang become entangled, the crown prince is destined for defeat. This loss would not only cost him the championship but could potentially lead to the loss of his status as heir. The other princes have always looked down upon the crown prince's illegitimate status, and this time, they will undoubtedly strike with lethal intent to eliminate him. Over 2 months ago, when Yi Liangshao caused a ruckus in the court, Yi Xiao wielded a sword artifact. His latent dragon aura could only be maximized with a sword, yet now, he approaches with a saber in hand. Behind the scenes, he must be proficient in both sword and saber techniques, primarily focusing on swordsmanship while supplementing with saber skills. While a swordsman wielding a saber may see a significant reduction in strength, in this particular circumstance, it possesses its subtle advantages. Yi Liangshao, endowed with a natural talent for sword manipulation, had previously demonstrated the 10,000 swords convergence in front of the crowd when he usurped the throne, a feat well known to all. If Yi Xiao were to pursue maximum combat prowess by bringing his sword into the soul binding barrier, he risks having it seized by Yi Liangshao. The most prudent strategy would be to utilize his supplementary artifact, rendering Yi Liangxiao's talent ineffective. If Yi Liangshao cannot access a sword, he would be akin to a mere super soldier, easily dispatched. Fortunately, the 3 princes display remarkable synergy, striving to keep Yi Liangshao from reaching the flying swords. However, to their surprise, they were unaware that the crown prince could summon Princess Yunshang. Just as the moment arrived, Yi Xiao struck first, launching an assault on Yi Liangshao. Beside him, Yi Fu and Yi Gui did not hesitate, simultaneously attacking Yunshang. Yi Fu's Shin Tai Wuji staff surged forth, sweeping through like a tidal wave. Yi Gui summoned two curved sabers, flanking Yunxiang and placing her in a precarious situation. Yet, at that moment, Yi Liangxiao remained utterly composed, displaying no signs of anxiety. As Yi Zhao's saber light loomed closer, he stood unperturbed, even taking a moment to glance at the two maidservants in the audience, chuckling, "You two little girls, how utterly oblivious. Do you not see your crown prince lacks a chair to sit on in the arena? Hurry, bring a chair, oh, and fetch some peanuts and melon seeds as well. I wish to watch my wife teach a lesson." This left the two maidservants dumbfounded, nearly choking on their breaths. With a blade nearly at his throat, he still found time to enjoy the spectacle. Was he treating this as a game? The maidservants silently lamented the absurdity of their master, bewildered yet compelled to comply. At that moment, Princess Yunxiang finally made her move. With a flourish, she brandished the twin sabers of the tiger and phoenix, and with a fierce cry, a torrent of phoenix flames erupted, instantly raising the temperature within the arena. Some practitioners with lower cultivation levels even found their eyebrows singed, and the protective barrier around the arena could not entirely contain the surge of phoenix flames. The great Shang royal family's divine dragon and the Zhou dynasty's phoenix true technique are renowned as the two most potent bloodlines in the mortal realm, indomitable and imposing. For ordinary individuals, enduring the onslaught of phoenix flames is nearly impossible. With her twin sabers, Yunxiang deftly parried Yi Zhao's saber light with one hand while repelling the joint assault of Yi Fu and Yi Gui with the other, effortlessly countering their strikes. Striking just once in a probing manner, all three retreated a few steps. Their combined attack failed to pose any challenge to Yunxiang. Stabilizing her stance, she regarded Yunxiang with a serious and cautious demeanor. Yunxiang slightly turned her face, her twin sabers hovering above her, and calmly stated, "Not bad, two at the peak of innate talent, and one barely entering the washing marrow realm. Together, you can hardly contend with me. However, I have reached the 8th tier of the washing marrow realm, and your chances of victory are slim. It would be wise for you to withdraw now. Let the victor today be Yi Liangxiao." In principle, Yunxiang did not desire to strain her relations with the three princes of the Shang dynasty, and her words carried an intention of allowing them to exit gracefully. Yet, the three seemed unwilling to accept her offer. Exchanging glances, they refrained from further dialogue and launched another combined assault. Their actions served as a response to Yunxiang's goodwill, and their strikes grew increasingly ruthless. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a whirlwind of sword energy, saber light, and staff shadows, all in a state of fervor. While the trio's combined efforts appeared incapable of threatening Yunxiang, she, mindful of their royal status, found it difficult to summon true murderous intent. The situation momentarily settled into a precarious equilibrium. On the edge of the arena, Yi Liangxiao, after the two maidservants brought a small reclining chair, began to snack on melon seeds, watching the battle with great interest. He wore an expression of indifference, occasionally clapping in approval. "Good, my wife is indeed a prodigy," effortlessly facing three opponents. "Yes, make sure to teach them a lesson. If you can defeat them, do not hold back." His laughter incited silent fury in the three major princes and the emperor on the platform. This fellow shamelessly hid behind a woman, yet still had the audacity to boast. Did he possess a face of steel? Yi Gui, genuinely enraged, directed flying knives at Yunxiang while secretly communicating with Yi Fu. Though Yunxiang's phoenix flames are fierce, there are methods to counter them. If you do not unleash your hidden strength soon, we may exhaust our energies, allowing that wretched Yi Liangxiao to mock us. Yi Fu snorted in reply, "Ninth brother, do not tell me you came unprepared. How about we strike simultaneously?" "Good, what are we waiting for? Then, I will go first," Yi Gui declared, halting abruptly and summoning numerous talismans from the Qingyun sect, chanting, "Frost talisman, condensed water talisman, falling snow incantation, go." After reciting the incantation, Yi Gui cast forth a dozen talismans, all specifically designed to counter phoenix flames. Phoenix flames are of the fire attribute, and are countered by water-based talismans. With this casting, Yi Gui intended to weaken Yunxiang. Whoosh, countless talismans erupted, creating a clash of ice and fire within the arena, rendering half of it cold and the other half warm. Yunxiang was momentarily startled, realizing her phoenix flames were being countered. Her response to the oncoming attacks began to slow. At this moment, Yi Fu also made his move, retracting the Wu Ji staff to stand before him, forming a hand seal and shouting, "Dragon! Arise!" Boom, dark clouds gathered overhead, pressing down menacingly within the dragon abyss. A thunderous dragon roar resounded. A colossal white dragon soared into the sky, twisting its massive form like a serpent, blocking out the sun. The onlookers below felt a surge of fear. Is this the Frost White Dragon? The 8th Prince's contracted dragon, skilled in water-based spells, naturally counters the fiery techniques of the Phoenix clan. It's over. It seems the three princes are serious. With the Frost White Dragon's assistance, Yunxiang's Phoenix flames are bound to be significantly diminished. This balance of power is likely to be disrupted. Phoenix flames, being of the fire element, are countered by water. Once the ice dragon emerges, Yunxiang will surely find herself overwhelmed, unable to ensure Yi Liangxiao's safety. Roar. The dragon circled above the arena, guided by Yi Fu's energy, unleashing a chilling breath that froze the entire arena. The spectators retreated in haste, not daring to linger. Yunxiang, taken aback, waved her hand to create a barrier of phoenix flames, desperately attempting to stave off the dragon's icy confinement, her expression growing serious as she struggled against the pressure. The dragon's icy confinement obstructed her energy flow, preventing her from focusing on countering the trio's assault. The combined might of the three was akin to two formidable washing marrow realm masters attacking simultaneously, a situation not to be underestimated. Coupled with the dragon's counteraction, even if Yunxiang did not fall, she could no longer safeguard Yi Liangxiao. Observing the shift in the situation, Yi Liangxiao understood the scales of power were tipping and lost interest in snacking on melon seeds, his expression turning grave. Yunxiang, under the dragon's pressure, could no longer divide her attention. The three major princes, sensing an opportunity, glared fiercely, maneuvering around Yunxiang to strike at Yi Liangxiao. As Yi Liangxiao suddenly rose, preparing to respond, he heard Yunxiang shout, "Are you foolish? Why aren't you running?" In her urgency, she disregarded everything else and threw the twin sabers of the tiger and phoenix toward Yi Liangxiao. The gathered sword energy formed a protective barrier, shielding Yi Liangxiao momentarily. Bang! The trio's onslaught collided with the twin sabers, shattering the protective barrier. Yi Liangxiao remained unscathed, but the distracted Yunxiang was struck by the dragon's breath, several ice spikes as thick as bowls piercing her chest, causing her to stagger backward. MMM. Yunxiang let out a muffled groan, retreating uncontrollably, when suddenly she felt a warm hand supporting her from behind, accompanied by a voice, cool yet firm, "I only intended to play with you, yet you truly dared to threaten my wife?" The power of the dragon's breath could consume mountains and rivers. At that moment, with Yi Liangxiao's meager cultivation, he should not have been able to support Yunxiang, yet inexplicably, at the moment of their contact, the ice's grip on Yunxiang's energy dissipated, allowing her to regain her footing. Chapter 37 of the Third Leaf, No Duality. As Yunxiang was momentarily propped up by him, she felt a surge of energy flowing smoothly through her dantian eye. In this peculiar circumstance, hearing the term wife from Yi Liangxiao's lips surprisingly became less jarring to the princess, which was quite astonishing. What did this fellow mean by such words? Could it be that he intends to step forward? But what gives him the capability to confront the three before him? Just as this thought flickered in Yunxiang's mind, her expression shifted, as if she had come to a sudden realization. With the Qing Yun forbidden soul barrier in place, Yi Liangxiao was unable to manipulate the numerous swords held by the cultivators in the audience, nor could he leave the arena. According to the rules of the competition, the moment he stepped beyond the confines of the arena, it would be deemed a loss or a forfeiture. However, upon being summoned, did she not bring him 2 swords? No, to be precise, it should be 3 swords, besides the SHHYNFing twin swords that shadowed Yunxiang. The formidable Jing Eling sword, which was just a hair's breadth less powerful than the Zhian sword, was also nurtured within her soul bone. And with these 3 swords at his disposal, did not His Highness the Crown Prince possess the strength to engage in battle? It seems this fellow summoned Yunxiang not merely to have a familiar beast but also with the intention of borrowing swords? You shameless lecher, you summoned me with the intention of borrowing swords, why did you not act sooner? Truly despicable. Upon realizing this, Yunxiang felt a lingering dissatisfaction. His spiritual power had ascended to the washing marrow realm, and with the SHHYNFing twin swords, he was more than capable of handling the 3 adversaries. Yet, he feigned helplessness, compelling Yunxiang to act on his behalf, which was indeed somewhat detestable. Yi Liangxiao chuckled lightly, stepping forward a few paces to stand before Yunxiang, exuding an air of invincibility, and remarked with a smile, "My dear wife, you only just realized this? How dull-witted you must be. Indeed, women with ample bosoms tend to lack intellect." This provoked Yunxiang's ire, her eyes bulging with rage as she nearly throttled him on the spot, exclaiming, "You are the one who is big-bosomed and mindless, your entire family is big-bosomed and mindless. Get lost." She appeared as though a furious little wildcat, her body radiating indignation, yet Yi Liangxiao maintained a serious demeanor, turning to gaze at her ample bosom with a mischievous smile, his silence betraying the delight he took in her fury. Meanwhile, the trio, witnessing this scene, cursed Yi Liangxiao for his shamelessness, but simultaneously realized he indeed had swords at his disposal. Previously, they had been so astonished by Yunxiang's intimidation that they had overlooked the swords on her person. Regaining their composure, Yi Xiong was the first to caution, "Why are we not making a move? What are we waiting for? Is Yunxiang going to lend that bastard her sword so he can kill us?" No sooner had he spoken than the 3 of them joined forces once more, launching their full assault against the royal couple. Yi Liangxiao merely smiled, casting a cold sidelong glance at Yi Xiong before falling silent. With a mere thought, he commanded the SHH sword, merging with it as he charged at the opposition. Behind him, Yunxiang momentarily set aside her anger, wielding the YNFing sword to meet Yi Fu and Yi Gui. In this moment, the couple shared an unspoken understanding, each diverging to confront their foes. Even with the aid of external forces, Yi Fu and Yi Gui only reached the pinnacle of innate realms, their combined strength barely comparable to the washing marrow realm. However, Yunxiang, having reached the 8th tier of washing marrow, faced the 2 adversaries effortlessly. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong's golden needle acupoint technique was exceedingly peculiar, capable of forcibly elevating his innate 5-tier realm to the 9th tier of washing marrow. And nevertheless, Yi Liangxiao's spiritual power was also from the washing marrow realm, granting him substantial combat capability. Boom! As blades clashed, a tremendous shockwave erupted, golden light flaring forth. The 2 combatants instantly separated, both Yi Liangxiao and his opponent retreating several steps, their expressions grave. Though they had disengaged from the clash, it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that a minute crack had appeared on the gold blade, and Yi Xiong's grip with the SHH sword was, after all, a divine weapon hailing from the Zhou dynasty, a superior grade artifact. It was evidently not comparable to the medium-grade treasure wielded by Yi Xiong. Although Yi Liangxiao's cultivation was relatively low, his washing marrow spiritual power allowed him to greatly enhance the SHH sword's might, truly embodying the strength of the washing marrow realm. Yi Xiong steadied himself, feeling a painful grip in his hands, the blade trembling slightly, his heart filled with shock. That last strike had been his all-out effort, yet he could only achieve a tenuous stalemate with Yi Liangxiao, who seemed to possess reserves of strength yet untapped. Yi Xiong's washing marrow cultivation, having been externally augmented, was time-limited. After an hour, he would revert to the innate 5-tier realm. If he could not defeat everyone on the stage during this time frame, he would lose all capability of seizing the top position. In this moment, he felt both anger and urgency from Yi Xiong's perspective. He needed to resolve this swiftly, even a second's delay posed a risk, yet, Yi Fu and Yi Gui were entangled with Yun Xiang, unable to provide him effective support. Yi Lianxiao's peculiar swordsmanship, with a sword in hand, placed him on par with Yi Xiong, even surpassing him. How could he expedite a resolution? For the first time, this normally arrogant and overbearing crown prince felt a profound sense of crisis. As Yi Xiong grew anxious, Yi Lianxiao remained unfazed, sheathing his sword and, with a hint of mockery in his tone, remarked, "Is this all you've got? It seems that even with the washing marrow power, you are merely a hollow shell, your bluster far exceeding your actual might. If I were you, I would content myself as a eunuch prince, adhering to my station. Perhaps I could still secure a favorable end, but you remain oblivious. Since you have unleashed your full strength with murderous intent, you cannot blame me. With the next strike, I shall claim your head." With that, a cold smile graced his lips. Yi Lianxiao's expression darkened, as he summoned forth his formidable spiritual power, the SHH sword humming as it spun in a whirlwind, hurtling toward Yi Xiong without restraint. Roaring, drawing upon the full might of the SHH sword, the strike was soul-shaking. The arena echoed with a resounding roar akin to a tiger's cry, a faint phantom of a fierce tiger shimmering upon the sword's blade, uprooting the blue stone slabs of the arena and scattering dust and stones. The power of this strike seemed to transcend the washing marrow realm, at least in momentum. Yi Xiong, alarmed, hastily brandished his treasured blade in defense, but still felt unease. In a rapid retreat, he bit his tongue, reigniting his potential and conjuring his protective vital energy. Yi Xiong had inherited the potential dragon vital energy of the Desheng ancestors, which boasted considerable defensive strength. At this moment, he strained to unleash it, transforming his exterior into a coiling dragon golden bell that shielded his entire being. He understood that Yi Lianxiao's strike would be nearly impossible to withstand, instantly switching from offense to defense. Boom, a heavy tolling resounded as the SHH sword shattered the blade in Yi Xiong's grip, its momentum unabated until it struck the protective golden bell, where it finally met some resistance. With the full force of that strike absorbed, Yi Xiong clearly felt the immense impact, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. Fear flickered in his eyes, and he began to show signs of defeat. Yet, the SHH sword remained poised before him, its tip steadily inching toward his brow, slowly penetrating the golden bell within. At this juncture, it was evident that Yi Xiong could not hold out much longer against the SHH sword, which was poised to pierce his skull. His efforts to resist were but the dying embers of a spent effort. As Yi Lianxiao urged the SHH sword forward, he let out a cold chuckle. "Oh, not bad, the ancestral potential dragon vital energy has indeed helped you withstand one strike. But how much longer can you endure? Prepare to meet your end." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he intensified his control over the SHH sword, intent on shattering the coiling dragon golden bell and slaying Yi Xiong upon the stage. Though Yi Xiong was his half-brother, bound by blood, that did not serve as a justification for Yi Lianxiao's mercy from the memories inherited from his past life. He recalled the harrowing experiences and humiliations that were largely the doing of Yi Xiong. Just over 2 months prior, Yi Xiong had forced him to crawl beneath his legs, eating dog food, and compelled him to publicly insult his own mother, a mere courtesan. Such memories, although inflicted upon his predecessor, had influenced Yi Lianxiao's current mindset, leading him to resolve not to show any leniency, regardless of whether the emperor on high would intervene. He would act first. "Those who humiliate me shall suffer humiliation in return. A gentleman may take 10 years for revenge, but that is far too long. Revenge is at hand. 10 years is excessive. Die." With this thought, Yi Lianxiao roared, channeling all his spiritual power into the SHH sword. Yi Xiong's eyes bulged as he realized he was powerless to resist, ready to cry out for his father's help. Yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed a pure surge of elemental power flooding into his body, revitalizing the coiling dragon golden bell that had been on the verge of dissipating, allowing it to surge back to life. Clang, simultaneously, under Yi Lianxiao's full exertion, the SHH sword not only failed to decapitate Yi Xiong, but was also repelled by a formidable force. This instantaneously alerted Yi Lianxiao, causing his smile to vanish. Who was assisting him? Show yourself." Scanning the surroundings, Yi Lianxiao understood without much contemplation that Yi Xiong had received some form of aid. 13th brother, why are you so furious today? A big brother is still a big brother. Our father is still on the stage, and you actually wish to kill someone? From behind Yi Xiong, a figure slowly retracted his arm and strolled forth with an air of indifference. At the sound of this voice, Yi Lianxiao turned to see the newcomer, and instantly 3 words materialized in his mind. It was none other than Yi Wuxuang, the 3rd son of the Shang dynasty. The assistance he had just rendered to Yi Xiong seemed to possess the essence of washing marrow power as well. Chapter 38 of the Earth Chicken and the Tile Dog. "Third brother, is that you?" Yi Lianxiao's gaze fell upon the newcomer, expressing a hint of surprise. Yi Wuxuang smiled gracefully as he stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "It is rare for 13th brother to still address me as third brother. I thought you would call me a beast, just as you do with the eldest brother, huh?" Yi Lianxiao held little impression of this third brother, given his enigmatic nature and the fact that he had never displayed much ambition. Moreover, among the 12 elder brothers, he was the most tactful towards Yi Lianxiao. However, Yi Lianxiao did not believe he came with good intentions, as evidenced by his intervention to save Yi Xiao. Yi Wuxuang's ability to intercept that sword suggested he had likely reached the level of the washing marrow realm. Compared to Yi Xiao, it seemed that Yi Wuxuang was truly the strongest among the younger generation in the capital. Yi Lianxiao paused briefly and smiled lightly. "Oh, pray tell, third brother, what prompts your sudden intervention? Are you seeking to compete for the position of leader, or do you wish to join forces with those 3 to eliminate me?" Yi Wuxuang chuckled softly. Allow me to correct you, 13th brother. I do indeed have the intention to ally with the eldest brother and the others, but my aim is not to kill you. In my eyes, even with Princess Yunchang by your side, you are but an insignificant earth chicken and tile dog. I lack even the interest to slay you. Furthermore, our ancestral teachings dictate that members of the Yi royal family must not harm one another. 13th brother, you may consider yourself fortunate to have survived today. If you are wise, you should now take your leave from the stage, lest I soil my hands. Wouldn't you agree? With that, he abruptly shifted his tone, revealing a sinister arrogance. Over the years, Yi Wuxuang had not been indifferent to bullying Yi Liangxiao like the other princes, he simply deemed it beneath him. Sometimes, the most piercing contempt is not through humiliation, but through disregard. In Yi Wuxuang's view, the previous Yi Liangxiao had not even qualified to warrant his attention, yet now, with Yi Liangxiao awakening his spiritual veins and being crowned as the crown prince, he had become a considerable threat, thus altering the dynamics. Yi Liangxiao, upon hearing this, exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he let out a faint sigh. Having endured bullying for years, he had grown weary of such heart-wrenching words and now, hearing them again, he felt no ripples of emotion. Very well. If you possess the capability, then come at me, Yi Liangxiao said calmly. Although he was aware that Yi Wuxuang might have already advanced to the washing marrow realm, the crown prince remained unperturbed. A person who fears not even death has little to fear from trifles. At worst, it would just be a fight. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden crash resounded as Yi Fu and Yi Gui were sent sprawling to the ground beside Yi Xiao by a single stroke of Yunxiang's sword. They sprang to their feet, their expressions heavy, blood evident at the corners of their mouths, indicating they had sustained significant injuries. Both had relied on external forces to elevate their cultivation, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm, and against Yunxiang, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the washing marrow realm, even their combined efforts could not prevail. Yunxiang sheathed her sword and approached Yi Liangxiao, her gaze fixed on Yi Wuxuang, her brow furrowed. 8th level of washing marrow, your true strength is surprisingly on par with mine, third prince, you truly have hidden your prowess well. This remark elicited gasps from the audience, and even the three major princes on stage displayed incredulous expressions. Among those of the 8th level of washing marrow, only Yunxiang could discern Yi Wuxuang's true capabilities with a single glance. Yi Xiao, still reeling from near defeat, was shaken to the core by Yunxiang's revelation. Yi Wuxuang, you are actually at the washing marrow realm? Why was I not aware of this? Yi Wuxuang retorted without hesitation, the reason eldest brother is unaware is that you are as dull as a pig. Surely, you don't naively believe you are the strongest among the younger generation in the capital? In the eyes of this haughty third prince, it seemed he had never regarded his 12 brothers with any respect. Even Yi Xiao, as the legitimate eldest grandson, received no courtesy from Yi Wuxuang, causing his complexion to pale with indignation. Yi Wuxuang, however, dismissed him entirely, turning to Yunxiang with a gentle smile. Yunxiang, it is only you on this stage who can capture my attention. If only. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly took a step back, summoning his protective true energy and entering a state of vigilance. In the next moment, two swift sounds echoed as Yunxiang's Jianfeng sword flew forth, colliding with the Shi Tiger sword toward Yi Wuxuang's face. Clang, the two superior swords struck against Yi Wuxuang's protective true energy, producing a sound akin to steel clashing, and forced him back a step. Yi Liangxiao waved his sleeves, smiling, if you're going to fight, then fight. Why waste words? And by the way, is it you who calls her Yunxiang? You ought to address her as your highness the crown princess, understand, you who are named Wuxuang, do you truly believe yourself unparalleled under heaven? If Yi Xiao is as dull as a pig, then you are but the spawn of an earth chicken and tile dog, do you comprehend? As he spoke, his expression turned icy, intensifying the soul force in both divine weapons, further pushing Yi Wuxuang back a step. No one could have anticipated that the crown prince would strike so suddenly, not even Yi Wuxuang himself. Caught off guard, Yi Wuxuang found it difficult to fully counter, resulting in him being repeatedly forced back by Yi Liangxiao. However, intriguingly, even with such an unexpected assault, Yi Liangxiao's twin swords still struggled to penetrate Yi Wuxuang's protective true energy. As he steadied himself, Yi Wuxuang's pupils constricted, a look of fury spreading across his face. This third prince had always revered the might of dominance and possessed a proud spirit, more obstinate than Yi Xiao now, unexpectedly being pushed back by Yi Liangxiao, who was widely regarded as a coward. His pride could hardly withstand the blow. Undoubtedly, he was genuinely enraged. Humph. Yi Wuxuang's eyes blazed with fury, his form trembling as he unleashed a punch that sent both swords flying, his entire being radiated with purple energy, and he bellowed, you vile spawn, what did you just call me? How dare you refer to me as a tile dog? Yi Liangxiao called back the two swords, his demeanor unyielding and sly as he retorted, not quite, you are not even worthy to be called a tile dog, merely the refuse of one. Do you not understand? Yi Wuxuang, filled with rage, his sleeves billowing, declared, fine, I had initially intended to show you mercy for Yunxiang's sake, but you have now chosen this dead end for yourself. Rise, dragon! As he shouted, Yi Wuxuang formed a seal with his hands, summoning his colossal dragon. A golden light erupted from within the dragon abyss, as a slumbering golden dragon suddenly opened its eyes, breaking free from its rocky nest and soaring into the sky. The ability to summon the contracted dragon had already been demonstrated by Yi Gui, showcasing a formidable aura. When the golden dragon emerged, bathed in golden light, the audience gasped in astonishment. Is that the golden dragon? The third prince has actually contracted a dragon of kings, just like his majesty. Could it be that the true chosen one is the third prince? But that was not all. Do you see the purple energy surrounding the third prince? It seems not only the eldest prince but also the third prince has inherited the ancestral potential of the dragon's energy, and has now advanced to the purple energy, though it has been hidden until now. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Yi Wuxuang sneered coldly, you pitiful spawn, do not think that just because you wield swordsmanship and have Yunxiang's assistance, I will fear you. Killing you is no different from slaughtering a dog, a single punch is sufficient. As his words fell, the golden dragon charged forward, not merely serving as support like Yi Gui's frost-white dragon, but transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished into Yi Wuxuan's body. Chapter 39 The Carefree Sword Technique, a celestial union of dragon and phoenix. Such a scene rendered even the esteemed Yi Wuti on the dais momentarily astonished, prompting gasps of disbelief from the crowd. What? The dragon soul has entered the body. The third prince can actually draw the dragon soul into his being. My heavens, it is known that even his majesty could only achieve this at the ripe age of 100. Yet, the third prince, at merely 30, has accomplished this feat. Such prodigious talent evidently surpasses that of his majesty. The infusion of the dragon soul elevates one's cultivation instantly by a level. If the third prince were at the 8th tier of the cleansing marrow realm, he would now be at the 7th tier. I fear even Princess Yunxiang may not stand a chance. It is undeniable that Yi Wuxuan's formidable display of strength and innate talent upon taking the stage truly dazzled the onlookers. Not only had he forged a pact with the golden dragon like Yi Wuti, but he had also harmonized with the dragon's soul ahead of time, essentially acquiring the might of the dragon. After the dragon soul entered his body, the aura emanating from Yi Wuxuan was overwhelmingly dominating. Each step he took stirred the air like a tempest. Yunxiang's complexion shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Is this the power of the 7th tier?" Though both were in the cleansing marrow realm, the disparity between tiers was as vast as the chasm between mountains, a gulf of difference in power. You wretched spawn, prepare to perish. Upon completing his fusion, Yi Wuxuan was consumed by a towering fury. He leaped high, delivering a devastating punch towards Yi Liangxiao. The force of his fist had not yet arrived, but it had already wreaked havoc upon half the arena. Yunxiang, her expression grave, hastily raised her hand to conjure a protective shield, interposing it between the two adversaries. Turning to Yi Liangxiao with gravity, she urged, "Surrender. Yi Wuxuan has already attained the power of the 7th tier. Even if we join forces, we stand no chance." Yi Liangxiao, despite possessing divine soul power and lacking in qi cultivation, could only rely on Yunxiang's protection at this juncture. Yet, he carelessly retorted, "The word surrender does not exist in my lexicon. Let him come. If he dares not kill me, then Yi Wuxuan is nothing more than a mere chicken." With that declaration, he brandished his twin swords once more, meeting the shadow of Yi Wuxuan's fist. Boom! The impact of the fist shattered Yunxiang's defensive barrier and repelled Yi Liangxiao's twin swords. The force of the blow remained unabated, sending both of them hurtling backwards. Had it not been for Yunxiang's desperate efforts to maintain her grip, Yi Liangxiao would surely have been thrown from the arena. Yunxiang stifled a groan, exerting all her strength to hold on to Yi Liangxiao and stabilize him, yet a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The gap between her and Yi Wuxuan was evident, as he had managed to injure her with a single punch. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that had she not been concerned for Yi Liangxiao, Princess Yunxiang could have managed to contend with him. While Yi Liangxiao, shielded by her, remained relatively unscathed aside from being covered in dust, and he spoke up, "Do you not have another sword?" "Summon the dragon's wrath." Wiping the blood from her lips, Yunxiang, though silent, prepared to summon her most formidable sword. With Yi Wuxuan bolstered by the dragon soul, his power eclipsed that of the two. Yi Liangxiao, unwilling to concede defeat, had no choice but to call upon the dragon's wrath if he wished to stand a fighting chance. However, just as Yunxiang was about to invoke the dragon's wrath using her soul as a conduit, she recalled Li Tian's voice, "Shang'er, in this battle, you must assist Yi Liangxiao in achieving victory. Only by securing the position of champion can one gain access to the deepest secrets of the dragon's lair. What we seek lies there. Though Yi Wuxuan is powerful, you possess the means to triumph. Do you remember what I said when I taught you the carefree sword technique passed down from your ancestors?" Hearing her mother's words, Yunxiang, while in motion, responded with her mind, "The carefree sword technique of my ancestors?" Mother mentioned that this sword technique is a collaborative practice. If executed in harmony with a kindred spirit, it can transcend boundaries and vanquish foes. Li Tian affirmed, "Precisely, if you wish to prevail, you must transfer this sword technique to Yi Liangxiao. Summon the dragon's wrath, and impart the sword technique to him, granting him a brief window of opportunity. Thus, Yi Wuxuan can be defeated." "Understood, mother." Without hesitation, Yunxiang summoned the dragon's wrath and, exerting all her strength, established a protective barrier. Seizing the moment while Yi Wuxuan prepared his next assault, she turned to Yi Liangxiao earnestly, saying, "Listen, I lack the time to elaborate, but I shall impart our family's sword technique to you and buy you some time. If you can grasp even a fragment of it in this critical moment, you may still have a chance to win." With that, she extended her hand, concentrating, and infused a strand of her soul power into Yi Liangxiao's brow. At the instant the soul power entered his body, Yi Liangxiao felt the world around him blur, as though he had been drawn into an alternate dimension. Countless sword techniques and formulas flashed before his eyes, akin to a slideshow. Before long, a complete set of sword techniques was etched into his mind. Yunxiang's voice echoed again, "I can only grant you half a stick of incense's worth of time at my utmost effort. Delve into these insights within your sea of consciousness. Should you be foolish and unable to comprehend, prepare to be vanquished by Yi Wuxuan." Within the sea of consciousness, Yi Liangxiao gazed at the images flitting past, lost in thought. In the visions, two figures clad in white wielded swords against one another, dancing with a breathtakingly intricate swordplay, offense and defense in perfect harmony. As he observed, it seemed he was drawn by an ethereal force, and upon a fleeting thought, a phantom sword materialized in his hand, as he instinctively began to practice the techniques. Meanwhile, in reality, he stood with his eyes tightly shut, as though petrified, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Yunxiang, wielding the dragon's wrath, with the phoenix guiding her side, unleashed three swords in a cold confrontation against Yi Wuxuan. Having absorbed the dragon soul, Yi Wuxuan's movements appeared sluggish, perhaps due to his body not yet fully accommodating the might of the dragon. The power of the dragon, it seemed, was not without its costs. Upon seeing Yunchang standing protectively before Yi Liangxiao, Yu Wushhuang's displeasure was palpable. Yunchang, I consider you a princess of the Zhou dynasty and wish to avoid conflict. You may retreat unscathed. Why guard this wretched spawn? Yunchang, having committed to a full-scale confrontation to buy time for Yi Liangxiao, would not retreat. She replied coolly, the third prince need not waste words. Yunchang shall not withdraw. With that, the three blades surged towards Yu Wushhuang, infused with the fiery might of the phoenix, exuding an aura capable of incinerating the heavens and earth. In an instant, the flames enveloped Yi Wushhuang entirely. However, even the searing flames of the phoenix could not harm Yi Wushhuang in the slightest. This was not to say he was unafraid of the rebirth flames. It was simply that the phoenix flames unleashed by Yunchang, at the 8th tier of the cleansing marrow realm, were somewhat lacking. Had it been the phoenix Empress Li Tian unleashing her power, Yi Wushhuang would likely have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Yi Wushhuang, encased in the potential of the dragon's might, remained unscathed, coldly declaring, very well, if the princess refuses to retreat, I shall have no choice but to take offense. As he spoke, the potential of the dragon surged forth, shattering the flames. Yi Wushhuang charged towards Yunchang, unleashing three powerful punches that repelled her three flying swords. It is well known that Yi Wushhuang was a body cultivator. His body served as a furnace, tempered like a golden bell, making his physique his greatest weapon. Each strike, whether fist or foot, rivaled an array of diverse magical artifacts. His approach was simplicity itself yet immensely powerful. With a single blow, he sent Yunchang's three swords flying, while his punches continued unabated, exhibiting an ease of effort. Bang! The force of his fist collided with the arena's protective barrier, creating a thunderous di and I in the clash of three fists against three swords. The disparity in strength was immediately evident. Yunchang recalled her sword, standing resolutely to face him. In just one exchange, she recognized the futility of a prolonged battle. Though they were merely a tier apart, the difference in their strength was stark. Yet, following Li Tian's instructions, she could not retreat. She could only rely on the power of her three swords to stall for time. Nevertheless, Yunchang was, after all, a princess of the realm. Moreover, with the Phoenix Empress Li Tian observing from the dais, even Yi Wushhuang, no matter how audacious, dared not truly harm her. After a brief exchange, Yi Wushhuang suddenly perceived that Yunchang seemed intent on prolonging the battle, her actions merely evasive rather than offensive, holding her ground without aggression. Observing Yi Liangxiao, now bathed in golden light, standing as still as a statue, he then realized something was amiss and shouted, this is bad, they are stalling for time to pass on techniques. We must not allow them to succeed. Eldest brother, eighth brother, ninth brother, why do you not make your move? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao and his companions finally snapped back to attention, instinctively directing their attacks towards Yi Liangxiao. Yunchang gasped, hastily turning to block their assault. Yi Liangxiao, still immersed in comprehending the sword intent within his sea of consciousness, could not afford any external disturbances, otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. In her haste, as she turned, Yunchang left an opening that Yi Wushhuang seized upon, landing a punch squarely on her back. Another resounding impact followed. Although Yunchang was shielded by the phoenix flames, Yi Wushhuang's punch still delivered a significant jolt, propelling her towards Yi Liangxiao. In that fleeting moment, Yunchang's heart sank. It is over. In less than a tea's worth of time, she had exposed a flaw to Yi Wushhuang, yet, Yi Liangxiao, within such a short span, could hardly grasp the initial essence of the carefree sword technique. It appeared they were destined to lose this battle, unless this lecture could awaken immediately. But how could one not chosen by destiny achieve such rapid comprehension? A chill enveloped Princess Yunchang's heart. Yet, just as she was about to collide with Yi Liangxiao, she suddenly noticed him opening his eyes and extending a hand towards her. The moment Yi Liangxiao's hand made contact with Yunchang, an invisible force surged from his fingertips into her body, not only stabilizing her form but also restoring the flow of her previously stagnant qi. Simultaneously, Yunchang's soul was drawn into Yi Liangxiao's sea of consciousness, and time seemed to freeze. Within the dim expanse, the images of their transfer of power continued to flash. In his ethereal state, Yi Liangxiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of otherworldly serenity, surrounded by a shimmering halo of starlight, rendering Yunchang speechless, at a loss for what to do. What was happening? How did he appear as if he had already comprehended the sword intent, so at ease and untroubled? Yunchang had no time to ponder, as Yi Liangxiao turned to her with a smile, saying, the carefree sword technique is not as obscure as one might think. Who said it would require half a stick of incense's worth of time? Come, accompany this prince to vanquish our foes. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Yunchang, grasping her hand. At the moment their bodies touched, their souls returned to their respective forms. In reality, they stood side by side, their hands entwined, resembling celestial lovers. The onslaught from the three royal princes surged forth but could not breach their defenses, instead being repelled by a divine light that descended from above. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted within the hearts of the spectators, as a blue dragon phantom erupted from Yi Liangxiao's body, rearing its head to the heavens in a mighty cry. Yunchang's eyes transformed a vibrant red as a colossal fire phoenix phantom burst forth from her, soaring high into the sky. The fire phoenix ascended towards the heavens, accompanied by the spiraling blue dragon. Before them unfolded a magnificent spectacle of the harmonious flight of dragon and phoenix, a portent of auspicious tidings. Chapter 40 of the Dragon Clan, the Holy Sun, and the Floral Assassin. The roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes reverberated through the skies above Chengdu. Celestial rays descended, enveloping the prince and princess in a resplendent glow, a sight brimming with auspicious omens. As the dragon and phoenix soared into the heavens, an invisible wave of energy shattered the icy stillness of the arena, bathing the entire elliptical training ground in an atmosphere of tranquility. Yi Gui's white frost giant dragon trembled uncontrollably at the appearance of the ethereal dragon and phoenix, its form shrinking rapidly as it cowered low to the ground. Even the golden dragon soul residing within Yi Wushhuang quivered at this moment. The Golden Dragon, the king of the Dragon Clan, was inherently a sovereign being, yet, beneath the shadow of the Azure Dragon's apparition, it too was seized by fear. While the masses were aware that the Golden Giant Dragon was the monarch of the Dragon Clan, in truth, it was merely a king. The true emperor of the Dragon Clan knew no bounds. Ancient lore speaks of a secret not shrouded in mystery. Dragons are born in 9 colors, with gold reigning as king. However, the true ruler of dragons is none other than those who possess reverse scales. This implies that while the Dragon Clan boasts 9-colored giant dragons, the Golden Dragon is a born monarch. Only those who cultivate the reverse scales can ascend above the Golden Dragon to become the Imperial Dragon. Nevertheless, the Imperial Dragon is not confined solely to the Golden Giant Dragon. Other dragons may also cultivate reverse scales. In the cataclysmic battle for annihilation, since the fall of the Imperial Dragon, only the Azure Dragon has ever cultivated reverse scales. This is why the Dragon Clan holds the Azure Dragon in such reverence, making it a significant factor for its designation as one of the 4 auspicious beasts of antiquity. The thousands of cultivators in the audience gazed upon this auspicious scene, filled with yearning. The dragon governs the world, the phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. This is a sign of prosperity and harmony bestowed upon our great Shang. The prince and princess Yunxiang, hand in hand, had indeed summoned a divine omen. They must be the chosen ones, there is no doubt about it. Coincidentally, this year marks the year of the dragon. Such an auspicious sign foretells a future of great prosperity and enduring legacy for our Shang nation. Everyone should make a wish, praying for divine blessings, so that all may go well and families remain in peace. Such a spectacle has come to be because of the prince and princess Yunxiang. The prince shall be the holy monarch, safeguarding the lineage of our great Shang. Let us cheer for the prince. He shall surely triumph in this battle. Surely, the prince shall prevail. What Yi Liangxiao could hardly fathom was that his epiphany of the carefree sword technique of the Zhou dynasty ancestors had summoned this celestial omen, inexplicably garnering the support of the entire audience. From the outset, when he was met with indifference and disdain, to the moment he comprehended the sword technique, conjuring the dragon and phoenix in harmony, it took but a fleeting instant to reverse the tide of the situation. In this moment, no one mentioned his illegitimate status or the mysterious yet scorned courtesan mother he had. Instead, he was recognized as the chosen son, the holy son of this age. Yi Wuti, seated upon the dragon throne, suddenly rose, gazing at this moment with a mix of astonishment and joy, his eyes flickering. He turned to Li Tian beside him and said, "The sword of the startled dragon is inherently sealed with the ancient dragon soul. The Phoenix clan has perished entirely in the battle for annihilation, yet the ancestors of the Chihua sword furnace, when forging the Phoenix sword, infused it with the essence of the Phoenix bone, thus carrying the aura of the fire phoenix. After Xiao and Yunxiang's bloodlines unexpectedly merged, their hearts resonated, leading to the awakening of the dragon and phoenix souls. Is that so?" Li Tian smiled without a word. The answer was self-evident. Yi Wuti did not press further. With a wave of his long sleeve, displaying evident joy, he shifted his gaze back to the arena. At this moment, the divine light faded, the miraculous aura enveloping the prince and princess slowly dissipating. However, Yunxiang remained lost in astonishment, when suddenly, she heard Yi Liangxiao's inner voice. "Wow, this stunning beauty's hand is truly silky smooth. I don't want to let go. Look at her alluring curves and that perfect height of 168 centimeters, with a face that is exquisitely flawless from every angle. Even an old lecher would need 3 tissues in an instant. If only I could spend a night with her, that would be endlessly delightful. I could go 7 times in one night. My name is Liangxiao, and since I'm here, how could I not have a delightful night? Let me think of a way to win her over. Securing the champion's title in this competition will be a piece of cake. But alas, the Dragon Cave's secret realm won't open for another 2 months. It seems I won't die just yet. The prize money will still be deducted, so I can't waste time. Perhaps, starting tomorrow, I shall become a roguish floral assassin, exclusively targeting stunning beauties and giving them injections. Brilliant. Let's start with Yunxiang. After this battle, when I see this beauty bathing, I'll summon her over and consummate our union first." "Oh, right, Qingshan and Ina are the handmaidens left by my cheap mother. They seem to be responsible for the bedroom affairs as well. Perfect. 1 dragon playing with 3 phoenixes, what a delightful experience that would be." Yi Liangxiao thought lewdly, excitement bubbling within him. Yunxiang, aware of his thoughts, suddenly turned pale, flames of fury igniting within her, her entire being ablaze. "What lecherous thoughts is this scoundrel harboring, summoning me while I bathe? He dares to wish for a night of pleasure with me? What does he mean by 1 dragon and 3 phoenixes? He is utterly shameless and vile, unmatched in the world. I shall slay him. How dare this shameless scoundrel show such disrespect?" Furious, Yunxiang flung Yi Liangxiao aside and slapped him with a swift motion. The prince hastily grasped her hand, perplexed. My dear, what are you doing? I haven't said a word. How can you claim I'm disrespecting you?" Yet within his heart, he chuckled. Wow, what a fiery temper. When she gets angry, her voice is still so sweet. If only she were gentle in bed, it would be utterly enchanting. I am truly fortunate. Yunxiang, upon hearing this, was utterly enraged. Ignoring her own dignity, she shot him a furious glare, casting aside her twin swords, and seized Yi Liangxiao by the throat, hysterically declaring, "I will choke you to death." But no matter how hard she tried, it seemed she could not harm Yi Liangxiao. Under the binding seal, as a secondary entity, Yunxiang was unable to truly inflict harm upon Yi Liangxiao. Why Yi Liangxiao stood there, allowing her to grasp his throat, and sighed, "My dear, what are you doing now?" Yunxiang retorted, "Choking you, you filthy lecher. I have pure thoughts and noble morals. How could there be anything vile about me? You know it well. Oh, if you can choke me to death, please do, but if you cannot, why are you tugging at my collar? Are you coveting my handsome looks? I will beat you to death." Yunxiang realized she couldn't choke him to death, nor could she even make him feel suffocated, yet, in her fury, she began to lash out at him. However, when Yi Liangxiao accused her of coveting his beauty, she was instantly filled with a mix of shame and anger, changing her attack to hammering her fists against his chest. Yi Liangxiao exclaimed, "Ah, my dear, you're using your little fists to pound on your husband's chest, such a cheesy act. Let us save it for when we return home behind closed doors, shall we? Look at how impatient you are. I assure you I will give you a shot." Yunchang was left speechless, feeling utterly confounded by this lecher's reasoning, standing there fuming, unsure of what to do. The thousands of spectators were left in shock. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Wuti on the platform could no longer bear to watch, booming, "What are you two doing, unfilial child? If you're not going to compete, then get down from there." This brought them back to their senses, realizing they still had a battle to finish. Meanwhile, the four princes opposite them demonstrated commendable martial ethics, refraining from seizing the opportunity to ambush. Or perhaps they too were stunned into inaction by this auspicious spectacle. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Wuti's cold snort, they all awakened. Yi Wuxuang, seething with rage, turned to the other three, saying, "Eldest brother, eighth brother, ninth brother, let us take down this vile spawn together. Shall we settle the score afterwards?" Yi Xiao and the others exchanged glances. Though they did not respond, they clearly tacitly agreed. Convention dictates that in a group battle, the astute would first eliminate the strongest opponent before deciding their own fates. However, Yi Xiao and the others understood that Yi Liangxiao would not ally with them against the mightiest, Yi Wuxuang. Rather, Yi Wuxuang would team up with them to deal with Yi Liangxiao first, thus there was no reason to refuse. Though defeating Yi Liangxiao would leave Yi Wuxuang without restraint, from their perspective, it was preferable for Yi Wuxuang to claim victory than to grant it to Yi Liangxiao. Kill, the four silently agreed, led by Yi Wuxuang. They charged towards the prince and princess. Chapter 41. A stalemate. Upon witnessing this, Yi Liangxiao's brows lifted in a smile, his ostentatious demeanor fading as he turned to the fuming Yunchang and said, "My dear, let us set our matters aside for now. First, shall we assist my husband in fending off these hounds? My cultivation in the Sea of Qi is rather meager, and this talisman serves little purpose for me. I shall lend it to you for your protection." As he spoke, he extended two fingers, a phantom of a lotus blooming at their tips, which he infused into Yunchang's being. The Guanyin Sitting Lotus Sutra is an ancient protective spell of the divine, exceptionally formidable. When cultivated to its zenith, it is unbreakable. However, this technique relies on one's own Sea of Qi for activation, and with Yi Liangxiao's limited prowess, the Golden Lotus charm would be of little use to him. Upon merging their bloodlines, they could transfer their power to one another. Yunchang, now at the 8th stage of marrow washing, would find her strength augmented with the Golden Lotus charm shielding her. In the blink of an eye, the four princes charged forth. Yunchang momentarily set aside her anger, centering herself to confront the foe. The Golden Lotus charm coursed through her, a shimmering, gilded lotus phantom began to swirl around her, hinting at its impending materialization. This invigorated the flow of qi within her, instilling her with newfound confidence. Is this the ancient Golden Lotus charm? How did you acquire it? Yunchang asked, astonished, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yi Liangxiao smiled gently but did not respond directly. Instead, he urged, "Go." In that instant, he had already propelled Yunchang to a position behind the four princes, under the influence of the fusion seal. As the dominant force, Yi Liangxiao wielded the ability to command Yunchang's actions, capable of transporting her infinitely within a certain range. With his voice weaving through the air, he whispered, "My dear, among those four, Yi Wuxuang is the strongest. Let us first deal with the three weaker ones, then we shall focus on taking down Yi Wuxuang." Simultaneously, he exerted his spiritual force to direct the twin swords of the tiger and phoenix towards Yunchang, while the dragon-slaying sword was drawn into his grasp for attack. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, Yi Liangxiao's expression remained calm as he unleashed a commanding shout, conjuring three sword phantoms that struck toward Yi Xiao and his companions, all while disregarding the fiercest assault from Yi Wuxuang. Yet, in a peculiar twist, upon realizing Yunchang's sudden disappearance, Yi Wuxuang inexplicably halted his assault, his tiger-like gaze scanning the surroundings for any sign of her. In his mind, it was Yunchang who posed the true threat between the two, believing that once she was subdued, Yi Liangxiao would become a lesser concern. Thus, when Yi Wuxuang noticed Yunchang's abrupt vanishing act, he refrained from immediately striking Yi Liangxiao, opting instead to search for her. It was precisely this habitual thought process that created an opening in the coordinated strike against Yi Liangxiao. When Yi Wuxuang spotted Yunchang appearing behind him, holding dual swords, his eyes narrowed with cold realization. Without a second thought, he unleashed a full-force punch toward her. Yunchang remained steadfast, neither dodging nor flinching. Connected in thought with Yi Liangxiao, she comprehended his intentions and stood unwavering. "Foolish," Yi Wuxuang sneered, believing she intended to absorb his punch using the Golden Lotus charm, a hint of malice flickering in his gaze. With the dragon soul bolstering him, he had attained the 7th stage of marrow washing, and the force of his punch was not something Yunchang could easily withstand. Little did he know, just as his fist was about to collide with Yunchang, a gentle smile spread across her face. In the next instant, her figure began to shimmer and faded into nothingness. Evading his strike, "Return," Yi Liangxiao's voice echoed in his ear, and when he glanced again, Yunchang had reappeared beside him. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill through Yi Wuxuang, his expression shifting dramatically. What? The third prince suddenly grasped a grave realization, recognizing he had fallen into a trap. This is bad. Yi Liangxiao's intent in sending Yunchang to this position was not to launch a surprise attack after all. Rather, it was a ruse to divert Yi Wuxuang's attention, a classic feint. If Yi Wuxuang were to regard Yunchang as a threat, he would have to divert his focus to confront her, providing Yi Liangxiao an opportunity. At that moment, Yi Liangxiao could summon Yunchang back, leaving Yi Wuxuang to strike at nothing but air, allowing them to eliminate Yi Xiao and his companions first. Yi Wuxuang was no fool. Upon witnessing Yunchang's disappearance, he understood he had been ensnared. Yet, the offensive momentum of the royal couple had already begun, and it was too late for him to turn back and save Yi Xiao and the others. Draw your swords. With a swift clash of blades, Yi Liangxiao and Yunchang stood side by side, executing the carefree sword techniques of their ancestors from the Zhou dynasty. The sword energy erupted forth, leaving behind an ethereal afterimage as they moved with an almost imperceptible speed, vanishing from sight. Countless sword energies crisscrossed the air, intertwining like shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Perhaps due to the astonishing speed of their strikes, there was nothing ostentatious about their movements. When their figures re-emerged, Yi Xiao and his companions appeared as though turned to stone, frozen in place. Yet in the next heartbeat, their armor was rent asunder, and blood splattered forth as they were sent hurtling backward, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. This was still due to Yunchang holding back her power. Otherwise, Yi Xiao and his companions would have found themselves in dire straits. After all, they were princes of a nation, and to slay them before the emperor would be a grave transgression. While Yi Liangxiao could act without restraint, Yunchang could not afford to be reckless. Thus, she had strived to preserve their lives. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wushhuang's pupils constricted, rage boiling to its peak. With Yi Xiao and his companions dispatched, they had effectively been defeated. Even if they were not unconscious, they could not re-enter the fray. In other words, he was now compelled to face Yi Liangxiao and Yunchang alone. This drastically diminished his chances of victory. Beast, do you dare to toy with me? Yi Wushhuang clenched his iron fist, his teeth gritting in fury. Yi Liangxiao, however, chuckled lightly. Beast, who do you refer to? Is it you, with your pig-like dullness? You choose to withdraw, and yet you blame others? Besides, who are you to dictate how I should play? With that, he promptly employed the same trick again, sending Yunchang to a position behind Yi Wushhuang. They now formed a pincer movement, locking him in their sights. Yi Wushhuang steeled himself, growling, "Humph, I possess the dragon soul. Do you think that without the three of them, I would be at a loss against you?" Yi Liangxiao laughed. Why not give it a try and find out? Without further ado, he issued the command for Yunchang to engage, and the two once more unleashed their combined sword techniques. The dance of blades recommenced, their brilliance undeniable. The renowned sword technique of Li Xiaoyao, the founding emperor of the Zhou dynasty, was famed for its swiftness, precision, and ferocity. Under their combined assault, it was a force that could not be broken, rendering them unstoppable. While Yi Wushhuang possessed solid cultivation, bolstered by the dragon soul, his movements were hindered due to the premature merging of the dragon soul, resulting in a lack of agility and fluidity. In the face of their rapid and exquisite swordplay, he found himself unable to even grace the hem of their garments. Nevertheless, Yi Wushhuang's formidable defensive capabilities, fostered by his rigorous training, allowed him to withstand their onslaught. As the situation unfolded, it appeared to teeter on the edge of a delicate balance, both sides evenly matched. Yi Wushhuang, despite his overwhelming power, lacked effective means to counterattack, unable to lock onto the duo. Conversely, while Yi Liangxiao and Yunchang fought in perfect unison, they too struggled to breach Yi Wushhuang's indomitable defenses. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as the spectators watched in stunned silence, whispering amongst themselves, the prince and his companion's swordplay is truly exquisite, leaving the third prince momentarily unable to retaliate. Though the swordplay is remarkable, the Dragon Soul's defense is unassailable. It will be challenging for the prince to achieve victory. Not necessarily. The third prince's body is currently incapable of sustaining the Dragon Soul for long. Should the Dragon Soul detach on its own, he will undoubtedly be defeated. Thus, if the prince can endure just a moment longer, the third prince will fall. Who can say? In the midst of it all, Yi Wushhuang strained to fend off the ghostly-like sword attacks from the duo, unable to mount a counteroffensive. With mere defense, he could only await inevitable defeat. This principle was not lost on him. To secure victory, he needed to find a way to strike back and disrupt their collaboration. With this contemplation, Yi Wushhuang's expression darkened, as if arriving at a resolution. As he flipped his hand, he produced a deep purple elixir and swiftly consumed it. Notably, while the three other princes had utilized external forces to enhance their cultivation prior to entering the arena, Yi Wushhuang had only now resorted to such measures. This was due to the steep cost associated with external enhancements. He would not take such risks unless absolutely necessary. Upon swallowing the elixir, Yi Wushhuang's aura surged dramatically, as if his spirit and senses had ascended to a new realm. Objects within his line of sight seemed to move in slow motion. Previously, he could only catch glimpses of Yi Liangxiao and Yunchang's shadows. Now, he could lock onto their very essence. Ha! He roared, slamming his right foot down, unleashing a wave of energy that violently pushed the two apart. Chapter 42 Slaying the Dragon. Boom! After Yi Wushhuang consumed the elixir, his cultivation soared with astonishing speed. With a single stomp, he utterly shattered the already damaged arena. At this moment, his displayed power was even more tyrannical than before. Yi Liangxiao and the others were thrown back, but they steadied themselves, facing him with solemnity. Realizing the dramatic surge in Yi Wushhuang's cultivation, Yunchang could not help but exclaim. He actually resorted to using an elixir to ascend to the 6th tier of the cleansing marrow stage. Yi Liangxiao, seemingly oblivious, tilted his head and remarked nonchalantly, "Oh? The 6th tier of cleansing marrow, is that impressive?" Yunchang shot him an exasperated glare but remained silent, her expression grave. On the other side, after Yi Wushhuang's elevation in cultivation, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he coldly laughed. "You lowly wretch, to think you could provoke me into using an elixir to enhance my power for battle, you truly caught me off guard. But now, with the strength of the 6th tier of cleansing marrow, prepare to meet your demise." If the 7th tier of cleansing marrow had allowed Yunchang to struggle with 3 divine weapons aiding her, then after Yi Wushhuang's ascension to the 6th tier, she had no chance of victory whatsoever. The gap between tiers was as vast as a mountain. It was not merely a saying. Furthermore, the disparity of 2 minor realms was even more pronounced. Yunchang felt as if facing a formidable foe. Her twin swords whispered incessantly at her side. Just as she was about to speak to Yi Liangxiao, she saw Yi Wushhuang charging towards them, fists raised. "Come and fight." The 6th tier of cleansing marrow liberated Yi Wushhuang from the restrictions of the Dragon Soul's side effects, greatly enhancing his reaction and attack speed. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Liangxiao's face. Simultaneously, he moved like a shadow, pouncing forward with the ferocity of a hungry tiger descending a mountain. Such a formidable punch made Yi Liangxiao wary. After exchanging a glance with Yun Chang, the three swords were drawn simultaneously to meet the oncoming punch, unleashing their full might. Although the Crown Prince was a death-seeking individual, he was resolute in not perishing at the hands of his 12 brothers. If it were anyone else, Yi Liangxiao would likely have faced death without fear. However, against Yi Wuxuang, he held back. Nevertheless, the two underestimated the power of the 6th tier of cleansing marrow. Yi Wuxuang's punch not only sent the three divine weapons flying but also continued its course unimpeded towards Yi Liangxiao. Why Yi Liangxiao frowned, it was too late to dodge, and he prepared to take the punch head-on. Just then, Yun Chang flashed in front of him, unleashing the full force of her phoenix flame, elevating her protective golden lotus to its peak in an attempt to shield him from the blow. This left Yi Liangxiao slightly astonished. This girl was willing to take a punch for him. Did she have feelings for the Crown Prince? He could not help but chuckle, but as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed the possibility. Yun Chang's willingness to step forward stemmed solely from the fact that their bloodlines had merged. If Yi Liangxiao died, she could not escape unscathed either. In such circumstances, protecting Yi Liangxiao was essentially safeguarding herself, devoid of any other considerations. Yun Chang, Yi Wuxuang charged like an arrow, noticing her blocking his path, and his momentum faltered slightly as he retracted some of his punch's force. As a princess of the Zhou dynasty, whose purpose was to forge an alliance, Yi Wuxuang dared not strike too harshly against Yun Chang. Otherwise, should anything happen to her, the Phoenix Emperor Li Etian would undoubtedly retaliate, potentially igniting a conflict between the two nations. Thus, Yi Wuxuang had to exercise restraint. Yet, even so, the punch still sent both of them flying, retreating several meters. The disparity in power across two tiers was undeniably evident. Bang! After sending the two flying, Yi Wuxuang's punch struck heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, causing the elemental energy to surge. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, and the barrier appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. Gasps erupted from the audience. What? The third prince's punch can actually tear apart the protective barrier set by His Majesty himself? Impossible. His Majesty is a semi-immortal, unmatched in the capital. The third prince, having increased his cultivation with an elixir, is merely at the cleansing marrow stage. How could he possibly breach the Emperor's barrier? What was that just dissipated? Amidst the astonished murmurs, on the chairman's platform, Li Etian began to laugh, glancing at Yi Wuti, saying, "Yi Wuti, your third son is quite impressive. But it seems he isn't particularly clever." Yi Wuti cast a glance at her but remained silent, his gaze fixed on the arena. In a corner of the arena, the two who had been knocked down rose from the dust, appearing to have sustained significant impacts, blood trickling from their lips. Yi Liangxiao clutched his chest, casting a cold glare at Yi Wuxuang, his expression somber. Yi Wuxuang, however, revealed a sinister smile, turning towards Yun Chang, laughing heartily. "Ha, Yun Chang, what kind of drug did that lowly wretch feed you, for you to protect him so fiercely? But even with your intervention, you cannot save him today. As a princess of a nation, I cannot harm you too severely. Why not withdraw for now?" With that, he uttered a sharp command. The Dragon Soul Golden Bell, formed from his innate divine essence and the power of the Dragon Soul, soared into the sky, looming over Yun Chang with an oppressive force. Yun Chang was taken aback, hastily channeling her energy to break free, but it was futile. Yi Wuxuang sneered, "Princess, do not waste your efforts. The Dragon Soul Golden Bell is forged from my life essence and Dragon Soul power, and with your 8th tier of cleansing marrow cultivation, you cannot break through it. Let us see how I will slay this lowly wretch." As he spoke, he slowly turned his gaze towards Yi Liangxiao. Before Yi Liangxiao could respond, Yun Chang, in a state of panic, shouted, "Stop! You cannot kill him." Yi Wuxuang turned back and asked, "Why can't I? He is but a lowly wretch. What makes him worthy of your attention, princess? Why must you protect him?" Yun Chang's face turned ashen as she retorted, "That is none of your concern. If I insist on protecting him, what will you do? Then you, Yi Wuxuang, will become my Zhou dynasty's sworn enemy. Try me." This proclamation not only left Yi Wuxuang stunned but also caused an uproar throughout the arena. What did the princess mean? To protect the crown prince, she was actually threatening the third prince with the might of an entire nation. What allure did the crown prince possess to earn such devotion from a beauty? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, confusion also reigned. Yi Wuxuang stood there, eyes wide with fury. Does the princess understand the gravity of her words? For this lowly wretch, your Zhou dynasty dares to become enemies with my Deshang? Yun Chang coldly snorted, yet before she could respond, Yi Liangxiao's voice rang out, "Allow me to correct you. The Zhou dynasty does not aim to confront all of Deshang, but rather just you, Yi Wuxuang." Yi Wuxuang turned around to see Yi Liangxiao emerging from the smoke, wielding the shock dragon sword, exuding an aura of striking elegance. "Your father is still present. You wouldn't dare kill me, it's all just a bluff, but I, Yi Liangxiao, am different. I can kill whoever I wish. There are only those I cannot kill, not those I fear to kill. You thought to kill me, so do not blame me for harboring murderous intent afterward. And thank you for that punch earlier, it helped me break the soul-binding barrier of the Qingyun sect. To slay you, I need not invoke the might of the Zhou dynasty, I alone am sufficient." Yi Liangxiao said with a hint of a cold smile as he walked forward. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuang's expression slightly changed, realizing the peril of the situation. In his previous rage, he had unleashed his full strength in that punch, intending to subdue both of them directly, yet, coincidentally, he had shattered the Qingyun sect's soul-binding curse set by Yi Gue. In other words, Yi Liangxiao could now control the countless flying swords in the vicinity. Whoosh! In the midst of speaking, Yi Liangxiao soared into the sky on his sword. At this point, he disregarded any competition rules. All he desired was to teach Yi Wushhuang a severe lesson. In Qingdu, sword cultivation was prevalent. Among the cultivators in the city, 6 or 7 out of 10 wielded swords as their magical artifacts. This provided Yi Liangxiao with boundless opportunities. Sword come, he shouted Dai in the arena. Aside from those of advanced cultivation, all flying swords converged towards him, even distant swords from the palace began to make their way over. In an instant, the scene of myriad swords blotting out the sky reappeared. This move, myriad swords to the sect, can be intercepted by my father, but can you? From high above, Yi Liangxiao laughed coldly. Then, pointing his finger, he unleashed the myriad swords, which surged forth like swimming dragons emerging from the sea, overwhelming Yi Wushhuang. Before the swords reached him, Yi Wushhuang felt a surge of dread. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He immediately summoned his Dragon Soul Golden Bell, bracing himself. Clang, the flying swords struck the Dragon Soul Golden Bell, creating a shower of sparks, akin to the sound of steel clashing. Though Yi Wushhuang's Dragon Soul Golden Bell temporarily withstood the onslaught of flying swords, he was quickly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, and was pushed back repeatedly. In contrast, Yi Liangxiao appeared relaxed and at ease, smiling as he remarked, "Very well. I, the Crown Prince, am curious to see how long you can endure. If there are still flying swords in Qingdu, this battle will not conclude. Haha." Yi Wushhuang strained with all his might to maintain the Dragon Soul Golden Bell as protection, fully aware that prolonged combat would lead to his defeat. Furthermore, having enhanced his cultivation with an elixir, he would inevitably regress once the effect wore off. At that time, he would no longer be Yi Liangxiao's opponent. However, it seemed he still had a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, he bit his tongue, unleashing a powerful shockwave to repel the flying swords. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Liangxiao was regrouping the swords, Yi Wushhuang roared, "Good, good, good. I truly underestimated you, but do you think you stand invincible? Oomph." He repeated the word good thrice, suddenly biting his tongue, using his blood as a conduit to inscribe a cryptic rune in the air. At the same time, he shouted, "Divine Dragon, assist me." As the words fell, a crimson light erupted before Yi Wushhuang, casting a blood-red hue across the arena. On the chairman's platform, an old eunuch beside Yi Wuti quietly leaned closer, whispering, "Your Majesty, the third prince has already paid a price for forcibly summoning the dragon soul to possess him. Now, if he uses a blood sacrifice to summon the true form of the dragon, I fear." Before he could finish, Yi Wuti waved his hand to interrupt. "No matter. Let us observe further." The old eunuch could only fall silent. At that moment, within the dragon abyss, a deafening dragon roar resonated, causing the towering ancestral mountain to tremble. Shortly after, a massive golden dragon, several times larger than a frostwhite dragon, soared into the sky, basking in the glow of the sunset as it swished its tail. With a single breath of dragon flame, it swept away the myriad flying swords, an awe-inspiring sight. The king among the dragon clan, born with golden core power, this golden dragon bound to Yi Wushhuang had evidently not yet reached its peak. However, its terrifying power equivalent to that of the golden core stage was beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings to withstand. After clearing the skies of flying swords with a few breaths, the golden dragon, now relieved of pressure, roared, "Dragon, devour this lowly wretch." The dragon seemed to be guided by some soulful force, immediately opening its massive maw and lunging fiercely at Yi Liangxiao. Instead of feeling alarmed, Yi Liangxiao felt a surge of delight, even finding the time to jest, "Oh, a big long worm, my dear, have you ever tasted dragon meat?" As he spoke, he summoned Yun Chang back to his side. Yun Chang was utterly astonished, perplexed by Yi Liangxiao's apparent ease amidst such peril. They were on the brink of life and death, yet this lecher appeared unfazed. Did he truly fear nothing? In disbelief, Yun Chang retorted, "You still have the leisure to ask that. Just concede. We cannot possibly win against a golden core giant dragon." Yi Liangxiao replied, "Concede? Did I not tell you? In my lexicon, there exists only death in battle, never surrender. Today, I shall slay the dragon. If you have not tasted dragon meat, we can indulge together tonight." Yun Chang was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself that this man had lost his mind. What gave him the courage to declare he would slay a golden core golden dragon? Chapter 43 of The Assistance of the Mother-in-Law. As the dragon emerged, it astonished all present. Apart from a select few, it was nearly inconceivable for the audience to realize that the dragon previously summoned by Yi Wushhuang was merely a fragment of a dragon's soul. What appeared now was the true form of the dragon. Merely the manifestation of a dragon's soul had allowed Yi Wushhuang to ascend a rank in her cultivation with a mere blink. Thus, one could only imagine the terrifying presence of the dragon's true form. It must be said that Yi Wushhuang's golden dragon and Yi Gui's frosty white dragon represented two extremes. Even the myriad flying swords summoned by Yi Liangxiao, wielded with all his spiritual might, were rendered as inconsequential as dust beneath the dragon's breath. Dragons are inherently formidable, surpassing even the fire phoenix in ferocity. The golden dragon, upon emerging from its egg, had yet to develop its intelligence but already possessed the strength of a golden core. In its prime, it could slay half-immortals, earning the title of the king of spirit beasts. However, it was painfully clear that with Yi Wushhuang's meager cultivation at the washing marrow stage, she could not hope to bond with an adult dragon. The golden dragon before them was undoubtedly in its juvenile stage, yet it was still comparable to human cultivators at the golden core level. In the third realm, postnatal washing marrow. In the fourth realm, foundation establishment, golden core, and half-immortal. Yi Liangxiao and Yun Chang were at most at the washing marrow stage, two significant realms and 18 minor levels apart from the golden dragon, a disparity that words could scarcely convey. The two stood virtually no chance. In light of this apparent disparity, it was utterly ludicrous for the prince to declare his intent to slay the dragon. In Yun Chang's eyes, Yi Liangxiao had clearly lost his mind. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe you can slay a dragon? Are you dreaming?" Yun Chang exclaimed, already contemplating retreat. Yi Liangxiao gazed at the roaring dragon before him, feeling the scorching heat wash over him as if he might melt away, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, stating with a smile, "Who says it's just me? I still have you, don't I? Not a chance. If you seek your own demise, do not drag me down with you." As the princess of the Great Zhou, Yun Chang's temperament was unyieldingly proud. Yet, before the formidable golden dragon, she was more rational than anyone else. Even if they were joined by 100 or more, not even a single nascent soul cultivator could hope to subdue the golden dragon. To act impulsively now would be akin to courting death. Thus, devoid of any combat spirit, she resolutely refused to ally with Yi Liangxiao. Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave. If they could not win, why not flee? Sometimes, to stubbornly confront danger is the folly of the reckless. Flexibility is the hallmark of wisdom. Stop, come back. However, Yun Chang found herself unable to run far before her body was inexplicably compelled to return to Yi Liangxiao's side. The very event she had dreaded most had indeed come to pass. This scoundrel was notorious for his defiance and unpredictable tactics. The moment she harbored thoughts of retreat, she suspected Yi Liangxiao might employ his power over the laws to detain her. Yet, a sliver of hope lingered in her heart, praying that he would show mercy and release her, a summoned beast. Yet, to her dismay, this rogue, intent on courting death, insisted on dragging her along. "What are you doing, you scoundrel? I want to leave. Release your hold on me. If you wish to die, I do not." As she spoke, the dragon's breath loomed ominously, threatening to engulf them both, and the princess was drenched in cold sweat. Roar! As the words left her lips, the golden dragoness maul lunged forward. The spectators gasped in horror, some of the more timid turning away in fear. The dragon's veracity was not something mere mortals could withstand. The royal couple was poised to become the dragon's next meal. Boom! The dragon's powerful jaws snapped shut, its rows of sharp teeth clashing together, producing a sound reminiscent of a stone door slamming shut with a resounding echo. "Mother, save me!" Yun Chang was consumed by terror, closing her eyes in anxiety and crying out for help. Yi Liangxiao's audacity in attempting to confront the dragon was nothing short of suicidal, yet, while he sought death, Yun Chang longed to survive. In that moment, she believed only her mother could intervene and halt the dragoness' advance. Strangely, the dragoness bite did not reach them. Hearing Yun Chang's desperate cry, Li Tian did not rush to their aid. The next moment, when she opened her eyes, she found herself being led by Yi Liangxiao, ascending rapidly into the sky, creating a significant distance from the pursuing dragon. The brilliance of the ancient sword art lay not only in its ability to control flying swords 2 levels above but also in endowing its wielder with extraordinary agility. At this moment, Yi Liangxiao, wielding his washing marrow stage spiritual power to command the sword, was able to evade the golden dragon, even one at the golden core level, for the time being. "Are you a child? When in danger, you call for your mother. Look, did I call for Yi Wuti to help?" Yi Liangxiao teased, a grin on his face. Yun Chang felt a flush of embarrassment at his words. "I don't need your concern. I simply prefer to call for my mother." "You're not calling for the Emperor of Dawn because he wouldn't heed you," she retorted defiantly. Yi Liangxiao chuckled lightly, not wishing to engage in further banter. As they spoke, they had already broken through the cloud cover, standing atop a peak amidst the clouds. In the distance, a golden sun cast its gentle glow upon them. The two floated hand in hand, surrounded by shimmering light, creating an ethereal image reminiscent of celestial lovers. Yi Liangxiao turned to her with a smile, asking, "What is the name of the strongest move in the Xiaoyao sword technique?" For reasons unknown, as he held her hand under the sunlight filtering through the clouds, Yun Chang found her fears of the dragon dissipating entirely. "Slash the heavens," she replied, suddenly composed. Yi Liangxiao nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent, if the Xiaoyao sword can cleave the heavens, how much easier it would be to slay a mere long worm, right?" At this, Yun Chang realized that Yi Liangxiao's intention to distance themselves from the dragon was to jointly execute the most powerful move of the Xiaoyao sword technique. She exclaimed in shock, "Are you mad? While the Xiaoyao sword technique is exceptional, my Zhou dynasty ancestor used the slash the heavens move to tear apart the void and ascend to the celestial realm. But wielded by us, it is an entirely different matter. With our washing marrow power, even if we manage to execute that move, we cannot hope to slay the dragon. That would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Rest assured. When you were born, I embedded a fragment of my consciousness within your core. With this spiritual connection, I can temporarily bestow you with nascent soul power, enabling both of you to slay the dragon." "Mother, you intend to assist this scoundrel? Why?" "Do not question, just heed my words." Li Tian's voice faded into silence. Before her mother, Yun Chang had always been obedient. Heeding Li Tian's words, she immediately cast aside her doubts, fully committing to channel her energy with Yi Liangxiao to execute the sword move. With a whoosh, the air trembled as sword energy surged, radiating brilliant hues. Countless thunderclouds converged, slowly transforming into an immense vortex, darkening the sky. Beneath the vortex, the golden dragon soared upward, roaring thunderously, its presence awe-inspiring. In the audience, even Yi Wuti was stirred, hesitating over whether to intervene in this battle. The elderly eunuch at his side gazed intently at the heavens, solemnly stating, "It is said that the strongest sword of the Zhou dynasty's ancestors could cleave the heavens. Could it be?" Yet before he could finish, Yi Wuti interjected, "And so what? With their strength, they are utterly incapable of slaying a dragon, let alone cleaving the heavens." "That remains to be seen." Li Tian suddenly smiled enigmatically. Chapter 44 The Sword That Cuts Through Heaven. What does it mean? Upon hearing this, Yi Wuti furrowed his brow and turned around. Li Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as she chuckled lightly. "It means nothing. Your esteemed prince of the Shang dynasty, what was supposed to be a measured contest has turned into a ruthless affair. However, this is a matter of your own dynasty, and I should not interfere. Yet, since Shang'er has already involved herself, I cannot turn a blind eye. Yi Wuti, my only desire is to ensure the safety of Shang'er. I shall not concern myself with anything else. Her words held an implicit threat, suggesting that should Yi Wuti fail to guarantee Yin Shang's safety, she would take matters into her own hands. And should the Phoenix Empress intervene, the fate of the juvenile golden dragon would be far from certain. Yi Wuti snorted coldly, waving his sleeve dismissively. Humph, with me here, how could any mishap occur? Li Tian, do not act rashly. The affairs of the Shang dynasty are not for you to meddle in, nor should they require your intervention. Li Tian smiled alluringly. Oh, is that so? But if you do not act soon, it may be too late. In fact, it may already be late. Look. With that, she pointed towards the sky. As Yi Wuti turned his gaze upwards, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Thunder rumbled ominously in the air, and beneath the swirling dark clouds, a radiant golden light emerged, revealing a colossal sword formed from condensed primordial energy, slowly rising from the depths of the vortex. The gigantic sword shimmered with golden light, imbued with the power of phoenix flames, appearing at times substantial and at others elusive. Its tip was aimed directly at the roaring golden dragon ascending in fury. As the massive sword descended, an invisible and terrifying pressure radiated outward, threatening to crush the entire oval arena atop the ancestral hall, rendering all present breathless. Above the thunderclouds, Yi Lianxiao and Yin Shang were in perfect synchronization, rapidly forming their sword technique, their figures intertwining like flowing light, entering a state of transcendence. The sword energy surged violently, as if tearing through space, continuously coalescing into the nascent form of the colossal sword. In no time, the sword's power was nearly complete. Only then did they reveal their forms, both showing signs of fatigue as they hovered in midair. In such a scenario, they merely needed to gather their final strength to complete the sword that could cut through heaven. Yin Shang's attire billowed gracefully, and although she had received Li Tian's subtle instructions, the act of slaying the dragon was fraught with immense implications. She could not help but offer a word of caution. Yi Lianxiao, are you truly resolved to proceed? Do you understand what the death of this dragon signifies? Yi Lianxiao chuckled lightly, casting her a sidelong glance, and mischievously replied, I do not know. Nor do I wish to know. Yun Shang's expression shifted slightly as she pressed on. The dragon clan is an ancient and savage beast, imbued with intelligence from birth. They are fiercely protective of their own. Should this dragon perish, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the dragon lair. Yi Lianxiao laughed heartily, adopting an indifferent demeanor. And so what? By then, I shall be long gone. Those long worms will only seek trouble with Yi Wuti. What concern is that of mine? With that, he acted once more, executing the final strike. Yun Shang was taken aback, striving to cooperate while silently pondering. What does he mean by then, I shall be gone? How audacious is he to disregard even the potential retribution of the Dragon King? Is he merely arrogant, or is he foolish beyond measure, or perhaps he seeks death? As her thoughts raced, Yi Lianxiao's inner voice resonated within her mind. Wonderful. I initially believed that with Yi Wuti granting me the title of prince, no one in the Shang dynasty would dare oppose me. Who would have thought that in a fit of anger, Yi Wuxuang would summon a dragon? This is heaven's aid to me. I need not wait for the heavenly tribulation, nor must I enter the dragon's lair. To perish in the belly of the dragon would suffice. Once I become a meal for the dragon, would I not return directly to my homeland? Yet, this girl, Yun Shang, must accompany me to my demise. What a pity, I cannot share one last night with her. Yun Shang's heart jolted, first in shock, then in intense anger, shocked that Yi Lianxiao indeed harbored thoughts of seeking death, and enraged that even in the face of imminent death, his final wish was to lament not having spent one last night with her. This despicable lecher, Yun Shang seethed inwardly, wishing she could flay Yi Lianxiao alive. Yet, in the next moment, she banished all emotions and focused entirely on assisting him in executing the sword technique. The sword that could cut through heaven demanded the practitioner to cast aside distractions and achieve a unity of intent. Any trace of conflicting emotions could lead to catastrophic failure. Princess Yun Shang did not dare grow complacent. She could only immerse herself in cooperation. Buzz, as the two melded into the colossal sword, the air above the arena resonated with the sound of a divine sword singing. Thousands of onlookers in the audience raised their heads towards the sky, their faces filled with dread. What is this? The sword that slays dragons? It was said that the ancestors of the Zhou dynasty had once severed the heavens with a single sword, ascending to the celestial realm with their self-created sword technique, the carefree sword. However, the Li Xiaoyao of that time had soared from the ground, pointing his sword towards the heavens, yet the prince and princess Yun Shang had altered this technique to strike down from the sky. If the carefree sword could indeed shatter the heavens, then surely the dragon was in peril. Not quite. Li Xiaoyao had been at the pinnacle of the sixth realm, unmatched on earth. He could naturally sever the heavens with one sword, but what cultivation level did the prince possess? Were they not the ones in danger? As the crowd murmured among themselves, Yi Wuti on the dais cast a cold gaze upon the scene, lightly snorting, the sword that cuts through heaven? Humph, it may have the form, but lacks the strength. To think one could slay a dragon with this is nothing short of a jest. A flicker of disdain flashed through Yi Wuti's eyes, as if he regarded the sword shadow conjured by Yi Lianxiao and the others with utter contempt. Suddenly, he heard Li Tian's voice from behind. Is that so? What if I were to join forces? Before the words had left her lips, she unexpectedly formed a hand seal, her eyes turning fiery red, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flames that surged towards Yun Shang. Yi Wuti was taken aback, his powerful frame shuddering as he bellowed, Li Tian, what are you doing? Stop, if you harm the dragon, the entire Zhou dynasty will bear the consequences. Yet Li Tian showed no sign of restraint. Humph. Do not use that old relic in the dragon's lair to threaten me. I have already stated that my only concern is ensuring Shinger's safety, the rest is of no consequence. With a whoosh. As Li Tian infused her phoenix flame power into the massive sword within the vortex, it instantly solidified, its might greatly amplified. The sword's edge had not yet reached the dragon, yet it compelled the creature to retreat in fear. Li Tian was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, her strength on par with Yi Wuti. This strike was executed with full force, temporarily bestowing Yun Shang with the power of the nascent soul, endowing the colossal sword in the air with immense might. If this sword were to truly strike down, even the golden dragon would surely perish. Yi Wuti glared in fury, preparing to intervene and stop Li Tian, but Li Tian's cold laughter reached his ears. Even if you attempt to stop me, this sword cannot be halted. And now you face but two choices, save the dragon or save your court of ministers. At her words, Yi Wuti felt as though he had been frozen in place. Li Tian's sudden action had rendered the sword's momentum irrevocable. This sword, imbued with the power of the nascent soul, would likely breach even the protective barrier of the ancestral hall, claiming the lives of thousands gathered in the oval arena. And the court of the Shang dynasty was among them. Should Yi Wuti exert all his strength to intercept this sword, he might save the dragon, yet the residual force of the strike would undoubtedly obliterate the entire arena. In such a case, all the officials would perish, and the court would be paralyzed, with consequences too dire to contemplate. When Yi Liangxiao and Yun Shang ascended into the skies, Yi Wuti had already surmised that this fellow would not easily concede defeat. He intended to observe how Yi Liangxiao would confront the dragon, ready to intervene at the last moment to prevent this farce. Little did he know that Li Tian's abrupt intervention had spiraled the situation out of control. As Li Tian had stated, Yi Wuti now faced two choices, the dragon or the court. To save the court would indeed preserve the stability of the dynasty, but should the dragon be slain, how could he explain it to that old coot within the dragon's lair? Yi Wuti's rage boiled over as he found himself trapped in a dilemma, yet it was evident that he had little time left to decide. Half a minute later, as the colossal dragon was locked in the sights of the massive sword, Yi Wuti finally made his move. He soared above the arena, looking down at the mysterious old eunuch, declaring, "Use all your might to reinforce the protective formation of the ancestral hall." With those words, Li Tian could not help but chuckle coldly, thinking, "You have ultimately chosen the court." Understood. The old eunuch replied, waving his feather duster, unleashing a surge of formidable primordial energy that flowed into Yi Wuti's body. Then, Yi Wuti spread his arms wide, his entire being radiant with golden light as he frantically conjured multiple hand seals to amplify the protective formation. Seeing this, Li Tian raised an eyebrow, her voice low, "You two are at the nascent soul stage?" The old eunuch turned with a smile, "Old servant is merely amusing the Phoenix Empress." At the same moment, high above, the sword's shadow had already descended. Zzz, as the sword's edge passed, it seemed to sever all things. The blade sliced through the dragon's body as if it were mere vegetables, offering no resistance whatsoever. One must understand, dragon scales could withstand immense force and were virtually indestructible. Yet beneath this sword shadow, they were as fragile as paper. A dragon's roar echoed. The sword shadow penetrated the dragoness form, appearing to inflict no harm, yet its momentum remained unabated, crashing against the protective formation with a thunderous boom. As the ground shook and the mountains trembled, even Yi Wuti, who was bolstering the formation, felt the impact. The onlookers turned ashen, staring in stunned silence at this spectacle. In the next instant, golden blood rained down from the sky. The golden dragon had been cleaved in two, with no life remaining, its golden blood cascading down. As the colossal sword faded from view, Yi Liangxiao and Yun Shang's figures slowly materialized, utterly drained, plummeting towards the ground. Yi Liangxiao felt an overwhelming exhaustion, their combined sword strike having depleted all their strength, leaving them incapable of even flying. As he was about to lose consciousness, only one thought resonated in the prince's mind. At last, I can return. Lavish carriages, beautiful women, grand mansions, come to me. In the depths of the rear mountain, within the unfathomable dragon abyss, two flickering orbs of ghostly fire suddenly ignited, illuminating the surroundings. Wherever their gaze fell, a dragon, battered and scarred, half of its scales glimmering gold while the other half tinged with green, opened its immense eyes, which were as large as mountains. Chapter 45 of the Master of the Dragon Abyss. Boom, as the dual-colored colossal dragon awakened, the dragon abyss erupted with thunderous roars, and the ancestral mountain shook violently. The officials turned pale and cast their gazes towards the dragon abyss. Has the Master of the Dragon Abyss awakened? In the lineage of the Golden Dragons, upon the birth of each hatchling, the Dragon Master bestows a strand of its soul essence upon them. It is both a protection and a recognition. The two princes had slain the contracted dragon of the third prince, which evidently disturbed the Master of the Dragon Abyss. What shall we do? Sensing the fall of its descendants, the Dragon Master, who had slumbered for a millennium, would undoubtedly seek retribution for this transgression. The Dragon Clan is notoriously protective of its own. It is well known that the wrath of a Dragon King brings devastation upon the realm. The crowd gasped in horror. Yi Wuti's expression turned grave, as if facing a formidable foe. After issuing a brief command to the elderly eunuch, he disregarded the plummeting Yi Liangxiao and swiftly made his way towards the dragon abyss. "Sikong, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. I wish for no further unforeseen events to occur before my return." After Yi Wuti vanished, his resonant voice echoed abruptly. The elder eunuch, called Sikong, slightly bowed towards the direction in which Yi Wuti had departed and replied, "This old servant obeys." He then decisively reached out to catch the falling Yi Liangxiao. However, Yun Shang had already been summoned away by Li Tian, swiftly departing the ancestral mountain alongside the four elders of the Phoenix clan. Li Tian's departure was particularly resolute, devoid of any hesitation, as though he harbored a deep-seated fear of the being within the dragon abyss. Eunuch Si Kong, supporting the unconscious Yi Liangxiao with one hand, waved his feather duster in the other, not hindering the departure of Li Tian and her daughter. He proclaimed, for sword-bearers, immediately escort the prince back to the eastern palace for treatment. The Yulin guards ensure that the officials and the youths of various clans depart in an orderly fashion. Before His Majesty returns, the entire ancestral mountain shall be sealed off, deemed a forbidden zone. Those who trespass shall be executed without mercy. This elder eunuch evidently held a distinguished status and was highly favored by Yi Wudi. With a single command, both the 4 sword-bearers and the numerous Yulin guards complied without question. With the golden dragon slain here, chaos erupted in the dragon's lair. Yet, the emperor did not delegate authority over the matter to the current prime minister or the cabinet. Instead, he entrusted it to his closest attendant. This indicated that Si Kong was no ordinary court eunuch. The clan comparison conference was to be suspended for 3 days, to be resolved after His Majesty's return. And meanwhile, I hope all esteemed lords will remain dutiful. Do not speak of matters that should not be discussed. After handing Yi Liangxiao to the 4 sword-bearers, Si Kong scanned the crowd and amplified his voice. As the crowd departed in an orderly manner, deep within the dragon abyss, in the innermost cavern, Yi Wudi materialized, hesitating at the entrance. The cavern was shrouded in a hazy glow, adorned with countless runes that resembled an ancient script, obscure and difficult to decipher. Boom! The ground trembled just as Yi Wudi hesitated. A colossal claw from within the cave grasped at the glowing barrier. Though the sharp talons could not breach the barrier, the grating noise produced by their friction with the glow was excruciatingly unbearable. And, enter! A cold voice resonated through the barrier, as if it detonated directly within Yi Wudi's mind. Yi Wudi's expression shifted slightly. Despite his formidable strength, he felt a shiver of fear before the master of the dragon abyss. One could only imagine the terrifying nature of the being within. Fortunately, the seemingly ethereal barrier imposed significant restrictions on it. Yi Wudi forcibly steadied his emotions, raising his hand and bowing slightly. I, Yi Wudi, pay my respects to the master of the dragon abyss. Oh Dragon Master, I can explain the death of the golden dragon. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the glow at the entrance surged violently. A searing dragon flame assaulted the barrier. Although most of its power was blocked, the residual force still caused Yi Wudi to stagger back several steps, interrupting his speech. Enough with your trivialities, I summoned you, this mere ant, to enter. If you utter another word, the Shang dynasty shall fall by your hand. The voice within the cave grew increasingly displeased. Yi Wudi's face turned ashen, but he could not afford to exhibit even a hint of indignation. In the next moment, he bowed his head and stepped inside. The barrier, though restrictive to the master of the dragon abyss, posed no obstacle to Yi Wudi, who entered with ease. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, a formidable pressure assailed him. Even with Yi Wudi's near-immortal cultivation, he found it difficult to maintain his composure, involuntarily kneeling on one knee. From the darkness emerged a gigantic dragon head, one of its horns shattered, and deep scars marred its face, wounds that appeared fresh yet had festered for millennia. Yi Wudi, the last time I awakened, you were merely a weak youth, still reeking of infancy. How is it that in just a mere 1,000 years, your wings have grown so strong, you dare to slaughter my golden lineage under my very nose? Have you forgotten the lessons taught by the late emperor of the Shang dynasty a millennium ago? Or do you believe yourself to be superior to the ancestors of the Yi clan? You wish to explain, then I shall listen, but if your words fail to satisfy me, you shall remain here. Speak. The dragon's mouth opened slowly, and as it continued, its tone grew increasingly frigid. By the time it uttered the final word, it was nearly a roar, accompanied by an invisible force that caused Yi Wudi to spit blood. Yi Wudi's pupils dilated, clutching his chest as he struggled to speak. Oh Dragon Master, please do not be enraged. The death of the golden dragon was merely an accident. There was no intention to slay it. However, the grave error has been committed. The Shang dynasty will not shirk its responsibility and will provide you with an explanation. The dragon emitted a mocking cold laugh, saying, Oh? And what explanation do you wish to offer? Yi Wudi replied, Does the Dragon Master have any demands? Demands? Are you suggesting that as long as I do not pursue this matter further, whatever I request, you shall grant? Within reason, the Shang dynasty will comply with all requests, as long as the Dragon Master can show leniency and continue to support the Yi Imperial clan. Very well. You are straightforward, you are indeed more decisive than your Yi ancestors. Then bring me the murderer who slaughtered my descendants and that little azure dragon. Go now. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi was taken aback, exclaiming, that if for Yi Wudi, the master of the dragon abyss's demand for the little azure dragon belonging to Yi Liangxiao was not unexpected. However, the request to deliver the murderer of the dragon was somewhat beyond his anticipation. From Yi Wudi's understanding of the master of the dragon abyss, the death of a mere hatchling should not significantly impact the dragon clan. While the dragon clan is known for its protectiveness, it values interests even more. In the face of benefits, they might even laugh off past grievances. The dragon master likely sought the auspicious azure dragon to prevent it from growing its reverse scales and ascending to the status of an imperial dragon. But why did it also seek Yi Liangxiao? Although the dragon master had been in slumber, once the strand of soul essence attached to the golden dragon returned, it would certainly have learned who was responsible for the dragon's death. Yi Wudi realized that finding someone to take the blame for Yi Liangxiao would be nearly impossible. The dragon master's tone grew colder. You are unwilling? Yi Wudi replied, To be frank with the dragon master, the murderer is my son. He is still young and unaware of the secrets of the dragon abyss, which led him to act impulsively. I implore the dragon master to show mercy. The little azure dragon can be presented, but could you spare him? It was hard to imagine that a dignified emperor would display such humble pleading before the master of the dragon abyss. Humph. The Dragon Master coldly snorted, decisively rejecting, Yi Wuti, while you may be an emperor in front of outsiders, high and mighty, before me, you are nothing but an ant. Remember this, I am not negotiating with you, you have no choice but to comply, do you understand? However, the Dragon Clan has been allied with your Yi family for a millennium, so I shall not completely deny you face. When the secret realm of the Dragon Lair opens in over 2 months, bring your 13 sons and the little azure dragon to me, allowing him to live for 2 more months is already my greatest concession, do you understand? Yi Wuti's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, the Dragon Master will surely harbor no goodwill towards my son. This is akin to forcing me to commit an act of infanticide. Infanticide, heck, call it as you wish, in any case, this person is a prize I intend to claim. As for the reason, you need not know. Besides, back then, you were willing to sacrifice your own woman, why should you shy away from infanticide? The Dragon Master laughed heartily, unabashedly displaying his disdain. Yi Wuti's face contorted in anguish, as those words seemed to strike a painful chord deep within him, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Before him, memories of a heart-wrenching scene from years past flashed vividly, yet the Dragon Master showed no hint of compassion. After laughing, he continued, "Begone, when the secret realm opens, I demand the little azure dragon and Yi Liangxiao. Otherwise, the Shang dynasty shall change hands." With that, the dragon's massive maw expelled a breath of dragon fire, forcefully ejecting Yi Wuti from the cavern. 3 days later, in the East Palace's chamber, Yi Liangxiao suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up as if electrified. He thought he had traversed back to the Blue Star and was about to search for his phone to check if the system's 100 billion rewards had arrived. However, upon seeing the 2 maids at the foot of his bed, he froze in shock. An ominous premonition surged within him. Goodness, I didn't die in the dragon's maw, why are these 2 maids still here? What shocked him even more was that the azure-clad figure was currently tugging at his trousers. Chapter 46, Questioning the Sword Across the World. I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Silver, the prince has been in a coma for 3 days, and his majesty has also not returned from Longyuan for 3 days. Whispers abound in both court and society. It seems that a significant event is imminent. Alas, what concern is this of ours, mere maidservants? Even if the court were to undergo a transformation, there are still 100 officials to uphold it. We should simply attend to our duties. The prince remains unconscious, let us seize the opportunity to remove his trousers. Silver, are we not merely to assist the prince with his bathing and changing? Why does it sound so peculiar coming from your lips? Hush, do not make a sound. Behold, the prince is truly extraordinary, even in his comatose state, he remains a pillar of strength, most impressive indeed. Initially, the 2 maidservants were quietly engaged in their tasks while conversing in hushed tones, their expressions varied, as did their points of focus. Suddenly, Yi Liangxiao sat up as if resurrected, startling them into jumping several meters away. "Ah, your highness, how did you wake up so suddenly?" "I had not yet had the chance to assist you," exclaimed Qing Shan, her face a mixture of astonishment and shyness. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao concluded that he had not perished and was still within the realms of Jiuzhou. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he cursed inwardly, "What the hell, why am I not dead? Which wretched soul saved me? Is it Yi Wuti, that foolish monarch?" "By the Empress's grace," the crown prince exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming urge to slam his head against the wall. The 2 maidservants before him were utterly bewildered, though it seemed they were somewhat accustomed to such outbursts. To them, it was a norm for the prince to experience hysteria upon awakening from his comas. After a moment of introspection, he turned to see his trousers had been pulled down to his knees, and Yi Liangxiao paused, his expression tightening. He immediately turned to the 2 maidservants and asked, "What do you 2 intend to do? Are you plotting to dishonor this prince?" Both maidservants froze momentarily, and Silver shyly replied, "What are you saying, your highness? We merely wish to assist you with your bathing and changing." Yi Liangxiao sighed with a strange expression, "Is it merely for bathing and changing? If you wish to do something more, I would not object. Come now, continue removing them, I shall hold no grievances." Hey, where are you 2 going? Do not leave, I permit you to dishonor me," he declared, disregarding his dignity, knowing he could not easily meet his demise and thus decided to jest with his maidservants. However, unbeknownst to him, the 2 had already fled the room. Moments later, in the bathing chamber, Yi Liangxiao lay comfortably in a wooden tub filled with warm water, yet his face bore no trace of enjoyment as he sighed repeatedly. How could he have survived the jaws of the golden dragon? It seemed he would have to wait until he entered the Dragon Cave's secret realm or until Yi Wuti's heavenly tribulation descended before he could find peace. Yet, Yi Wuti's tribulation was far from imminent. The Dragon Cave's secret realm would not open for over 2 months, during which he would incur a significant loss of rewards. The mere thought of this left the crown prince feeling quite pained. Although the reward was substantial, amounting to billions, a slight deduction was inconsequential. However, for someone like Yi Liangxiao, who had previously lived in Blue Star and whose bank account had never exceeded 5 digits, it was indeed a source of heartache. Beside him, the 2 maidservants who were alternating in massaging his back noticed his sorrowful expression and could not help but feel puzzled. The crown prince had garnered immense attention during the clan competition. "Why did you return with such a melancholy demeanor?" Qing Shan inquired. "Your highness, do you feel unwell?" Without a moment's thought, Yi Liangxiao replied bluntly, "Indeed." "Why so? You and Princess Yunshang's swordplay was astonishing, even capable of slaying a dragon. With such a feat, surely you should be elated after the clan competition's rematch?" Qing Shan smiled. Silver chimed in, "Indeed, your highness, you are already infamous in the capital for your regicide. Now, with the dragon slain by your hand, your prowess is known throughout the realm. Are you not pleased?" "What, I killed a dragon?" Yi Liangxiao exclaimed, turning in surprise. Upon seeing the 2 maidservants nodding in affirmation, he lamented, "Then it is finished. If I can slay a dragon, how am I any different from being invincible?" Who would dare oppose me, damn it? The two maidservants were momentarily taken aback and replied, Is it not a good thing that no one dares to oppose you, your highness? Why do you wear such a worried expression? Your highness, be cautious in your words. To claim invincibility is perilous. Your ability to slay the dragon was aided by the phoenix's assistance. I in Chengdu, there are many with greater strength than you. Do not arrogantly proclaim invincibility, even the emperor would not dare to do so, Silver cautioned. With a hint of skepticism, Yi Liangxiao retorted, Do not deceive me, Yi Wushhuang's 6th grade cleansing of marrow is already unparalleled among the young in the capital. If he cannot kill me, how many of those pampered sons of noble families possess true skill? At his words, Silver's expression turned serious, and she replied sternly, Your highness, you are mistaken. Do you think that achieving the 6th grade cleansing of marrow is sufficient to be the best among the young in Chengdu? Heavens, it falls far short. What do you mean? To be candid, when you competed against the 4 great princes, I sensed that there were at least dozens present whose strength surpassed that of the 3rd prince, Yi Wushhuang. They simply chose not to reveal themselves, Silver explained. What, there were individuals stronger than Yi Wushhuang among those present? Yi Liangxiao's eyes brightened. Silver smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but you need not worry that they will emerge to contest you for the top position. Why not? Are they not ambitious? Not quite, it is simply because you are the crown prince of a nation, with the emperor present, who would dare to overshadow the crown prince, except for your 12 brothers, of course. Oh, is there no way to provoke them into opposing me? A life and death rivalry, perhaps? Silver chuckled. What is this mindset, your highness? You actually wish for someone to challenge you? Invincibility is a lonely existence, a sentiment you would not comprehend, he replied, attempting to appear profound, though in truth, he merely sought an end to his life. Silver shook her head. I fear you may be disappointed. The reason these individuals conceal their strength is that they do not wish to partake in courtly struggles. How could they easily become enemies with you, the crown prince? Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao's expression turned one of disappointment. It seemed that the halo of the crown prince was simply too bright, yet, in the next moment, he suddenly became alert, questioning, Wait, if I am not mistaken, you two should possess no cultivation, correct? How then do you know of the true experts present? This question left the two maidservants momentarily speechless. Taken aback, Qing Shan's gaze flickered as she stammered, that was merely Silver's fanciful talk. You should inquire with her. With that, she swiftly darted out of the room. Silver, drenched in cold sweat, awkwardly stated, I was just rambling. Your highness should not take it seriously. Chengdu's strongest is undoubtedly you, and I shall fetch you some clean garments. Before she could finish, she had already dashed outside, ignoring Yi Liangxiao's calls. The behavior of the two maidservants only deepened Yi Liangxiao's suspicions. He was convinced that their true identities were far beyond that of mere servants. However, he chose not to pursue this line of inquiry just yet, instead contemplating how to provoke the ire of the noble families, hoping to find a means to seek his own demise through their hands. The crown prince languished in the bath, deep in thought. After a while, a sudden inspiration struck him. He mused, the title of crown prince bestowed upon me by the emperor serves as a protective charm, allowing me to evade numerous troubles. Until now, even if my 12 brothers harbored ill intentions, they dared not act openly without restraint, yet, the arena of the clan competition seems to have provided them a covert opportunity to conspire against me. Yi Wushhuang, in a fit of rage, even commanded a dragon to devour me. If I were to emulate the clan competition, setting up my own arena, publicly challenging the strongest across the land, and adding a touch of malice, would that not incite the wrath of many? In the arena, only victory or defeat holds significance, regardless of status. With Yi Wuti still trapped in the dragon cave, none in Chengdu would dare obstruct me. Why not create a tumultuous scene? As he contemplated this, Yi Liangxiao's expression brightened. When the two maidservants returned with clean garments, he wasted no time and donned them swiftly. With a vigorous gesture, he declared, Qing Shan, Silver, prepare the 4 treasures of the study. I shall set up an arena and challenge the heroes of the world. The two maidservants exchanged glances, their faces clouded with concern. They could only comply for the time being, uncertain of what scheme the crown prince was about to embark upon. A quarter of an hour later, in the courtyard outside the study, Yi Liangxiao personally took up the brush and inscribed an extensive couplet. The two maidservants stood by, watching in a state of shock as their eyes widened, their faces paling. Your Highness, have you lost your senses? How could you write such a couplet? You must burn it before anyone sees it, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Qing Shan urged. If this couplet is made public, Your Highness, you will become the target of everyone's ire. Even the emperor may not be able to protect you, Silver added. Yi Liangxiao, however, replied with composure, what is there to fear? I intend to question the sword across the world, not just in Chengdu. Naturally, I must craft a couplet of imposing grandeur. Without further ado, take this couplet to the gate of the imperial city and display it to the world. Afterwards, I shall set up an arena in the square of the capital and challenge all. The two maidservants recoiled, not daring to touch the couplet. Yi Liangxiao, not pressing the issue, chuckled, are you too afraid? Very well, I shall go myself. With that, he truly mounted his sword and departed. In the afternoon, at the peak of the sun's intensity, the sides of the East City Gate in Chengdu were forcibly adorned with the couplet penned by Yi Liangxiao. Those passing by were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurried away. The news that the crown prince was to set up an arena and question the sword across the world spread rapidly throughout the city, fueled by the provocative couplet. After dusk, an elderly man clad in a purple Taoist robe, riding a decrepit ox into the city, was incensed upon seeing the couplet. He exclaimed furiously, I have practiced for hundreds of years and have never encountered such an arrogant individual. Who wrote this couplet? Where is the arena? Chapter 47 Invincible in the world. At dawn the next day, within the imperial city, in the Qian Koan Hall, in the alchemy chamber, the elderly eunuch, Sikong Zhang, was suspended in midair beside a colossal alchemical furnace, cultivating his energy in a meditative state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his countenance heavy with gravity. As Sikong concluded his meditation and descended, a flicker of ethereal light appeared, revealing Yi Wudi in a disheveled state, his dragon robe tattered, blood staining his chest, clearly bearing severe injuries. Sikong hastily supported Yi Wudi, but before he could utter a word, Yi Wudi violently coughed up blood, his visage contorted in pain. "Your Majesty!" Sikong exclaimed in alarm, swiftly channeling a surge of vital energy to stabilize Yi Wudi's injuries. Yi Wudi cast a glance at him, offering no explanation, instead settling down to meditate and inwardly assess his condition. After a brief moment, the two concluded their meditative practice simultaneously. Sikong approached to assist Yi Wudi to his feet, finally inquiring, "Your Majesty, was it the Dragon Lord's doing?" Yi Wudi's demeanor turned solemn, his eyes narrowing as he nodded, then shook his head. "Had it not been for the Dragon Lord Ao Tsong's instigation, how could the 10 elders of the Dragon Clan conspire against me? Though he did not personally inflict this grievous injury, it is indeed at his behest that I am thus wounded." A flicker of indignation crossed Sikong's features as he coldly remarked, "The Dragon Lord Ao Tsong is indeed a base and shameless individual, consumed by greed and treachery. No wonder that person assisted our ancestors in sealing him within the Dragon Cave all those years ago. Over the years, he has enjoyed the offerings of our dynasty, amassing resources while remaining insatiable. Now, with the death of a mere golden dragon, it should not have threatened their lineage, yet he seizes the opportunity to act against your Majesty, inciting the 10 elders of the Dragon Clan to besiege you. He is truly deserving of death." Yi Wudi sighed softly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. While Ao Tsong is indeed deserving of condemnation, one cannot blame him entirely. Who can defy the tides of power? This world has always revered the strong. The Dragon Clan's might is paramount, and our dynasty must rely upon them. It cannot be denied that without the protection of Ao Tsong's lineage over the past few centuries, the Great Shang would not enjoy its current prosperity. Sikong retorted, "And what of it? This is a relationship of mutual reliance and cooperation. What distinction is there between master and servant? Had your Majesty not sacrificed her 20 years ago, could Ao Tsong have preserved the last remnants of his dragon essence, surviving to this day?" "Silence. I have commanded you not to speak of her again." Yi Wudi interjected, his face momentarily shadowed by sorrow as he clutched his chest. The next moment, however, his gaze turned wistful as he continued, "It is I who have failed her, sending her to her death for the sake of the realm." As he spoke, tears welled in the corners of his eyes, as if he were ensnared in an abyss of grief. Sikong's expression shifted slightly. After a pause, he redirected, "Forgive this old servant's thoughtlessness, setting aside Ao Tsong's duplicity. While I was treating your Majesty's injuries, I sensed your vital essence depleting." Yi Wudi sighed once more, gesturing to summon a new dragon robe from his storage bag, regaining a semblance of the majesty befitting a sovereign before he spoke of the 10 elders of the Dragon Clan. Each possess nascent soul power. Though I am reputed to be unmatched in the nascent soul realm, I could not withstand the combined assault of 10 dragons. My foundation is now shattered. Within a month, I will plummet to the golden core realm." "What?" Sikong exclaimed in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such grievous news. "Your Majesty is the pillar of our Great Shang, on the verge of facing the heavenly tribulation to ascend to semi-immortal status. How can you sustain such injuries and fall in rank? This old servant shall summon the 9 grand elders of the clan to assist your Majesty in recovering from your injuries." Yet Yi Wudi forestalled him, saying, "It is unnecessary. It would be futile." Before he could finish his sentence, a young eunuch from the Qian Koan Hall rushed in, visibly startled upon seeing Yi Wudi, and knelt in a flurry, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, head eunuch Sikong, grave news has arisen." Yi Wudi swallowed the words he intended to say, asking, "What is the cause for such alarm?" "It concerns the Crown Prince." "What has happened to the Crown Prince?" Yi Wudi inquired, his concern piqued. "The Crown Prince has set up a challenge arena within the city, proclaiming he will challenge all heroes of the realm, taking life and death upon himself. He has even composed a couplet that has ignited the ire of the court and the populace." "What, that rebellious son, what couplet has he penned to incite such public outrage? The servant dares not recite it. Your Majesty should see it for yourself." Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi let out a heavy snort and exchanged a glance with Sikong, commanding, "Let us go." As soon as the words left his lips, the two vanished from the spot. In the central square of Chengdu, thousands had gathered, common folk mingled with countless cultivators, disciples from various sects traversing the land. Yi Liangshao commanded the Eastern Palace Guards to erect a grand challenge arena, hoisting the banner of the Crown Prince, boldly inviting challenges from anyone, regardless of status. The provocative couplet was not only plastered across the 5 city gates of Chengdu but also hung prominently above the arena. The crowd, observing, could not help but murmur and seethe with indignation. While the commoners were somewhat restrained, daring only to grumble in secret, the cultivators from noble families and wandering sects were eager to take action, their eyes fixed on Yi Liangshao with resentment akin to 1,000 blades. "Arrogant and brash, who bestowed upon you such audacity, such short-sightedness, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. Countless cultivators inhabit the Jojo continent, hidden talents abound, who knows how many extraordinary individuals remain in seclusion, allowing a mere mortal prince to utter such reckless words? Yi Liangshao, do you realize that if this couplet were to spread beyond Chengdu, you would likely not survive 3 days? Even the Emperor of Shang, Yi Wudi, would not dare to be so presumptuous." You, a mere ninth-grade cultivator, have the audacity to establish this arena, quickly take it down, lest the entire Shang dynasty suffers because of you. You dare to claim invincibility in the world, insulting ancient immortals and demons? Yi Liangshao, your fate is sealed. Listening to the myriad voices of outrage from the crowd, the crown prince appeared unfazed, a smile gracing his features as he lounged comfortably in a chair, snacking on seeds and humming a tune. His ostentatious demeanor, imbued with an air of superiority, was indeed unsettling. Hey, you rodents, if you cannot stand this prince, then come up and give it a try. I guarantee I won't kill you, and I'll even reward you. What? I am indeed invincible in the world. Is that a problem? If you have the guts, come up and fight, don't just talk. Yi Liangshao reclined, tossing aside the seed shells, continuously provoking the crowd with an air of indifference, his heart brimming with anticipation. Come on, a few skilled fighters, please jump up. I promise I won't fight back. In the skies above, Yi Wudi and Sikong arrived and immediately gazed down upon the provocative couplet. To their astonishment, they nearly choked on their outrage, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Rebellious son, how could he dare to write such words? If this gets out, even if you had 9 lives, they would not be enough. Before the temporary wooden archway erected before the arena, the couplet read left couplet with fists that strike across the seas and the cosmos, all deities and Buddhas are but mere dust. Right couplet with feet that kick against the 9 hells, all ancient demons are nothing but firewood. Horizontal inscription, invincible in the world. Chapter 48. Seeds of Calamity, Father's Redemption. It must be said that Yi Liangxiao's couplet is nothing short of audacious, a feat few would dare to emulate. He audaciously likened the celestial deities to mere dregs, and the myriad spirits of the abyss to mere mutts. He even resorted to blows and kicks. Surely, Sister Jingru would not bestow upon him such audacity. It is worth noting that even Li Xiaoyao, the ancestor of the Zhou dynasty, who was once hailed as the emperor of humanity and sword immortal, could only claim to be the second among mortals after shattering the heavens with a single sword, grasping the essence of the laws of humanity. The ancient Buddha of the Western Bull Hajou, with a single utterance of the Buddha's name, shattered the 9 heavens. His handprint has subdued demons for a millennium without faltering, yet he too does not rank among the top 10 in the celestial rankings of the mortal realm. The ancestor of the Yi family in the Shang dynasty, Yi Chen, wielded the aura of a lurking dragon, a force that resonates through the ages. It is said he could traverse the universe, extinguishing stars with a mere gesture, yet he would not dare to claim superiority over the heavens. How could Yi Liangxiao, a mere mortal of the postnatal realm, dare to invert the natural order and boast of being invincible in the world? Once this news spreads, the realms of immortals, demons, and spirits will undoubtedly be incensed. At that time, it may not be that Yi Liangxiao will survive beyond 3 days. The entire Shang dynasty could very well face annihilation. Yi Wudi felt a deep despair, lamenting the existence of such a rebellious son. However, he had no time to dwell on this. The immediate course of action was to seal off the information and mitigate the repercussions of Yi Liangxiao's actions as much as possible. Humph! After a furious exclamation, he turned to Sikong and commanded, "Convey my decree, centering on Chengdu. A ban shall be enacted within a radius of 3,000 li. The city defense forces shall be mobilized, and anyone who attempts to leave Chengdu within 3 days must be brought back to me. The 5 dragons shall be stationed at the city gates, refusing all visitors from this moment forward. The Shang dynasty shall enter a state of national lockdown." As the Grand Monitor of the court, Sikong understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly departed. To outsiders, it may appear that Yi Wudi's decision to lock down the entire kingdom is somewhat excessive, yet, he understood the stakes. Should the news of this invincibility leak, it would not require the intervention of countless deities and demons for Outsong from Longyuan to bring about the swift demise of the Shang dynasty. With a population of millions in Chengdu, the daily ebb and flow of people means that even the slightest whisper could echo throughout the realm. Sealing the mountains and locking the nation may prove futile. Nonetheless, this was Yi Wudi's last resort, a necessary measure. Meanwhile, the crown prince remained blissfully unaware, entirely oblivious to the calamity he had orchestrated, still indulging in his own leisure, waiting for someone to escort him to the afterlife. However, with Yi Wudi's thunderous shout, he was stirred from his reverie. The thousands of commoners and cultivators beneath him gazed skyward, looking at Yi Wudi. Yi Liangxiao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending doom, and thought to himself, what on earth is my father doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the Dragon Cavern, unable to return for a while? It seems Qin Shan and Yin Er's intelligence was flawed. If he's here, how can I set up my stage? Just as the crown prince was inwardly cursing, Yi Wudi's voice resonated from above in furious tones. Rebellious son, do you even realize the havoc you have wrought? Get back here at once. With that, he raised his hand, shattering Yi Liangxiao's stage, and commanded with authority, hear me, people, there is no stage here. The crown prince has not declared himself invincible. Those who spread such rumors shall be executed without mercy, their entire lineage shall be obliterated, their bodies shattered. The multitude of citizens immediately bowed their heads in submission. After being cast away by Outsong in the Dragon Cavern and subsequently besieged by the 10 elders of the Dragon Clan, Yi Wudi's foundation had been severely damaged, and his strength diminished. Yet, he still possessed the power of the nascent soul. With a single strike, he sent Yi Liangxiao sprawling, disheveled and humiliated. It was clear that this emperor was genuinely enraged. Before Yi Liangxiao could rise, he was forcibly taken back to the palace by 4 sword-wielding guards. Yi Wudi then departed. No sooner had he left than a figure emerged from the crowd, lightly waving a dust whisk, gazing in the direction of Yi Wudi's retreat with a ghostly smile. Yi Wudi has failed to notice this humble Taoist, and it seems he bears wounds, his power greatly diminished? In Chengdu, the only ones capable of injuring him are the Dragon Clan. How interesting. It appears my visit to Chengdu is quite timely. Let us see how he manages this. As the old man spoke, his figure gradually faded from view. Half an hour later, in the royal study of the palace, Yi Liangxiao found himself bound by a celestial restraining rope to a pillar, unable to move, his expression filled with anxiety and awkwardness. Father, why are you resorting to family punishment? Did our ancestors not teach you that harmony fosters prosperity, violence and bloodshed are wrong? Education should be gradual, winning over descendants with virtue, cultivating integrity, and guiding them gently. Come, listen to your son. Put down the whip, would you? Be a calm and understanding father. Physical punishment is a barbaric practice. You must set an example. Father. I believe the court should promulgate a decree forbidding citizens from physically punishing their children. Those who violate it shall face the death of their entire lineage. What do you think? If you disapprove of my challenges in the arena, I shall comply. Why must you be so enraged? Yi Liangxiao forced a smile, appearing harmless, yet his words were laced with a brazen tone, utterly shameless, completely unaware of the grave disaster he had unleashed. Yi Wudi's face was icy, wielding a 9-section whip, repeatedly contemplating striking down, yet, for reasons unknown, he could not bring himself to do so, his expression a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Rebellious son, you possess the ancient sword mastery and have gained the acknowledgement of the Azure Dragon. If you could embody virtue and adhere to your responsibilities, you need not strive excessively, for you would achieve greatness in due time. Why must you act contrary to the natural order, engaging in self-destructive acts? The emperor's heart was heavy with sorrow, yet he felt powerless. At that moment, Xikong hurriedly entered the study, interrupting Yi Wudi's thoughts. Yi Wudi coldly gestured towards Yi Liangxiao. From now on, you are not to leave the palace. With that, he cast a binding spell, sealing Yi Liangxiao in place. Then, he turned to Xikong and inquired, what is the situation? Xikong solemnly shook his head. The edict of the 3,000 li ban has been issued, but over the past 2 days, countless individuals have entered and exited Chengdu. How can we possibly retrieve them all? Yi Wudi sighed. Do your best. If we cannot prevent the leakage of information, we must at least delay it. Yet, delaying is not a long-term solution. Even if the court issues a proclamation claiming the Crown Prince harbors no intentions of challenging the world, that couplet will likely incite hostility from all corners. We shall see how things unfold. Does your majesty intend to protect the state and sacrifice the Crown Prince to appease the wrath of the populace, or will you muster the strength of the nation to safeguard him? Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi did not respond immediately. After a prolonged contemplation, a smile of realization crossed his face. Xikong, take shower away from Chengdu, never return. If the news truly cannot be contained, I shall claim that the challenge to the world was my directive to him. Xikong was taken aback. Your majesty intends to disregard the safety of the state to protect the Crown Prince? The cost is far too great, it must not be allowed. The Crown Prince has insulted countless deities and demons. When the formidable ones hear of it, they will flock to the capital. Even with the strength of the nation, there will be no turning back. The only option is to surrender the Crown Prince to quell the public's fury. Yet Yi Wudi appeared resolute. My mind is made up. No further words are necessary. Years ago, I sacrificed his mother for the sake of the court. As a ruler, I must make choices, bearing no guilt towards the world. Yet, emotionally, I feel indebted to them both. Before she passed, his mother urged me to protect him until the end. How can I allow him to perish? My foundation has already been shattered by the 10 elders of the Dragon Clan. Should I fall from grace now, it would be difficult to command respect across the realm again. For now, while I still possess some authority, I shall do my utmost to protect him one last time, as a form of redemption for both him and his mother. As Yi Wudi spoke, he suddenly recalled past events, a look of sorrow clouding his features. Upon hearing this, Xikong seemed to lose the will to persuade further. Falling silent after a long pause, he finally asked, where does your majesty intend for this old servant to take the Crown Prince? Yi Wudi pondered for a moment and replied, to the Zhou dynasty. A few days ago, after slaying the dragon, Li Tian and his mother vanished without a trace. However, with Xiaoer now intertwined with Yun Shang's bloodline, she cannot simply ignore him. You shall secretly escort Xiaoer to the Zhou dynasty, where he must live under an assumed identity. Even if the Shang dynasty meets its demise, he must not return. Xikong, resigned, responded, as you wish, your majesty. Yi Liangxiao, sealed and isolated, was unaware of the conversation between the two, yet he could perceive their somber expressions, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Why did his father appear so resolute? Is challenging the world such a grave matter? Chapter 49 of The Ambition of a Wolf. As Yi Liangxiao pondered in confusion, Xikong had already taken a step towards him. Wait. Behind them, Yi Wudi, seemingly deep in thought, called out, after you leave, find an opportunity to inform him about his mother. This matter deserves an explanation. Having said that, he lifted the restrictions before Yi Liangxiao. Xikong glanced back, letting out a wistful sigh, indeed, before forcefully leading Yi Liangxiao out of the imperial study. Yi Wudi gazed at their retreating figures, exhaling a long breath, and bitterly smiled. This parting marks the end of our father-son bond. I hope you will tread carefully in the future and avoid making further mistakes. To question the sword of the world, treating all gods and demons as mere dogs, you truly possess boundless audacity. Such a fearlessness mirrors your mother's spirit, but do you know how vast this world is? How can you arrogantly claim invincibility? Enough, this flourishing era of the Shang dynasty was exchanged for your mother's life. Now, the entire nation is mobilized to clean up the mess. Consider it a repayment of the debt owed to your mother. He spoke softly, his demeanor reflecting an indifference to life and death. At the same time, within the great princess residence, in the main hall, Yi Xiao was in a furious rage, the room in disarray, clearly indicating that this royal prince had just vented his wrath. Several gatekeepers knelt on the ground, trembling in fear and silent. Nearby lay the lifeless bodies of 5 or 6 guards and maidservants, the reason for their demise at the hands of the prince remaining a mystery. Fuming, Yi Xiao pointed at the gatekeepers and berated, "Useless, all of you are utterly useless. What purpose do you serve under my patronage? You are nothing but a waste of resources. Yi Wuxuang has actually advanced to the essence refinement stage, and even that scoundrel Yi Fu and Yi Gui surpass me in power. And you, worthless as you are, remain oblivious to all of this? You boast before me of your connections and capabilities, yet it seems you have merely been deceiving me. You cannot even gather the most basic intelligence? For years, I have carried the title of the foremost youth in the capital, and now I have become the laughingstock of the city. Even a mere Yi Liangxiu, a lowly figure with only postnatal cultivation, managed to injure me. Tell me, what meaning is there in keeping you around?" The more he spoke, the angrier he grew, unable to restrain himself from striking the gatekeepers. After a moment, perhaps wearied by his outburst, Yi Xiao withdrew, snorting, "Get out of my sight. Stay far away, I don't want to see you again in the next few days." The gatekeepers hurriedly complied, not daring to utter a word, retreating in a disheartened manner. Yi Xiao, filled with unquenchable fury, returned to his seat, seething. Just days prior, during the clan competition, Yi Liangxiu and Yun Shang had shone brightly, while he, the legitimate grandson, had lost all face. Not only had he been humiliated by Yi Liangxiu, but he had also narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Yi Wuxuang's timely intervention, he might have lost his life. Among the group, he seemed to be the weakest. He bore the title of the first expert, yet it was merely a facade. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and in a fit of rage, he smashed a sandalwood tea table beside him, his expression frozen in frost. Just then, someone entered from outside the hall. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Xiao did not even raise his head as he shouted, "Did I not tell you to get out? You dare to disturb me? Do you seek death?" Upon hearing this, the newcomer stopped, seemingly unperturbed by Yi Xiao's wrath, and spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Humph, is this the demeanor of a proper great prince? Just a minor setback, and you lose your composure? What is the point of venting your anger on these servants? Will it restore any semblance of dignity to your status as the legitimate grandson?" The figure, clad in black robes and obscured in shadow, reproached Yi Xiao without reservation. It was none other than Yi Xiao's mysterious uncle. Yi Xiao was taken aback, hastily rising, and awkwardly stammered, "Uncle." His inherently arrogant nature faltered in the presence of this dark-clad figure. The black-robed man sneered, "What, do you wish to dismiss me as well?" Yi Xiao, sweating in embarrassment, replied, "I wouldn't dare. I implore you, uncle, to lend your strength in eliminating Yi Wuxuang and Yi Liangxiu." "Oh? And why should I eliminate these two? Yi Wuxuang has genuinely reached the essence refinement stage, evidently surpassing me. Although Yi Liangxiu lacks true cultivation, his swordsmanship is enigmatic and unpredictable. If I allow them to grow unchecked, I will have no opportunity to seize the position of heir." "Humph. Your request is quite foolish. You are likely unaware of the recent events in the capital, your impulsive and irritable demeanor. Even if I were to assist you in eliminating those two, you would still lack the means to secure the position of heir." Yi Xiao, perplexed, asked, "What does my uncle mean? What significant events have transpired in the capital these past few days?" In these 2 days, Yi Xiao, having stabilized his injuries, had been preoccupied with unleashing his fury upon his subordinates, remaining oblivious to the happenings within the city, including Yi Liangxiu's challenge to the world, questioning the sword. The black-robed man cast a disappointed glance at Yi Xiao, coldly stating, "It is surprising that you still harbor ambitions for the throne while being indifferent to the affairs of the capital. Were it not for the fact that your mother has only you as her child, I would not lift a finger to assist you. Yi Wuxuang and Yi Liangxiu are no longer threats. They won't survive for long without my intervention." Yi Xiao, well aware of his uncle's character, knew that he would not make such claims without reason. At this moment, he was filled with astonishment. "Really?" The black-robed man smiled, saying, "Initially, the merging of Yi Liangxiu's bloodline with the princess of the Zhou dynasty complicated matters. Yi Wuxuang is hiding his strength. Even I was misled. However, their reckless ambitions provide you with a splendid opportunity." "Please, uncle, elaborate." Yi Liangxiu, audacious enough to set up a challenge in the city, questioning the sword of the world, and openly insulting the gods and demons, will undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the martial world. Meanwhile, Yi Wuxuang's contract with the giant dragon has been severed. He will face backlash, and his strength will undoubtedly be significantly diminished, rendering him no longer a concern. Yi Xiao's spirit sword. What? That scoundrel dares to question the sword of the world. He truly does not know his limits. If the formidable figures of the martial world converge upon Xingdu, even my father cannot protect him. Excellent, this scoundrel is digging his own grave. The black-robed man cautioned, but do not rejoice too soon. The emperor has issued a 3,000-mile prohibition, sealing off the news. While Yi Wuxuang may face backlash, he still exceeds you in power. Indeed, my father is clearly favoring that scoundrel, even going so far as to impose a 3,000-mile prohibition? Humph, it matters not. The emperor's protection of Yi Liangxiu is merely an act of atonement, but that does not guarantee his safety. Xingdu sees tens of thousands of people entering and exiting daily, including many powerful figures. How can a mere prohibition completely seal off the city? What you need to do is subtly spread the word about Yi Liangxiu's challenge, drawing the world strong to Xingdu. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Is my uncle suggesting that I secretly transmit this message and oppose the emperor? The black-robed man nodded without hesitation. Precisely. Yet this plan was fraught with risk. If the strong gathered in Xingdu, it would be one thing to eliminate Yi Liangxiu, but if it implicated the court, it could destabilize the nation and lead to chaos. Humph. And what of it? If the court remains stable, how can you seize the opportunity to claim the throne? Yi Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Although the black-robed man's scheme aimed to assist him in ascending to power, the gravity of the situation made it difficult for him to decide. His original intention was to contest for the position of heir and become the next emperor of Shang. However, if Yi Liangxiu's challenge led to instability or even the downfall of the Shang dynasty, what worth would the throne hold for him? It must be understood that in this world, numerous nations coexist, and imperial power is not absolute. Some powerful ancient sects possess strength that surpasses that of an entire kingdom. If news spread that the great Shang dynasty was facing retribution due to Yi Liangxiu's rebellious actions, its annihilation would not be out of the realm of possibility. Seeing Yi Zhao's silence, the black-robed man seemed to perceive his concerns and remarked, "Over the years, your mother has gradually fallen out of favor. Do you know why?" Yi Zhao replied, "I know. It is because of that despicable courtesan. My father still harbors feelings for her. Knowing this, why do you hesitate? The emperor's public affection is but a facade, for he has already cast you aside. Even if Yi Liangxiu cannot stabilize his position, he will not elevate you. You must seek your own opportunity to have even a glimmer of hope of the chaos in the Shang dynasty is your chance." But there are no buts. The gathering of the world strong in Chengdu will only exacerbate the court's turmoil. The more chaotic, the better. It would be ideal to force Yi Wudi to abdicate. At that time, I will utilize the power of the sects to elevate you, allowing you to command respect and quell the public's anger. Do you intend to place me directly on the throne? Indeed. The death of the giant dragon will certainly draw the ire of that old monster within Long Yuan towards Yi Wudi. I have sensed his strength diminishing. This is your prime opportunity to gain prestige. Your mother is already aware of this and has given her consent. What do you hesitate for? With this, Yi Zhao appeared to cast aside all reservations. At the next moment, he resolutely declared, "Very well. With my mother and uncle's support, I shall boldly fight for this." The black-robed man instructed, then quickly spread the news. "The sooner, the better. The emperor's 3,000-mile prohibition can deter ordinary individuals, but it cannot hold you back, great prince." Understood. Does my uncle have any other directives? Yes, the emperor may secretly allow Yi Liangxiu to leave as a form of atonement. Keep a close watch on the eastern palace. If you find that Yi Liangxiu is missing, report immediately. I will use the tokens given to you by Lao Ba and Lao Jiu, leveraging the power of the Qingyun sect and the demon cult to assist Yi Liangxiu. As he spoke, the black-robed man produced 2 tokens. The Qingyun token of the Qingyun sect and the Shura pursuit token of the demon cult. As the two conversed, the ambition of a wolf was laid bare, unbeknownst to them. At that very moment, the crown prince was already on the road out of the city. Chapter 50 of the Prince's Assistants, noon. A contingent of elite imperial guards swiftly exited the city, proclaiming their mission was to execute the emperor's command over a vast distance of 3,000 miles. In truth, however, Xikong and Yi Liangxiu concealed themselves within one of the horse-drawn carriages. Inside the carriage, Yi Liangxiu remained bound, utterly unable to move. Xikong had shed his royal attire for the garb of an ordinary man, seated beside him in a meditative posture. Yi Liangxiu, with a tone of dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "Hey, old man, where does Yi Wudi intend to take me? Why are we leaving the city?" Xikong, initially reluctant to respond, found himself unable to ignore the barrage of questions and replied, "Your Highness need not inquire too much at present. Once we arrive at our destination, you will naturally understand." "Then why must he send me away?" Yi Liangxiu retorted. At this juncture, does the prince truly remain unaware? Enough with the idle chatter. If I were truly informed, would I still be asking you? Yi Liangxiu shot back. Your Highness has issued challenges and composed couplets to insult the deities and Buddhas. Should this news spread, it will undoubtedly incite public outrage. Not only will you find yourself in a perilous situation, but the court may also be implicated. With the very nation facing potential annihilation, His Majesty has entrusted this old servant with your safe departure, making every effort to ensure your protection. Do you truly not comprehend this? Is it that severe? Yi Liangxiu was taken aback, his tongue momentarily tied. Xikong sighed. Did you think that when you penned that couplet and made it public, it was merely a jest? Yi Liangxiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His desire for death had clouded his judgment at the time, and he had not foreseen the trouble it would bring to the entire Shang dynasty. Now, upon realizing he had plunged himself into a deadly predicament, he found himself devoid of the anticipated thrill that he was a man seeking death. Being slain would allow him to return to Blue Star as a wealthy figure, basking in billions of assets and indulging in pleasures. Yet, if his actions brought catastrophic ruin to this parallel world as Shang dynasty, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. What troubled him even more was that, at this critical juncture, Yi Wudi was still contemplating how to preserve his life. From the emperor's standpoint, shouldn't he sacrifice this rebellious son for the sake of the nation? Yi Liangxiu frowned, pondering before stating, "Since this matter arose because of me, I must take responsibility. At worst, let those so-called deities and Buddhas tear me apart. Why should it involve the Shang dynasty?" Xikong sighed once more. "Your Highness, you are perhaps underestimating the gravity of the situation. If you were merely an ordinary person, then as you say, you could simply end it all. However, you are the crown prince of our great Shang. Every word and action of yours represents half of the dynasty. In other words, if you scorn the deities and demons, it is tantamount to our Shang dynasty scornfully dismissing them. It is not as simple as bearing the brunt alone. The court cannot be disregarded." Yi Liangxiu's brow furrowed deeper. "Then what should we do? If I say nothing, it has already been said. If I leave now, would it not place the entire Shang dynasty in peril? No, one must bear the consequences of their actions. I cannot depart. I wish to return and share the fate of the Shang dynasty. Release me." His words were resolute, echoing with conviction, yet within, he harbored a different thought. "Damn it, I am a man seeking death. I have finally drawn danger upon myself. If you let me leave, would that not render my efforts futile? I did not wish to implicate you, yet here we are. If I cannot die, then have you not wasted your time?" Xikong shook his head, saying, "His Majesty has issued a secret edict, instructing this old servant to do everything in his power to ensure your safety. Henceforth, whether you live a life of mediocrity or accomplish nothing, this is His Majesty's final act of care. Do not entertain thoughts of returning to Shangdu. Yi Lianxiao's gaze flickered. He detected an underlying implication in those words and asked earnestly, final act of care, what do you mean? Is Yi Wuti in danger? Sikong's expression shifted, realizing he had perhaps said too much, and fell silent. Feigning menace, Yi Lianxiao threatened, will you speak or not? If you refuse, I shall self-destruct my Dantian. It must be noted that Sikong's duty was to ensure Yi Lianxiao's safe departure from Shangdu. Should Yi Lianxiao self-destruct and perish, it would be a dereliction of duty. This threat proved effective against him. After a moment of contemplation, Sikong sighed, very well, you will learn soon enough, so I shall not conceal it any longer. During the clan competition, you and Princess Yunshang slew a colossal dragon. This act has enraged the Dragon Lord. Even if you do not instigate the matter of questioning the world, it is unlikely you can remain in Shangdu. The Dragon Lord Ao Lai is known for his ruthlessness and greed. He will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to extract benefits from our dynasty. To be frank, His Majesty's foundation in the Dragon Abyss has already been destroyed by the Dragon Clan, and his strength is significantly diminished. If you were to return, His Majesty would find it increasingly difficult to protect you. Yi Lianxiao was stunned, exclaiming, what, Yi Wuti has had his foundation destroyed for my sake? His astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated Yi Wuti would go to such lengths for him, first risking his foundation and then planning to bear the wrath of the world on his behalf. Could it be that this seemingly indifferent father truly cared for him? In that moment, the Crown Prince felt a flicker of emotion. Sikong nodded. Indeed, it will not be long before His Majesty enters the Golden Core realm. Not only will he be unable to protect you, but he may also lack the strength to intimidate the court. Upon hearing this, Yi Lianxiao fell silent, deep in contemplation. He thought, my goodness, it seems I have stirred up quite a mess. Yi Wuti is willing to go to such lengths to ensure my survival. Setting aside why Yi Wuti would act so for me, the mere fact that the entire Shangdu is in jeopardy due to my actions weighs heavily on my conscience. Moreover, if this old eunuch takes me away and hides me, how long will it be before I can die? Remaining in Shangdu allows for some maneuvering. If I leave, the future becomes uncertain. No, I cannot leave. I must devise a plan to persuade this old eunuch to take me back. However, this old eunuch is entirely obedient to Yi Wuti, so he likely will not be easily swayed by my pleas. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Lianxiao. Sikong, being fiercely loyal to the court, would likely not refuse a return to the capital if he learned that Yi Wuti could restore his cultivation. Furthermore, prior to the system upgrade, did it not leave me with 10 high-grade essence pills? The essence pills can only be used by those above the Golden Core realm, which I cannot utilize, but Yi Wuti can. If I offer the essence pills to aid Yi Wuti in regaining his strength, surely the old eunuch would take me back immediately. Remaining in Shangdu, when the celestial beings come, I could still find a way to die. With this thought in mind, Yi Lianxiao ceased his hesitation and declared with feigned seriousness, in that case, you should take me back. I have a way to help my father restore his cultivation and avert the crisis in Shangdu. Sikong, however, remained skeptical, chuckling softly, Your Highness, not only do you possess great courage, but you also seem to enjoy jesting. What is this? His words were cut short as his expression suddenly changed, eyes wide with shock. For the next moment, Yi Lianxiao summoned a vial of essence pills from his bag using his mental prowess. The pure aura unique to high-grade pills instantly captured Sikong's attention. Being a nascent soul cultivator, Sikong immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the pills. Upon grasping the vial, he exclaimed in astonishment, this is actually a high-grade essence pill. One alone is worth 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals. It is exceedingly rare. If a cultivator at the Golden Core level were to obtain one, it would not only greatly enhance their cultivation but also significantly increase their chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Such pills can only be refined by alchemists of the nascent soul realm, and the materials required are incredibly precious. Even a powerful sect like the Qingyun sect produces no more than 100 of these in a year. How did you come by such pills? Sikong was utterly astonished, and upon opening the bottle, he found there to be 10 pills within, leaving him even more dumbfounded, and there are 10 of them. Yi Lianxiao smiled lightly, do not concern yourself with that, just tell me, with these pills, can my father restore his cultivation? Without a moment's hesitation, Sikong replied, with just one, His Majesty can restore his Dantian. If all 10 are used, he could even regain his peak state immediately. Then let us return, and I shall deliver the pills to my father. Should anything arise, we will face it together. Very well, this old servant is willing to take this gamble, Sikong declared, raising his hand to remove the binding ropes from Yi Lianxiao and swiftly taking to the skies, racing back to the Shangdu Imperial Palace. In the imperial study of the palace, Yi Wuti sat upon the dragon throne, diligently polishing his sword, his expression solemn. Suddenly, he was displeased to see Sikong return unexpectedly, stating, why have you come back? Wasn't I clear that you were to take shower away? Sikong merely smiled and remained silent, slightly turning to gesture towards the entrance. There, Yi Lianxiao entered with a bright smile, exuding an air of confidence. If I were to leave so easily, would I not be a coward? If father wishes to shield me from the wrath of the celestial beings, then I too possess the courage to stand alongside you in facing the world. As he spoke, he raised his hand once more, summoning the vial of essence pills. Chapter 51. Could it be that this is a privilege? Yi Lianxiao smiled ingratiatingly as he presented the essence pill before Yi Wuti, his face displaying the obsequious demeanor of a dutiful son. The essence pill required a cultivation level above the Golden Core realm to withstand its medicinal potency, yet, Yi Lianxiao's cultivation was merely at the mundane postnatal stage, rendering him utterly incapable of utilizing it. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, rather than retaining this useless pill, it would be far more prudent to offer it to his somewhat negligent father. This gesture could assist Yi Wuti in regaining his cultivation, preventing him from losing the ability to instill fear across the realm. Despite having little fondness for this father figure, Yi Lianxiao harbored no hatred. After all, the man had shown some concern for his life even after knowing the enormity of his transgressions, which could be interpreted as a form of affection. Given this, Yi Lianxiao felt compelled to extend his assistance, especially since he was merely disposing of a worthless item. Moreover, if Yi Wudi were to restore himself to his peak condition, it was likely he would no longer expel him from Qingdu. Remaining in Qingdu, at least for the time being, seemed to significantly increase his chances of survival, according to Sikong. Although Yi Wudi had swiftly taken action to seal off information over a span of 3,000 miles, such measures could not guarantee absolute safety. The news of the sword that questioned the world would inevitably reach the ears of the divine beings and demons. He would still have to confront this battle. When the demons of Qingdu began to dance in chaos, his demise would be but a fleeting moment away. Furthermore, with Yi Wudi's impending tribulation, he could also leverage the power of the heavenly lightning for rebirth. At the very least, he could wait for over 2 months, and upon entering the Dragon Cave's secret realm, he could seek death from the terrifying entities within. Remaining in Qingdu was clearly fraught with 3 certain opportunities for death, and how could the crown prince wish to leave? At that moment, Yi Wudi's expression shifted dramatically, a mixture of astonishment and joy crossing his face as he gazed at the essence pill suspended before him. This is the aura of the essence pill. Xiar, how did you come by such a precious elixir? It was evident that the emperor was taken aback. In his delight, he instinctively called him Xiar, a noticeable shift from the previous unfilial son, reflecting a newfound intimacy. Seeing the joy and astonishment on his face as if he had found a treasure, Yi Lianxiao opened his mouth to speak. However, Yi Wudi had already begun to speculate. The essence pill is exceedingly rare. I have made several requests to the Qingyun sect, yet they have always been denied. You could not have obtained it easily. It must have been left to you by your mother, correct? Only her clan could be so generous as to produce 10 essence pills at once. Yi Lianxiao was taken aback, stifling a laugh within. He had initially pondered how to concoct a credible explanation for Yi Wudi regarding the origin of the pill. Little did he know that Yi Wudi's wild conjectures would conveniently alleviate his burden. With a nod and a smile, Yi Lianxiao feigned seriousness, stating, "Indeed, this is a pill left by my mother. She said that if father encounters insurmountable troubles, he should present it to you." He cleverly framed the system's gift as a legacy from his biological mother. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi's face twitched, and he suddenly appeared somewhat sorrowful, his eyes glistening with moisture as he stammered, "Is this true?" When she departed, she did not forget to entrust this pill to the maid who raised you, who then passed it on to me. Even in death, she continued to care for me, my Linger. The emperor seemed to drift into a nostalgic reverie, and as his emotions deepened, he even softly uttered the name of Yi Lianxiao's mother. This was the first time Yi Lianxiao had heard his mother's name spoken by another. Her name is Linger? Perhaps due to the memories embedded within his body, upon witnessing Yi Wudi's sorrow, Yi Lianxiao felt a profound resonance and solemnly inquired, "You seem deeply affected by speaking of her. Yet, why did you conspire with the empress to bring about her demise?" From the memories inherited from his previous life, Yi Lianxiao knew that his mother had been conspired against and killed by Yi Wudi and the empress. Her remains still unaccounted for. At this question, not only was Yi Wudi taken aback, but even Sikong beside him could not help but be startled. Had he finally dared to voice the question, Sikong, having served Yi Wudi for many years, was naturally aware of the complexities surrounding the events of that year. Just as he was about to tactfully deflect Yi Lianxiao's inquiry, Yi Wudi seemed to abruptly withdraw from his thoughts, taking the essence pill in hand while turning away, saying, "Xiar, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. However, not now, given your current strength, it is not suitable for you to know. The essence pill can aid me in restoring my damaged foundation, but its potency is fierce, and I require time to refine it. You should return to the Eastern Palace for now, I will explain later. Sikong, ensure Xiao returns safely during my seclusion to refine the essence pill. You shall personally guard him to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Sikong immediately nodded in agreement. Yet, Yi Lianxiao remained rooted in place, his gaze and tone turning cold as he declared, "Very well, I shall await your explanation. Should I find your reasoning unsatisfactory, the next offering will not be the essence pill but rather the soul-eating pill. Do you comprehend, father? Although I lack the strength to kill you, others certainly can. You understand my meaning, do you not?" With a sudden display of dominance, his words carried an unmistakable threat, causing both Yi Wudi and Sikong to shudder, momentarily paralyzed. Even Yi Lianxiao was taken aback by his own words, realizing they had slipped out involuntarily, influenced by the lingering memories of his previous life. In that instant, a remnant of his former self seemed to regain control of his body, leaving him astonished. Yi Wudi, however, reacted unusually. Rather than expressing anger at Yi Lianxiao's threatening words, he turned back with a grave expression and said, "Very well, I understand. You should return for now. We will discuss everything once I emerge from seclusion." With that, he waved his hand dismissively. Yi Lianxiao, shaken, recognized that he had been influenced by the remnants of his previous self, and thus made no further delay, turning to leave with Sikong. Once they departed, Yi Wudi sighed, as if the visage of a woman materialized before him, and he murmured, "Linger, should I reveal the truth to him? If revenge were truly as simple as he imagines, it would be splendid. To slay me, Yi Wudi, in exchange for your return. Would I still hesitate to this day?" Having spoken, he did not linger, and with a wave of his hand, he vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yi Lianxiao had not yet set foot through the gates when he encountered 2 maidservants burdened with large packages, hastily carrying 2 exit permits, their pace frantic. They were so engrossed in their own path that they nearly collided with him. Upon glancing up and seeing Yi Lianxiao's return, the 2 maids were taken aback, momentarily stunned. Qingshan furrowed her brow and said, "Your Highness, why have you returned? We heard you were taken out of the city by Sikong. We, your loyal servants, were just about to seek you out." At this, Yi Liangxiao's expression darkened, his gaze towards the two maids laced with suspicion, pondering the implications. These two little maids seemed rather peculiar. Yi Wudi had instructed Seacombe to take him away on a whim, a matter of utmost secrecy. The reason for not utilizing the teleportation array was to avoid attracting energy fluctuations and suspicion, opting instead for a carriage. Given the discretion required, few in the city should be aware of this matter. How could these two maidservants know and even attempt to follow him out of the city? It seemed that the maidservants left behind by his mother were not as simple as they appeared. However, Yi Liangxiao chose not to expose his thoughts immediately, stepping forward with a calm demeanor, stating, "You two shall accompany me, I have matters to discuss with you." The two maidservants complied without further thought. As they passed through the front hall, the two were about to enter when Yi Liangxiao suddenly veered left, casting a subtle glance at Qingshan, smiling, "Let us go to my chamber. There are matters to discuss in a more private setting." This caused Qingshan and Ener to gasp in surprise. On their way to the rear courtyard, the two began to whisper to one another, "Ener, why do I feel something is amiss about the Crown Prince's sudden return?" Indeed, his gaze earlier seemed rather suggestive. He claims to have questions but opts for the bedroom instead of the front hall or study. What could be the reason? Oh no, could it be that he intends to indulge us? What? Chapter 52. Is she not taking a bath? Upon the mere mention of the term favor, the countenances of the two maidservants inevitably flushed with a rosy hue. In the imperial court, all maids are tasked with the responsibility of attending to the royal consorts. The ancient palaces held a profound regard for the physical and mental well-being of the various princes. Once a prince came of age, the palace would often assign experienced maidens to instruct them in the art of intimate pleasures. The crown prince, having reached the tender age of maturity, was certainly at the cusp of youthful passions, and it was high time he acquired some instinctual skills. Thus, it was not surprising that Qingshan and Ener speculated that Yi Liangxiao harbored intentions of intimacy. What legitimate matters could the crown prince possibly have? If there were any pressing affairs, why not discuss them in the study or the main hall? The very act of retreating to the chambers could only signify a yearning for romance. A desire to savor forbidden fruits, to learn the art of mutual embrace. Otherwise, come the night of his grand wedding, would he not be woefully unskilled? The two maidens were resolute in their certainty that Yi Liangxiao indeed sought to bestow his favor upon them. At that moment, they discarded their burdens with alacrity, their faces alight with excitement. To be favored by the crown prince was a remarkable honor for them. How could they not feel joy? Being practitioners themselves, they possessed storage bags for their belongings, and these items were merely for show, inconsequential in the grand scheme. As they walked, Qingshan lowered her voice, saying, "Ener, the crown prince truly is audacious. Just recently, he has embroiled the court in a significant debacle, and now, as if nothing has transpired, he seeks our company in broad daylight. His lustful inclinations are quite apparent." Ener's expression was nuanced as she replied, "Ever since the crown prince recovered from his injuries, his disposition has diverged from the ordinary. It is not surprising that he would entertain such thoughts. Should we teach his highness a couple of techniques?" She giggled. "Certainly, the crown prince is still a novice, unversed in the arts of love. If he does not practice beforehand, how will he navigate the consummation of his marriage to Princess Yun Shang? Shall we agree on who teaches first, you or I? Surely, his highness intends for us to instruct him together. Together, can the crown prince handle that? Do not concern yourself with that, let us proceed and see. Remember, he is inexperienced and will surely be bashful. We must take the initiative." The two maidens whispered amongst themselves, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They could hardly contain their eagerness as they rushed ahead to meet Yi Liangxiao, their faces betraying a mix of delight and expectation. As Yi Liangxiao beheld them, he could not help but furrow his brow, pondering, why do these two girls appear even more anxious than I? Do they know what I intend to inquire about? Upon reaching the door, the two maidens positioned themselves on either side and together pushed it open, their gazes sultry as they beckoned. "Your highness, please enter." Yi Liangxiao nodded and stepped inside. Just as he settled at the round table, ready to pose his questions, he noticed the two maidens hastily secure the door, sliding the bolt into place, and sashaying toward his grand bed. In the next moment, to Yi Liangxiao's astonishment, the two maidens, blushing and coy, began to disrobe, revealing their exquisite forms. It must be said that these two young ladies were indeed striking in appearance, their figures both alluring and well-proportioned, undeniably enticing. Especially after shedding their outer garments, the subtle glimpses of their beauty, with curves that mesmerized and ignited desire, stirred something deep within. Before long, the two maidens were clad in nothing but their undergarments, their forms tantalizingly revealed. After casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Liangxiao, they climbed onto the bed, one on either side, leaving the space between them invitingly open. In that moment, should Yi Liangxiao choose to lie down, he could embrace them both. "Your highness, you may come over now. We will teach you the secrets of the bedroom, ensuring your desires are fulfilled," Qingshan called out, her tone half tempting, half inviting. If the crown prince wished for intimacy, how could they not pick up on the cue? They had to take the initiative. Yi Liangxiao was momentarily dumbfounded, caught in a trance by the scene before him, feeling a surge of impulse that nearly overwhelmed his reason, almost compelling him to leap forward, like a bull charging into the field. Yet, just as he was on the verge of succumbing, he snapped back to reality, realizing, these two maidens must have misunderstood my intentions. I merely wished to inquire if they were practitioners, and yet they have taken it upon themselves to leap into bed? Very well, they were completely unguarded at this moment, making it an opportune time to test them. With that thought, he smiled and replied, "All right, I shall come right away." Just as he finished speaking, he added two more words. "Sword, come." Whoosh, a long sword, which had been hanging on the wall of the bedroom, suddenly shot towards the two maidens under Yi Liangxiao's command. The two maidens, caught up in their romantic reverie and anticipating the crown prince's affection, were taken aback by the sudden surge of energy in the approaching sword. Qing Shan reacted swiftly, instinctively raising her hand to conjure a shield of pink light that shattered the incoming blade. With a swift motion, she stood up, alert and on guard. This was merely a reflexive act of self-defense. Qing Shan had not thought much of it. For warriors with cultivation, the instinctive response to danger is always to evade or confront it head-on. Qing Shan's reaction was entirely justifiable, however. When she caught sight of Yiliang Xiao, who was smiling at her not far away, she was momentarily stunned. Yin Er, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "Qing Shan, you..." "Your Highness," the two maidens were not foolish, otherwise, they would not have been able to masquerade as maidservants and conceal themselves within the palace for decades. In an instant, upon seeing Yiliang Xiao's triumphant expression, they realized the truth. The Crown Prince had no intention of seeking their company but was instead testing their true capabilities. With Qing Shan's reflexive action, the two had revealed their hands, making it impossible to conceal their cultivation any longer. "Your Highness, please forgive us, we can explain," Qing Shan stammered, exchanging a glance with Yin Er before they both hastily donned their garments, standing to the side, utterly flustered. While Yiliang Xiao approached them with a smile, saying, "Very well. Then do explain, you are not merely ordinary maidservants. What is your mother's true purpose in keeping you by my side, and who is your mother? Really, do not claim she is just a courtesan." This line of questioning heightened the tension for the two maidens. They could certainly elucidate those points, but it was evidently not the right moment. After a brief pause, Yin Er took the initiative, thinking to herself, "This is all Qing Shan's fault. If she had only restrained herself, the Crown Prince would have willingly withdrawn, and our identities would not have been prematurely exposed. If an explanation is to be given, it should be her to speak." With this in mind, Yin Er adopted a nonchalant demeanor, saying, I must check on the porridge in the kitchen. Your Highness, if you have questions, please direct them to Qing Shan." As she spoke, she vanished without a trace, her speed leaving Yiliang Xiao momentarily bewildered. Qing Shan, taken aback, cursed Yin Er silently before attempting to make her own escape. I'll also go help. Let us discuss this tomorrow, Your Highness." Just as she was about to leave, however, Yiliang Xiao seized her wrist. "No, you must clarify this now." Yiliang Xiao insisted, his tone serious. Qing Shan's face turned crimson, her palms slick with cold sweat. It was not yet the right time for the Crown Prince to learn the truth. If she revealed it prematurely, the consequences would be dire. Yet, if she remained silent, given His Highness's temperament, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly, not resting until he reached his goal. What was she to do? The young maidservant's heart was filled with despair. "Why are you standing there? I command you to speak, otherwise, I will have to resort to disciplinary measures," Yiliang Xiao pressed. "Your Highness," Qing Shan was torn, struggling to find the right words. In her utter confusion, she finally pouted, "Your Highness, I am offended." The moment the words left her lips, Qing Shan cast a glance at Yiliang Xiao, her pupils suddenly shifting to a vivid pink hue, her intangible soul power infiltrating his mind. In the next second, it was as though Yiliang Xiao were under her control. He involuntarily released her wrist and walked mechanically to the bed, lying down at Qing Shan. "What have you done to me?" Yiliang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief at how Qing Shan could control him with a mere glance. This bizarre technique was indeed astonishing. "Your Highness, there are some matters you are not yet meant to know. When the time is right, you will learn, whether I speak of it or not," Qing Shan murmured as she controlled him to lie on the bed. "This enchantment will not harm you. In half an hour, you shall regain your faculties. Please refrain from further inquiries on this matter. Should you ask, I shall not divulge anything. I take my leave." She lowered her head, completing her statement before turning to depart, ignoring Yiliang Xiao's calls behind her. "Damn, these two maidens are quite formidable." Yin Er fled faster than a rabbit, and Qing Shan can control me with a single glance. If that is the case, why did they not assist me in secret all these years when I was bullied? The intricacies of it all must be deeply entangled. After Qing Shan left, Yiliang Xiao, compelled to lie on the bed, felt increasingly unsettled as his curiosity grew. "No, my temper cannot allow me to let this slide. I must get to the bottom of this, but how can I break Qing Shan's enchanting hold? This girl possesses enchanting skills. Could she possibly be a fox spirit?" A sudden thought crossed Yiliang Xiao's mind, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "Damn it, I cannot forcibly break Qing Shan's enchantment. It seems I will have to seek assistance from Yin Shang. Surely, she must know how to dispel this enchantment," Yiliang Xiao mused, already planning to summon the future crown princess for help. Though Yin Shang had been taken back to the Zhou dynasty by Li Yitian, there existed a spiritual connection between them, allowing Yiliang Xiao to summon her regardless of distance. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and cast the summoning spell towards Yin Shang. In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the room, and a figure appeared before him, Jun Shang herself. Interestingly, she was clad in nothing but a sheer veil, her exquisite form barely concealed, exuding an alluring aura. As she materialized, she maintained a poised stance, as if about to step into something, her long, dark hair cascading down, damp and enticing. Yiliang Xiao was instantly captivated, his gaze fixated, thinking surely, she was not in the midst of bathing when I summoned her. Just as she was about to step into the tub, she was fortuitously called forth. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yun Shang lost her footing, her body tipping forward and directly into Yiliang Xiao's embrace. Yiliang Xiao felt two soft forms press against his chest. Just as he exclaimed, his lips were sealed by Yin Shang's crimson ones. In that moment, she had inadvertently kissed him. Chapter 53. To seek happiness or pleasure. As their lips met, a warm and tingling sensation coursed through their bodies, causing both to shiver in unison. An extraordinary moment indeed. Just as Yiliang Xiao had anticipated, Yun Shan was initially preparing to bathe. However, just as she was about to step into the tub after shedding her garments, she was unexpectedly summoned to this location. This was entirely unforeseen. The princess was completely unprepared for such an eventuality. No one could have imagined that this enchanting princess would choose to bathe in broad daylight, and even fewer could have predicted that Yiliang Xiao would summon her at such a delicate juncture. Previously, while in the Shang dynasty's imperial palace, Yi Lianxiao had discovered his ability to summon Yin Shang.to deter the two emperors from taking action against him. He had boasted of summoning her while she bathed. At that moment, he had merely spoken out of bravado, with no true intention behind it. Yet, words spoken carelessly can be taken to heart. Yin Shang believed him. After being brought back to the Zhou dynasty by Li Yitian, she remained ever vigilant, fearing that Yi Lianxiao might indeed summon her. According to the habits of most people, bathing typically occurs after nightfall. To preempt any potential summoning, Yun Shang chose to bathe during daylight hours, thinking, surely, this lecher would not anticipate such a move. Little did she know that at the very moment she prepared to bathe, she would be summoned. Now, as Yun Shang found herself leaning against Yi Lianxiao, their lips mere inches apart, the position was undeniably intimate. In the fleeting seconds during which they shared their first kiss, both minds went blank. Yi Lianxiao was the first to regain his senses, yet he remained silent, unwilling to refuse this unexpected boon. He even contemplated whether he should take advantage of the moment, perhaps daring to extend his tongue further. After a few seconds, Yun Shang's mind began to clear, and she became acutely aware of her position atop a man, their lips mere breaths apart. Overwhelmed with shock, she gasped and sprang back, her heart racing wildly. Her delicate features, flushed with panic, only served to heighten the allure of the moment. She had been in the midst of bathing, half-drenched, with a sheer garment clinging to her warm, fragrant skin, exuding an irresistible charm. Dripped out a droplet of water slid down her chest, landing on Yi Lianxiao's face, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. The air was thick with a potent, intoxicating essence, and Yi Lianxiao swallowed hard, his gaze fixed upon her as if he were rooted to the spot. Yun Shang stared at him, momentarily dazed, before glancing down at her scant attire, her eyes widening in disbelief. The realization that she had just fallen onto Yi Lianxiao, losing her first kiss, struck her like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, Yun Shang, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Ah, Yi Lianxiao, you shameless scoundrel, how dare you summon me while I bathe? I shall have your life." She resembled a frenzied wildcat, her hair standing on end as she raised her hand to slap Yi Lianxiao. With what seemed to be all her might, her palm had yet to reach him when he felt a gust of wind near his left ear. With her mastery of the 8th rank, if she were to land that blow, he would surely be sent flying several meters. Yi Lianxiao, emerging from his stupor, gasped and shouted, "Stop!" His command carried with it the power of authority, instantly immobilizing Yun Shang. She felt as though her very soul had been extracted, leaving her unable to control her body. Her hand halted mere inches from his cheek, unable to advance further. "Silence, stand down, lie to the side, maintain composure, smile, declare your love for me, give me a kiss." Yi Lianxiao issued a series of commands, and under the influence of his power, Yun Shang was compelled to comply, like a marionette dancing to its master's tune. In mere moments, they lay side by side on the grand bed, resembling two lifeless bodies, with only their mouths able to speak. Bound by his command, Yun Shang could do nothing but obey Yi Lianxiao. Meanwhile, Yi Lianxiao, trapped by Qing Shan's soul-binding spell, could only lie still. "You lecher, I shall not let you go unpunished. I will find a way to break our bond, and when I do, you will pay 1,000-fold for the humiliation you have caused me. I shall feast upon your heart, flay your skin, and simmer your bones in broth, feeding your flesh to the dogs." Yun Shang was filled with rage yet felt utterly helpless. Controlled by Yi Lianxiao, she could only hurl insults, venting her inner turmoil. Yi Lianxiao, however, merely smiled slyly, casually replying, "Oh, do let me know when you find a way to break it. But for now, I desperately require your assistance in resolving a little issue." His laughter was smooth, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yun Shang's heart raced with trepidation. What did he mean? Did he intend for her to assist him in a personal matter? The thought of him wanting to violate her virtue sent a chill down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat. "I cannot help you with your sordid issues. I would rather die than submit. If you dare force me, I shall take my own life. If I die, you shall lose half your life as well." She had intended to issue a fierce threat to deter him, but suddenly realized that threats were futile, and thus resorted to a desperate plea. Yi Lianxiao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Where did your thoughts wander? Do you not see that I am bound by a spell? I merely wish for your help to break it. How is that a violation?" At his words, Yun Shang was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, so you only want me to help you," she thought, relieved to discover he was not the beast she feared. Her heart began to settle, and she exhaled slowly, acknowledging that perhaps this scoundrel had some measure of humanity. "Well then, quickly give the command. I wish to leave," she retorted, her teeth gritted in frustration. Yet, what followed nearly made her vomit blood. It seems, in this instance, fortune has smiled upon me. I initially sought her assistance, yet fate has delivered her to me while she bathes. How could I refuse? When the flower is in bloom, it must be plucked. Since I won't perish in the coming days, I might as well indulge in some earthly pleasures. Once she releases me from this binding, I shall invite her to share my bed." Yun Shang felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion paling in shock. This shameless rogue would not relent, but before she could ponder further, Yi Lianxiao commanded her to assist him in breaking the binding spell. The alluring enchantment of Qingshan was merely a temporary measure to stabilize Yi Lianxiao and was not an intricate technique. With her 8th rank cultivation, Yun Shang could easily dispel it. As soon as Yi Lianxiao regained his mobility, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. He lifted her chin with one hand, wrapping the other around her slender waist, and leered, "Now, you shall serve me." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden knock echoed through the door. One of the guards, sword in hand, stood outside, solemnly announcing, "Your Highness, urgent news from the palace requires your immediate presence." Yi Lianxiao, frustrated at being interrupted while in such a compromising position, retorted, "My father is in seclusion. Who wishes to see me? Leave, I shall not meet with anyone." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar resonated, startling the two on the bed. Once the sound faded, the guard continued, "This matter is of utmost urgency. The crown prince must not act impulsively. His majesty's tribulation has arrived, and the entire Shang city lies within the storm's reach. All the princes have entered the palace seeking refuge from the formation. You cannot remain here alone, please accompany me into the palace." Yi Liangxiao paused, astonished. What, the thunder tribulation has come for my father? He was filled with astonishment. Yi Wudi had just suffered a devastating blow to his foundation. Even with the aid of the vitality pill, recovery would take time. What could have triggered the thunder tribulation? Was it possible that the vitality pill not only restored Yi Wudi's damaged dantian but also enhanced his cultivation, thus summoning the heavenly calamity prematurely? Yi Liangxiao's heart raced with a mix of shock and joy. The arrival of the tribulation signified the opportunity for his return to the Blue Star was upon him. It was time to prepare to enter the palace and face his fate. However, with a beautiful woman in his embrace, poised for action, it would be a shame not to savor the moment before departing. Perhaps he could indulge in one final encounter before facing his destiny? No, the thunder tribulation would not wait. A single moment's delay could mean losing the opportunity of pleasure or happiness. Which path to choose? Yi Liangxiao did not hesitate long. In the next instant, he set Yin Shang aside, grinning, "My dear, it seems we are fated to remain apart." Chuckling, he instructed her, "Just lie there and do not move. I shall return in half an hour." With that, he swiftly exited, soaring towards the imperial palace on his sword. Between pleasure and happiness, the crown prince had chosen wealth. With wealth, seeking pleasure would be effortlessly within reach. Even a fool could deduce the calculation. Chapter 54 of the Cataclysm of Nine Heavens. Clouds stir from all directions. As Yi Liangxiao hurriedly arrived at the palace, the square outside the main hall was already teeming with people. Thousands of officials from the city had gathered, whispering among themselves about the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Above, dark clouds loomed ominously, with countless bolts of lightning wreaking havoc, hinting at an impending descent. The entire Xingdu was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with the populace in a state of trepidation. Ordinary citizens had long since barred their doors, hiding in their basements to avoid the repercussions of the thunderstorm, leaving the streets desolate. To contend with the heavens in pursuit of life is an act against the natural order. For worldly cultivators, crossing the threshold of the nascent soul realm would inevitably attract the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Those who managed to endure it would be tempered by divine lightning, advancing further into the realm of semi-immortals. Thus, the tribulation at the pinnacle of the nascent soul is referred to as the semi-immortal tribulation. This tribulation is divided into 9 levels of heavenly thunder, each more ferocious than the last. Throughout history, following the cataclysmic battle that led to the world's destruction, the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands fell into an era of spiritual depletion, and those who successfully traversed this tribulation have become exceedingly rare. Aside from the reclusive great cultivators, fewer than 100 have survived the heavenly tribulation in the past 5 centuries. Among the most renowned is a certain ancestral figure from the Qingyun sect, who successfully ascended to semi-immortal status a century ago. Yi Wudi was acutely aware of the severity of the heavenly tribulation years ago. Sensing its imminent approach, he had made ample preparations. His reliance lay in the city's protective barriers, as well as the independent locking palace heavenly gang array. These 2 formations, laid down by the ancestral patriarch Yi Chen, had been augmented and refined through successive emperors, rendering them capable of withstanding the might of heavenly lightning. According to Yi Wudi's plan, these 2 formations would shield him from the initial 6 strikes of the heavenly tribulation, allowing the array to be destroyed thereafter. The final 3, the most potent strikes, he would face head-on. Failure would mean death. Though the arrangement seemed orderly and methodical, it remained uncertain whether they could truly repel the heavenly lightning. Upon entering the palace, Yi Liangxiao was led by 4 sword-wielding guards to the alchemy chamber of the Qian Kuan Hall. His 12 elder brothers had arrived earlier, standing in the courtyard outside the chamber, awaiting his arrival. There were no fewer than 100 individuals present, all direct descendants of the Yi family lineage to the throne. Xikong and the 5 dragon generals stood guard at the chamber's entrance, forbidding anyone from approaching, their demeanor resolute and vigilant. Upon seeing Yi Liangxiao approach, Xikong's eyebrows shifted slightly, gesturing for him to come forward. Perhaps due to Yi Liangxiao's previous offering of the essence pills to aid the emperor's recovery, Xikong treated him with a degree of leniency. As Yi Liangxiao stepped closer, Xikong pulled him aside and whispered, "Your Highness, His Majesty has decreed that due to your contribution with the pills, you may enter the alchemy chamber. The heavenly thunder possesses world-destroying power, and within Xingdu, only the core of the locking palace array is the safest place. Hiding within, you can ensure your safety." Yi Liangxiao waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned, and inquired, "Where is father? Where is he?" Xikong replied, "His Majesty is naturally in the underground secret chamber of the alchemy room, preparing to face the tribulation." "Take me to see him at once," Yi Liangxiao insisted. "Not yet. His Majesty is currently focused on confronting the heavenly tribulation. It is not suitable for you to disturb him at this moment." "Who said I would disturb him? I am going to assist him. Hurry," Yi Liangxiao declared sternly. The heavenly tribulation was exclusively Yi Wudi's to face. Theoretically, the 9 bolts of heavenly lightning would strike only him. Why Yi Liangxiao had to remain by his side at all times to ensure that the residual wrath of the lightning could strike him down as well. Therefore, he was eager to see Yi Wudi without delay. Xikong still wished to refuse, but before he could speak, Yi Wudi's ethereal voice resonated, "No worries, bring him in." Xikong had no choice but to comply, then placed a hand on Yi Liangxiao's shoulder. With a swish, they vanished into the secret chamber. The space within the secret chamber was not large, measuring only about 40 to 50 square meters. The bluish stone floor was inscribed with some esoteric formation, seemingly designed to gather spiritual energy. Yi Wuti sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, enveloped in deep violet energy, rendering his figure indistinct. 10 essence pills floated 3 feet above his head, gradually emanating a ghostly glow. Yi Liangshao gazed in astonishment and remarked, "Father, you dare to refine 10 essence pills at once? No wonder. Essence pills are high-grade spiritual herbs, obtaining even one can significantly bolster one's foundation and enhance cultivation. With Yi Wuti already at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, refining 10 pills simultaneously could surely elevate him further, making it unsurprising that he would provoke the heavenly tribulation. However, why was Yi Wuti taking such a risk? One misstep could lead to an excess of essence within him, potentially resulting in his explosive demise. In response, Yi Wuti's voice, slightly hoarse, emerged from the cocoon of violet energy. I have my reasons for taking this risk. You need not pry, the 9 bolts of heavenly thunder will descend here. This is the most perilous place, yet simultaneously the safest. You and Seacombe should remain here. I will do my utmost to deflect the might of the heavenly lightning. Her residual soul energy is waning, and I must go all in. Only with the power of a semi-immortal can I glimpse the terrifying existence." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangshao's expression turned serious, and he hastily inquired, "Her? You risk everything for her, who is she?" Yet, Yi Wuti fell silent, offering no further words. At that very moment, 3,000 miles away atop Qingyun Mountain, on the summit of the Tongtian Peak, an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, exuding an aura of celestial grace, suddenly opened his eyes within the gathering formation. His gaze fixed upon the direction of Xingdu, as if he could see thousands of miles away, his depth of vision unfathomable. After a pause, he rose slowly, waving his sleeves as he mused, "Is it Yi Wuti's boy facing his tribulation? How unexpectedly intriguing. Without the assistance of our sex essence pills, this young man is still able to attract the heavenly tribulation, attempting to challenge the semi-immortal realm?" As he spoke, he turned to a young attendant behind him and continued, "The disciples of Xingdu report that the dragon has been slain, and the dragon lord Ao Lai is furious, instructing the 10 elders of the dragon clan to eliminate Yi Wuti. Why is he still able to summon the heavenly tribulation?" The young attendant bowed and replied, "Reporting to the master, the incident occurred suddenly, and the disciples in the city have yet to bring back the latest news." The elder's brow furrowed. "Quickly investigate." "Yes." The young attendant responded, just as a small paper crane, glowing faintly, flew towards them. The young attendant halted, turning with a smile, "Speak of the devil, and the news arrives." He raised his hand to catch the paper crane and handed it to the elder. The elder flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the paper crane, revealing several lines of text before him. "What? Yi Wuti's son has issued a challenge to the world, questioning the sword of the heavens, and he has composed a couplet, berating all the celestial beings and demons?" The elder's expression flickered as he read the floating text. After a few moments of contemplation, he smiled in surprise. "How amusing, I must personally go and see this audacious young prince." With that, he gradually faded from view. In the central divine continent, on the Yuyun mountain, within a dilapidated temple, the sounds of merging bodies were echoing, akin to amorous whispers, evoking a myriad of imaginations. Moreover, the sound seemed to be reminiscent of a phoenix among dragons. Suddenly, a streak of black light descended from the sky, interrupting the intimate affairs of those within. A flamboyantly dressed woman materialized, kneeling at the entrance, and addressed the elder sister. "Report, master sister, news has arrived from Dongzhou Xingdu. Yi Shisan, Yi Liangshao, has challenged the world, claiming all celestial beings and demons are but mere dogs. The ancestor commands you to proceed at once and bring him back to the Harmony sect." "What?" The sounds of passion ceased, and a cold voice emerged from within. "Is that true? That Yi Liangshao dares to challenge the world? Have you verified it? I do not wish to make a fruitless trip." The woman outside replied, "I have confirmed it. This matter is indeed true." "Very well. Then let us make the journey. By the way, what does this young man look like? Is he in good shape?" Master sister, it is said he is quite decent." "Good, I shall personally capture him, extract some essence, and then bring him back for the ancestor." In the South Sea, within the Guishu divine realm, the once tranquil sea surface suddenly erupted, revealing a half-human, half-fish creature that leapt 10 meters high, a sight to behold. To call it a monster was merely due to its unusual form, not because it was grotesque. On the contrary, if one were to overlook its fish tail, this long-haired female creature could easily be deemed a beauty capable of causing nations to fall. At first glance, she was not inferior to Yin Shang. Splash, as she leaped from the water, she joyfully began to frolic about. A melodious song escaped her lips, revealing her identity as a mermaid. Before she could finish her song, another merman, exceptionally handsome, swam over from the distance. "I'm going ashore. Won't you come to see me off?" "Humph, why should I send you off? If you go ashore, won't you return before sunset? What's the point of sending you? This time is different. We are to accompany the South Sea immortal deeper inland to capture a madman and imprison him in the merfolk's frozen absolute prison." "Ah. We are going inland to capture someone? What kind of madman is so dangerous that he must be confined in the frozen absolute prison? Is he a demon?" "Unknown, I only know that this madman is named Yi Liangshao. The immortal said he must be taught a lesson about the vastness of the heavens and earth." "Yi Liangshao, where is he?" "In Dongzhou Shangchao. Capturing someone sounds like fun. I want to go too." "I'll help you catch him." Scenes like this were quietly unfolding across the 9 provinces, as various powers converged, all aiming directly at Chengdu. Chapter 55 of The Arrival of the Heavenly Tribulation. In the secret chamber of the alchemical room in the capital, Chengdu, Yi Liangxiao waited for quite some time without receiving a response from Yi Wudi, and thus he chose to abandon his expectations. Whether the she he referred to was his adoptive mother or someone else entirely, it held little significance for the current crown prince. The heavenly tribulation had arrived, and he was about to seize the opportunity to return to Blue Star. The trifles of this world were of no consequence. What did it matter to him? The myriad of demons and monsters, the deep-seated enmities, all he desired was to return to Blue Star and amass wealth. Yi Liangxiao smiled wide, his heart light and carefree, yet he felt no strong sense of belonging to this peculiar world of gods and demons, only a desire for swift demise, with no other thoughts clouding his mind. To that end, he was even willing to forsake the impending pleasures that awaited him. How could he care for a fleeting doubt? Had he truly wished to linger, perhaps in pursuit of immortality, he might have delved deeper into the matter. However, in the depths of his heart, Yi Liangxiao yearned far more for the vibrant, extravagant life of Blue Star, unless, of course, he were to acquire an irrefutable reason to remain. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the sound of thunder from outside the chamber grew increasingly intense. By the sound of it, the heavenly tribulation could descend at any moment. Yi Wudi's voice echoed once more from the azure cocoon, and the heavenly tribulation is about to strike. Sikong, you must prepare. The city's protective array must fend off the initial 3 strikes of heavenly thunder. It cannot fail. Xiar, you shall remain here and go nowhere. If I survive, this will be the safest place. Sikong nodded and departed. Yi Liangxiao, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze and softly acquiesced. In his view, it was not yet the optimal moment to act. As Yi Wudi had stated, the semi-divine tribulation was divided into 9 strikes, each more formidable than the last. The final blow might not even spare the entirety of Chengdu. Should Yi Liangxiao reveal his desire for death too early, he risked being captured by Yi Wudi if the heavenly thunder did not strike him down. Thus, the best course of action was to wait until the most powerful strike of thunder descended before making his move. In that moment, Yi Wudi would be preoccupied, leaving him without the strength to protect him, and the likelihood of the crown prince's demise would increase. When the last thunderbolt fell, he would recklessly charge forward to shield Yi Wudi from the heavenly wrath. This would not only repay his debt of gratitude but also fulfill his wish for death, a twofold gain. His plan was truly impeccable. As these thoughts whirled in his mind, Yi Liangxiao felt a surge of excitement, unbeknownst to him that this inner turmoil had been perceived by Yun Shang, who was far away in the East Palace. On the bed, still bound by the power of the laws and unable to move, Yun Shang was taken aback, thinking, what, this lecherous rogue actually wishes to seek death through heavenly thunder? What could have driven him to such despair? If he dies, I perish alongside him. He may wish to die, but he must not drag me down with him. At the very least, he should first dissolve the fusion contract binding me. Panic ensued within her. In the prime of her youth, with a bright future ahead, she did not wish to vanish alongside Yi Liangxiao due to the bloodline contract binding them. In the next moment, she contemplated shouting to summon the guards of the East Palace to expose Yi Liangxiao's intentions. However, before she could utter a sound, she realized she was clad only in a thin veil. Should the guards arrive, wouldn't she be revealing herself? Thus, she could only resort to an alternative plan. After a brief moment, Yun Shang steeled her resolve and decided to use the soul power secret technique of the Phoenix clan to call for Li Tian's assistance. Meanwhile, above Chengdu, the thunderclouds had coalesced into 9 massive whirlpools, the power of lightning surging within, concealing a destructive force. A large number of feathered guards were dispatched throughout the city, transporting carts laden with crystalline stones to various array nodes of the protective barrier, enhancing the strength of the defense. Chengdu was originally established atop a grand formation guarding the Dragon Cave, and these crystalline stones, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, served as the energy source to sustain the formation's operation. When the ancestors of the Yi clan laid down this protective array, they had left behind veins of crystalline stones to ensure the formation's endurance for millennia. However, now that Yi Wudi sought to resist the heavenly tribulation with the power of the grand formation, additional reinforcement was necessary. Boom! Thunder erupted, resonating through heaven and earth. The vast Chengdu city trembled thrice, the ground quaking violently. The first strike of the heavenly tribulation descended, and as the lightning surged wildly, the fortified protective array rippled with energy, repelling the overwhelming force. It directly flattened several towering mountains surrounding Chengdu, an utterly terrifying sight. The birds and beasts within the mountains were reduced to dust, leaving no trace, while the protective array remained steadfast, as solid as a fortress. Inside the secret chamber, Yi Liangxiao sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the array model that appeared before him like a holographic projection, feeling a surge of relief within. Indeed, the first strike of the heavenly tribulation posed no threat to Yi Wudi. Had he acted prematurely, he would have undoubtedly been stopped by Yi Wudi. Fortunately, he had kept his wits about him. Yi Liangxiao rejoiced inwardly, pointing at the protective array model before him, feigning panic as he exclaimed, Father, this heavenly thunder is truly ferocious. Thankfully, we have the protective array for our defense. This is merely the first strike. The true test lies in the final 3 strikes of heavenly thunder. Yi Liangxiao responded with an "oh," his brow furrowing slightly, as if he sensed a hint of unease in Yi Wudi's tone. Boom, boom, as he spoke, 2 more bolts of heavenly thunder descended. The protective array of Chengdu erupted in brilliance, energy intertwining violently, casting the world into darkness, flickering incessantly. When the overwhelming power finally receded, Chengdu had transformed into a solitary fortress, with scorched earth surrounding it for 100 miles. Yet, the array remained intact, although dimmed considerably, it showed no signs of collapse. At that moment, Yi Wudi emerged from the massive cocoon, a hint of astonishment on his face. Excellent, I had anticipated that the protective array would falter after withstanding 3 strikes of heavenly tribulation, yet it has held firm. Yi Wudi spoke solemnly, unable to conceal his delight. With 3 strikes of heavenly thunder already endured, if the array could withstand 1 or 2 more, his chances of successfully navigating the tribulation would dramatically increase. Why Yi Liangshao stood up, feigning a gesture of congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, father." Will the subsequent 6 strikes of heavenly thunder also descend intermittently? Yi Wuti nodded, yes. However, just as he uttered a single word, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The secret chamber suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck, the floor cracking inch by inch. Simultaneously, 3 bolts of thunder descended, targeting Yi Wuti directly. Not only did they instantly breach the protective array, but signs of collapse emerged in the palace's locking array as well. Even more astonishingly, the subsequent 3 bolts of thunder did not vanish as before but unleashed a continuous bombardment upon the locking array. It was not until half a minute had passed that the 3 electric serpents finally began to fade. Fortunately, unlike the protective array, the array safeguarding the palace possessed the ability to absorb energy, which prevented the power of the heavenly thunder from spilling over and endangering innocent civilians. Yi Wuti steadied himself, suddenly alarmed. How can this be? Why do the heavenly thunders descend simultaneously? Could it be that this is not the semi-divine tribulation, or perhaps this is not my tribulation? Chapter 56. The Azure Dragon and the Extermination of Immortals. In the secret chamber, upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, both Yi Liangshao and his companion were profoundly shocked, their expressions grave and tense. According to Yi Wuti's knowledge and the historical records from the Imperial Court's Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the tribulation of a semi-immortal is typically marked by 9 successive heavenly lightning strikes, each more formidable than the last. However, at this moment, aside from the initial 3 strikes, the subsequent 3 descended simultaneously, exhibiting a relentless and destructive nature, which was far beyond their expectations. After the 9 provinces entered an era of spiritual energy scarcity, although the number of individuals capable of cultivating to the semi-immortal level had dwindled significantly, it was not entirely impossible. For instance, a century ago, a certain elder of the Qingyun sect had successfully navigated the tribulation by relying on the formidable Qingyun 9 Peaks formation, drawing the attention of countless immortals from across the realm. In that instance, the semi-immortal tribulation manifested as 9 distinct heavenly strikes, without any occurrence akin to Yi Wuti's current predicament. To Yi Wuti, it seemed clear that if the semi-immortal tribulation had not undergone a sudden mutation, then the true target of this lightning tribulation could not possibly be himself. But who else could it be, if not the pinnacle of strength in the Eastern Zhou dynasty? Could it be him? Yi Wuti cast a sidelong glance at Yi Liangshao, lost in deep contemplation. Noticing the meaningful gaze directed at him, Yi Liangshao raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Why does father gaze upon me so? Is there something shining upon my face?" The crown prince maintained a nonchalant demeanor, chuckling lightly. The earlier spectacle had astonished Yi Liangshao, but he was merely awed by the might of the heavenly lightning, rather than feeling anxious about his own mortality. On the contrary, he almost wished for the lightning to strike with greater ferocity, ensuring a swift demise. Thus, even in the face of such peril, he still found the presence of mind to jest with Yi Wuti. No matter. Yi Wuti pondered for a few seconds, setting aside his thoughts. Regardless of whom this bizarre lightning tribulation was truly aimed at, now that it had descended upon Chengdu, he had no choice but to take action. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. He had initially believed that the protective formation would be sufficient to withstand the remaining 5 lightning strikes, and that he would only need to endure the most powerful one. Yet now, so be it, everything is determined by fate. Yi Wuti's expression turned solemn as he surveyed the secret chamber, taking in the walls and floor that were already marred by cracks. In a low voice, he stated, "For now, I must confront the final 3 lightning strikes alone. However, given the current circumstances, my chances of survival are bleak. Shower, although the protective formation of this chamber is nearing collapse, there is no absolute safety in Chengdu under the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. You should remain here and not wander about. Should I fall, Sikong will ensure your escape." With that, he raised his hand to cast a binding spell, sealing Yi Liangshao within. Then, he vanished in an instant. "Father, please don't confine me!" Yi Liangshao exclaimed in astonishment, his voice filled with urgency. To his surprise, even at the brink of life and death, Yi Wuti still considered his safety, laying down a binding spell that restricted his movements while simultaneously providing him with a layer of protection. Yet, Yi Liangshao had come seeking death, and being trapped now would prevent him from charging into the heart of the lightning tribulation. Anxiously, he called out for Yi Wuti to lift the binding, but received no response. Above the imperial palace, Yi Wuti hovered in the air, calmly gazing at the disintegrating aura of the protective formation, and called out loudly, "All commanders, heed my command, all those at the golden core stage and above, come to my aid." Upon uttering these words, a profound purple aura emanated from him, surging towards the formation's glow. Below, countless ministers and martial generals, any of whom possessed golden core cultivation or higher, directed their own vital energy into Yi Wuti's body. In an instant, the entire palace was awash with radiant light, and the protective formation regained a significant portion of its strength. Thunder rumbled ominously, the clouds churned as the 9th heavenly lightning began to stir, offering Yi Wuti no respite to reinforce the formation. In the blink of an eye, another bolt of lightning descended, striking the protective formation with immense force. Crackle, the electric serpents danced wildly. This bolt of lightning was evidently far more domineering than the previous ones. After absorbing the power of the heavenly strike, the protective formation instantly vanished without a trace. Yi Wuti was violently jolted, nearly crashing to the ground, his complexion paling. This was merely the 7th bolt of lightning, and Yi Wuti had already been forced to reveal himself, feeling alarmingly powerless. How could he possibly survive the remaining 2 strikes? Yi Wudi felt a dryness in his throat, a surge of crisis swelling within him. The loss of both the city and palace defenses plunged Chengdu into a dire predicament. If Yi Wudi could not withstand the remaining 2 lightning strikes, it would not be long before Chengdu was reduced to ashes beneath the heavenly onslaught, without even waiting for the myriad immortals to arrive. Just then, while Yi Wudi was deep in thought regarding his countermeasures, the 8th bolt of lightning descended silently, bearing the power of annihilation. Before the lightning arrived, a terrifying, invisible pressure had already caused several guards and ministers of lower cultivation to perish on the spot. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wudi's pupils dilated as he charged forward, shouting, "Heavenly Gang Seal, arise, where are the 5 dragon generals, assist me." At that moment, in the ancestral mountain where the sword tomb lay, a golden dragon-headed seal flew towards him at great speed, expanding in size until it enveloped the entire palace. Under the influence of their soul power, the 5 dragon generals infused their own nascent soul energy into Yi Wudi, enabling him to maximize the protective power of the Heavenly Gang Seal. Simultaneously, a strand of dragon soul from Yi Wudi emerged and merged into the Heavenly Gang Seal. In the next instant, a colossal, tangible golden bell formed from the dragon soul descended, protecting the palace. The Dragon Soul Golden Bell was a remarkable protective method of the Yi clan, indeed extraordinary. Yi Wudi had initially intended to reserve this life-saving technique until the very end, but now that Chengdu had lost its protective barriers, he had no choice but to act. If he did not intervene, the lives of a million subjects within the city would surely be claimed by the heavenly lightning. Boom! Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the heavenly lightning struck the Dragon Soul Golden Bell, producing a deafening sound. As the golden bell absorbed the lightning's power, it quietly crumbled into nothingness. The Heavenly Gang Seal rapidly shrank, developing numerous cracks. The terrifying residual force completely obliterated the 5 dragon generals, leaving no trace of their existence. It is worth noting that these 5 puppet dragon generals, who had sacrificed their souls to the dragon clan, each possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage, yet before the heavenly lightning, they were rendered utterly insignificant. Yi Wudi was violently repelled by the backlash, plummeting from the sky like a cannonball, deeply embedding himself in the ground, his life or death uncertain. Your Majesty, please save him." This scene shocked the entire court, leaving the ministers and generals aghast, and after a few moments of stunned silence, they began to rush towards the site of Yi Wudi's fall. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber, Yi Liangxiao sensed that Yi Wudi had suffered grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death, seemingly unable to withstand the power of the heavenly lightning any longer. And this was merely the 8th bolt, the final one had yet to descend, which could only signify the inevitable demise of his adoptive father today. However, amidst his anxiety, Yi Liangxiao suddenly perceived 2 unfamiliar yet familiar auras emerging from his sea of consciousness, accompanied by a slightly resentful yet childlike complaint. This damned Heavenly Gang Seal is finally gone. It nearly crushed this dragon, and I'm still so young. In the next moment, a shadow reminiscent of an inkwash painting flashed before Yi Liangxiao, revealing faint outlines of a figure, resembling an unparalleled hero from legends. It was none other than the long unfelt soul of the Azure Dragon, along with the aura of the Extermination Sword. Previously, upon learning that Yi Liangxiao had gained the recognition of the Azure Dragon and the Extermination Sword, Yi Wudi had sealed the 2 with the Heavenly Gang Seal to prevent him from rebelling. The young Azure Dragon was still underage and lacked the power to resist Yi Wudi. The Extermination Sword had been sealed, its residual power a mere fraction of its former glory, and was similarly suppressed, unable to be summoned by Yi Liangxiao. Yet now, with Yi Wudi having removed the Heavenly Gang Seal to combat the Heavenly Lightning, an opportunity for revival had arisen. Reconnecting with the dragon and sword, Yi Liangxiao was filled with immense joy, thinking to himself, excellent. The Extermination Sword is an ancient divine weapon and should be capable of breaking this binding spell of Yi Wudi. With this thought, Yi Liangxiao felt exhilarated, his spirit stirring, and he shouted, "Extermination Sword, Azure Dragon, come forth." Chapter 57. The Crown Prince's demise at the age of 20. On another front, the gravely injured Yi Wudi was retrieved from the ruins, his chest bearing a gaping wound where lightning had struck, exposing bone beneath. His dragon robe was torn asunder, and the injury emitted a foul, charred stench. Fortunately, this emperor still clung to a thread of life. A host of imperial physicians hurriedly administered remedies, sparing no effort to stimulate his vital essence, yet their endeavors bore little fruit. Coughing violently, Yi Wudi expelled a mouthful of vital blood, his visage taking on a ghastly pallor. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the tumultuous storm clouds above, despair etched across his face. As the final bolt of heavenly lightning loomed, the capital stood defenseless, and he himself was at the end of his strength, unable to resist any longer. With a heavy sigh, he waved away the surrounding physicians, declaring, "Do not waste your efforts. I am beyond salvation, unable to withstand the wrath of the heavens. My time has come. I shall use my Yuaning power to erect one last barrier, hoping to preserve the palace from destruction. If you survive, you must ensure the continuation of the glory of our dynasty. Do you understand? Where is the historian? Record this. After my demise, the throne shall pass to Yi Wudi." Devoid of hope, contemplated his final instructions as the last bolt of lightning gathered its force. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the direction of the ancestral shrine, a brilliant azure light shooting skyward. Simultaneously, a ghostly glow advanced from afar, and a colossal sword shadow descended upon the Qian Kuan Hall, unstoppable in its trajectory. With a deafening crash, the entire hall was cleaved in 2, revealing a hidden chamber below. As ethereal figures materialized, azure light scattered like stars, and a dragon danced in the wild, roaring defiantly into the heavens. The Azure Dragon manifested, with a thunderous boom, the debris below was scattered. Yi Liangxiao, wielding the Zuskshan sword, stood upon the Azure Dragon, slowly ascending into the air, his sleeves billowing without wind, and his raven hair dancing gracefully. Adorned with a high crown and a jade belt, he appeared as though a celestial being, exuding a captivating presence. With a gentle smile, Yi Liangshao hovered above the crowd, facing Yi Wuti, his voice resonating through the heavens. What did father just say? You are beyond salvation. I am still here. How can you speak of death so lightly? If anyone must die, let it be me first. Do you not agree? Allow me to face the tribulation for you. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you and the people of Dishang. His excitement was palpable as he vowed to shield Yi Wuti from the impending tribulation, claiming to save the millions of citizens in the capital. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this declaration of heroism masked his true desire for death. Cloaked in righteous fervor with that, he soared atop the dragon, ascending skyward. Shower, what are you doing? No, Yi Wuti exclaimed in alarm, desperately trying to stop him, but it was evident that he could not call Yi Liangshao back. Exhausted and powerless, he turned to the officials nearby, shouting, quickly, stop the crown prince. However, with the azure dragon beneath him and the Zhuqian sword in hand, Yi Liangshao moved with astonishing speed, his heart set on death, and none could impede him. Roar, clash, kill. The man, the sword, and the dragon surged into the storm clouds. Within the tempest, a colossal lightning serpent twisted through space, crashing forward with thunderous might. As they were about to collide, the officials below froze in terror, their breaths shallow as if petrified. Time seemed to stand still. Did the crown prince truly intend to confront the heavenly tribulation with a dragon and a sword? For the emperor and the subjects of Dishang, such selfless valor, risking one's life for the sake of the world, was indeed heroic. What Yi Liangshao could not foresee was that this act, born of desperation, would cast his impending death in a light of unparalleled glory. Should he survive, he would surely be lauded by future generations. With a resounding crash, the heavenly lightning struck, and the Zhuqian sword erupted in a dazzling spectrum of colors, forming a protective umbrella against the ravaging lightning. The azure dragon roared, merging its essence into Yi Liangshao's left arm, leaving behind a dragon tattoo. With the dragon's spirit infused within him, his cultivation surged, and in an instant, he ascended to the golden core realm, radiating with brilliant golden light. Nonetheless, even with the golden core cultivation and the aid of the Zhuqian sword and azure dragon, Yi Liangshao appeared feeble against the might of the heavenly lightning, unable to contend with the forces of the Tao. With a thunderous crash, amidst the astonished gazes of those below, the lightning serpent dissipated, and the Zhuqian sword shattered, splintering into pieces as it fell from the sky. Yi Liangshao was struck down, reduced to a charred corpse, life extinguished, as sparks of lightning enveloped his form, plummeting swiftly to the ground. Yet, curiously, as Yi Liangshao met his end, it seemed he absorbed the entirety of the lightning's power. Such a formidable force of heaven did not unleash a shred of residual fury, thus sparing the capital from devastation. With a thud, Yi Liangshao's lifeless body hit the ground, rendered irrevocably dead. To pit human strength against the laws of the Tao was ultimately akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, devoid of any chance of victory. At least for now, this was the case. The crown prince before them was a living testament. Despite wielding the Zhuqian sword and having the azure dragon by his side, he could not escape death. What was even more astonishing was that the Zhuqian sword, which had withstood the cataclysmic battle of the ages, was shattered beneath the heavenly lightning. This weapon, once in the hands of the demon sect Escueli, could slay immortals and obliterate stars with a mere flick of the wrist. How could it be that a single bolt of heavenly lightning could reduce it to ruin? What? The Zhuqian sword has been destroyed. How is that possible? The officials murmured in disbelief. The world's foremost divine weapon shattered beneath the tribulation, an event far beyond a mere semi-immortal calamity. As the thunder receded, the officials, recovering from their shock, could only voice their astonishment. Yi Wuti, however, remained unmoved, dismissing the destruction of the Zhuqian sword. With a grim expression, he forced himself to rise. Supported by the Minister of State, he struggled toward Yi Liangshao's charred remains, calling out frantically, Shower, you cannot die. In that moment, he appeared no longer as the supreme ruler of Dishang, but merely a father overwhelmed with concern for his son, his face a mask of worry. For 20 years, Yi Wuti had maintained a facade of indifference toward Yi Liangshao, seemingly ignoring him. Aware of the torment inflicted upon him by his 12 brothers, he had refrained from intervening, exhibiting a troubling sense of complicity. Outsiders might not comprehend the deeper reasons behind his aloofness, yet Yi Wuti was acutely aware. Only through neglect could he ensure his son's survival. Between Yi Liangshao and his mysterious mother, the renowned courtesan, there lay an unspeakable secret. In truth, could there be a parent in the world who did not cherish their own child? If such a parent existed, they would be no better than a beast. At this moment, witnessing Yi Liangshao's self-sacrifice, Yi Wuti's long-concealed paternal love erupted forth, tears streaming down his face. Rushing to the charred body, he cradled it in his arms, shouting to those around him, send word, spare no effort to revive the crown prince. Where are the imperial physicians? If you cannot save him, I will execute every last one of you. His eyes burned with fury as he roared. A dozen imperial physicians rushed to the scene, swiftly forming seals, unleashing various heavenly treasures into Yi Liangshao's body, attempting to awaken a flicker of life within him. Yet, with life extinguished, who could possibly resurrect a corpse, unless a Deluo golden immortal were to arrive? Moments later, the physicians ceased their efforts, kneeling in despair, saying, Your Majesty, the crown prince has passed. We are powerless, please, punish us. Yi Wuti wept in sorrow, his heart pierced with anguish of the coldness he had shown Yi Liangshao in life now cut him deeply. At that moment, a radiant divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Yi Wuti. As the light passed, his injuries healed at an astonishing rate, the richness of his vital essence surging, and his cultivation abruptly advancing. Yi Liangshao had faced the tribulation for him. With 9 bolts of heavenly lightning having fallen, it signified that Yi Wuti had successfully transcended his semi-immortal tribulation, ascending to the realm of semi-immortality. Yet, in this moment, the emperor could not find joy, lost in the sorrow of losing his son. Behind him, the Minister of State, despite his reluctance to speak, had no choice but to declare solemnly, in the year 835 of the Desheng Tianwu era, Crown Prince Yi Liangshao perished in the heavenly tribulation, at the age of 20. But before he could finish, a fiery silhouette rushed in, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was none other than the hurriedly arrived Phoenix Emperor, Li Tian, seeking to rescue Yunchang. Yunchang, supported by Li Tian, appeared increasingly translucent, as if on the verge of vanishing. She had formed a bond of symbiosis with Yi Liangshao, flourishing together now. With Yi Liangshao's life extinguished, she too was destined for demise. Yi Wuti, how can you remain so dazed as a ruler? Do you not see that my beloved Shinger is still here? The fact that she has not vanished indicates that Yi Liangshao still holds a glimmer of life. Quickly, assist me in channeling the rebirth power of the Fire Phoenix into Yi Liangshao, only then may he have a chance at resurrection. Li Tian bellowed in anger. Chapter 58 Nirvana, the Forbidden Realm of Extermination. Upon hearing these words, Yi Wuti immediately extricated himself from the depths of sorrow, his previously vacant gaze reigniting with fervor. He abruptly turned his head, casting a fierce glance at Li Tian, and instantly appeared before him, urgently inquiring, "Is this truly the case? Can the power of the Fire Phoenix's nirvana bring Shower back to life? The heavenly tribulation, a moment between life and death. If one fails to endure, it results in the demise of both body and soul. Yet, should one persevere, divine grace may bestow a radiant rebirth in an instant. Yi Liangshao, at the cost of a sword and a dragon, along with his own life, had shielded Yi Wuti from the final bolt of lightning. At this moment, divine light descended, mending Yi Wuti's wounds, transforming him from the brink of death to a state of renewed vigor in a heartbeat. Although his injuries could not be wholly healed in an instant, he was no longer on the verge of death. Li Tian, with a furious gaze, declared, "If you utter another word, even a Deluo Jinxian would be unable to save this fool." He gestured towards Yi Liangshao's lifeless form. Yi Wuti immediately turned to Sikong and commanded, "Quickly, set up the soul-gathering array." "Understood." Sikong responded, producing several high-grade crystal stones and placing them around Yi Liangshao's charred remains. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals and unleashed numerous runes, swiftly constructing the soul-gathering array. Logically, when a person dies, their light extinguishes. Even cultivators who contend with fate cannot escape this fundamental rule. Yi Liangshao's body held no vitality, his soul's essence would gradually dissipate. However, endowed with the dragon soul and possessing formidable soul power, the dissipation of his soul essence occurred at a significantly slower pace than that of an ordinary person. This rudimentary soul-gathering array, though incapable of reuniting his consciousness, could delay the fading of his soul essence. Moreover, the Phoenix clan's true nirvana technique allows for rebirth through fire. As long as a remnant of the soul endures, one need not fear death. Yi Liangshao and Yunchang had forged a bond of fusion, their dragon and Phoenix bloodlines intertwined, living and dying as one. Their mutual transmission of power was unimpeded. More importantly, at the inception of their bloodline fusion, Yi Liangshao had absorbed Yunchang's inner core, establishing a foundation for nirvana. It is well known that cultivators at the initial stage of the third realm lack the ability to form a golden core. Only by stepping into the middle fourth realm can one condense the Qi and forge a golden core. Ascending beyond the golden core breaks the shackles, leading to the formation of the Yuaning. The Yuaning represents the sublimation of golden core cultivation, akin to a second life. By cultivating the Yuaning to a certain strength, one can even project it out of the body to seize another's form. Thus, powerful beings above the Yuaning realm are often referred to as incarnations beyond law. Among cultivators, some ancient Yuaning cultivators can produce countless Yuaning incarnations. As long as their true self remains intact, they can exist eternally. It is said that before the fall of the Shang dynasty's ancestor, Yi Chen, he had already manifested 3 major Yuaning incarnations. However, the Fire Phoenix bloodline of the Zhou dynasty did not adhere to this rule, rendering it a unique exception. Ordinary cultivators first condense their Qi before forming a golden core, whereas the Phoenix clan experiences the simultaneous birth of both. Within the Phoenix clan, the criterion for determining whether one possesses the Fire Phoenix bloodline is whether they are born with an inner core. From birth, Yunchang was a dual manifestation of the Qi and golden core, possessing exceptionally pure soul power. Thus, she was recognized as the most compatible with the Fire Phoenix since the Zhou dynasty's ancestor, Li Xiaoyao. This explains why, despite being only a congenital cultivator, she could summon her inner core because she was innately endowed with it. With the Fire Phoenix inner core as a catalyst, Yunchang as a medium, and a remnant of Yi Liangshao's soul, Li Tian concluded that he could indeed be reborn through fire. At this moment, Li Tian cradled the unconscious Yunchang and placed her beside Yi Liangshao's charred body. Then, turning earnestly to Yi Wuti, he stated, "Transferring the power of nirvana requires immense effort. At my limit, I can barely maintain the connection between their souls. I still need your assistance to complete the transmission of power." "Very well, let us proceed." Yi Wuti replied without hesitation. Li Tian then began to chant an obscure ancient incantation, placing his hands upon the foreheads of both individuals, using his own essence as a medium to transfer the nirvana power from Yunchang to Yi Liangshao. Although this act would temporarily deprive Yunchang of her means of survival, their fates were now intertwined. If Yi Liangshao could be saved, Yunchang would not perish first. In an instant, as the power of the Fire Phoenix surged, flames erupted within the confines of the soul-gathering array. Seizing the moment, Yi Wuti raised his hand to channel his own primordial energy into Li Tian without reservation. Having successfully endured the tribulation and bathed in divine light, his injuries partially healed. Though not fully recovered, he had initially grasped the power of a half-immortal. Under Li Tian's full transmission of power, the bodies of Yi Liangshao and Yunchang began to undergo a subtle transformation. Their flesh and skin morphed into specks of white light, coalescing slowly into a gradually materializing giant egg. Simultaneously, after being struck by lightning, Yi Liangshao felt an unexpected lightness, as if his soul were being drawn into a dim space. Surrounding him was a profound silence, save for a great white door ahead emitting a faint glow. He floated in a state of spiritual essence, seemingly insubstantial, yet his consciousness remained clear. Where is this place? Is it the system's cache zone? If I pass through that white door, can I return to Blue Star and claim the 100 billion reward? It seems I have finally met my end. Once the reward arrives, I shall invest half in a bank for stable returns, living off the interest. The remaining half could be used for speculative ventures, multiplying my wealth, perhaps even starting a talent agency to enter the film industry, mingling with young models and courting stars. Luxurious cars and opulent mansions would naturally follow. Then, I would find several mistresses and raise a soccer team. Such as life, is it not more splendid than that of an immortal? Only a fool would remain in the 9 continents, enduring hardships in pursuit of longevity. I shan't be a part of that. With this thought, Yi Liangxiao wasted no time and dashed towards the great door. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a shadowy figure that obstructed his path. Begone, this is not a place for you. The figure was akin to an ink painting, its form discernible yet lacking features, draped in a long cloak that trailed heavy ink lines, shifting between solidity and dissolution. In its visible grasp was a long sword, its hair styled high, flowing gently as if caressed by the wind. The strokes outlining its chest suggested a woman. Though it possessed no mouth, it projected a voice that reached Yi Liangxiao's ears. When it gestured for him to retreat, he involuntarily stepped back, astonished. Who are you? It snorted, its tone dripping with arrogance. An ant is unworthy of knowing my name. Be gone. Yi Liangxiao was taken aback, incredulously responding, Ant? Shouldn't you refer to me as your host, system sister? He mused to himself. If this space were indeed the system's cache zone, then this figure resembling a woman must be the system's AI. The figure paused, its dark, flat face contorting in surprise at Yi Liangxiao's words. Just as it was about to speak. At that moment, a burst of phoenix flames erupted, and Yunchang's spiritual form materialized. Upon seeing Yi Liangxiao, she seized him fiercely, declaring, You lecher, do you wish to harm me? Come, return with me. Without waiting for a response, she dragged Yi Liangxiao into the fiery vortex behind her, vanishing without a trace. After their departure, the shadowy figure seemed perplexed, muttering to itself, Strange, was that a little fire phoenix just now? How could she enter the forbidden realm of extermination? Chapter 59 How to Infuriate You? The figure hesitated for a moment, seemingly taken aback, and then murmured a further remark. Moreover, that lad appears to be hardly affected by the heart banishment mirror. Within his mental illusion, the realm of extermination is but an expanse of desolate void. There exists merely a door, the destination of which remains unknown. Before the heart banishment mirror, even the 9-world Buddha struggles to maintain his path, yet it proves utterly ineffective against this lad. Not even the darker facets of his soul could be evoked. Could this be what is termed the heart of a pure child? Yet why is his cultivation so feeble? Additionally, that little fire phoenix astonishingly shares this mental realm with him. What a peculiar occurrence. Suddenly, it let out a soft chuckle, raised a hand, and the surrounding scenery swiftly transformed. The previously vacant void morphed into a wasteland reminiscent of purgatory, filled with the sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves, and within the visible expanse lay severed limbs and dismembered bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. The ground was littered with remnants of corpses mingled with stark white bones, appearing both freshly slain and preserved for millennia, exuding a chilling horror. Scattered among the remains were humanoid remnants, alongside colossal ancient beasts long extinguished, existing solely in the tomes of antiquity, a veritable battlefield of Asuras. The inkwash figure gradually revealed its true form, its exterior not vastly different from before, yet appearing more three-dimensional and lifelike. Dressed in a fitted black cloak that shrouded its visage, with hair swept high in a bun, the ends still swaying as if in a breeze, it wielded a long sword that gleamed with an ethereal light, akin to a divine executioner. At the foot of a blood-soaked mountain, a dark, profound chasm loomed, resembling a giant maw poised to devour all. Hovering before the abyss was an ancient copper mirror of deep crimson, its surface shimmering with strands of bloodlight, as if it harbored some soul-devouring enchantment, capable of reflecting the darkest recesses of the human heart. The figure slightly tilted its head, its gaze falling upon the copper mirror, a fleeting touch before withdrawing, yet it seemed to ponder deeply. After a soft sigh, it ceased its pause and stepped forward. With a mere half-step, a white radiance erupted from beneath its feet, parting the corpses strewn about. A path leading to the horizon materialized. It departed slowly, the blood moon on the horizon elongating its shadow, solitary yet resolute in its stride. Meanwhile, on Yi Liangxiao's side, after being pulled into the phoenix flame vortex by Yunchang, he experienced a disorienting free fall, a myriad of images flashing before his eyes, yet eluding capture. Once he regained his senses, he felt as though he had plunged into a gelatinous substance, his surroundings blurred, finally breaking the surface. Yi Liangxiao raised his gaze and extended his hand, exclaiming in shock, What the hell? How have I turned into a mere infant? In the next moment, upon hearing his own voice, his astonishment deepened. He had not only assumed the form of a 2-year-old child, but his voice had also taken on a cherubic lilt. Above him hovered a flickering flame, casting a warm light. The prince was utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't I struck dead by heavenly lightning? How am I now in the guise of a child? Is it possible that the system is upgrading and this time, death doesn't count? Did that system sister just play a trick and not send me back to Blue Star? Or could it be that heavenly lightning cannot truly extinguish me? Have I been reborn? Just as confusion and annoyance swirled within him, a phoenix head emerged from the water, casting a disdainful glare his way, indignantly declaring, Damn you, lecher. Yi Liangxiao turned to her, frowning, Yunchang? Why have you transformed into a goose again? Is your true identity that of a goose spirit? Furious at his words, Yunchang retorted, You are the goose spirit, your entire family is a clan of goose spirits. Does this royal princess resemble a goose? Can't you tell that I am in the form of a fire phoenix? Yi Liangxiao feigned ignorance, replying, oh, alright, it's all the same. You are a beast spirit regardless. You are the beast spirit, a shameless beast spirit. I possess the bloodline of the fire phoenix. During my rebirth, transforming into this fire phoenix form allows me to absorb the essence of heaven and earth more swiftly, hastening my return to true form. Do you comprehend? She raged, a tempestuous aura surrounding her. Yi Liangxiao blinked, contemplating her tirade before responding with an unparalleled understanding. Oh, I see. So you are human, yet can transform into a beast, thus, you are a hybrid, correct? Hybrid? Upon hearing this, Yunqiang exploded with rage, her feathers bristling, and she shouted, who are you calling a hybrid? I shall slay you. With that, she lifted her sharp beak and lunged at him, her eyes aflame with fury. Yi Liangxiao, despite his infantile form, grasped her neck with surprising strength and agility, leaping onto her back and pressing her head into the egg white without a shred of pity, all the while saying, little girl, if you could kill me, I would have let you do so long ago. Why waste your efforts? By the way, you mentioned you were undergoing rebirth, then why have I also turned into an infant? I should have been struck dead by heavenly lightning. Did you save me with your rebirth technique? Yunqiang flapped her wings desperately, her head breaking the surface. How dare you speak so glibly? Were it not for the Empress Dowager's assistance in transferring the power of rebirth to you, you would have perished hundreds of times over. Yi Liangxiao's expression stiffened at her words, his anger flaring. So it was indeed your doing. I was meant to return to Blue Star. Who allowed you to meddle? Yunqiang glared at him. Do you think I care to meddle in your affairs? Were it not for our symbiotic contract, even if you sought death, I would have sent you off myself. Then come at me. Do you truly believe I am afraid? If you anger me, I shall ensure that you accompany me to the grave, even in death. How splendid, but what would truly infuriate you? How about I pluck all your feathers and roast you with that flame above your head? Would that make you angry? Yunqiang's worldview shattered. It was unfathomable that she and the Empress Dowager exerted enormous effort to pull this wretch back from the gates of death, only for him to respond with ingratitude and threats of roasting her? Was he even human? Compared to him, beasts seemed far more benevolent. Thus, this peculiar duo commenced a fierce struggle within the colossal egg. Initially, their strengths were evenly matched, but as Yunqiang continuously absorbed the liquid within the egg, her power surged, and the tide of battle began to turn. In his infant state, Yi Liangxiao was evidently no match for the divine bird, the fire phoenix, and was repeatedly driven back, under the symbiotic contract. Although Yunqiang could not deal fatal blows to Yi Liangxiao, inflicting ordinary harm did not invoke the backlash of the laws. In this interval, Yunqiang finally recognized Yi Liangxiao's weakness. He seemed unafraid of death. In theory, he should be indifferent to dying, for nothing in this world could instill fear in him. Yet, after she injured his arm, he cried out in alarm, appearing particularly apprehensive. This indicated that while he did not fear death, he indeed feared suffering. If the princess did not kill him, but instead sealed him away and tormented him slowly, would that not be a fitting revenge? A fate worse than death, surely more terrifying than death itself. With this thought, Yunqiang's phoenix eyes sparkled with malice as she threatened, Lecher, if you wish to die, I shall ensure you do not. Instead, I will seal you within the phoenix nest fire prison, where you shall know neither life nor death. Do you fear that? Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao truly felt a twinge of fear, his countenance shifting to one of horror. Ah! You are truly that malicious? I am your future husband, your actions equate to the murder of your own spouse, are you planning to drown me? Yunqiang, however, merely chuckled coldly, unfazed, raising her formidable claws to pin Yi Liangxiao down within the egg. Just as she was about to succeed, Yi Liangxiao's previously terrified expression suddenly vanished, replaced by a cunning grin, as he shouted, stop, words have power. In the next instant, Yunqiang froze like a statue, utterly motionless. While she had indeed discovered Yi Liangxiao's weakness, she seemed to have forgotten that he possessed the authority of command over her. To others, Yi Liangxiao might still exhibit vulnerabilities, but in comparison to Yunqiang, he was virtually invulnerable. As Yunqiang remained immobilized, a chill coursed through her, uncertain of how he would treat her next. Did he truly intend to roast her? The princess was filled with dread, her heart heavy with despair, and as she saw Yi Liangxiao approach her with a sly grin, she trembled. You are jesting, right? Don't come any closer. Yi Liangxiao chuckled, and what if I do? I shall call out, oh, if you harm me, the Empress Dowager will not spare you. Please do call. Chapter 60 of the Symbiotic Calamity, The Ancestors Return? Outside the colossal egg, after imparting his teachings, Li Tian appeared utterly drained, his face marked by fatigue, and his form slightly trembling. Yi Wuti stepped forward with a powerful stride, casting a worried glance at the enormous egg, and anxiously inquired, is this enough to save Xiaojiao? Li Tian steadied himself, turning away with irritation. You ungrateful child has managed to preserve his life. Yet, he sought death himself, disregarding the life of my daughter Yunqiang. This matter shall not be so easily dismissed by the Zhou dynasty. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuti's expression brightened. At that moment, his concern for Yi Liangxiao's fate overshadowed Li Tian's thinly veiled threat. With the knowledge that Yi Liangxiao was safe for the time being, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, and he solemnly replied, very well, consider this matter as a personal favor owed to me by the Deshang. I shall reward you accordingly. Speak your conditions, but do not overreach. One must recognize the times and act accordingly, lest one falls prey to insatiable greed. As he spoke, a faint smile graced his lips, and a surge of violet energy enveloped his form, showcasing his half-immortal prowess. The implication was clear. He subtly hinted that Li Tian should not take advantage of the situation to demand excessive compensation. Their strengths were relatively equal, neither could easily overpower the other. However, after Yi Liangxiao had borne the brunt of the final heavenly thunder, Yi Wuti had officially stepped into the realm of half-immortality, thus gaining an advantage over Li Tian. In a world where strength reigned supreme, even if Li Tian was in the right, Yi Wuti could choose to ignore him, leaving Li Tian without recourse. The initiative, after all, is forever held in the hands of the powerful. Upon hearing Yi Wuti's somewhat veiled remarks, Li Tian's expression darkened, ready to unleash his wrath suddenly. The four elders of the Phoenix clan and Seacone beside him simultaneously pointed towards the sky, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, something seems amiss." This proclamation not only captured the attention of the two emperors but also prompted the surviving officials and guards nearby to gaze upward in unison. They beheld that the thunderclouds had not fully dissipated after the half-immortal tribulation, and indeed seemed to be gathering more densely. The boundless power of lightning still brewed ominously, hinting at a deep violet hue. Previously, everyone's focus had been on the fiery phoenix's rebirth, neglecting this critical detail, and now they appeared to be belatedly aware. Violet thunderclouds, what is the meaning of this? The 9 heavenly thunders have passed. Why do the storm clouds remain? According to the records in the Heavenly Craftsman's strategy, violet thunderclouds are exponentially more tyrannical than ordinary tribulations, appearing only when a celestial being ascends to sainthood. Yet, within the capital of Deshang, who among them could be ascending to sainthood? No, that is incorrect. The chronicles of the 9 continents also document that violet thunderclouds are not exclusive to the tribulations of saints. They may also herald a symbiotic calamity. A symbiotic calamity, the Crown Prince and Princess Yunxiang have already forged a symbiotic contract, which implies that this calamity has come forth for their sake? Whispers erupted, and the faces of the officials turned pale. The resplendent violet lightning loomed in the sky, manifesting an oppressive and terrifying aura, even more so than the half-immortal tribulation Yi Wuti had faced. Yi Wuti was utterly stunned, his complexion draining of color as he exclaimed, "Could it be the power of the violet thunderclouds from the symbiotic calamity? It rivals the manifestation of true immortals. How could they possibly survive this? Yet, they had only recently established their symbiotic bond. How could they have attracted a tribulation so swiftly?" He suddenly turned to Li Tian, who wore a similarly grave expression, as if facing a formidable foe. After a moment of silence, Li Tian, with a contemplative sigh, remarked, "If this truly is a symbiotic calamity, then even with the combined strength of the two of us, we would be unable to shield them from it. It is a deadlock, predestined." She appeared despondent, gazing at the expanse of violet clouds, harboring no desire to shield Yi Liangxiao and his companion from their tribulation. It was not a lack of will, but rather a profound helplessness. The violet thunder tribulation, a trial for true immortals to ascend, how could she, a mere peak-nascent soul cultivator, hope to obstruct such a force? Even Yi Wuti, now a half-immortal, would be rendered powerless against this calamity. In Li Tian's eyes, even if both she and Yi Wuti were to exert their utmost efforts to intervene, it would prove futile in granting the two a glimmer of hope, merely resulting in more sacrifices. Yi Wuti, however, huffed heavily. "From your tone, it seems you intend to abstain from intervening. You fear death, but I do not. I only believe in human effort. Why should we be dictated by fate? The notion of destiny is not but a farce to deceive the masses." With that, he raised his hand, summoning the already cracked heavenly talisman, surrounding the colossal leg of Yi Liangxiao and his companion with a barrier of restriction. Then, turning back with solemnity, he commanded, "All officials of Deshang, heed my decree. This half-immortal power I possess has been exchanged for the lives of the Crown Prince and the Azure Dragon of Extermination. However, the heavens are merciless, wishing to unleash the symbiotic thunder calamity and sever the foundation of Deshang. My heart is resolute, solely to preserve the millennia-old legacy of Deshang. Beneath the violet thunder calamity, there shall be no survivors. I am determined to exert every ounce of my strength, both to protect the people of Deshang and to aid the Crown Prince in seizing a thread of hope. Should I, unfortunately, perish, the lineage of Deshang shall not be severed, and the throne shall pass to." Just as Yi Wuti was about to name his intended successor, an abrupt bellow of a cow interrupted him, moo, accompanied by a languid chuckle. "Who shall inherit the throne? Why not pass it to this humble Taoist?" Everyone turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice. They beheld a robust old yellow cow strolling leisurely, upon whose back reclined a white-haired elder clad in a Tai Chi robe, casually sipping from a wooden gourd with a look of utter contentment, showing no trace of fear in the face of the impending celestial thunder. Long before Yi Wuti's tribulation arrived, the entire palace had been sealed off, preventing outsiders from approaching even a step. Yet this white-haired elder appeared without a single guard noticing, demonstrating extraordinary skill, having even outwitted Yi Wuti, who had entered the half-immortal realm. "Come." The elder, reclining on the cow's back, took a swig of his drink, and with a mere gesture, Yi Wuti's heavenly talisman flew uncontrollably into his hand. To exert such control over another's artifact could only occur if the owner willingly permitted it, or if the assailant's power vastly surpassed that of the artifact's master, allowing for a forceful seizure. It was evident that the elder's actions belonged to the latter category. This individual's strength was astonishingly beyond that of Yi Wuti, who had already entered the half-immortal realm. "This item may be ordinary, but for you, it can still be mended and utilized." The heavenly talisman hovered before the elder, who lightly tapped it with his finger, causing it to burst forth in a golden light, instantly restored to its former glory. "Little Wuti, you truly are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Upon seeing this humble Taoist, you still do not kneel in greeting. You deserve a reprimand." The elder chuckled, waving his hand, sending the heavenly talisman flying back toward Yi Wuti. Yi Wuti, taken aback, saw his artifact approaching and, instead of daring to grasp it, instinctively raised his full strength to block it. With a resounding crash, the heavenly talisman collided with Yi Wudi's protective barrier, forcing him back several paces, yet, as he regained his composure, Yi Wudi's surprise transformed into delight, his eyes sparkling with recognition. "Sixth uncle, is that you?" Wudi greets sixth uncle. As he spoke, this supreme emperor of the Deshang knelt in full view of all. Li Etienne, equally astonished, gazed at the elder with a hint of trepidation, exclaiming, "You are the legendary ancestor of the Yi clan, Yi Guqing, who could slay a city with a single stroke, obliterate nascent souls with 3 swords, and ascend to immortality in 9 steps. Yet you fell 500 years ago, having been vanquished by the master of the Wujiman on the Qinglian platform." The elder smiled enigmatically, rising to balance on one leg atop the yellow cow's head, his garments billowing gracefully. Kneeling, Yi Wudi turned sharply, his fierce gaze sweeping over the officials and the many descendants of the Yi clan. Only then did they collectively come to their senses, all kneeling in unison, proclaiming, "We, the younger generations, humbly welcome the ancestors' return to the court." Chapter 61. The butcher, Yi Guqing, the youthful scions of the Yi clan from the Shang dynasty harbor a rather shallow impression of this once feared sword sage, who single-handedly slaughtered an entire city. They merely observed him kneel before the emperor, and even the venerable Yi Wudi, who holds the highest lineage among the living Yi descendants and must address him as second uncle, followed suit in reverence. Within the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, adorned with portraits of past emperors of the Shang dynasty, there exists no record pertaining to this esteemed ancestor. However, the family's secret annals document Yi Guqing's life as follows. Yi Yicheng, later known as Guqing, styled Ritian, was the 6th son of the martial sovereign emperor, a prodigy of astonishing talent, hailed as the foremost individual of the Taizu Yichen lineage, mastering both ancient and contemporary martial arts. At the tender age of 3, he awakened the divine dragon bloodline. By 8, he achieved innate prowess and entered a profound state of enlightenment. At 12, he inherited the latent dragon energy of Taizu, forging the golden sacred dragon, and integrating the dragon spirit into his being, advancing his foundation until he reached the golden core stage. At 30, by the banks of the angry river, he comprehended the essence of the great river sword. Building upon his ancestors' latent dragon energy, he innovated the Haoran vital qi, rendering him invincible below the nascent soul realm. In the year 2307 of the Runguan era, the emperor intended to establish him as heir, but he declined. At 35, he entered the nascent soul stage, succumbed to madness, slaying a colossal dragon in the abyss, and forsaking the imperial capital. The martial emperor, enraged, expunged his name from the clan's genealogical records. At the age of 131, in the 10,000 great mountains of the southern domain, he took 9 steps to shatter the heavens, entering the semi-immortal realm. In 2412 of the Runguan era, as the martial sovereign's vitality waned, facing the 3 kingdoms of Sunyue, Yinhua, and Panglai, he amassed 200,000 troops to besiege the Shang capital, while the Zhou dynasty and numerous allies stood by idly. The following March, the martial sovereign perished in battle, leaving the state in peril. Yi Guqing arrived with his sword, vanquishing the 3-headed general with a single strike, causing seismic shockwaves that deterred a 1,000,000-strong enemy army from encroaching upon the city, thus securing the state's safety. Subsequently, Guqing occupied the imperial throne for 300 years, establishing the Hongxi dynasty, during which his reign was celebrated alongside that of the martial sovereign as the era of Rinxi. At 432 years of age, he bequeathed the throne to his nephew and withdrew into the world. Over the next decade, he infiltrated the capital of Sunyue, slaying 10 formidable nascent soul warriors with 3 strokes, compelling the Sunyue emperor to issue a self-punishing edict, resulting in the slaughter of 50,000 soldiers. In Yinhua, he engaged in a 3-month-long bloody battle, exterminating the Yinhua totem beasts on the snowy plains, with 9 out of 10 high priests falling to his blade. His sword hung above the Yinhua emperor's bedchamber for a century, with none daring to act. Upon arriving at the 3 islands of Panglai, he executed the emperor of the island nation on his dragon throne, leaving a trail of blood 3,000 feet long, sparing neither chicken nor dog. With a single stroke of righteousness, he flooded the Yinhua nation, declaring, "As long as I live, no Yinhua soldier shall remain above the rank of shinobi, nor shall they nurture shikigami. Should you defy this, the Yinhua nation shall face annihilation." This decree ensured that for centuries to come, no one in the Panglai Yinhua could ascend to the status of shinobi, and the shikigami lineage fell into decline. He later returned to the eastern continent, seeking seclusion, feeling invincible among mortals. Little did he know, there exists a realm beyond the heavens. In the year 335 of the Great Shang's celestial martial era, Emperor Yi Wudi commanded the historical records to be amended. Our ancestor Yi Guqing sought the sword at the Wujigwan and perished at the hands of the Wujisan, with his true age at death remaining a mystery, and he died childless. Honoring his ancestor's wishes, his era name was excluded from the imperial annals. Thus, according to the secret records, Yi Guqing passed away in the year 335 of the celestial martial era, 500 years prior. Yet, here he stands, vividly present, albeit his appearance starkly contrasts that of the once majestic butcher sword sage. Were it not for the fact that his visage had remained unchanged over the last 5 centuries, even Yi Wudi might struggle to recognize him. Yi Guqing's reappearance, much like in the past, occurs during a critical juncture for the Shang dynasty, evoking a mix of astonishment and joy among the countless elder members of the clan who have witnessed his life story. It turns out that the ancestor has not perished. Intriguingly, the Wujisan, who defeated him years prior, vanished the following year. This suggests that Yi Guqing's defeat was merely a fleeting moment. Yet, rumors of his demise abound. How then does he stand before us clad in Taoist robes? The reasons behind this are perhaps known only to Yi Guqing himself. Of the Grand Elder, once sent flying by a punch from Yi Liangshao in the imperial court, now, upon discerning Yi Guqing's countenance, was filled with overwhelming joy, almost crawling before him in reverence, exclaiming, "Young one, I pay my respects to the ancestor. I beseech you to save our great Shang from impending catastrophe." The Grand Elder, having entered his twilight years, likely forgotten his exact age, appeared even more aged than Yi Gucheng. Yet, before Yi Gucheng, he humbly referred to himself as Young One, underscoring the latter's exalted lineage. In this moment, the ominous purple cloud thunderstorm looms overhead, an unstoppable force that only true immortals can withstand. Should it descend, not only would Yi Liangshao and Yun Shan be reduced to ashes, but the entire Shang capital would likely cease to exist. Yi Gucheng's presence undoubtedly offers the descendants of the Yi clan a glimmer of hope to evade disaster. Dressed in tattered Taoist robes, barefoot, with a wooden gourd hanging at his waist, and traces of grease around his mouth as if he had just devoured some roasted chicken or duck without a care for cleanliness, his visage bore the hallmark of a standard national face, a high nose, broad forehead, and a gentle smile that exuded warmth. From the back, he appeared to possess an ethereal aura, yet in truth, his disheveled appearance betrayed his carefree nature, even the bun atop his head secured with a withered twig. Despite his unkempt demeanor, none present dared to show any disrespect in his presence. Yi Gucheng cast a glance at the Grand Elder and chuckled, "Is it you, Young One? If memory serves me right, when I departed the palace, you had only just emerged from your mother's womb. Yet, your cultivation is so meager, how is it that you still draw breath? It seems that little Wudi has squandered considerable resources on you, allowing you to linger in this world." The Grand Elder, his face pressed to the ground, replied cautiously, "I feel deeply ashamed, Ancestor. I beg your forgiveness." If you know shame, why do you persist in living? After this matter, you should take your own life, your existence serves no purpose. What, Ancestor, Ancestor? The Grand Elder, utterly mortified, raised his head in terror, unable to fathom that the first order of business upon Yi Gucheng's return was to urge him toward self-destruction. What? Why, has my absence from the Shang dynasty rendered my words meaningless? Yi Gucheng remarked with a playful glint in his eye, then turned his attention to Yi Wudi, stating, "Little Wudi, you may rise." "Yes, Ancestor." Yi Wudi humbly stood. "Is that little fellow inside your 13th son?" "Indeed. I find great affinity with this lad. He dares to belittle the immortals and scorn the myriad demons as mere hounds. His audacity echoes my own. Bring him forth." Yi Gucheng gestured towards the giant egg. Yi Wudi was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend that the ancestor would express such fondness for Yi Liangshao. Logically, given that Yi Liangshao had been rebellious, challenging the world to a duel and bringing great trouble upon the Shang dynasty, one would expect Yi Gucheng, as the ancestor, to be incensed rather than appreciative. After a pause, Yi Wudi, astonished, replied, "Ancestor, Xiaoer is currently undergoing rebirth. I fear he cannot emerge for a while." Yet Yi Gucheng chuckled lightly, "Who says so? He bears the Azure Dragon within him, and his rebirth will occur far quicker than you imagine. I assure you, he is presently plucking the feathers of that little fire phoenix. Do you believe me?" "What, this ungrateful child?" Yi Wudi's eyes widened in shock. The implications of believing or disbelieving were now self-evident. In the next moment, Yi Wudi hurriedly moved to break open the giant egg. Furious, raised his hand to strike the giant egg, shouting, "Yi Wudi, you have a fine son. If you destroy my child's fire phoenix embodiment, I shall never rest until you and I are mortal enemies." Yi Wudi felt utterly wronged. Shouldn't you be seeking trouble with Yi Liangshao? Why must you turn against me? Hearing this, Yi Gucheng erupted into hearty laughter, completely unfazed by the impending purple cloud thunderstorm. Meanwhile, within the giant egg, just as Yi Gucheng had indicated, the young prince was indeed busy plucking the feathers from Yun Shan's phoenix plumage. Chapter 62 The Mountain and River Suppression. The ancestor manifested. Yi Liangshao lay upon the sculpted back of Yunshan, her small hand exerting considerable effort to pluck a single phoenix feather, causing Yunshan to yelp in pain. "Yi Liangshao, you ungrateful scoundrel! Cease this at once. This prince did not ask for your assistance. Rather, your meddling has caused me to miss a significant opportunity, and you dare to insult me?" Yi Liangshao, unperturbed, replied with a carefree demeanor. Just as she was about to continue her plucking, a sudden warmth enveloped her heart, and a childish voice echoed in her mind, "Master, trouble is brewing, the coexistence calamity has arrived. We are in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao's actions paused, realizing it was the Azure Dragon spirit within her, communicating through divine consciousness. She responded inwardly, "Are you the little Azure Dragon? What is this coexistence calamity?" The Azure Dragon replied, "Alas, I cannot explain it all to you at this moment. However, this calamity can only be thwarted by the power of a true immortal, and we may very well perish." Boo-hoo! The little dragon suddenly burst into tears, clearly emotionally unstable. This calamity was supposed to be between the master and me, not concerning this beautiful sister, yet she must accompany us in death. How unfortunate! What in the world is this coexistence calamity aimed at you and me? Indeed, I, as a born auspicious beast, have drawn the coexistence thunder calamity upon escaping the suppression of the heavenly gang seal, merging my soul with you. Did you not know? Now I do. Yi Liangxiao's doubts began to surface. Contrary to the beliefs of those outside, who thought the calamity was directed at Yi Liangxiao and Yunshan, the true target was the Azure Dragon and Yi Liangxiao. The Azure Dragon had forged a master-servant contract with Yi Liangxiao, establishing a symbiotic relationship. Being inherently powerful, as a former emperor's dragon, it was not surprising that it could attract a thunder calamity upon entering the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Yunshan, with her limited cultivation, was insufficient to invoke the wrath of heaven alongside Yi Liangxiao. After a brief pause, Yi Liangxiao suddenly expressed delight, exclaiming, "Little dragon, what did you just say? We are going to die. This coexistence calamity can only be resisted by a true immortal, or else we shall perish?" The Azure Dragon spoke with a melancholic tone. Yes, otherwise our Azure Dragon lineage would not be so thin, and many dragons have met their demise due to the swift arrival of the Thunder Calamity. That is splendid. Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Dragons are no exception. Little dragon, since we cannot conquer this world, let us prepare to be conquered by it. Shall we face death together? Ha, master, you do not intend to resist? I do plan to resist. But no matter how I resist, it leads only to death, does it not? Hee hee. The prince leaped with excitement, losing all interest in plucking feathers. The coexistence calamity required true immortal power to navigate, yet there was not a single true immortal among the entire Shang dynasty. In other words, his demise was certain. Initially believing he had lost a grand opportunity, he suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Yi Wudi was merely a half-immortal, and Li Tian was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Who else could withstand the heavenly thunder? I am destined to die. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not conceal his exhilaration. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed. As the heavenly thunder outside seemed poised to descend, the Azure Dragon chimed in. Excellent, this dragon shall accompany my master on this journey of life and death, sharing both glory and disgrace. I will use my soul power to help my master quickly regain his true form and then strive against the heavenly thunder. Even in death, there is honor, is there not? Yi Lianxiao contemplated, realizing that dying as a child or an adult was ultimately the same. She nodded. All right. Then this dragon shall begin. The Azure Dragon responded, commencing to burn its soul power, a surge of energy enveloping Yi Lianxiao, causing her to rapidly grow. The symbiotic Yunxiang also benefited, swiftly recovering her true form. In mere breaths, the two astonishingly regained their original appearances, but the scene was somewhat inappropriate for younger audiences. While Yunxiang donned clothing crafted from phoenix feathers, Yi Lianxiao remained entirely bare, weapons on display. Ah! Yunxiang, taken aback, suddenly caught sight of a particular weapon and immediately turned away in embarrassment, exclaiming, shameless. Your thing is disgusting. Yi Lianxiao, however, remained unfazed, thinking, we are all bound for death, what embarrassment is there? What, have you never seen such a magnificent treasure? He shamelessly stated. Unseemly. With her back turned, Yunxiang covered her face, furiously declaring, are you not going to put on some clothes? Yi Lianxiao shrugged, but there are no clothes to wear. This prince cannot perform magic like you and transform feathers into garments. Humph. Yunxiang, exasperated, stamped her foot, then shot forth a stream of light behind her, using a phoenix feather to conjure an outfit for him, albeit a feminine one. Yi Lianxiao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide. Girl, are you playing with me, addressing this prince in women's attire? Yunxiang was indeed toying with him, turning around in anger, just to mock you. Perverted scoundrel. Yi Lianxiao chuckled, unconcerned about the impression he would leave in this world, believing his demise was inevitable. Thus, he shamelessly struck a pose he deemed heroic, pointing to the heavens, declaring, enough chatter. Dragon, let us shatter this colossal egg. Alright, master, the Azure Dragon responded in thought, preparing to use its dragon soul power to break the egg. Yet, just then, the two emperors outside simultaneously took action, cleaving the giant egg in half. At that very moment, as the egg shattered, a bolt of purple heavenly thunder descended from the skies, a chaotic force, like a heavenly pillar. The purple lightning surged down towards Yi Lianxiao. But before it could strike, Yi Guqing, standing atop the yellow bull, suddenly moved. Humph. His expression grew serious, his previously carefree demeanor vanishing, and with a snort, he gestured, causing a scroll to soar from his sleeve, unfurling and expanding to cover the entire Shang capital in an instant. Upon this scroll, landscapes of mountains and rivers were depicted, appearing as if projected in 3 dimensions, with strands of majestic aura swirling within, a sight of ethereal beauty. As this painting emerged, the officials below gasped, heavens! This is the mountain and river suppression map of our ancestor, Yi Chen. The mountain and river suppression map possesses the power to alter the heavens and earth, and only a true immortal can wield it. Has the ancestor Guqing entered the realm of true immortals? Ancestor Guqing has indeed become a true immortal. We welcome the ancestor's manifestation, the great fortune of the Deshang kingdom. As the mountain and river map appeared, astonishment spread among the crowd. Yi Guqing gradually ascended into the sky, one hand supporting the mountain and river map, facing the direction of Qingyun sect, his voice echoing distantly, old scoundrel, after watching for so long, it is time for you to show up, is it not? With the mountain and river map present, you are surely aware of its miraculous uses. If you do not assist me, this purple cloud thunder will manifest upon your Qingyun Mountain's Tongtian Peak. Do you wish to test that? 800 miles beyond the Shang capital, high in the clouds, upon the back of a celestial crane, a white-robed elder shook his head and chuckled, exclaiming, old thief Guqing, you remain as shameless as ever. However, after saying this, he mounted the crane and soared eastward, appearing above the Shang capital in an instant. Venerable of infinite longevity. The white-robed elder leaped down from the celestial crane, standing beside Yi Lianxiao, lightly waving his whisk and chanting a verse of incantation, simultaneously forming 3 seals that merged into the mountain and river map. With the mountain and river map empowered, the landscapes within it became tangible and vivid. The crowd gasped anew. Is this the 3 pure mantra of Qingyun? The 3 pure mantra is a closely guarded secret of the Qingyun sect, akin to the divine sword thunder invocation, only to be cultivated by the direct disciples of the sect's leader. Could this venerable elder be the leader Fengliangzi of Qingyun? Boom. Just as these words were exchanged, the heavenly thunder struck the mountain and river map. Remarkably, such a ferocious thunderbolt could not penetrate the thin paper of the scroll. Chapter 63 The Calamity diverted eastward. It appears you possess quite the fighting prowess. The mountain and river map exhibited its formidable might. After the frenzied purple lightning struck the painting, it flowed in like a river to the sea, without causing a ripple. Shortly thereafter, the white-clad elder arrived and unleashed a secret art of the Qing-Yun sect, capable of augmenting the mountain and river map, indicating he possessed the power of a true immortal. This was none other than the contemporary leader of the 9 peaks of Qing-Yun, the revered master Ling Xiaofeng, known affectionately as Feng Liangzi. After bestowing a 3-pure method incantation upon the mountain and river map, Ling Xiaofeng leapt into the sky, floating alongside Yi Guqing. Together, they upheld the mountain and river map with an air of nonchalance. Ling Xiaofeng cast a glance at Yi Guqing and remarked with a faint smile, "Old thief Guqing, after 5 centuries of concealment, you have finally made your move. But, is it truly worth it?" His words bore a subtle undertone, piercingly questioning Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing's expression shifted slightly, a hint of melancholy crossing his features as he replied, "In this world, is there anything truly worth discussing? It is merely a matter of choice. I have prided myself on my asceticism for 500 years, yet I have never been able to achieve the same level of detachment as you esteemed figures, always ensnared by attachments. If this is the case, why wait any longer? It would be better to exert my full strength and preserve the Yi clan for another millennium." Ling Xiaofeng countered, "But can you truly safeguard them? You hold the mountain and river map, and naturally, you are aware they have arrived." Yi Guqing snorted, "And so what? I await them. The Yi clan shall not retreat another step." "Enough, this is not the time for reminiscing. Old fellow, why not inquire where I intend to direct this thunderous calamity?" Ling Xiaofeng stroked his long beard, smiling and sighing, "Given your nature, old rogue, where else could it be directed?" With that, he suddenly gazed toward a point on the horizon. "Ha, it seems you truly understand me. Then let it come." Yi Guqing laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of light as he vanished into the mountain and river map. Before long, Yi Guqing's booming voice reverberated throughout the capital of Chengdu, as the stars shift and the universe turns. In an instant, it was unclear what arcane power Yi Guqing had invoked within the painting, but the next moment, a colossal black and white Taiji diagram emerged above the mountain and river map. The Taiji diagram spun rapidly, gradually morphing into a vortex capable of devouring all, drawing in the overwhelming force of the purple lightning simultaneously. In the southwestern region of the Tsungyue Kingdom, the northern snowy domain of the Yilan Kingdom, and above the 3 islands of Penglai in the eastern sea, a similar Taiji diagram inexplicably appeared. "Arise!" With a resounding shout from Yi Guqing, the 3 Taiji vortices instantly opened wide, redirecting the purple cloud lightning that was supposed to descend upon Chengdu to the capitals of the 3 kingdoms instead. Boom! The cataclysmic power of the purple lightning raged through the capitals, unleashing a cacophony of wails. It was unfathomable that the mountain and river map possessed such transformative capabilities, allowing Yi Guqing and Ling Xiaofeng to channel the coalescing thunder calamity into the territories of the 3 kingdoms. In doing so, they not only averted the crisis in Chengdu but also dealt a blow to the empire, effectively diverting calamity eastward while striking at the 3 adversaries of the Great Shang, achieving 2 objectives in one stroke. In Chengdu, the purple lightning seemed to flicker momentarily, yet above the capitals of the 3 kingdoms, it persisted for half a stick of incense. Separated by 1,000 miles, one could only speculate the extent of the devastation wrought upon the 3 kingdoms. When the thunderclouds finally dissipated, sunlight poured down, and aside from several already destroyed palatial structures, Chengdu remained largely intact. Yi Guqing emerged from the mountain and river map, waving to retract the scroll, before turning to Ling Xiaofeng with a chuckle, "Old rascal, my methods are not lacking compared to those of your, are they?" Expecting Ling Xiaofeng to nod in agreement, Yi Guqing was taken aback when he retorted, "Much inferior. The 6th prince of the martial sovereign, the once mysterious Hongxi emperor of the Great Shang, has inevitably lost his former valor. At least with your current frail form, you are but a shadow of your former self." Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's countenance shifted, his smile vanishing as he sternly admonished, "Do not speak carelessly. I am in the prime of my life." Ling Xiaofeng, however, remained unfazed, continuing with a smile, "If you wish to protect the Yi clan for another millennium, it was indeed possible. Yet, with a rebellious offspring like yours, you are likely to be disappointed." As the 2 descended slowly, Ling Xiaofeng directed a glance toward Yi Liangxiao. At that moment, the crown prince was donned in women's attire, striking what he believed to be a charming pose as he pointed toward the sky, preparing to welcome the heavenly thunder, his eyes shut tight, face tilted skyward. When the deafening roar of thunder rang out, he felt a surge of excitement, already envisioning the blissful life awaiting him upon his return to the Blue Star. However, after waiting for a considerable time, although the thunder rumbled, no heavenly lightning descended. He remained standing there in a daze, utterly bewildered. Where was the heavenly tribulation? Yi Liangxiao was suddenly struck with a sense of foreboding, hastily opening his eyes, only to find a clear blue sky with no trace of thunderclouds. "What the hell? What is happening? Where is my heavenly tribulation?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scanned the surrounding crowd, seemingly seeking an explanation. The crowd shared his shock, but their astonishment stemmed not from Yi Liangxiao's survival of the heavenly thunder, but from the extraordinary abilities displayed by the 2 true immortals. The purple cloud lightning, capable of annihilating Chengdu, had been effortlessly diverted by their intervention, a truly astounding feat. No one paid heed to Yi Liangxiao's outburst, instead bowing respectfully toward the approaching figures of Yi Guqing and Ling Xiaofeng, exclaiming, "The might of the ancestral master! The might of the Qing-Yun sect's leader!" Among them, including Yi Wuti, all bore expressions of humility. Yi Liangxiao looked up to see 2 elderly men with white hair approaching, their demeanor serene. As they drew closer, an unseen pressure bore down upon him, nearly causing his legs to buckle. How many in this world could claim the status of true immortals? Naturally, they commanded respect and reverence. Yi Liangshao gazed at the two with a childlike innocence, utterly unable to discern their true nature, akin to a novice in a new village. Upon reaching him, Ling Xiaofeng scrutinized him from head to toe and spoke, "You are Yi Liangshao? The one who claims that all the celestial beings and demons of the world are but mere dogs?" Hearing this, Yi Liangshao regarded him with suspicion, about to speak when the soft, dulcet voice of the Azure Dragon echoed in his mind, "Master, this is wonderful. Our thunder calamity has been averted by these two esteemed elders. We need not face death. Aren't you thrilled? You should express your gratitude to them." Initially startled, Yi Liangshao's fury boiled over as he cursed, "Thrilled? What the hell? I wanted to die, not to live. These two old geezers block my heavenly tribulation. I wish to slay them, not thank them." Wait, as Yi Liangshao seethed with rage, he suddenly became aware of a grave issue. The Azure Dragon had mentioned that the coalescing tribulation could only be resisted by true immortal power, yet, the two elders before him had managed to deflect the thunder calamity, which implied something significant. At least one of these two must be a true immortal, or perhaps both. The heavenly thunder had vanished, never to return. Seeking death through the heavenly tribulation seemed no longer an option. However, while the heavens closed one door, they opened a window. These two old fellows are true immortals, seemingly more formidable than the heavenly thunder. To diet their hands would be no different. With this thought, the Crown Prince's expression brightened, the shadows in his heart dissipating, a smile gracing his face. In the next moment, he adopted a frivolous and arrogant demeanor, akin to a rogue. Turning to Ling Xiaofeng, he scoffed, "Indeed, it is I, the Crown Prince. Who is this old rascal? I hear you two have blocked my heavenly tribulation. You seem quite powerful, don't you? Who gave you the audacity to do so? You deserve to die. Come and fight." With that, he charged forward, throwing two punches that landed squarely on the faces of Yi Guqing and Ling Xiaofeng. Chapter 64. A negotiation. The disciples of Qing Yun, witnessing this scene, those present were rendered speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief. How could His Highness the Crown Prince dare to openly assault two esteemed immortals? One of them was the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family, and the other was the renowned master of the Qing Yun sect, known throughout the 9 provinces. How could he possibly have the audacity? Yi Wudi's complexion turned ashen, struggling to comprehend that his rebellious son had the gall to refer to the two true immortals as old rascals, and still dared to strike. Such an act was tantamount to courting disaster. Given Yi Liangshao's current strength, either of the two could effortlessly erase him with but a flick of their fingers, yet, he remained ignorant of this, boldly provoking them? It was as if he had a death wish. "Rebellious spawn, do you not realize that these are the ancestors of the Yi family and the master of Qing Yun? You dare defy them? It appears that I can no longer spare you." Yi Wudi seethed with rage, preparing to intervene and restrain Yi Liangshao. It must be said that Yi Liangshao's brazen attack on the two true immortals had incalculable consequences, already crossing the threshold of Yi Wudi's patience. In that instant, even if he had previously tolerated his son's behavior, he was now resolved to take severe action. However, just as Yi Wudi was about to rush forward to stop him, Yi Qingqing cast a subtle glance, causing him to halt abruptly. Yi Liangshao unleashed two punches, believing himself to be exceedingly unpredictable. Even true immortals would not foresee his success. This, in turn, would incite their wrath and lead to his own demise. Yet, something astonishing occurred. The fists that seemed poised to strike the faces of the two suddenly fell short, as if time itself had reversed, and he inexplicably found himself back in his original position. It was as though he had never left, a remarkable turn of events. Yi Liangshao's mind was reeling, countless questions swirling within. Had he not just charged forward, how could he have returned to his original spot? Was it possible that these two old men possessed the ability to reverse time, returning him to where he had begun? Impossible. The Crown Prince clearly struggled to accept this miraculous phenomenon, bellowing once more as he charged forward. Yet, predictably, just as he was about to strike the two, he was mysteriously transported back to his previous position. What in the world? Am I seeing things? Yi Liangshao's eyes widened in disbelief as he cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, repeatedly attempting to assault the two over the next few minutes, yet he could not even graze the hem of their garments. This left the Crown Prince both astonished and vaguely pleased. He was astonished that these two possessed such formidable powers, able to deflect his attacks with time manipulation, yet he was also pleased, for their immense strength indicated they could easily obliterate him. One was the venerable ancestor of the Yi family, held in high esteem, the other was the master of Qing Yun, dominating the region. Both were formidable figures. To offend them was to court certain death. Yi Qingqing, as the ancestor of the Yi family, would not lightly strike against her descendants. However, those who rebelled and caused chaos might not be afforded the same courtesy. Ling Xiaofeng, as the master, was a practitioner who valued selflessness and the salvation of all beings. He would not unjustly slay the weak, yet the arrogant and reckless were another matter entirely. I must compel these two to take action against me. If I cannot reach them, what of my flying sword? With this thought, Yi Liangshao feigned anger, exclaiming, "You two old turtles dare to toy with the Crown Prince? Behold my divine sword." He summoned his flying sword, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 flying swords hovered in the air, aimed directly at Yi Qingqing and her companion. The two exchanged glances, and Ling Xiaofeng, stroking his long beard, looked up at the multitude of flying swords and remarked, "Well, you certainly have a grand aura, but it remains a futile effort. Old scoundrel, are you not going to make a move? If you do not, I shall teach your descendants a lesson myself." Hearing this, Yi Liangshao's gaze sharpened, thinking, are they finally going to act? It seems I've found the right approach. In his excitement, he cast down the myriad swords. Yi Guqing smiled gently, saying, as a member of the Yi family, how could I allow you to take action against him? With that, a mere wave of his hand reduced the thousands of swords to dust, scattering like ashes. One technique dispelled a myriad of swords. This extraordinary power left the entire court of Dazheng once again astonished. Strangely, even as the myriad swords were shattered, Yi Lianxiao appeared to be still exerting control over them. Ling Xiaofeng frowned at this, about to speak when, unexpectedly, he turned and raised a hand, conjuring 3 golden lotus flowers to deflect an attack from a remnant sword, the very sword that had been shattered by heavenly lightning. Simultaneously, the fragments of the sword began to rise slowly, swiftly reforming into a complete blade, as if it had never been broken, its sword energy even more formidable than before. Ling Xiaofeng was taken aback, realizing that the sword had forged a bond with this young man's spirit. After being tempered by the heavenly lightning, it had autonomously broken free from its seal. He then withdrew the 3 golden lotuses, deftly drawing the sword into his grasp, pondering deeply. Yi Guqing noticed this development, casting a glance at Yi Lianxiao before binding him with his overwhelming spiritual energy. He then turned to Ling Xiaofeng, stating, "The seal of the extermination sword has been broken. There may be disturbances in that realm. We should find a place to discuss this." Ling Xiaofeng nodded, summoning a celestial vessel from the clouds, soaring upwards. Yi Guqing's gaze swept over Yi Wudi and Li Tian, his tone grave as he commanded, "You two must come along." With that, they ascended aboard Ling Xiaofeng's celestial vessel. The Qingyun sect's vessel was immense, resembling a palace floating in the sky. On the deck, as Yi Wudi and Li Tian arrived, Yi Qingcheng pushed the restrained Yi Lianxiao forward, instructing, "Keep a close watch on him, do not let him cause any trouble." "Surely, you can see that he is seeking death?" Yi Wudi pulled his son close, bowing slightly, "Understood." Yi Qingcheng then turned to Li Tian with a smile, saying, "Little Fire Phoenix, please wait here for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Ling Xiaofeng." Li Tian did not refuse, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Upon entering the interior of the celestial vessel, Ling Xiaofeng was seen holding the extermination sword, gently caressing its razor-sharp blade with a grave expression. "What is this?" "The extermination sword remained in the possession of your Qingyun sect for thousands of years before falling into the hands of my Yi family. After you entered the inner sect of Qingyun, you guarded the sword for 800 years. Have you not yet had your fill?" Yi Qingcheng stepped forward, chuckling, "But now, the extermination sword is no longer yours." She swiftly seized the sword from Ling Xiaofeng's grasp. He did not resist, instead taking a seat at a low table before him, remaining unruffled. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Old scoundrel, what do you mean by that? During our wager, Qingyun merely lent the extermination sword to your Yi family. When did it become your property?" Yi Qingcheng took a seat beside him, placing the extermination sword aside as she replied with a smile, "Since you have referred to it as a wager, there must be a victor and a vanquished. The agreement stipulated that the extermination sword would be lent to my Yi family for 1,000 years, as the term has not yet expired. How can it not be considered the property of my Yi family?" Ling Xiaofeng snorted, "The term has not expired, but it is not far off." "Enough idle chatter. How do you plan to resolve this situation? Your true form perished 500 years ago on the Tai Chi Sect's Qinglian platform, and now, you are but a mere nascent soul avatar. If you recklessly employ the power of true immortals, your days are surely numbered. How do you intend to preserve the Yi family's legacy?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened, and she sighed, "I have my own methods to safeguard the Yi family's foundation. There is no need for your Qingyun sect to intervene. Oh, having known you for over 1,000 years, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? With the power of the mountain and river map, it should be no challenge to protect the Yi family for another 1,000 years. However, this Yi Lianxiao dares to challenge the sword and the world, thus disrupting your plans, does it not?" She chuckled, "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, old scoundrel, let us discuss it. Aside from the Dazheng Yi family, I also wish to protect this rebellious child. Let us hear your conditions. If you wish to protect him, then you must find a way on your own." "What do you mean by asking me for conditions?" Ling Xiaofeng replied with a smile, feigning ignorance. Yi Guqing shot him a glare, stating plainly, "Do not play coy with me. If Yi Lianxiao were to join your Qingyun sect, what conditions would you impose? Speak plainly." Chapter 65 Appear. Upon hearing Yi Guqing express his intention to protect a certain individual and facilitate his admission into the Qingyun sect, Ling Xiaofeng, seemingly anticipating this, cast a glance at Yi Guqing and replied with a nonchalant smile, "Old scoundrel, your appearance is nothing remarkable, yet your aspirations are rather lofty. Had you harbored such intentions a few days ago, I might have granted your request out of respect for our past camaraderie. However, now the entire Xingdu knows that Yi Lianxiao is about to become the target of universal scorn. Although Yi Wudi has imposed a ban spanning 3,000 miles to suppress any news regarding his quest for the sword of the world, it is evident to all that a fire cannot be concealed under paper. This matter will not conclude amicably. To have him join my Qingyun sect would merely divert the impending calamity. Do you take me for a fool, or do you suppose that the Qingyun sect is merely your shield? Yi Lianxiao has brazenly declared that all celestial beings and demons are worthless. It is only a matter of time before this news leaks. Cultivators from all corners of the world have gathered in Xingdu, and it is manifestly unstoppable. If he were to become a disciple of Qingyun, it would equate to transferring this troublesome burden onto the sect. If Ling Xiaofeng were not a fool, he would certainly not easily accept Yi Lianxiao, even though the latter possesses commendable talents and has garnered the endorsement of the Sword of Extermination's Azure Dragon. Yi Guqing appeared to anticipate Ling Xiaofeng's refusal, maintaining a calm demeanor and chuckling lightly. The two had evidently known each other for many years, each understanding the other's background. As ancient beings who had lived for millennia, they saw no need to feign politeness or engage in a charade of rejection and pleading. In front of the discerning, everything was laid bare in terms of mutual benefit. Although Ling Xiaofeng declined, his tone was not overly harsh, implying that he was awaiting Yi Guqing's offer. If the terms were favorable, he might be willing to negotiate. Old man, cease your pretentiousness in front of me. As the foremost sect in the eastern continent, the Qingyun sect is certainly not one to shy away from trouble. Moreover, you pride yourselves on being a righteous sect, tasked with exorcising demons and safeguarding the path. With the gathering of all demons around Yi Liangshao, would this not align perfectly with your ambitions? You could seize the opportunity to vanquish evil and proclaim your supreme principles. Speak up, if you wish to accept Yi Liangshao. What conditions do you seek? Aside from the town river map, I can offer you anything. Yi Guqing spoke earnestly, laying out his terms. Remarkably, his conditions encompassed everything save for the town river map. This indicated that the notorious sword immortal was determined to safeguard Yi Liangshao's safety. Yet, despite their brief acquaintance, what compelled him to offer such a price? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaofeng's eyes flickered, and he abandoned any pretense, stating directly, "You know precisely what I desire. First and foremost, it is the sword of extermination." As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the treasured sword leaning beside Yi Guqing. Very well. The sword of extermination was borrowed from your Qingyun sect in the first place. Returning it to you now is merely a matter of settling a debt. Yi Guqing replied readily. However, he did not believe that Ling Xiaofeng's demands ended there. True to his expectations, upon hearing Yi Guqing's agreeable response, Ling Xiaofeng grinned and immediately proposed a second condition. Furthermore, I require the Heavenly Gang seal from Yi Wudi. The Dragon Cave's secret realm must remain permanently accessible to my Qingyun disciples, and you must not impede this. The Desheng court shall henceforth recognize my Qingyun as the legitimate sect, with my Qingyun at the forefront, severing all ties with the Shizhou Xianzheng Palace and the Nanzhou Taiji Temple. Yi Liangshao must present the Azure Dragon as a token of his apprenticeship to Qingyun. Additionally, he must dissolve his symbiotic pact with Li Yunxiang of the Phoenix clan. How does that sound? Ling Xiaofeng enumerated a multitude of conditions, each seemingly targeting the very essence of Desheng, akin to a lion's audacious demands. The Heavenly Gang Seal, a semi-divine artifact, possesses the ability to exorcise malevolent forces. Although Yi Guqing dismissed it as unworthy, given the current political climate of Desheng, this seal was invaluable to Yi Wudi, irreplaceable. With the 5 dragons having perished beneath the heavenly thunder, the court of Desheng had lost a substantial pillar of support. Should Yi Wudi surrender the Heavenly Gang Seal at this juncture, it would effectively further diminish the Yi family's capacity for self-preservation. Ling Xiaofeng's intentions were transparent. He aimed to weaken Desheng to the point of complete subservience to the Qingyun sect. Following the eradication of the various Hua sects, only 3 major sects remained in the continent of Jiuzhou, all claiming to be the legitimate Taoist sects. Qingyun, Xianzhang, and Taiji. These 3 sects had been embroiled in both overt and covert struggles for the position of Taoist supremacy for years, maintaining a delicate balance where none could dominate the others. However, since the sword of extermination fell into the hands of the Yi family, Qingyun sect had begun to exhibit signs of decline, while the other 2 sects had extended their influence into Qingyun's heartland. Desheng and Zhou, hailed as the 2 mightiest empires of the eastern continent, wield considerable influence. For Desheng to become wholly reliant on the Qingyun sect would signify a consolidation of their power, marking the commencement of Qingyun's counteroffensive against the other 2 sections. The Azure Dragon, an ancient auspicious beast, if secured by the Qingyun sect as their guardian deity, would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Furthermore, should the young Azure Dragon mature and develop its inverse scales, it could ascend as the Emperor of Dragons, positioning the Qingyun sect as the next Dragon Cave, commanding the allegiance of all dragonkind. As for why Yi Liangshao and Yunxiang should dissolve their symbiotic pact, Yi Guqing could easily surmise Ling Xiaofeng's strategy. With the Azure Dragon's endorsement of Yi Liangshao, one could confidently predict a future of From Qingyun sect's perspective, it was unacceptable to allow a being of such formidable prowess to exist within their territory. While outsiders might be oblivious to the intricacies of dissolving a symbiotic pact, Ling Xiaofeng, as the head of Qingyun, possessed some knowledge. The dissolution of the pact would inevitably damage Yi Liangxiao's spiritual roots, reducing him to an ordinary mortal, unable to stir up any further turbulence. This would effectively eliminate a potential threat to Qingyun's supremacy in the eastern continent. There was no denying that Ling Xiaofeng's demands were strategically crafted to suppress both Desheng and Yi Guqing. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing fell into a moment of contemplation. Ling Xiaofeng had anticipated his refusal and was prepared for a bargaining process. However, after a brief pause, Yi Guqing surprisingly nodded and stated, "I can generally acquiesce to these conditions, though some adjustments are necessary." Ling Xiaofeng, taken aback, inquired, "You agree, what adjustments do you propose?" Yi Guqing replied, "The Heavenly Gang Seal is yours, but it shall be on loan. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions for this semi-divine artifact. It must be returned to Yi Wudi after 1 year. Secondly, as long as I am alive, the Dragon Cave secret realm shall be accessible to your Qingyun disciples. Should I pass, you may vacate. Thirdly, the current emperor of Desheng is Yi Wudi. Whether or not he acknowledges you as the legitimate Taoist sect is contingent upon his word, but I suspect he will acquiesce. Fourthly, you may dissolve the symbiotic pact, provided you possess the capability, and Yi Liangshao consents. Fifthly, there is no need for further elaboration. Yi Liangshao within your Qingyun sect means the Azure Dragon effectively belongs to you, contingent upon your ability to secure it." Ling Xiaofeng, astonished, found it hard to believe. Although Yi Guqing had proposed adjustments to these conditions, the extent of those adjustments was tantamount to none at all. What was he scheming? According to Ling Xiaofeng's understanding of Yi Guqing, this old fellow should not be so agreeable. Thus, he immediately grew suspicious and remarked, "You are so agreeable? Could there be some hidden scheme at play?" Yi Guqing laughed heartily. "You are overthinking it. Did I not already state that aside from the town river map, I can accede to anything you desire?" However, your conditions are a bit excessive. I wish to add one stipulation. Ling Xiaofeng snorted, alert, humph, I knew you couldn't be so simple. What is your demand, speak. Yi Guqing's expression brightened, and with a cheerful demeanor, he declared, I want Yi Liangxiao to apprentice under that individual residing in the Qingyun Fallen Immortal Cave. What? That is impossible. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaofeng, caught off guard, exclaimed if that young brat were to take that person as his master, would that not place him on equal footing with me? Moreover, Yi Guqing, are you attempting to take advantage of me through underhanded means? Chapter 66 Ascending to the Azure Skies, Yi Guqing, noticing the barely concealed anger on his opponent's face, refused to back down and shouted, Old curmudgeon, why do you raise your voice? It seems you are unwilling to comply. Very well, let us part ways. Yi Liangxiao has options beyond you. Qingyun, my arrival in Taoist robes signifies something you should comprehend. If you refuse the same terms, both Xianqing Palace and Taiji Temple would welcome me with open arms. I intended to extend a favor to you, yet it appears you do not recognize goodwill. Humph. He spoke with indignation, his demeanor exuding confidence. With that, he turned to leave. Stop. Ling Xiaofeng's brows furrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his features as he declared, Old thief, should you dare to ally with another sect, you will bear the consequences. Do not be ungrateful, remember, you are but a remnant of a Yuanying avatar. If I wish to keep you, it is not beyond my power. Yi Guqing halted, turning his head coldly, then why not give it a try? Can you truly bear the repercussions of detaining me? Ling Xiaofeng's expression darkened, apprehension creeping into his eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he replied, Very well, since it is a matter of courtesy, I shall grant you this favor. Yi Liangxiao may join my ranks, how does that sound? Yet Yi Guqing stood firm, have I not made myself clear? Had you not imposed so many conditions, I might have considered joining you. But now, it must be that person from the fallen immortal cave. I am a dead man, I am capable of anything, think carefully about your decision. With those words, he swiftly exited the inner chamber of the celestial vessel, ignoring Ling Xiaofeng entirely. On the deck of the celestial ship, Yi Guqing manifested his presence, his expression grave as he addressed Yi Wuti and the others. My discussion with that old curmudgeon did not go well. We shall speak further upon our return. With that, he stamped his foot, shattering the ship's bow, and led the others back to the grand city of Dashang. This left Ling Xiaofeng, who followed closely behind, seething with anger yet displaying a considerable degree of caution, unwilling to retaliate. Yi Guqing summoned the others to the celestial vessel, likely intending to brief them in front of Ling Xiaofeng. Little did he know, Ling Xiaofeng's ambitions were substantial, resulting in a delicate stalemate in negotiations. Within the palace, in the military strategy pavilion, the attendants had been dismissed. Yi Guqing raised a hand to establish a barrier, isolating Yunshan and Yi Liangxiao before solemnly addressing the two emperors. Let us dispense with idle chatter. The matters I am about to discuss require your utmost attention. After a faint smile, he turned to Li Tian, continuing, Little Fire Phoenix, during your birth, I passed through your Zhou dynasty's divine capital and even had an audience with your mother, the Empress. A millennium has passed, and it is truly regrettable that your mother has fallen from grace. Let us speak plainly, our two nations have been allies for generations, and we must share both honor and disgrace. Your intent in seeking a marriage alliance is glaringly obvious. You wish to obtain that item from the Dragon Cave to fend off the impending tribulation, am I correct? Li Tian's eyes flickered, aware that she could not conceal the truth from Yi Guqing, and thus nodded in affirmation. Yi Guqing responded, Very well, I can assist you in acquiring that item and permit you to endure your semi-divine tribulation within Qingdu. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you saying that you will allow me to attract the tribulation in Qingdu, and you would use the mountain river map to shield me from it? Indeed. Why? Because I hope that in the future, you will stand with Dashang. Should the Songyue Three Kingdoms invade, your Zhou dynasty must spare no effort in providing aid. Agree to this condition, and I shall assist you in ascending to semi-divinity, and offer you the reverse feather of the Fire Phoenix from within the Dragon Cave as a reward. Li Tian was astonished, struggling to comprehend why Yi Guqing would extend such generous terms to her, momentarily rendered speechless. For the Dragon Clan, cultivating a reverse scale could elevate one to the status of an Emperor Dragon, commanding countless dragons. Just as dragons possess reverse scales, so too do Fire Phoenixes possess reverse feathers. The entirety of the Fire Phoenix lineage perished in the cataclysmic war of yore, yet the reverse feather of the Phoenix clan sovereign was lost on the ancient battlefield and, through many turns, is now sealed in the depths of the Dragon Cave. As a descendant of the Fire Phoenix, Li Tian had yearned for centuries to enter the Dragon Cave and reclaim the reverse feather. Now, Yi Guqing was offering it freely, leaving her in disbelief. What is this? You are not still contemplating, are you? Seeing her silence, Yi Guqing continued, To speak candidly, without the reverse feather and my assistance, you would undoubtedly perish during the heavenly tribulation. Your Zhou dynasty has no heir apparent. Should you fall, the Zhou lineage will collapse. Furthermore, allow me to share another secret. Yi Wuti, in his tribulation, utilized the spiritual veins of two great formations, which has caused the seal of the Dragon Lord Aotsong to weaken. Should that great serpent escape, its first destination will undoubtedly be your Zhou dynasty's divine capital. Of this, you cannot be unaware of, can you? The mere mention of the name Aotsong caused Li Tian's complexion to drain of color, revealing her palpable trepidation. It was apparent that she harbored an inherent fear of him. This was also the reason she had quietly departed after assisting Yi Liangxiao in slaying the colossal dragon during the clan competition. She feared retribution from Aotsang. After a brief pause, Li Tian composed herself and spoke, I understand, the Dragon Cave's secret realm seals the reverse feather, while my Zhou dynasty's Phoenix Nest secret realm seals the reverse scale of the previous Emperor Dragon. Should Aotsang emerge, he will undoubtedly seek to reclaim the reverse scale immediately. Yi Guqing replied, now that you are aware, what is there to hesitate about? Should Aotsang acquire the reverse scale, not only would my Yi family be in peril, but your Zhou dynasty's Li family would also be unable to escape unscathed. For the safety of both nations, you must lend your full support to Yi Wudi in defending the realm. I will personally guard the Dragon Abyss seal and will not be able to protect Daxing's safety thereafter. Your assistance is imperative. Li Tian pondered for a long while, ultimately stealing her resolve and responding, very well, Senior Yi is a true immortal, I naturally trust you that if you can assist me in overcoming the heavenly tribulation and return the Fire Phoenix reverse feather, I am willing to establish a blood pact, uniting our fates with Dashing henceforth. Yi Guqing chuckled, a wise choice. What I promise, I shall fulfill. After expressing her gratitude with a bow, Li Tian shifted the conversation, however, our troubles seem to extend beyond the Dragon Lord Aotsang and the Tsan 3 kingdoms. She turned to glance at Yi Liangxiao, who was bound tightly, a knowing expression in her eyes. Yi Guqing waved his sleeve, are you referring to this unworthy scion's quest for the sword against the world? Li Tian nodded. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. I have already made arrangements, Yi Guqing stated, turning to Yi Wudi, little Wudi, henceforth, you shall issue an edict to strip Yi Liangxiao of his royal status and expel him from Xingdu. From this point forward, he shall fend for himself, with no ties to Dashing. You understand? Yi Wudi was taken aback, his expression drastically shifting, clearly unprepared for Yi Guqing's declaration. To Yi Wudi, stripping Yi Liangxiao of his royal status was akin to condemning him to death. As a father, he could not bear to abandon his son. Ancestor, this matter, before Yi Wudi could voice his concerns, Yi Guqing interrupted, there is no need for further discussion. I know what I am doing, this is not a death sentence for him, only by leaving the capital can the court shift its troubles. Yi Wudi queried, but where can he go? To ascend to the azure skies. Yi Guqing stroked his beard, from my understanding of Ling Xiaofeng, he will undoubtedly accept my conditions. Ha. Chapter 67:8,000 miles westward, ascending to the azure cloud, Yi Wudi's brow furrowed deeper as he suddenly realized, so, the ancestor intends for Shower to join the azure cloud sect after clandestine discussions with its leader? But how simple is this matter, that rebellious child has boldly declared his intent to challenge the myriad immortals of the world. If he were to go to azure cloud, would trouble not accompany him? The leader of azure cloud is no ordinary person and would surely not accept Shower easily. Even if the ancestor possesses a method, the cost would undoubtedly be considerable. Yi Guqing snorted, did I not mention that there are arrangements in place for this? You need not concern yourself, just follow my instructions. Yi Wudi lowered his head and replied, yes, but what conditions has the ancestor proposed to the Azure Cloud sect? Yi Guqing opened his palm to him with a smile, present your heavenly gang seal. Understood. Yi Wudi, without inquiring further, promptly complied and summoned the heavenly gang seal to hand it over to Yi Guqing, then speculated, is the ancestor using the heavenly gang seal as a bargaining chip? However, the heavenly gang seal is merely a minor semi-divine artifact, it surely holds little value to a prestigious sect like Azure Cloud. Why, then, is it being used in this manner? Yi Guqing chuckled lightly, though Azure Cloud may not covet semi-divine artifacts, the heavenly gang possesses remarkable efficacy in purging evil and cleansing. Such efficacy may not be necessary for Ling Xiaofeng himself, yet a certain ancient being would find it highly desirable. For now, this seal shall be entrusted to Azure Cloud. After 1 year, you may reclaim it. Furthermore, while stripping Yi Liangxiao of his identity, you shall issue a decree proclaiming the Azure Cloud sect as the legitimate Taoist sect of the Great Shang. From this point forward, only the Azure Cloud sect may disseminate teachings within the territory of Great Shang, while all other sects shall be deemed heretical. This includes the Shenqing Palace and Taiji Temple, without exception. Do you understand? Yi Wudi respectfully responded, the junior shall dutifully obey the ancestors' directives. Yi Guqing nodded and turned to face Yi Liangxiao, just as he was about to release his bindings. Suddenly, he felt the surge of the spiritual barrier he had established, as if someone was forcefully attempting to breach it. In the next moment, Ling Xiaofeng appeared uninvited, his expression somber, and with a tone laced with disdain, he disregarded the two emperors and addressed Yi Guqing, old rogue, I can agree to your request. However, whether Yi Liangxiao is accepted under that person's tutelage is not solely my decision. I can facilitate an introduction, but success or failure depends on him. Upon hearing this, the two emperors were once again taken aback. Just as Yi Guqing had anticipated, Ling Xiaofeng actually agreed to accept Yi Liangxiao, yet, was it truly merely in exchange for the heavenly gang seal and the establishment of Azure Cloud's orthodox status? Yi Guqing, seeing Ling Xiaofeng's unsolicited arrival, was not at all surprised, but firmly refused, that will not suffice, you must guarantee that person will accept Yi Liangxiao, otherwise, we shall not discuss it further. Ling Xiaofeng erupted in fury, disregarding his image as he shouted, Yi Guqing, that person is one whom even I must bow to. His temperament is erratic and unpredictable, how can I assure you of anything? Facilitating an introduction for Yi Liangxiao is already my utmost concession. Do not push your luck. Yi Guqing's brow furrowed, as he understood that Ling Xiaofeng was not speaking lightly. The individual in the fallen immortal cave would indeed not easily take on disciples, strictly speaking, for millennia, no one had met his criteria. An introduction might be Ling Xiaofeng's greatest concession. As Yi Liangxiao needed only to join the Azure Cloud sect to fulfill Yi Guqing's objective, he decided to relent, saying, very well, you must facilitate 3 introductions, whether he is accepted will depend on Yi Liangxiao's fortune. Is that agreeable? Ling Xiaofeng was enraged. You expect me to introduce Yi Liangxiao to that person once? I have already taken a substantial risk. Now you demand 3 consecutive introductions? Are you intentionally provoking me? If that person becomes enraged, it could lead to a change in leadership at Azure Cloud. It was at this moment that Ji Guqing became incensed. What did you say? The distance from Xingdu to the Azure Cloud sect is 8,000 miles. You forbid him from using a sword or a teleportation array, and you expect him to walk there? Ling Xiaofeng's expression was one of triumph, indeed. As the sect leader, my word is law. Do you dare to oppose it? If not, let this child remain in Xingdu. With that, Ling Xiaofeng, brimming with self-satisfaction, took the heavenly gang seal and turned to leave, ignoring Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing gritted his teeth in anger just as Ling Xiaofeng departed. Yi Wudi expressed his concern. Ancestor, we must not allow Shower to travel alone to Azure Cloud Mountain. Although I have imposed a 3,000-mile restriction, ostensibly to seal off information, some major cultivators are already aware of Shower's defiance against the immortals. This journey westward for 8,000 miles is a perilous path. His words were not mere alarmism. Yi Liangxiao's audacity to challenge the world signified that he was about to face assassination and challenges from countless cultivators. This journey to Azure Cloud Mountain would strip him of his status as the Crown Prince of Great Shang, leaving him only as a disciple of Azure Cloud, yet with insufficient strength to protect himself. Various immortals would undoubtedly obstruct and attack him along the way. Without formidable support, his chances of survival were slim. Originally, direct teleportation through the array could have alleviated this predicament, yet Ling Xiaofeng appeared intent on creating substantial obstacles. However, would Ji Guqing fail to anticipate this issue? After a moment of contemplation, he remained unperturbed and stated, "Do not fret, I had already foreseen Ling Xiaofeng's stratagem, simply send additional guards to protect him discreetly. I once used the Xuanwu disc in the Taiji Temple to observe the fortunes of Great Shang. Although there are dangers, opportunities also abound. If Yi Liangxiao is indeed the chosen one, he shall not perish on the road to Azure Cloud. There is no need for excessive worry." Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi's expression improved slightly. Yi Guqing then turned to Li Tian, smiling gently. "Very well, this matter is settled, little Fire Phoenix, you shall take Yunchang back to the capital. In half a month, send her to Azure Cloud Mountain to apprentice under Ling Xiaofeng." Li Tian was taken aback. "Do you mean that Shonger will also go to Azure Cloud and become a disciple of the sect leader?" "Indeed. With Yunchang's aptitude, that old rogue would covet her. Moreover, for certain reasons, even if Yunchang does not go to Azure Cloud, they will come to seek her out," Yi Guqing explained. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tian nodded in agreement. Once Yi Guqing lifted the restrictions on the two, Li Tian wasted no time and swiftly took Yunchang away. As Yunchang was led away, Yi Liangxiao hesitated momentarily before noticing Yi Guqing gazing at him with a smile. Instantly, he shivered, a sense of dread washing over him as he thought, "Goodness, this old fellow is unfathomable. What has he been discussing with Yi Wudi for so long? He wouldn't be concocting some scheme against me, would he? Could he have gleaned my weaknesses from Yi Wudi, realizing that I fear not death but rather confinement? Is he planning to make me wish for death but be unable to attain it? After all, I have acted rebelliously in the past. As the ancestor of the Yi family, he must hold resentment against me." With this thought, a chill ran down Yi Liangxiao's spine. "No. I must provoke this old man thoroughly, compelling him to strike me down." Thus, as soon as the restraints were lifted, the Crown Prince unleashed a roar. "Old coot, you think you're so impressive, huh? If you have the guts, let go of this prince, and let's settle this with a duel. I promise not to knock out your front teeth." Chapter 68 Deposition. Senior sister of the Hawan sect Yi Guqing, as the esteemed ancestor of the Yi clan, commanded such respect that even the imperial family would refer to themselves as mere children in his presence. The Emperor Yi Wudi, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, bowed before him in reverence, yet, Yi Liangxiao had the audacity to address him as old scruff. Such utter disregard for hierarchy and respect for elders was nothing short of an affront to propriety. In the realm of cultivators, lifespans stretch far beyond those of ordinary mortals. Some extraordinary beings may live for millennia. Yi Guqing is a prime example of this longevity. During their extensive years of cultivation, these formidable figures seldom allow themselves to exhibit vulnerabilities, such as establishing families or raising offspring. Yi Wudi, reigning under the era name of Tianwu, had held the throne for 835 years, and his true age exceeded this figure. At the onset of his reign, Yi Wudi had focused on enhancing his cultivation and consolidating the foundation of the Great Shang dynasty, which led to the delay in producing heirs, as he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. It was only after he reached the pinnacle of the Yuan stage and sensed the impending tribulations that he began to consider begetting successors. Previously, he had lacked confidence in overcoming his tribulations, hence leaving a successor was a contingency plan. Consequently, among the 13 princes in the palace, the eldest was scarcely past his 30th year, yet they appeared even younger. In the presence of a figure whom even Yi Wudi regarded as an ancestor, Yi Liangxiao felt even smaller. Such blatant insolence would surely not be overlooked by the elder. The possibility of the elder enacting righteous punishment or purging the family could not be ruled out. Yi Liangxiao aimed to provoke Yi Guqing, hoping to incite the elder's wrath against him. "I have already insulted the ancestor. Surely he will not allow me to live," he thought with a malicious glee, believing that a mere display of temper would seal his fate. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi Guqing remained remarkably composed, displaying neither anger nor hostility. Instead, he regarded Yi Liangxiao with a hint of admiration and remarked, "Ah, you possess quite a bold spirit and commendable talent, though you still lack refinement, young one. You first recklessly charged towards the thunder tribulation and then suddenly attacked me and Ling Xiaofeng. Your desire for death is glaringly obvious. You think no one can see through your intentions. If I truly wished to end your life, you would have long since perished and not made it to this moment. Provoking me with such foolishness is not advisable. At the very least, do not feign bravado in my presence, understood? The implication of his words was clear. No matter how much Yi Liangshao attempted to provoke him, he would not take his life, so he should save his energy. Yi Liangshao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing with shame. This old man has seen through my thoughts. He does not wish to kill me. Does he truly intend to seal me instead? Upon this realization, Yi Liangshao gasped. The most effective method to deal with someone unafraid of death was to make their existence a living hell. What do you intend? A man may be killed, but his honor cannot be tarnished. Who resorts to sealing, who is but a mere dog? The crown prince was drenched in cold sweat, trembling with fear. To be sealed away was akin to a fate worse than death. Yi Guqing chuckled heartily but did not respond immediately. Yi Wudi seized the moment and declared, "What now? Humph, you have defied authority and shown disrespect to the ancestor. You are unworthy of being the heir, let alone a member of the Yi clan. Henceforth, I shall remove you from the family tree. Your life and death shall no longer concern the Great Shang. You are forbidden from considering yourself a citizen of the Great Shang, and you may not linger in Chengdu for even a moment. Otherwise, I shall imprison you eternally in the Dragon Cave. Do you understand? By the way, do you not wish for death? Then go to Qingyun sect. You have just offended their leader, and they should be more than willing to kill you. Depart, do not force me to seal you personally." Yi Liangshao was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Yi Wudi would so suddenly turn against him, not only deposing him but also prohibiting him from remaining in Chengdu. His mind struggled to keep up. "Wait, father, do you mean?" he began to ask, but was interrupted. "Indeed, I wish to sever all ties with you, you ungrateful wretch. You are no longer a citizen of the Great Shang. If you wish to die, go to Qingyun Mountain. The 30,000 disciples of Qingyun sect would surely be delighted to slay you." Yi Wudi asserted with unwavering resolve. His demeanor was stern and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Upon confirmation, Yi Liangshao felt a sudden surge of joy, raising an eyebrow in delight. "What, did I hear correctly? Yi Wudi intends to sever ties with me? This is splendid. Without the status of crown prince, does that mean anyone on the streets could dare to kill me? Could it be that I can return home at last? This is an opportunity one have longed for?" The crown prince's heart brimmed with excitement, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. He immediately exclaimed, "Then let me go. What are you waiting for?" Yi Guqing, fully aware of Yi Wudi's intentions, knew he was merely orchestrating a scenario to encourage Yi Liangshao to leave Chengdu willingly and venture towards Qingyun Mountain. Upon hearing Yi Liangxiao's words, he promptly raised his hand and removed the restraints binding him. Once liberated, Yi Liangxiao felt an exhilarating rush of freedom. However, he turned back, still harboring doubts, and asked, "You are not deceiving me, right? I can truly leave on my own, and my life and death will be my own responsibility, without any obstruction from you?" Yi Wudi cast a glance at him, feeling an intense reluctance within, yet his face remained resolute as he bellowed, "Get lost! I never wish to see you again, or do you prefer to remain here and be sealed?" His voice was thunderous, startling Yi Liangxiao. "All right, do not be angry, I shall leave at once," he declared, darting away. However, for reasons unknown, just as he was about to cross the threshold of the Tianji pavilion, Yi Liangxiao halted, his expression turning solemn. That he turned back and said, "After all, we are father and son. You raised me, and I ought to accompany you until your old age. Alas, it seems fate has deemed otherwise. Let us consider this a parting of ways, but you deserve my reverence." Yi Liangxiao bows to you. After this bow, there may be a chasm between life and death. Father, take care. He composed himself, shedding his previous frivolity, and performed a formal family bow, kneeling before Yi Wudi and Yi Qingcheng, offering 3 respectful bows in succession. "Ancestor, father, your son takes his leave." As the final words echoed, Yi Liangxiao's figure vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once Yi Liangxiao departed, he no longer needed to maintain a facade of indifference. His face now bore the weight of longing as he whispered, "Shower." Yi Guqing patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry. If you wish for him to survive, you must allow him to leave." From his final bow, it is evident he is not an irreverent person. Once he relinquishes his desire for death, he will surely return. Yi Wudi clasped his hands and replied solemnly, "Indeed, the Eastern Palace." After Yi Liangxiao joyfully returned, he realized he was still clad in women's attire and hurriedly dashed into his chamber to search for clothes. Previously, he had been struck by heavenly lightning, destroying the bag he had carried, and he needed to return briefly. According to Yi Wudi's decree, he was not permitted to seek death in Chengdu, so he needed to tidy up before departing the city. 2 maidservants, noticing his return, hurriedly followed him. However, he blocked their path at the door and said, "Listen up, you 2 young ladies, I have splendid news. The emperor has deposed me. From this moment forth, I am no longer the crown prince, nor even a citizen of the Great Shang. Before the edict is issued, and while no one is aware, if there are any valuable items in the Eastern Palace, take what you can and let us part ways. You 2 are quite lovely, find good husbands and marry. Take care." With that, he slammed the door shut. The 2 maidservants were left in shock, exclaiming, "What, your highness, has your hysteria returned? How could this be possible?" Yi Liangxiao's voice drifted from within, "It is indeed true. Just wait and see." More than half an hour later, as Yi Liangxiao finished bathing and changing, the news of the emperor's deposition of the crown prince spread throughout the city. In a hurry to send Yi Liangxiao away, Yi Wudi dispatched the grand minister and 4 sword-bearers specifically to convey the decree. "Yi Liangxiao, you are no longer one of the Great Shang. The emperor commands that whether you live or die, you shall not do so within the borders of the Great Shang. Depart quickly." Yi Liangshao nodded, accepting the edict, and then turned to the two maidservants with a smile. See, the decree has arrived, right? Do you still think I am delusional? This left the two maidservants utterly astonished. Subsequently, Yi Liangshao, accompanied by the Grand Minister, the four sword-bearers, and the gazes of numerous citizens, slowly made his way toward the eastern city gate. Just as he stepped beyond the city gate, he turned back to gaze at the towering walls and proclaimed loudly, Yi Liangshao is no longer a citizen of the Shang dynasty, yet in my eyes, all gods and demons are but mere dogs. Whoever dares to defy me, come forth, this has nothing to do with the great Shang court. With those words, he strode westward, disappearing into the distance. 3 days later, at a village nestled at the foot of a mountain, 300 miles east of Chengdu, within a humble dwelling. On the bed, the curtains were partially drawn out. A provocatively dressed woman lay on her side, alluringly enticing, igniting the blood of those who beheld her. Before the bed, a dozen men, dressed as villagers, sprawled across the floor, emitting sounds of lustful ecstasy, some licking the pillars fervently, others moaning on the ground in delirium, lost in an otherworldly trance. These men appeared entranced, completely oblivious to their actions, perhaps believing they were indulging in carnal pleasures with celestial beings. Meanwhile, the essence of life was being siphoned from them by the woman on the bed. In no time, a dozen men had been reduced to lifeless husks. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, reporting to the senior sister, news from Chengdu has arrived. The woman licked her crimson lips and replied, speak. The Emperor Yi Wudi has successfully transcended his tribulations and ascended to the realm of semi-immortality. The long-banished slaughter sword immortal Yi Gucheng has re-emerged, displaying his divine might across the mountains and rivers. What? Yi Wudi has become a semi-immortal, and the slaughter sword immortal has returned. How shall we proceed to Chengdu now? It seems this Shao has attracted the ancestors' attention personally. Reporting to the senior sister, that may not necessarily be the case. Yi Wudi has issued an imperial decree severing ties with Yi Liangshao. He likely does not wish to oppose the celestial beings of the world, and now Yi Liangshao has left the city. Oh, where has this child gone? To the west. Then let us set forth immediately. I am eager to meet this audacious young man. She exclaimed with a mischievous giggle. Chapter 69. Entering the wolf's den, in the city of Chengdu, at the eastern gate, Yi Liangshao had scarcely headed west when two young maidservants, laden with numerous bags, appeared outside the city gate. Dressed in the guise of ordinary attendants, the two seemed entirely harmless, resembling common handmaidens devoid of any martial prowess. However, the figure in the azure robe gazed toward the direction of Yi Liangshao's disappearance, her pupils suddenly transforming to a bronze hue, as if capable of perceiving great distances. She murmured, Einer, the young master has already ventured far, we should hasten to follow. With that, she reached out to grasp Einer's hand. Einer shook her head, saying, what is the rush? He won't lose a piece of flesh over it. How can you say that? Can't you see he is seeking his own demise? I assure you, even if he merely encounters common bandits along the way, he will contrive a way to have them kill him. And so what of it? He can't truly die. What do you mean by that? It is said that foxes are clever, yet I find you quite foolish. Einer shot her a glance, discreetly gesturing toward the three sides of the city gate, and replied, look. Qingshan scanned the area, only to see that the southeast and northern sides of the city gate were lined with fully armed city guards, prepared for any eventuality. What do you wish for me to glean from these soldiers? Qingshan remarked, seemingly oblivious to any subterfuge. Einer exhibited a hint of disappointment, letting out a sigh. How can a fox clan produce someone as dull as you? Can't you see? The three sides are surrounded by the imperial guards, which signifies that someone does not wish for the young master to depart Chengdu in that direction. He can only proceed westward. Qingshan remained in a state of confusion, responding, oh, and what of that? What does it indicate? It indicates that the route of the young master's exit from the city has been meticulously orchestrated. The west is either a path to salvation or a path to death. The west is a dead end, then we must hasten to follow. If anything were to happen to the young master, upon the master's return, we would surely face dire consequences. Are you truly so naive? In the Shang dynasty, only the emperor has the power to depose the young master, and only he could devise a means for him to head west. If the emperor intended to kill the young master, he could do so within the city. Why allow him to leave? In other words, the west is a path to life, not death. Do you understand? Einer looked at Qingshan with exasperation, continuing, thus, since the emperor has provided the young master with a route to safety, he will undoubtedly dispatch someone to protect him discreetly. Our identities are hidden, unless absolutely necessary, we need not intervene. Do you comprehend? Qingshan pouted, her brow furrowed, and after several minutes of contemplation, she finally said, I understand now. You mean we cannot reveal our identities and must disguise ourselves? Let us hurry and pursue. Time is of the essence. Einer retorted, what a foolish fox you are. Are you calling me foolish? Aren't you? You completely missed the point of what I said. You're the foolish one. You have no idea how clever I truly am. Just like the young master says, I'm foolish, and your sister. As they exchanged words, the two young maidservants bickered while following after Yi Liangshao. This scene had not gone unnoticed by Yi Guqing and his companions, who observed from the clouds above. The seven of them stood upon a small boat in mid-air. Yi Guqing chuckled, gazing down at the two maidservants, and remarked nonchalantly, a blue fox and a white tiger, how intriguing. Who would have thought that a naturally cunning fox could not see through your scheme, while a mere female white tiger perceives it so clearly? Should I commend you for such a fine arrangement, or chastise you for making it so obvious? Yi Wudi offered an awkward smile, saying, Elder, please forgive me. Shao's desire for death is profound, he pays no heed to such trivialities. Yi Guqing's gaze remained distant, neither affirming nor denying, as he said, then you wouldn't naively think that merely with this fox and tiger you could escort him to Qingyun, would you? Certainly not. Oh, what are your arrangements? Yi Wudi turned to indicate the figures of Sikong and the four sword bearers nearby, responding, the imperial decree clearly states that Shower must not perish within the Great Shang borders. To ensure this, Sikong and the four sword bearers will discreetly follow him. On the surface, they will appear to be executing my command, but in truth, they are there to provide protection. The decree states that Yi Liangshao cannot linger within the Great Shang territory, not even unto death. Thus, if anyone dares to take action against him while he is en route out of the Great Shang, Sikong and the four sword bearers will have justification to intervene. Their reasoning will be the emperor of our dynasty has decreed that Yi Liangshao must not linger within the borders, and should you wish to kill him, you must wait until he has crossed the border. Otherwise, you must first contend with us. In this manner, Sikong and his companions, while ostensibly executing the decree, will actually serve as protectors. Once they have traveled 8,000 miles, they will exit the Great Shang borders. A further 200 miles will bring them into the sphere of influence of the Qingyun sect. At that point, even if Ling Xiaofeng wishes to create difficulties, he will have no choice but to send someone to protect Yi Liangshao on his ascent. What may seem like a shallow arrangement from Yi Wudi is, in fact, the true essence of the plan. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing nodded with a smile, saying, very well. Two little demons of the Golden Core realm, along with Sikong, who is in the nascent soul realm, and the combined techniques of the four sword bearers, should be sufficient to ensure his safety to Qingyun Mountain. But have you considered what would happen if a practitioner of the nascent soul realm or above were to arrive? Yi Wudi replied, the probability of such an occurrence is quite low. Those who reach the nascent soul realm are generally old fogies. It would be unbecoming for them to venture out of their retirement for the sake of a mere young lad. They would not lower themselves to that level. However, should such an individual indeed come, I shall personally intervene. Only then did Yi Guqing feel a sense of reassurance, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Let it be so. I have divined through the Xuanwu destiny plate that this child's life and death are tied to the fortunes of the Great Shang. He must not come to harm. Indeed, Elder. Yi Wudi bowed his head, then turned to Sikong and the others, instructing, go, follow Shower discreetly, and unless in a dire situation, do not intervene. This journey of 8,000 miles will serve as a trial for him. If possible, refrain from interference. Understood. Sikong and the 5 others promptly vanished from sight. At the same time, 1,000 miles away from Chengdu, on a hillside, the Crown Prince, exhausted from 3 days and nights of relentless travel, lay gasping upon a boulder. Upon leaving Chengdu, he had begun to run desperately, unwilling to glance back even for a moment. First, he feared that Yi Wudi might change his mind and prevent his departure. Second, his father had explicitly stated that he was not to linger within the Great Shang territory, so he must leave quickly. He wished to avoid any potential ambush by officials of the Great Shang court. It was not that he did not wish to fly using his sword, rather, after distancing himself from Chengdu, Yi Liangshao realized he had forgotten to bring his sword. With his current cultivation level, without employing the ancient sword control technique, he was utterly incapable of soaring through the air. Moreover, the prerequisite for using the ancient sword control technique was the presence of a sword nearby. However, he had long since found himself in a desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence for miles around. Where could he possibly find a flying sword? Thus, he was forced to rely on his own 2 feet for travel. Fortunately, having stepped into the realm of cultivation, his physical capabilities were superior to those of ordinary individuals, and he moved with remarkable swiftness. In just 3 days, he had traversed over 1,000 miles. After a brief respite, Yi Liangshao sat up, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself still amidst the wilderness. At that moment, an untimely growl from his stomach caused him to chuckle in disbelief. It is often said that immortals can subsist without food, but it was evident that Yi Liangshao had yet to reach such a level. After 3 days of continuous running, he was utterly fatigued and suffering from hunger and thirst. Damn it, I rushed so hastily that not only did I forget my flying sword, but I also left my storage bag empty. Peering into his void storage bag, Yi Liangshao cursed under his breath, am I to starve to death here? The former crown prince scoffed at himself, but then a thought struck him. Wait a moment, starving to death, would that count as suicide? If it doesn't, then perhaps I should just sit here and let myself starve? Right, what a brilliant scheme. Why didn't I think of this sooner? It seems even geniuses can have their moments of folly. With this thought, despite his gnawing hunger, Yi Liangshao felt an exhilarating excitement, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, and he began to shout in elation. He then sat down on the spot, attempting to starve himself. However, 2 hours later, as dusk approached, when his stomach was pressed against his back, he found himself devoid of any desire to die. Damn, starving to death is truly miserable. Am I a fool? Why choose such a torturous method? He cursed and immediately abandoned such a ridiculous plan. Yet, amidst the wilderness, where could he find food? Am I to be forced into a survival situation out here? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon a small path before him, and he felt a surge of hope. This path is smooth, indicating that it is frequently traversed. There must be a village nearby, or perhaps a hunteress cabin. I shall follow this path and see where it leads. I cannot afford to become a ghost of starvation. With that resolve, he set off down the small path. Sure enough, not far along, he emerged into an open area where he could see the outline of a small village at the foot of the mountain. Yi Liangxiao's heart soared with joy, and he hurried onward. Moments later, just as Yi Liangxiao rushed excitedly toward the small village, Qingshan and Yinar materialized at his original position. The journey that had taken Yi Liangxiao 3 days to traverse was crossed in the blink of an eye by this fox and tiger. Qingshan, munching on a chicken leg with great relish, furrowed her brow and remarked, the young master must be starving, he must be heading into the village to find something to eat, but little does he know he is walking straight into the wolf's den. Yinar, we must hurry and intercept him. As she spoke, the young girl tossed aside her chicken leg, her expression turning serious. Yinar seized her arm, chuckling, no need to rush, the ones below are merely little demonesses. We can wait until the greater demoness arrives before we act. Chapter 70 of the Eerie Wedding Feast. At the foot of the mountain, this quaint village, comprising merely a dozen households, is encircled by a wooden fence. At the village entrance stands a wooden archway, with the words Sioux Family Gathering awkwardly carved upon it, indicative of a clan settlement. What constitutes a clan settlement? It implies that most families within the village are related, tracing their lineage back to a common ancestor from 5 centuries ago. Despite its modest size, the village is currently adorned in a festive atmosphere. The streets are draped in red and green, festooned with lanterns, and the windows and doors are plastered with auspicious red characters. In the open space behind the archway, several banquet tables have been set up, filled to capacity with guests. Up beside the flower-laden bridal sedan, a band, whether welcoming the bride or sending her off, plays a lively tune. A middle-aged matchmaker stands before the sedan, gazing ahead as if awaiting something. However, peculiarly, although the guests have taken their seats, the dishes are prepared, and the music has begun, none have made a move to eat. Everyone sits solemnly, their expressions blanked out. A few children tug at their parents' sleeves, crying with all their might, yet no one pays them any heed. When Yi Liangshao arrives, the sky has darkened slightly. Observing the scene, he realizes he has stumbled upon a village celebration, either a wedding or a marriage proposal. Thus, he brushes off the dust from his clothes, striving to present himself in a more dignified manner before approaching the bridal sedan. "Esteemed lady," he begins, but before he can convey his purpose, the middle-aged matchmaker abruptly turns her head, her face pale, and with a forced smile exclaims, "Ah, a distinguished guest has arrived. Please, do come in and take a seat." Without waiting for a response, she pulls Yi Liangshao inside, the band following closely behind, as if they have already received the new couple. Yi Liangshao frowns, feeling perplexed. It is said that the villagers are simple and hospitable, and it seems this is indeed true, yet, this hospitality seems rather excessive, ushering someone in without inquiry about their origins or intentions? Surrounded by the villagers, Yi Liangshao cannot help but feel a twinge of suspicion. As he passes by the sedan, he faintly hears the sound of weeping, heightening his wariness. Is someone in the sedan crying? Shouldn't such a festive occasion be filled with joy? Why then the tears? A sense of unease washes over Yi Liangshao, yet he refrains from voicing his concerns. Approaching a banquet table where 8 seats are arranged, he finds one vacant spot, as if it were reserved for him. The matchmaker, beaming with enthusiasm, invites him to sit, claiming that a guest from afar should partake in the local festivities, encouraging him to enjoy a drink and share in the joy. "Come, let me pour you some wine." "Why are you all staring? Hurry and serve our guest some dishes, truly a bunch of unobservant fellows." Her fervent demeanor is unyielding, waving her handkerchief to orchestrate the proceedings. Upon her command, all 7 seated guests simultaneously turn their gaze toward Yi Liangshao, their eyes revealing a hollow emptiness, their expressions a fade of forced smiles. In the next moment, they all begin to pile food onto Yi Liangxiao's bowl, speaking in a monotone, "Please, esteemed guest, enjoy the food, don't be shy." In the blink of an eye, his bowl is heaped high with meat. The sight of such culinary delights is an irresistible temptation for Yi Liangshao, who has gone 3 days without sustenance. He looks at his dining companions, smiling and thanking them profusely, feeling both flattered and bewildered. The villagers are exceedingly hospitable, not even inquiring his name or background, treating him as an honored guest. One might easily mistake him for the central figure of this celebratory feast. Just as he is about to grasp his chopsticks and indulge, an unsettling thought strikes him, causing him to furrow his brow and halt his movements. Turning to the matchmaker, he says, "Esteemed lady," yet, before he can finish, she interrupts, "Is our esteemed guest hesitant due to the dishes?" "That is easily rectified. I shall have someone prepare more." Raising her voice, she scans the banquet hall and commands, "Did you all hear that? Quickly, prepare alternative dishes for our esteemed guest. Today is a joyous occasion, we cannot neglect our honored visitor." To his surprise, the entire assembly responds in unison. Soon, half the attendees begin to clear the tables of food, while the other half disperse, returning to their homes. Before long, the sounds of pots and pans clanging resonate as over 10 households in the village simultaneously commence cooking. The matchmaker smiles contentedly and assures Yi Liangshao, "Please wait a moment, new dishes will be ready shortly. Be sure to eat heartily." With that, she turns to leave. Yi Liangshao, however, calls out, "Wait, esteemed lady." She turns back, "Yes, esteemed guest? I apologize for intruding on your village's celebration. It is customary to extend congratulations to the host family. May I inquire which household is marrying off a daughter?" "The 3rd son of the Sioux family in the west of the village is marrying off his daughter today." "To where is she being wed?" "To the eldest son of the Hua family, 60 miles west in Baiyun town." "Where is this young master Hua at this moment?" "He is on his way to fetch the bride." "He should be en route now." "Ah, is it customary in your esteemed village for the wedding to commence only at dusk?" As he speaks, Yi Liangshao suddenly smiles. The matchmaker, caught off guard, stammers, "Oh, yes, indeed. That is our custom in Sioux Family Gathering. Weddings are always conducted in the evening." Yi Liangshao rises, chuckling, "How unique, but just a moment ago, while passing the bridal sedan, I thought I heard the bride weeping. What is the reason for this? Is it possible that this marriage is not one of mutual consent?" The matchmaker's expression shifts, revealing a hint of evasiveness. "Nonsense, surely, esteemed guest, you must have misheard. The bride is quite happy." Yet Yi Liangshao replies sternly, "Am I not capable of discerning truth? I implore you, esteemed lady, to clarify the situation. If there are difficulties, I am willing to assist. To be frank, I am a practitioner and do not fear the powerful. Should you require aid, I will not stand idly by." With that, Yi Liangshao snaps his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy that shatters the chair beside him. The matchmaker gasps in shock, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are indeed a celestial being, you must help save our fifth sister, that young Master Hua is a beast." Suddenly, tears stream down her face. For the next 10 minutes, she recounts the tale of the wedding, essentially a tale of a cruel rich man marrying a common girl. Yi Liangxiao, upon hearing this, is filled with righteous indignation. "How outrageous, such vile scoundrels exist in this world, I shall not stand for such injustice. Esteemed lady, please fetch me a long sword. I shall teach that young Master Hua a lesson." The matchmaker is taken aback. "Esteemed guest, as a celestial being, do you not possess a sword?" "I do. However, a mere mortal is unworthy of wielding my celestial sword. Can you find a common long sword?" The matchmaker hesitates. From within the sedan, a woman's voice calls out, "Is what you say true? If you possess a long sword, can you deal with young Master Hua? It is said that he is also a practitioner." Yi Liangxiao replies confidently, "Of course, what of it, one sword is sufficient." "Very well. If you truly have the ability to rid us of young Master Hua, I shall willingly offer myself." As she speaks, the curtain of the sedan is lifted, revealing a bride clad in a striking red gown. Though her veil obscures her face, she produces a short sword from her grasp. Yi Liangxiao's gaze fixes upon the short sword, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he smiles slowly. "Willing to offer yourself? That sounds delightful." However, just as he finishes speaking, the short sword slips from the bride's hand, flying uncontrollably towards the matchmaker. Chapter 71 of the Enchantress. Yi Liangxiao wielded his sword with astonishing speed, rendering ordinary practitioners nearly incapable of reacting. After enduring a heavenly thunder strike in the capital and undergoing a rebirth, his spiritual power had reached a sublime state, now equivalent to the strength of the foundation establishment stage. Although his qi cultivation remained pitifully at the postnatal stage, the ancient sword control technique relied on spiritual power, allowing him to slay foes within 100 paces, even in the absence of a qi. This ancient divine art could transcend 2 levels to seize swords and take lives of us. If a confrontation were to ensue, practitioners below the 7th rank of foundation establishment would find no chance of survival against this former crown prince. How much less could an ordinary woman, seemingly devoid of any cultivation, hope to withstand him? With a swift motion, the bride's dagger, propelled by Yi Liangxiao's soul force, pierced through the matchmaker's chest, killing her instantly. The matchmaker's face bore a look of disbelief, and she could not utter a single cry of despair before her demise. Witnessing this scene, the bride recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, why have you slain her?" Even more bizarrely, upon the matchmaker's death, the villagers who had been bustling about in the kitchen suddenly halted, a vacant smile spreading across their faces as if their souls had been stripped away. They began to wander aimlessly like soulless husks, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Liangxiao chuckled lightly, but he did not rush to respond to the bride's inquiry. After beckoning the dagger back to his hand, he calmly replied, "Do not be alarmed, my lady. There is a reason behind my actions." The bride's face was one of dread. "What reason? Are you also a villain, like that young Master Hua?" Yi Liangxiao cast her a sidelong glance, his gaze flickering. "Not at all. Just observe who this matchmaker truly is." As he spoke, he unleashed a surge of primal energy upon the matchmaker. In the next moment, her visage transformed into that of a delicate man, even her attire shifting accordingly. "Ah! This person is not a matchmaker, but rather a guise of a demon," the bride exclaimed in shock. Yi Liangxiao nodded. "Indeed, otherwise, why would I have taken her life? The villagers here have likely fallen under her enchantment, rendered into lifeless shells." The bride gasped, "How terrifying! Young Master Hua is actually in league with demons. What shall I do?" "You are in the presence of an immortal. I shall aid you in eradicating these evildoers," Yi Liangxiao proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a transcendent being. Seemingly reassured, the bride asked how he planned to eliminate the demons. Yi Liangxiao pondered for a moment before replying with a grin, "I have a plan. We shall enter the tiger's den and seize its cub. The Hua family is preparing to fetch the bride, is it not? I will disguise myself as your cousin and accompany you to the wedding. Once we arrive at the Hua residence, I shall reveal my might and dispatch those demons." "How does that sound?" The bride, greatly approving, said, "Your plan is splendid, and I am willing to cooperate." Yi Liangxiao nodded again. "Very well, you should wait in the sedan chair for their arrival. I will dispose of this demon's corpse to prevent the Hua family from discovering any irregularities." The bride eagerly complied and returned to the sedan. About half an hour later, after Yi Liangxiao had concealed the matchmaker's body, the Hua family's wedding party arrived. However, it was peculiar that while nearly 100 people accompanied the procession, the groom was nowhere to be seen, nor were any betrothal gifts present. The wedding proceedings were astonishingly simple. After only a brief exchange of pleasantries, the flower sedan was lifted away. Yi Liangxiao, claiming to be the bride's cousin, was met with unwavering belief from the Hua family, who even addressed him as cousin. This only deepened the former crown prince's confusion, yet he remained silent. Once the crowd departed, the villagers of Zujiaji continued to wander like specters, the atmosphere of what should have been a joyous celebration instead steeped in an eerie and sinister chill. At that moment, several beams of light descended from the sky. Sikong and 4 sword-bearers materialized, their gazes deeply scanning the villagers. One of the sword-bearers behind Sikong spoke, "Master Sikong, these villagers have been ensnared by dark sorcery. Should we not intervene?" Sikong replied, "After all, they are subjects of our great Shang, how could we not save them?" The sword-bearer agreed, "Indeed, however, I have a question that puzzles me, please enlighten me, master." "Speak. Since the prince has discerned the presence of demons at work in the village, why not take action to awaken these villagers?" "Ha! Perhaps he refrains from acting, anticipating that someone will come to clean up the mess." Does the master imply that the prince is aware of our covert following? Hearing this, Sikong shook his head then nodded, offering a vague response, perhaps. As for Yi Liangxiao, when the lanterns were lit, the wedding party finally arrived at Baiyun town, several dozen miles away. However, the so-called Hua residence was not located within the town, but rather in a manor 5 miles outside the bustling center. This was not unusual. Affluent families typically favored tranquility, constructing their opulent homes far from the clamor of society. The Hua family, bold enough to forcibly wed a common woman, undoubtedly possessed some influence. Having an estate isolated from the noise was not surprising. Upon entering the Hua family's grand courtyard, Yi Liangxiao sensed an unnatural stiffness in the demeanor of the Hua family members, their behavior eerily reminiscent of the villagers from Zujiaji. Inside the lavishly decorated hall, a multitude of Hua family members had already gathered, the wedding ceremony prepared and awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. As the bride's cousin, with her parents absent, it fell to him to lead her into the hall. Just as they reached the entrance, a figure attired in the groom's outfit, adorned with a large red flower on his chest, stepped forward, exclaiming, "My bride has arrived, haha, come quickly. The auspicious moment is at hand, we must pay our respects." With that, he reached out to grasp the bride's hand, his movements brutish in nature. Yi Liangxiao's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the man, a frown creasing his brow. The so-called groom appeared exceedingly effeminate, with almond-shaped eyes, delicate brows, and a pointed chin. His voice lacked any trace of masculine vigor, resembling that of a woman. Were it not for the presence of an Adam's apple, one might genuinely mistake him for a woman in disguise. Seeing the approaching figure, the bride's expression turned to one of fright, and she hastily concealed herself behind Yi Liangxiao, exclaiming, "Do not come any closer, I refuse to pay my respects to you." She clutched tightly at Yi Liangxiao's sleeve, her tone pleading. "Young Master Yi, save me. He is a demon." Turning her gaze toward the groom, she fiercely declared, "With Shaoqing, I am not afraid of you, this young Master Yi is an immortal, and he will protect me." Upon hearing this, the groom's expression contorted with rage, his features grotesquely twisting together as he shouted, "What immortal? I am the immortal here." Someone, drag that woman over to pay her respects, and chop that man into pieces for the dogs. As his words fell, a group of guards stationed outside the hall immediately surrounded the two, drawing their swords in threat. With them encircled, the bride appeared utterly terrified, gripping Yi Liangxiao's long sleeve. "Immortal, they mean to kill, will you not make your move, eliminate the demon leader first." She pointed at the strangely effeminate groom, Hua Shaoqing. Yet Yi Liangxiao remained calm and composed, turning to the bride and asking, "Why are you more anxious than I? Do you truly wish for me to take action?" The bride insisted, "Of course. Did you not come to rid us of the demons?" Upon hearing her, Yi Liangxiao suddenly smiled and sighed, "Very well, as you wish, I shall intervene." With that, he unexpectedly turned and struck the bride, sending her flying several meters away. Thud, the bride fell to the ground, clutching her chest in disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at Yi Liangxiao. "Immortal, what are you doing?" Yi Liangxiao replied with a light laugh, "I am acting." "Did you not request that I take action?" "But I wanted you to deal with the demon, not me." "Indeed, I am dealing with a demon. However, the demon is not the groom, but you." The bride's expression shifted dramatically. "Surely, the immortal must be mistaken? How could I possibly be a demon?" Yi Liangxiao feigned surprise, "Is that so? Then do not evade." As his words fell, he spoke no further, launching his dagger towards the bride. Her pupils narrowed, her face contorting slightly before a sly smile emerged. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her throat, she caught it barehanded, her hand seemed impervious to the sharp blade, not a trace of blood or injury in sight. "Yi Liangxiao, ha. Did they not say you were a cowardly waste? How did you deduce my true identity?" The bride stood, her smile slow and deliberate. Chapter 72. Either you drain me, or I drain you. In response to the bride's inquiry, Yi Liangxiao chuckled lightly, appearing as if he were dismissing mere trifles. "Your acting is so clumsy, and your common sense is woefully lacking. Is it not simple to see through this charade?" The bride flashed a wicked smile, replying, "Clumsy acting? In what way?" Yi Liangxiao waved his long sleeves, feigning profundity as he stated, "Firstly, you feign a wedding banquet yet possess no understanding of basic customs. In a typical household, one would merely hang festive decorations at their own doorstep. Yet you have adorned the entire village with celebratory symbols, which is evidently inconsistent with tradition. Furthermore, you claim that the third elder of the Su family from the west of the village is marrying off his daughter, yet the feast is not held in his courtyard but rather at the village entrance. Who do you think you are deceiving? The most egregious oversight is that it is well known that the bridal sedan chair is provided by the groom's family, yet here you are, seated in the sedan chair, while the procession to fetch you has yet to arrive. Are you a fool, or do you take others for fools?" The bride listened, momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing slightly. Indeed, her oversights were glaringly apparent, but it was understandable, as she had never witnessed anyone else's wedding and had never been married herself. After a brief pause, she retorted, "And then, do you suspect me of being a fraud based solely on this? The world is vast, perhaps customs vary?" Yi Liangxiao raised a finger and shook his head in no. "While customs may differ, the fundamental forms do not deviate. From this alone, I can discern that you are not an ordinary person but rather a practitioner. Only those who have long hidden away in the mountains, engrossed in cultivation, would be so ignorant of the customary rules surrounding marriage in the mortal realm. Moreover, you display a lack of understanding regarding the imperial naming conventions, which are riddled with errors. In the dashing empire, the naming system for places consists of 4 fundamental classifications. How can a settlement with merely a dozen households be referred to as Sioux family gathering? A few dozen households constitute a hamlet, 100 a village, 10 villages a town, and 3 towns a gathering. Do you not grasp even this, if I am not mistaken, that hamlet should rightfully be called Sioux family hamlet, correct? The bride was once again taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Liangxiao to see through her facade so easily. It seems you are not entirely inept. I could have devised a more intricate ruse, but rumors suggest you are a fool, so you thought to make it simple to deceive me? Indeed. However, since you were able to uncover the 2 oversights I made, it appears you are not wholly without merit. You believe you have only 2 oversights? Thirdly, on such a joyous day, the banquet site is conspicuously devoid of any fireworks or firecrackers, which is utterly inconsistent. Fourthly, while the dishes on the table may appear delectable, I cannot detect a hint of fragrance. This indicates that the food is fabricated, a product of demonic sorcery. Fifthly, I proclaim myself a practitioner, and any ordinary woman would have already knelt in worship upon hearing such a statement, yet you merely express surprise. Sixthly, I have slain that matchmaker, and you show no fear of me. Logically, as you find yourself at a murder scene and are but an ordinary person, you ought to be shrieking in terror. Stop. Yi Liangxiao enumerated a plethora of oversights, leaving the bride feeling both surprised and embarrassed, prompting her to call for a halt. Humph. Though my time in cultivation has been brief, the number of men who have perished at my hands is no less than 800. Do you think I would scream in terror over a mere servant's death? You are the one who should be terrified. Just wait until I make you scream. After she called for a stop, she spoke in an irate tone, appearing somewhat adorable in her indignation. However, claiming that 800 men had perished by her hand, his thoughts raced. A demoness indeed, the former crown prince pondered, feeling a twinge of fear upon hearing the bride's self-proclaimed count of murders. Yet he wondered what method she intended to use to make him scream. What manner of creature is this demoness? While lost in thought, Yi Liangxiao spoke plainly. Ah, at last, you have admitted it yourself. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? You would not be attempting to kill me with such a poorly executed performance, would you? Well, by the way, how did you come to know my name? The bride smiled seductively, revealing her true form with a flick of her wrist. Before him stood a voluptuous beauty clad in sheer purple silk, exuding an alluring charm that made it nearly impossible to avert one's gaze. Her breathtaking visage, though not on par with the likes of Yun Chang, was enough to captivate any soul. However, her attire was revealing, her bosom tantalizingly visible, presenting an allure surpassing even Yun Chang's. This was clearly a beguiling little sprite, stirring the former crown prince's heart and igniting his fantasies. Heh, do you truly wish to know my origins? But allow me to forewarn you, those who know my background have all become dried corpses. She floated 3 feet off the ground, no longer concealing her identity as a practitioner, swaying her slender waist with a smile. Yi Liangxiao's eyes sparkled with interest as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, I am most eager to become a dried corpse, do tell." He was indeed a man seeking death, eagerly anticipating the transformation into a lifeless husk. The purple-clad woman paused, asking, "You are not afraid of death?" In her worldview, everyone should fear death. Why? Yi Liangxiao's response was resolute, "Not at all, I fear only the prospect of immortality." Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman's expression shifted, contemplating, is there truly anyone in this world unafraid of death? This fool must not comprehend who I am, or he would not speak so boldly. Once I reveal my background, invoking the name of the Hahuan sect, he will undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear. Contemplating this, she smiled coyly, "Very well, I shall enlighten you. Have you heard of the Palace of Ultimate Bliss atop the ghostly mountain? I am the current master sister of the Hahuan sect." With this proclamation, she anticipated Yi Liangxiao's immediate surrender, envisioning him kneeling in terror. Yet, Yi Liangxiao merely frowned and replied, "Hahuan sect, the one that specializes in the practice of yin and yang, solely to siphon human essence?" "Indeed, are you not terrified?" she teased, grinning. "I hear you excel in enchantments, and your method of killing is through intimate encounters?" "Ah, your knowledge is not lacking," she giggled. "If I so desired, I could drain you dry at this very moment and turn you into a puppet." "Are you not trembling in your pants?" she laughed, her waist swaying like a serpent. It must be said that the Hahuan sect's nefarious reputation was well deserved. Their disciples were exceedingly difficult to contend with, employing bizarre methods of killing while excelling in stealth and evasion. Ordinary practitioners would pale at the mention of their name, daring neither to associate with nor offend them. Logically, upon learning this, Yi Liangxiao should have been terrified, yet, to his great astonishment, he felt a surge of excitement, nearly bursting into exuberant laughter. In his mind, he mused, it is said that the Hahuan sect first engages in intimate relations before draining one's essence. As a man already yearning for death, I would prefer to perish in such a manner rather than have my head severed. This way, I might experience pleasure before my demise. What could be more splendid? And this demoness is quite alluring. Let her drain me to death, to die in pleasure. Now that would be a delightful end. In the next moment, the former crown prince's excitement surged, his gaze ablaze as he looked at the purple-clad woman, saying, "So, you are the master sister of the Hahuan sect? My apologies, are you here to kill me? Then come forth, I promise to cooperate fully, offering no resistance, but do not rush, let us first find a grand bedroom, take your time to drain me, and do not hesitate. Until I am completely drained, you shall not leave. Let us go, it is better to seize the moment than wait. How about the rooms at the War residence?" Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Could this fool truly be lacking in sanity, or had he completely misunderstood her intentions? Upon hearing the illustrious name of the Hahuan sect, how could he not feel fear, but rather ask to be drained? Had the sun risen from the west, still in shock, the former crown prince, however, was anything but patient. He rushed to her side, grasping her hand tightly, a broad grin spreading across his face. Let us find a room together. Tonight, it shall either be you draining me, or I draining you. If we do not drain each other, even if the king of heaven were to come, you would not escape. Chapter 73. Do you think I am joking? Upon hearing his extraordinarily unusual and somewhat menacing words, the woman in purple attire was utterly astounded, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did this brat just say? If I do not drain him, he will drain me. Such audacity. Who does he think he is, preventing me from leaving? Is he filled with tofu in his head? Can he not see that this lady possesses the cultivation of the golden core realm, far surpassing his mere postnatal stage? By what right does he think he can stop me? Furthermore, how dare he lay a hand on me? Any ordinary cultivator, upon hearing the illustrious name of the Hahuan sect, would have fled in terror. Yet this scoundrel not only shows no fear but also dares to grasp my hand. My hand is not for the likes of just anyone to touch. Humph, this little beast. Furious, the woman in purple forcefully shook off Yi Liangxiao's hand and coldly exclaimed, Yi Liangxiao, how dare you lay a hand on me? You recording death. Yi Liangxiao staggered back a few steps, feeling his blood surge within him, and in that moment, he realized that this esteemed senior sister was indeed more powerful than himself. However, instead of feeling alarmed, he found joy in the realization and chuckled softly. Oh, quite the temper you have, and your voice is rather sweet. I like it. Whether I am courting death or not is of no concern to you. If you wish to kill me, then do so, but I must insist, no blades or swords, only drain me dry, let me die in ecstasy, do you understand? Taken aback by his words, the woman in purple pondered, how strange is this boy? Does he truly fear not death, even inviting me to kill him? Is he some sort of anomaly? Moreover, his tone, it feels as though he is toying with me. Drain me dry? What does that even mean? Surely he does not believe that I would consider such a thing. How ludicrous. I am still an untouched maiden. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and shyness, as if she had suddenly recalled something scandalous. It is rumored that disciples of the Hahuan sect engage in intimate encounters with their victims before taking their lives. However, that is not the case. The Hahuan sect excels in beguilement and illusion, adept at creating environments conducive to murder. Before the victim is drained of their vital essence, they are led to believe they are experiencing intimacy, when in fact, they are ensnared in an illusion of their own making. After ensnaring their foes in a hallucinatory state, the disciples of the Hahuan sect seize the moment when their adversaries are at their most vulnerable to absorb their essence. This is not truly the bedroom arts at play, but rather a mere fabrication. Yet, being a sect of dubious repute, they revel in instilling fear, thus neglecting to clarify the truth. Over time, the world has come to accept this rumor as fact. Even Yi Liangxiao, at this moment, is no exception. Feeling exuberant, the woman in purple thought, how audacious, you dare to speak impertinently and tease me. Who would want to drain you? Who would even bother? Shameless, realizing her thoughts had been guessed, she seethed with rage, raising her hand to unleash a surge of palm power towards him, exclaiming, are you tired of living? I shall kill you. At the same time, her pupils shifted in color as she employed her charm technique, hoping to ensnare Yi Liangxiao in a trance. The Hahuan sect's secret methods rely heavily on illusions. However, once a certain level of cultivation is reached, one can shatter their opponent's spirit directly, their methods no less formidable than those of other dark cultivators. Though she declared her intent to kill, she had no genuine intention to do so. After all, the directive from the Hahuan sect's ancestor was to bring Yi Liangxiao back to Yuyun Mountain for torment, and under no circumstances should they kill him. Upon witnessing this, Yi Liangxiao quickly summoned a protective golden lotus to shield himself. However, since his Qi-Si cultivation had been drained by Yun Chang, the protective power of the Avalokiteshvara sitting Lotus Sutra was no longer sufficient to withstand the assault of a golden core cultivator. He was sent staggering back several meters, nearly spitting blood. Before he could even assess his injuries, Yi Liangxiao's pupils flickered, and suddenly, illusions began to materialize before him. He saw several enchanting women, clad in revealing garments, shedding their clothes with ravenous desire, captivating his very soul. A lecherous old man would surely spring to life at such a sight. Strangely, however, this illusion lasted only a few seconds before dissipating into nothingness. The renowned charm technique of the Hahuan sect seemed ineffective before this former prince. Or rather, it could only manifest for a fleeting moment. What is happening? What did I just witness? Steadying himself, Yi Liangxiao mused. The woman in purple, on the other hand, was taken aback, disbelief etched upon her face. From the clarity of Yi Liangxiao's eyes, it was evident that he had not been affected by her illusion. She was certain she had cast her charm technique, and it should not have failed so completely. Hahuan illusions are notoriously deceptive, although there are ways to counteract them. As long as the caster's cultivation surpasses that of their opponent, it should not be without effect unless, of course, the opponent possesses some artifact that counters illusions. The fact that Yi Liangxiao seemed entirely unaffected, able to speak normally, left her utterly astonished. You are not affected by the illusion. This is impossible, the woman in purple exclaimed, her eyes widening. Without waiting for Yi Liangxiao to respond, she unleashed her charm technique 3 more times in quick succession. Yet, all were in vain. Initially, she could bewilder Yi Liangxiao for a few seconds, but eventually, it proved completely ineffective. The former prince's spirit seemed to possess an inherent resistance to illusions. Impossible, with your meager cultivation, how could you be unaffected by the illusion? Speak, what artifact do you possess, or what kind of monster are you? She questioned, her expression shifting in color. Yi Liangxiao replied with a chuckle, I possess no artifacts, but did I not just say, I am a celestial being? What can mere illusions do to me? Though he spoke boldly, even he was unaware of why he could resist her illusions. It was merely a bluff, intended to intimidate the woman in purple. Stunned, the woman thought to herself, for a celestial being, it is said that some highly skilled celestial beings can conceal their true powers, masquerading as ordinary beings. Could this boy be a rejuvenated celestial being? His audacity in questioning the world suggests he is not merely at the postnatal stage. I should have suspected as much. What a predicament. Have I unwittingly encountered a concealed celestial being? The 13th prince of the Shang dynasty, rumored to be an inept prince incapable of cultivation, is truly a facade. In reality, is he a genius of celestial caliber, or at the very least, a descendant of the infamous sword immortal Yi Guqing, who may have bestowed upon him some life-preserving artifact? As she contemplated, her unease grew, and her gaze towards Yi Liangxiao became increasingly apprehensive, leaving her in a state of daze. Observing her silence, Yi Liangxiao called out, "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Are you scared stiff? Do not be afraid, I am permitting you to kill me. Find a bed, and you can drain me dry. Hurry up." A chill ran through the woman in purple. Any thoughts of capturing him vanished. The ability to create illusions to kill was her most formidable technique. If it proved useless against Yi Liangxiao, she had no other recourse. Moreover, he might be an otherworldly master. No, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. This boy is peculiar. For tonight, I shall refrain from making a move. There will be ample time in the future. With this in mind, the woman in purple feigned calmness and huffed, "Drain what? Who would even bother with you? I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall spare your life for today. Humph." With that, she attempted to take flight. Upon hearing her words, Yi Liangxiao felt a surge of urgency. What? She intends to flee. She thinks she can escape before I am done with her. I cannot let her go. Yet, although her illusions were ineffective against me, she is still a cultivator above the golden core stage. Even without her illusions, it seems unlikely I could hold her back. What should I do? After pondering for a few moments, inspiration suddenly struck him. That he remembered that within him still slumbered a small azure dragon. The last time the azure dragon burned its dragon soul, it allowed him to instantly elevate his soul power and cultivation, restoring him from a child to his true self. This time, if the azure dragon employed the same technique, it should enable him to briefly ascend to the golden core realm, right? Once I achieve the golden core realm, I can compel this woman to drain me dry, seeking death through her hands. She intends to leave, but I shall not allow it. What a brilliant plan. With this thought, Yi Liangxiao quickly called out to the azure dragon, "Dragon, dragon, are you there?" A faint, weary voice echoed in his mind, "Master, are you calling for me?" "Yes, I need you to burn your soul power to help me ascend to the golden core realm." "Can you do that?" "Ha, master, why do you wish to ascend to the golden core?" "Do not concern yourself with that, just answer me, can you?" "I can, but last time I expended too much soul power. If I do it again, I will have to sleep for a long time." "That is of no concern, just assist me, and then you can rest." "Very well." As the azure dragon agreed, a powerful surge of dragon soul energy enveloped Yi Liangxiao's qi, instantly elevating him to the pinnacle of the first tier of the golden core realm. The overwhelming sense of power filled Yi Liangxiao with immense joy, and in the next moment, he lunged forward, seizing the arm of the woman in purple, who was on the verge of taking flight. The woman in purple felt her arm being grasped and was struck with a sensation of her qi being rendered inoperative, as if it had been sealed. Having already entered the fifth tier of the golden core realm, she was a senior sister among the younger generation of the Hahuan sect. Yet, with Yi Liangxiao enhanced by the dragon soul's power, he stood at the pinnacle of the first tier of the golden core realm. The disparity between the first tier and the fifth tier was akin to a chasm. With a mere grasp, the dragon soul's power infused into him, exerting an overwhelming force that disrupted her qi's operation. Shocked, she exclaimed, "What, you have instantly ascended to the pinnacle of the golden core realm?" Cold sweat broke out on her brow as she marveled in astonishment. "He can elevate his cultivation in an instant. It appears he is indeed hiding his true abilities. What should I do?" Just as she was bewildered, she heard Yi Liangxiao's sly chuckle, "If you cannot win, then you cannot win. What was that about having urgent matters? I told you, you must drain me dry before you can leave. Did you think I was joking?" Chapter 74 of the Soul Transference Technique. Do not come any closer. The cultivator utilized her dantian as a cauldron, gathering the essence of heaven and earth for her own use, casting myriad spells. The dantian served as their source of energy, akin to an engine in an automobile. With her dantian locked, the purple-clad woman was rendered powerless, akin to a broken engine, utterly unable to resist Yi Liangxiao. Yi Liangxiao chuckled, effortlessly lifting her up, and with a wicked grin remarked, "Let us find a room. With such a vast estate as the Hua Manor, and you having enchanted everyone within, no one shall disturb us. You may take your time to drain me." With that, he disregarded the woman's struggles and turned to search for a chamber. Moments later, in a spacious bedroom within the Hua Manor, the purple-clad woman was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed. "Aya," she cried out in pain, her eyes widening as she regarded Yi Liangxiao with the astonishment one might reserve for a monster, cold sweat trickling down her brow. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer, or I will kill you." Her voice trembled, betraying her utter bewilderment, akin to a young fawn wishing to flee yet finding herself trapped, ready to dash about in confusion. Yi Liangxiao restrained her with one hand while removing his clothing with the other, leering, "What do you think I intend to do? As a succubus of the Hahuan sect, do you not relish the consumption of one's essence? I willingly offer myself for your indulgence, and you are not pleased. What is there to fear?" The purple-clad woman, trembling with dread, replied, I no longer wish to absorb your essence. Do not approach." "Only now do you voice your reluctance? It is too late. You shall consume, whether you desire it or not. You are shameless. Say what you will, I am coming." With that, Yi Liangxiao lunged forward. "Ah, get away. The purple-clad woman, unable to evade, found herself pinned beneath him, her cries echoing. It was her first intimate encounter with a man, and her heart raced in turmoil. What does he intend? Is he removing my garments? Ah, this wretched lecher, the Hawan sect does not consume essence in this manner. You have misunderstood, dear brother. In that moment, the purple-clad woman shivered with fear, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to fathom encountering such a creature. The rumored cowardly 13th prince was, in truth, a reclusive master. Who on earth has spread such slander about him being a wastrel? Panic surged within her. What should she do? She struggled incessantly, yet it was evident she could not thwart Yi Liangxiao, who possessed the pinnacle of golden core cultivation. Only growing more anxious, was she destined to lose her virtue here? No, her chastity should be bestowed upon someone worthy, a great hero. How could she surrender to a lecher? Even in death, she would not concede her purity, but how could she compel this scoundrel to relent? Ah, before her journey to the mountain, the elder had imparted a secret technique to her. Perhaps she could use it against him, though it seemed lacking in lethality. As she hesitated, Yi Liangxiao's hands began to remove her bodice. With no time to ponder further, she resolutely declared, Lecher, I shall fight you, soul transference technique. She swiftly formed a hand seal and recited an arcane incantation. In the next instant, Yi Liangxiao felt a gust of wind from both sides. Though he sustained no harm, it was as if his soul was being wrenched from his body, spinning rapidly. Whoosh! After a few moments, his body suddenly went limp, collapsing onto the purple-clad woman, his face buried in her bosom. The purple-clad woman, too, seemed to fall into a stupor, motionless. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Liangxiao slowly regained consciousness, his mind hazy, as if struck by a heavy blow. Beyond that, he felt no further discomfort, yet, there was something peculiar about it. Why did he feel as though his backside had grown rounder, and his chest seemed to have developed additional fullness? Furthermore, it felt as though he had lost something while gaining something else, as a faint fragrance of gardenias lingered about him. As his senses returned, the former crown prince sensed something was amiss. With a heart full of uncertainty, he rubbed his eyes and looked down, his eyes widening in shock. What in the world, is this my arm? Why is it so fair and delicate, akin to porcelain, as if it could shatter at a mere touch? Could it be that after being drained by the succubus of the Hawan sect, one's skin would improve? Yet, this was excessively smooth, it lacked even a hint of masculinity. Yi Liangxiao furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath. In the next moment, realizing a weight pressed upon him, he glanced down and gasped. There lay a figure clad in his attire, face down, resting upon his chest, seemingly unconscious. To his astonishment, his own chest had transformed into two prominent mounds, with the figure's face nestled between them in a rather peculiar posture. Yi Liangxiao was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, What on earth, why has my chest enlarged? Which fool dares to lay upon me? Burying their head in my bosom, are they seeking death? With that thought, he grasped the figure's hair to lift their head and ascertain their identity. To his utter astonishment, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, inhaling sharply. What the hell, this person looks exactly like me. Not only that, but they are clad in the same attire. What is going on? Was I not confronting a succubus? Where did this man come from? As he grappled with shock, the other self began to awaken, rubbing their eyes, and upon seeing Yi Liangxiao's face, froze in disbelief. The two stared at one another, the atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly becoming charged with an unusual tension. After a few seconds, both sprang upright as if jolted by electricity, retreating to opposite corners of the bed, warily eyeing each other, simultaneously exclaiming, Ah! Who are you? What do you want? Why do you look like me, seeking death? Their words flowed in uncanny synchrony, both fixated on the reflection of themselves, as though witnessing a miracle. Yi Liangxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at his counterpart. How could they resemble each other so closely? Yet, why did the other appear so frightened, arms crossed over their chest, behaving like a timid maiden? What shame in a man's chest? Do not men typically go bare-chested? Why shield their chest in such a manner? Yi Liangxiao found himself questioning, instinctively glancing down, only to be struck anew by shock. What in the world? My chest has not merely grown, it has transformed from an A-cup to a K-cup. His once strong and powerful arms had morphed into delicate, porcelain-like limbs. He felt as if struck by lightning, beginning to explore his own body. To his dismay, he discovered his backside was round and ample, his chest resembling a watermelon. His weapon had vanished, replaced by something else entirely. As he examined his visage, what, a heart-shaped face? Lips adorned with rouge, earrings dangling from his lobes, his hair, not styled in a masculine crown, but fashioned into a feminine updo. Good heavens, has the former crown prince become a woman? His jaw dropped in disbelief, countless questions swirling in his mind. Turning to gaze at his rather effeminate counterpart, he found that they too were staring in shock at themselves. Chapter 75. Do you believe it, you scoundrel? What have you just done? Shameless. As Yi Liangxiao was still grappling with shock and confusion, the figure opposite him pointed a finger and shouted, What have you done? What have I done? Yi Liangxiao was taken aback. Despite the turmoil within, he forced himself to regain composure, squinting as he replied, I haven't even asked you what you did, and yet you turned the question back on me? As he spoke, his mind began to ponder the reasons behind his transformation into a woman. Wasn't I just forcibly removing that enchantress's clothing and compelling her to submit to me? The enchantress struggled violently, and just as I was about to remove her bodice, it seemed she uttered something about a soul exchange technique? Then, I briefly lost consciousness. What sort of sorcery is this? The soul exchange technique, as the name suggests, implies the ability to swap souls between two individuals. That enchantress must have utilized her dark arts to exchange our souls, so now she is me, and I am her? Hiss, the wicked arts of the Hahuan sector indeed bizarre, capable of such a soul exchange, yet, it appears to be merely a swap of souls. I have not perished, nor have I sustained any injury. But what could be her purpose in doing this? Could it be that in a moment of panic, she resorted to this chaotic soul exchange technique in a desperate attempt to resist? But how do I revert this situation? Having deduced the reason for his transformation, Yi Liangxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He touched his forehead and chuckled softly. Fortunately, if that enchantress is capable of reversing the soul swap, then I should be able to return to my original form. I am a man, and I have no desire to be burdened with a woman's body. Pausing for a moment, he raised his eyes to the figure opposite him and tentatively inquired, "Are you that enchantress? Did you cast the spell that caused us to switch bodies?" As he spoke, he raised his hands, somewhat uncomfortably, to gesture at his ample bosom. After all, his mind still harbored a man's soul, and he found it quite disconcerting to be burdened by two large melons without the comfort of a bra. The figure across from him widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, are you still touching?" If she hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but her words prompted Yi Liangxiao to raise his chest again, puzzled, and ask, "Touching what?" Her face flushed with anger. She ground her teeth and retorted, "What do you mean, touching what? That is my body. Who gave you permission to touch?" Upon hearing this, Yi Liangxiao suddenly realized that he had indeed taken possession of her body, and even a casual touch could be seen as taking advantage of her. No wonder she appeared so furious. It turns out she was concerned about my self-touching, and given that this body is so alluring and tempting, it would be a pity not to indulge a little. With a sly grin, Yi Liangxiao thought of a way to subdue the enchantress. Thus, he provocatively declared, "What is yours and what is mine? Just a moment ago it was yours, but now this body belongs to me. I will touch as I please, and who are you to stop me? If I feel like it, I could run through the streets without a stitch on. What will you do about that?" She was stunned, her expression shifting dramatically as she pointed at Yi Liangxiao, remaining speechless for a long while. "You dare," she finally managed to utter in a threatening tone, but it seemed weak and lackluster. With her body under Yi Liangxiao's control, she genuinely could not prevent him from acting inappropriately, and her fear was palpable. If this scoundrel truly ran through the streets naked, it would be a lifetime of humiliation for her. Sweat beaded on her palms as she cursed Yi Liangxiao inwardly while simultaneously lamenting her ancestor. This so-called soul exchange technique was merely a swap of souls, not some formidable attack method. Why did her ancestor claim that this secret technique could save lives in critical moments? Was her ancestor merely deceiving her? As these thoughts plagued her, she suddenly heard Yi Liangxiao chuckle mischievously. "You think I wouldn't dare? There is nothing in this world I wouldn't do. How about I strip off a couple of layers for you to see?" Upon hearing this, her heart leapt to her throat. And Yi Liangxiao, without hesitation, began to remove his sheer outer garment. Yi Liangxiao. A chill ran down her spine, and she hastily grabbed the blanket beside her, wrapping her body tightly before reaching out to choke Yi Liangxiao, fuming, "I'll kill you." Yi Liangxiao, being strangled, showed no signs of anxiety, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Go ahead, kill me. After all, this is your body, so do as you wish." As soon as the words left his lips, her grip loosened. Of course, if this scoundrel occupied my body and I killed him, it would be akin to killing myself. The senior sister released her grip and sat dazedly to the side, realizing helplessly, how could he do this, to threaten me using my own body? How despicable. Her ancestor was right, there isn't a decent man in this world. The senior sister remained frozen, glaring fiercely at Yi Liangxiao, yet it seemed she had no means to counter him. Noticing her release, Yi Liangxiao beamed and asked, "Why haven't you killed me?" The senior sister shot him a furious glare and exclaimed, "You shameless, lewd scoundrel. If you have the guts, don't use my body as a bargaining chip. Why shouldn't I? You had the audacity to exchange souls, so you should have anticipated I would leverage your body. What's the matter, regretting it now?" Indeed, the senior sister felt a twinge of regret. Had she known that her ancestor's soul exchange technique was harmless, she would never have used it. Now her body was in Yi Liangxiao's hands, effectively placing her at his mercy, and with her soul transferred into Yi Liangxiao's body, she was left unsure whether to stand or squat in the restroom. What kind of predicament is this? The senior sister felt tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with despair, but suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Wait, this scoundrel has occupied my body, but it seems I have also occupied his. If he dares to threaten me with my body, then I can use his body to threaten him. The soul exchange was meant to mutually bind us. How could I have overlooked this? If he can act recklessly, then I can too. He wants to run through the streets naked, I can strip his body and do the same. This lecherous scoundrel cannot intimidate me. With that thought, the senior sister felt a rush of excitement. She turned to Yi Liangxiao with a wicked smile and declared, "Did you truly believe I have no means to retaliate? From this moment forth, if you dare to steal a glance at my body, I will immediately commit suicide using your body. Humph, come on, let us see who is more ruthless." She spoke with venom, expecting Yi Liangxiao to be filled with fear. However, upon hearing the words, "commit suicide," Yi Liangxiao's mind sparked with an idea, and he thought, This enchantress intends to use my body to commit suicide. How splendid. I have long sought death, and I would welcome it with open arms. Previously, due to the rules of the system, I was unable to end my own life. Now that the enchantress occupies my body, if she were to take her own life, it would not be my intent and should not be deemed a violation by the system, right? I can use her hands to end my own existence. If my body dies, my soul should dissipate as well, right? In such a case, wouldn't I be able to accomplish my mission and return to Blue Star? Ha, this enchantress has truly enlightened me. With this realization, Yi Liangshao shouted with exhilaration, his gaze fervently fixed on her. Wonderful, go ahead and commit suicide using my body, immediately, without delay, otherwise, I will not only strip down and roam the streets but also seduce men and get you pregnant, do you believe me? Chapter 76. Do not be so shameless. Upon hearing these words, the elder sister's pupils dilated in surprise. What did this fellow just say? I proclaimed my intention to take my own life using his body, and instead of displaying fear, he appeared somewhat eager? Is he mad? In the case of a soul swap, if the host body loses its vitality, his soul would gradually perish. Surely he must understand this basic concept, or is it that this man, having been cast aside by Yi Wudi, has lost all will to live and is seeking death? The elder sister was bewildered, her mind racing with countless thoughts. However, given Yi Liangxiao's peculiar demeanor at that moment, it was not entirely convincing that he genuinely wished for death. After some contemplation, her expression darkened as she mused, this fellow must be bluffing. Is there truly anyone in this world who fears not death? He is undoubtedly employing a tactic of retreat to advance, deliberately feigning a fearless facade to confuse me, hoping I would abandon my threat of self-harm. Such petty tricks, how could I, with my brilliance, fall for them? He is one who will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. I shall unmask his charade. With that resolve, the elder sister smiled coldly and said, Oh, is that so? You fear not death yet implore me to take my own life? Very well, do not kneel and beg for mercy later. With that, she swiftly leaped off the bed, surveying the bedroom. Spotting a sword hanging on the wall to the east, she hastened over to retrieve it. Drawing the blade, she struck a pose as if about to sever her own throat, ruthlessly commanding. Come here and kneel, otherwise, I shall immediately take my own life and sever your head from your body. With such a threat, the elder sister expected Yi Liangxiao to reveal his true self, to falter and then kneel before her, begging for mercy. To her astonishment, however, Yi Liangxiao, after jumping off the bed, wore an expression of excitement. Not only did he not plead for mercy, but he stood tall and declared, kneel, not a chance. Spare me the nonsense, just get on with it, I have money to collect. His appearance truly resembled one who has nothing left to lose. The elder sister was taken aback, feeling incredulous as countless questions swirled in her mind. What is going on? This man truly fears not death and is urging me to hasten my own demise. Is he a foolish pervert? The elder sister felt as though she had encountered an anomaly, yet deep down, she still believed no one in this world is devoid of the fear of death. Yi Liangxiao was merely adept at putting on a show. Truly, he is one who will not shed tears until he sees blood, one who will not relent until he reaches the Yellow River. Contemplating this, the elder sister made a resolute decision, the sword in her hand moving as she deliberately sliced through a bit of flesh on her neck, angrily exclaiming, Are you still pretending? I am not jesting, I am truly taking my own life. As she spoke, she deepened the wound, her expression grave. Yet Yi Liangxiao, with an exclamation of surprise, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, What the hell? Why are you hesitating? If you lack the courage, allow me to assist you. Before she could react, he dashed over to her side, grasping her hand. With a sly grin, he prepared to pull her hand with force, intending to sever his own head. This time, it was the elder sister's turn to be astonished. Her initial intent was merely to frighten him. She had no genuine desire or resolve to take her own life. After her soul took residence in Yi Liangxiao's body, she effectively usurped it, coexisting with this physical form. If his head were to be severed, her soul would likewise perish. This basic principle was well known to her. Thus, how could she bring herself to act? Seeing Yi Liangxiao rushing towards her to aid in her self-harm, the instinct for survival kicked in. Her face turned pale as she desperately tried to resist, exclaiming, Are you mad? If I die, you will die alongside me. Get away. She struggled to push Yi Liangxiao away, only to find herself powerless to do so. After all, Yi Liangxiao, having occupied her body, also possessed her golden core cultivation, making him not easily pushed aside. Meanwhile, although she had taken over Yi Liangxiao's body, Xiao Qinglong's soul force had been entirely depleted, leaving her in a deep slumber, unable to lend any strength to this body. Currently, Yi Liangxiao's form was merely of postnatal caliber, wholly incapable of resisting a golden core master. He chuckled maliciously, It's you who said you would take your own life, now you regret it? Regret is futile. Today, you must die. Yi Liangxiao sneered. As he spoke, he exerted force in his hand, intending to sever his own head. At that moment, a sudden sound interrupted them. Time seemed to freeze, as if the film had been paused. The long-awaited system interface appeared, accompanied by the chime of the intelligent AI. Ding dong, detection of host potentially violating rules. The system will make a judgment on rewards and penalties. The criterion for seeking death is the simultaneous demise of both body and soul. Should the body perish while the soul remains, it will be deemed invalid. Furthermore, if the host uses their soul to control another's body for self-harm, it will also be considered a violation of the rules, leading to an automatic determination of task failure. Please be advised, due to ongoing system upgrades, this penalty is currently inactive. The system interface remained a dull gray, indicating it was in the midst of an upgrade. Following this prompt, a powerful force propelled Yi Liangxiao several meters back, restoring the flow of time to normal. The elder sister's heart raced in terror. At the moment Yi Liangxiao gripped her hand and was about to take his life, she felt a fleeting certainty of her impending doom. Yet, as she regained her senses, she saw Yi Liangxiao standing several meters away, seemingly in shock, and could not help but feel a wave of relief. This fellow ultimately still dares not act? Yet his earlier rush did not seem like a jest. The elder sister found herself utterly perplexed by this bizarre cowardly prince. Meanwhile, Yi Liangxiao, as if struck by lightning, was haunted by the system's warning, his mind in turmoil. What? Seeking death must entail the simultaneous destruction of soul and body. One cannot exist without the other. Why was this not mentioned sooner? I thought if the body died, I could return. Damn it. According to the system's explanation, my soul and body must completely perish in this world before they can reunite in Blue Star. However, my soul and body are currently separated. If my soul perishes while my body endures, or vice versa, it would not count as completing the task. Thus, does that mean I must die twice, and self-harm is forbidden? Yi Liangxiao stood there, dumbfounded and petrified initially, before the elder sister invoked the soul transfer technique, his soul and body were together. Only one death was necessary, but now, having temporarily swapped souls with the elder sister, it meant he had to first kill his original body before his soul could perish to genuinely complete the task. Moreover, he could not harm either his body or soul. Just moments ago, Yi Liangxiao's soul attempting to use the elder sister's hand for self-harm triggered the system's penalty. Thankfully, as the system was undergoing an upgrade, the penalty was temporarily shelved. However, who could predict how the system would adjudicate once the upgrade was complete? Would it continue to fill up my luck points? And what would the system be like after the upgrade? The mere thought of these questions brought tears to his eyes. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, yet did not fall into despair. Since the system's rules were thus, he had no choice but to comply. However, the issue of the separation of soul and body had to be resolved promptly, otherwise, dying twice would be a considerable hassle. After a moment's pause, he sighed heavily and turned to the astonished elder sister, saying, Demonis, upon reflection, I think it best to delay my death. However, you must return our souls to their rightful bodies immediately. Understand, if you dare refuse, I assure you will regret it. He spoke with a hint of menace. By reverting their souls, he would only need to die once. If they remained separated, he would have to die for his soul and then again for his body, complicating matters further. Thus, the former crown prince was now eager to reclaim his body of the elder sister. Regaining her composure, replied, No, I cannot do that. Yi Liangxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You cannot do it. Are you attempting to usurp my body? The elder sister shot back. Bah, who would covet your body? What do you mean you cannot do it? The ancestral master has stated that once the soul transfer technique is invoked, it cannot be performed again for 49 days. How long has it been since? In other words, you intend to occupy my body for 49 days? Is this real? You are not lusting after my body and seeking an excuse to violate me, are you? Have you never encountered a man's body before, who is coveting your body? I am more concerned that you might covet mine, you lecher, Yi Liangxiao retorted, glancing down at his own ample chest. He instinctively remarked, Well, indeed, your body is exceedingly alluring. Any man would be envious. As he spoke, he even reached out to touch her. The elder sister, seeing this, felt her hair stand on end as she rushed over and seized his hand tightly. Yi Liangxiao, do not touch my body. Yi Liangxiao, with an air of indifference, replied, Apologies, but as you cannot revert back, this body is now mine. Not if I wish to touch it, I shall. You shameless wretch, after 49 days, I will return to my own body. You must not touch it indiscriminately. Oh, but that time has not yet arrived, has it? If you do not permit me to touch, how shall I bathe or eat? The elder sister was rendered speechless, realizing she might indeed have to let him touch her. Chapter 77, The 7 Disciples of Mount Shu. It is an undeniable fact that, given his presence, one cannot simply demand that he refrain from touching or observing one's body. Setting aside basic needs, considering this fellow's lecherous disposition, it is not uncommon for him to indulge in self-gratification. Would that not, in essence, mean that this young lady is at a disadvantage? Hiss, the senior sister suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, a burgeoning crisis. Only after 49 days could the soul be restored. During this interval, who knows what Yi Liangxiao might be up to? Surely, he wouldn't engage in seducing men and risk impregnating this young lady, would he? A wave of fear washed over the senior sister, yet, she witnessed Yi Liangxiao finish his words and sway his petite waist toward the door. The senior sister immediately intercepted him, her voice laced with caution. Rogue, where do you think you are going? Yi Liangxiao paused slightly, glancing sideways at her, and replied, Naturally, I am off to pursue my desires. What do you intend to do? That is none of your concern. How can it not be? You currently occupy this young lady's body, and your actions directly affect my reputation. What of it? It was not I who sought to exchange bodies. Even if I were to engage in actions detrimental to your reputation, you could not hold me accountable. With that, Yi Liangxiao disregarded her entirely. Just as he was about to step out, he turned back to ask, By the way, what is your name? They had merely swapped souls, unlike true possession or crossing over. Yi Liangxiao could not inherit the memories of this body. At this moment, he did not even know the senior sister's name. The senior sister huffed, casting him a sidelong glance, her face adorned with pride. You are unworthy of knowing this young lady's name. Once I reclaim my body, it shall be your demise. Yi Liangxiao chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Oh, you dare not reveal it? Think carefully. Should you provoke me, I would not hesitate to perform a seductive dance in Baiyunji Street first. He shamelessly threatened. Through their earlier exchange, Yi Liangxiao discerned that although the senior sister hailed from a demonic sect, she held great regard for chastity and reputation. This was a stark contrast to the notorious, unrestrained temptress she was rumored to be. With this leverage, he was confident she would capitulate. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the senior sister immediately cowered, her indignation evident as she stamped her foot. This young lady is named Hu Shaoqing. Do not act recklessly. Hu Shaoqing. Yi Liangxiao repeated the name thoughtfully, then continued, That is a rather pleasant name. Henceforth, I shall be the enchanting Hu Shaoqing of the Hahuan sect, and you, are the useless 13th Prince Yi Liangxiao of the Dajing dynasty. Allow me to remind you, I previously issued a challenge to the world of swords, and now, having been deposed, all manner of celestial beings and demons are clamoring to confront me. You occupy my body, so tread carefully. With that, he vanished through the door, summoning a cloud of demonic energy to soar into the air. Hu Shaoqing felt a shiver run down her spine, her premonition growing more ominous. Given the tone of that fellow, it was unlikely he would pursue any virtuous endeavors. Now that he bore this young lady's body, she could not allow him to act with impunity. Thus, she huffed angrily and hurriedly followed his trail, and indeed, the former crown prince was now a notorious enchantress of the Hahuan sect. How could he possibly engage in noble pursuits? At this moment, soaring through the skies, he had already devised what he considered a splendid plan to seek death. His previous boast of challenging the gods and demons had incited public wrath. Once the news of Yi Wuti being deposed spread across the 9 provinces, countless celestial beings and demons would surely come seeking him out for retribution, but Wu Shaoqing who occupied his body would not long remain unscathed. His body was destined for destruction. Moreover, Wu Shaoqing's body was that of a demonic cultivator, utterly intolerable to the righteous path of the world. Once Wu Shaoqing was slain, he could then reveal his identity as a demonic cultivator and similarly become a target for all. The illustrious enchantress of the Hahuan sect, a prized disciple of the exquisite ancestor, endowed with natural charm and breathtaking beauty, had already attained the golden core stage at such a young age, making her the most gifted individual in the sect for centuries. Such a prominent status would surely prompt the so-called righteous cultivators to rush forth to eliminate the demon. At that point, he would complete his quest for death cleanly and efficiently, returning to the Blue Star. What Yi Liangshao needed to do now was to first expose his whereabouts, allowing the celestial beings and demons of the world to swiftly bring about his demise. Wu Shaoqing, through a twist of fate, had taken over his body, unknowingly stepping into a fiery pit. Before long, she, as Yi Liangshao, would find herself besieged. Moments later, Yi Liangshao rode the demonic cloud to hover above Baiyunji, clearing his throat before amplifying his voice with demonic energy. The deposed crown prince Yi Liangshao now resides in the Huaclan estate of Baiyunji. This audacious child is utterly reckless, daring to question the world of swords, regarding the celestial beings and demons as mere dogs. All cultivators should unite to eliminate him. The emperor of the Zheng dynasty, Yi Wuti, has severed ties with him. He now stands without support. Hurry and slay him. After delivering his proclamation, he paused for a few seconds. Once he sensed the cultivators below and Baiyunji begin to emerge, he swiftly fled according to his plan. It was imperative that Wu Shaoqing, occupying his body, be killed. Only then could he reveal his current identity as a demoness. Thus, after exposing Yi Liangshau's location, he had to make his escape. The Hahuan sect, known for absorbing vital energies to enhance their cultivation, was not accepted by the righteous path. If captured, his fate would be sealed. In doing so, he could obliterate both body and soul in one fell swoop. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Liangshao departed, 7 figures leapt into action from Baiyunji. Clad in simple robes, they appeared quite gallant, soaring through the air on their swords. The leader, without a flying sword beneath him, relied solely on his own vital energy to fly, clearly having reached the golden core realm. The group formed a circle in the sky, contemplating the direction Yi Liangshao had fled. One of them spoke. Brother Yuehua, who was that speaking just now? If what he said is true, is the reckless Yi Liangshao truly in the Huaclan estate? Another replied that the deposed crown prince Yi Liangshao of the Zheng dynasty, who previously set up a challenge in the capital, boldly declaring his intention to question the world of swords, has been met with great ire from cultivators everywhere. We have already received word that numerous cultivators are rushing to hunt him down. Upon learning that the newly ascended semi-immortal Yi Wuti has severed ties with him, several major sects have even placed a bounty of 1,000 spirit crystals for his head. If we, the 7 disciples of Mount Shu, can capture him, it would indeed be a small fortune. What do you think, senior brother? As they conversed, the rest chimed in. Indeed, senior brother, our training mission has been completed. The return journey is still far. Why not seize this opportunity to capture this reckless fool and earn some extra reward? I have heard that Yi Liangshao is a mere waste, possessing mediocre talent and being only at the acquired stage of cultivation. He is hardly worth mentioning. If we strike, he would be easy to subdue. This bounty of 1,000 spirit crystals is quite tempting. Shall we not claim it, but instead allow it to slip away? The group continued to deliberate among themselves. However, the one addressed as Brother Yuehua remained silent, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Yi Liangshao had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand to signal for quiet. Do not be hasty. If Yi Liangshao were truly just an acquired cultivator, how could he dare to question the world of swords? Tales from the Jianghu should not be taken at face value. We must proceed with caution. Moreover, if the one who spoke knew Yi Liangshao was here, why did he not act but instead chose to announce it publicly? Surely, he would wish to seize Yi Liangshao first to claim the bounty. Upon hearing this, the 6 disciples of Mount Shu exchanged glances, finding his reasoning compelling. After a brief pause, one of them said, so, senior brother, what do you suggest? Yuehua's voice deepened as he instructed, Xiang, Wu Lai, you two should go to the Huaclan estate to investigate the truth. Remember, it is merely reconnaissance. Regardless of whether Yi Liangshao is present, return to report first. The 2 disciples, Xiang and Wu Lai, nodded in agreement and took off on their swords. Senior brother, what about us? One asked after their departure. Yuehua stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. For the time being, we shall remain here. The aura of the one who relayed the message earlier felt rather peculiar, as if tinged with demonic energy. I must verify it. Demonic energy. A disciple looked surprised, about to respond. Just then, a figure on a flying sword wobbled past from a distance, clearly struggling with the art of sword flight. Although not moving quickly, they appeared quite cautious, nearly stumbling several times. It was undoubtedly Wu Shaoqing. Having occupied Yi Liangxiao's body, she naturally inherited his ancient sword techniques. However, senior sister Hua was evidently unaccustomed to sword riding, her technique exceedingly clumsy. Seeing this, Yuehua and the others frowned deeply and approached her, asking, esteemed friend, are you new to this? Do you require assistance? We are disciples of Mount Shu from the central continent, passing through this area. May I inquire where you hail from? Yuehua clasped his hands in courtesy, displaying utmost politeness. Yi Liangxiao's body possessed only acquired stage cultivation, and as senior sister Hua was unfamiliar with sword riding, she would undoubtedly be perceived as a novice. Wu Shaoqing steadied herself slightly upon seeing them but was taken aback, stammering, no need, I am merely passing through. I shall not trouble you, esteemed disciples of Mount Shu, I bid you farewell. With that, perhaps due to the pressure, she seemed to grasp the technique in an instant and darted away with a whoosh. It is worth noting that the Hahuan sect does not belong to the sword cultivation sects. They typically utilize unique magical artifacts for airborne travel, thus, sword riding is not their forte. For the senior sister to master it in a short span is quite an impressive feat. Mount Shu was a prominent sect in the central continent, renowned for its righteous mission of exterminating evil. Although Hua Xiaoqing occupied Yi Lianxiao's body, she bore no demonic energy. However, upon encountering righteous cultivators, she was understandably tense due to psychological factors. Moreover, Mount Shu is historically famous for its sword formations, with disciples traveling in groups of 7 for their training. The so-called 7 disciples of Mount Shu does not refer to a specific 6 individuals but rather a combination of sword formations. In response to Hua Xiaoqing's polite refusal, Yue Hua did not dwell on it. With a faint smile, he was just about to call his fellow disciples back to Baiyunji when one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Senior brother, that person seems somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen them before." Yue Hua raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you have seen him? Who is he?" After pondering for a moment, the disciple exclaimed, "I remember now. A few days ago, when you visited the Qingyun sect, I remained at the inn in the marketplace below. I saw his portrait in the hands of the innkeeper. He is Yi Liangxiao." Chapter 78 Enchantress, where do you think you're going, Yi Liangxiao? Upon hearing this, Yue Hua raised his brows and asked, "Are you certain you did not make a mistake?" The disciple pondered for a moment before nodding. "It is highly unlikely that I am mistaken." Yue Hua then shifted his gaze, stroking his chin, and mused, "If he truly is Yi Liangxiao, why would he be so brazen? Does he not fear the wrath of all the immortals and demons seeking him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qiying and Wu Lai, who had been dispatched to investigate the Hua family estate, swiftly returned on their swords. To cultivators, 5 miles was but a mere stone's throw, and they had made the journey with remarkable speed. Qiying, with a vigilant expression, stated, "Senior brother, something is amiss. There is indeed an estate 5 miles away, but it is not called Hua family estate. It is the Luo family estate. Moreover, it has been abandoned for many years, devoid of any signs of life." The words of that individual earlier were likely deceitful. Wu Lai added, "Furthermore, we scanned the abandoned estate with our divine sense and discovered traces of demonic arts." Strangely, when Yi Liangxiao arrived with the wedding procession, he clearly entered the Hua family estate, yet these 2 disciples from Shushan claim it to be the Luo family estate, which is now in ruins. What of the multitude of guests and the lavish wedding arrangements that were present earlier? The estate was filled with countless wax figures, and the faint demonic aura emanated from these figures, clearly indicative of demonic manipulation. When Qi and I arrived, we also caught sight of several shadows fleeing. Oh, we even encountered a young man who seemed rather inept at swordsmanship, Wu Lai recalled, adding this detail. Upon hearing this, Yue Hua's expression turned serious. Traces of demonic presence. It appears my earlier suspicion was correct. The one who conveyed the message must be a demon from the demonic sect, but why would he expose Yi Liangxiao's whereabouts? If that seemingly inexperienced young man is indeed Yi Liangxiao, what is his purpose for coming here? Where does he intend to go? He pondered gravely. Qiying scratched his head, suddenly seeming to grasp a hidden truth, and raised his hand, saying, "I understand now. Yi Liangxiao's status as a prince has been revoked. He is no longer the favored heir. Aware that he has offended the immortals and demons of the world, he has been compelled to conceal his identity and escape for his life. That demon must have discovered his identity, leading to a struggle. The demon, realizing he was outmatched, fled to avoid being pursued by Yi Liangxiao, thereby revealing his identity and hiding place to us, hoping we would intervene to stop him." Wu Lai, however, shook his head. "That doesn't seem right. According to your reasoning, while it is a possibility, if Yi Liangxiao has already triumphed, why would he pursue? Given his current predicament, should he not be fleeing? A reckless pursuit would only draw the attention of others, placing him in a trap." "He is not so foolish." Qiying responded, then, "Brother Wu, what do you think? Is it possible that the demon appeared first, leading to the exposure of Yi Liangxiao's whereabouts? What could be the reason?" Just as Wu Lai was about to speak, Yue Hua raised his hand, signaling for silence, and declared solemnly, "Hold on. The identities of these 2 individuals have yet to be confirmed, so let us refrain from baseless speculation. However, since we have discovered traces of the demons, we, as disciples of Shushan, cannot turn a blind eye." Qiying clasped his hands, asking, "What should we do, senior brother?" Yue Hua's gaze turned icy, a faint smile of disdain gracing his lips as he replied, "Let us pursue and investigate. If they truly are the demons and the reckless Yi Liangxiao, we shall consider it a fortunate turn of events and capture them." "Understood." The 6 of them responded in unison, swiftly following Yue Hua's lead. Meanwhile, after swiftly traversing several hundred miles, Yi Liangxiao descended into a secluded valley. Taking in his surroundings, he intended to rest for the night. According to his plan, after revealing his whereabouts, the body of Hua Xiaoqing, which he was currently inhabiting, should have already fallen into a trap. Yi Liangxiao wished for death, while Master Hua sought to survive. If surrounded, she would surely not surrender easily. A fierce battle was inevitable. At this moment, all he needed was a hidden place to hide for the night, and then return at dawn to gather information. Should Hua Xiaoqing have perished at the hands of the immortals, he would reveal his true identity as the master sister of the Hahuan sect and present her head, thereby obliterating his own existence and immediately returning to Blue Star to claim the $1 billion reward. How delightful that would be! The thought of this made Yi Liangxiao feel a surge of excitement. By a twist of fate, his path to death seemed remarkably smooth. Yet, would reality align with his expectations? A moment later, as he rummaged through Hua Xiaoqing's storage ring, searching for camping gear to endure the night in the valley, a flying sword suddenly descended from the sky, landing unsteadily, accompanied by Hua Xiaoqing's furious shout, "Yi Liangxiao, where do you think you're running? Where are you taking my body?" Fuming, she spoke loudly, startling the ordinary birds and beasts in the valley into flight. Yi Liangxiao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard, and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? How did you follow me? Did the cultivators at Byunji not kill you? This was impossible. When he had sent the message, he distinctly sensed the presence of cultivators in the town, all belonging to the Taoist sect. How could they have spared this reckless individual? Hu Shaoqing rushed over, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and retorted, "Are you a fool? You were once a prince, your status is noble, and few have seen you. Especially in remote areas away from Chengdu, people only know your name but not your face. Moreover, your father has imposed a 3,000-mile ban, making it difficult for any news about you to circulate. How many people in Byunji could recognize your face?" Yi Liangxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and thought to himself, "Indeed, I have been regarded as a cowardly waste since childhood, and my true name has rarely been spoken. After asking the sword of the world, I became known throughout the land, yet only by name, not by visage. I overlooked this detail. I should have prepared a few portraits before revealing my whereabouts. The cultivators at Byunji must not have recognized me, which is why they spared Hu Shaoqing. Now that this enchantress is pursuing me, where can I find someone to kill her? Damn it, was this all in vain?" He cursed inwardly, feeling increasingly frustrated. Seeing him silent, Hu Shaoqing grew even more incensed and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you dazed? I'm asking you a question. Where do you plan to take my body? I am a demonic cultivator, and my body naturally exudes demonic energy. If you brazenly pass through here, you will attract the attention of those formidable cultivators. Do you wish to bring about my demise?" Yi Liangxiao glanced at her, seemingly failing to grasp the crux of her words, and replied, "Demonic energy? What is that? Is it this?" As he spoke, he raised his jade hand and summoned a strand of primordial energy from his dantian. Whoosh, in the next moment, a plume of ghostly fire erupted from his palm, shooting skyward. Having only recently taken control of Hu Shaoqing's body, Yi Liangxiao was still unaccustomed to the manipulation of this body's energy, and he inadvertently unleashed a significant display. What was meant to be a subtle release of demonic energy instead drew attention with a loud commotion. The ghostly flames, glowing with an eerie blue light, cast a sinister glow throughout the valley. Hu Shaoqing, witnessing this, was struck with alarm and hurriedly attempted to halt Yi Liangxiao's actions, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Recklessly releasing demonic energy will alert the hidden cultivators nearby. Do you wish to kill me? If you want to die, do not drag me down with you." Demonic cultivators are often scorned by righteous practitioners, especially within the territories of major sects, where they are ruthlessly exterminated. The Great Shang dynasty is under the influence of the Qingyun sect and its affiliated sects. Should demonic energy manifest here, it would not be long before their disciples arrive to investigate. Yi Liangxiao's earlier action, albeit unintentional, had clearly broken a taboo. With no time for further discussion, Hu Shaoqing, possessing far more worldly experience than Yi Liangxiao, seized his hand, urging him to leave. "We must hurry. In a moment, people will arrive here. If they spot you, it will be too late. We will surely be ensnared. Just now, when I was pursuing you, I noticed those 7 formidable cultivators from Byunji following closely behind. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Yi Liangxiao was dragged along for a few steps before he called out, "Wait." But just as he uttered those words, the sound of swords slicing through the air rang out. Whoosh! 7 flying swords streaked down, effectively blocking their path. It was none other than the 7 disciples of Shushan. Hu Shaoqing gasped in shock, swatting away the flying swords, and forcibly pulled Yi Liangxiao to escape. Yue Hua and his 6 fellow disciples arrived, and upon catching sight of Yi Liangxiao, still shrouded in demonic energy, their expressions lit up with a mix of emotions, whether joy or anger was indiscernible. He shouted, "A demoness of the Golden Core realm, Humph, where do you think you're going? Disciples of Shushan are here, bow down immediately." With that, he turned to his companions and commanded, "Form a formation and eliminate the demons." Chapter 79. A fox and a tiger. Yu Hua was evidently also a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, and with a mere glance, he discerned the cultivation level of Hu Shaoqing's body, indicating that their powers were closely matched. Only when the realms were nearly equal or when one was significantly superior could one perceive the truth at a glance. The other 6 disciples of Shushan, the weaker in cultivation, had nonetheless reached the foundation establishment stage, making them formidable opponents. The Shushan sect was renowned for its sword formations, with their combined attack techniques unparalleled across the 9 provinces. Although the disciples responsible for arranging the formations might not possess high individual cultivation, their combat power could increase several-fold when working in concert. For instance, the 4 sword holders of the Shang dynasty, each merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, could, through their combined might, contend with those of the nascent Soul realm. Recently, during the theft of Yun Chang's enormous egg, the 4 sword holders had showcased their prowess by holding back an 8th-grade nascent soul expert from the Zhou dynasty. However, the 4 sword holders relied solely on their combined techniques to fend off their enemies, whereas the 7 disciples of Shushan had the advantage of formations, rendering them equally formidable. The 7-star demon suppression formation, at Yu Hua's command, the 7 disciples of Shushan moved like shadows, swiftly encircling the 2 with a unique formation. Simultaneously, 7 flying swords whirled in the air, all aimed at the 2, cutting off any avenue of retreat. Begin! The 7 disciples radiated brilliance, their hands forming seals as they chanted incantations. In the next moment, the 7 flying swords simultaneously surged forth, not aimed at decapitating their targets but rather weaving together to form a net of swords. Ensnaring them, the swords of Shushan were all mother-son swords. Once the 7-star sword net was deployed, it effectively blocked the escape route of the 2 for the time being. Yu Hua, the strongest among the 7, commanded with authority, "First slay the demoness, then capture this boy." He pointed at Hu Shaoqing, who occupied Yi Liangxiao's body, then shifted his gaze towards Yi Liangxiao. Unbeknownst to him, the true Yi Liangxiao was currently the demoness. Without hesitation, Yu Hua summoned back his sword along with his 6 companions and charged at the two. Clang. With a swift stroke, Yu Hua's sword cleaved through the air, producing a sound akin to steel grinding against steel, strikingly fierce. He forced Hu Shaoqing to release her grip on Yi Liangxiao and retreat to the side. Yu Hua's intent was crystal clear, to separate the two and defeat them one by one. To the 7 disciples of Shushan, Yi Liangxiao, occupying Hu Shaoqing's body, was regarded as the demoness. Moreover, her cultivation had already reached the golden core stage, necessitating that the strongest opponent be eliminated first in this encirclement. Hu Shaoqing, on the other hand, possessed only the cultivation of the acquired realm, rendering her insignificant in their eyes. They believed that once the demoness was slain, the reckless Yi Liangxiao would be easily subdued. Yi Liangxiao, sensing Yu Hua's approach, instinctively dodged and looked up at him with a calm demeanor. After Yu Hua had separated the two, he stood facing Yi Liangxiao, on guard, and slightly turned his head to his fellow disciple, saying, "That boy who resembles Yi Liangxiao is merely of the acquired realm. Entrap him while the rest of us deal with the demoness swiftly." Understood. 2 Shushan disciples immediately leaped to either side, flanking Hu Shaoqing. "Demoness, prepare to meet your end." Yu Hua bellowed as he and 4 fellow disciples charged towards Yi Liangxiao. Yet, in the face of such a situation, Yi Liangxiao remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of anxiety. A person seeking death would hardly fear being besieged. In fact, she welcomed the prospect of being swiftly dispatched, but upon hearing Yu Hua's intentions to first restrain Hu Shaoqing rather than execute her, a flicker of resistance ignited within her. These obstinate fools pursuing me could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. But why do they only wish to contain Hu Shaoqing instead of immediately slaying her? Do they intend to capture her alive? This complicates matters. If I offer no resistance and allow them to kill me, I could depart this world at once. Yet, if there is still a chance for survival, my mission remains incomplete. Once I am obliterated, who knows when that body will be killed? No, I must ensure Hu Shaoqing is slain first, and then I shall meet my own demise. With that thought, Yi Liangxiao's expression hardened as she summoned a magical artifact from Hu Shaoqing's possession, revealing a crescent-shaped blade. Whoosh! Upon the appearance of the crescent blade, Yi Liangxiao's demonic aura surged, and with a slight tremor of her hand, the dense golden core power radiated outward, forming a blood-red protective barrier that repelled the 5 disciples' assault. Are you fools? You seek to kill the stronger foe first? After fending off their attack, Yi Liangxiao thought to herself, as long as the 7 disciples of Shushan targeted Hu Shaoqing first, she would cease her resistance and willingly embrace her fate. Why not slay Yi Liangxiao first? This lady will surrender without a fight, how about that? She gestured towards her own body, speaking with an air of bemusement. Yu Hua and the 7 disciples of Shushan were left perplexed. This demoness was rather peculiar. Why would she want us to slay Yi Liangxiao first? Yu Hua, cautious, signaled for his companions to hold their attacks momentarily. The 7-star sword net had already been established, and in his view, even a demoness of the golden core realm could not easily break free from the formation. There was no rush to strike. Instead, he sneered. "Oh, you willingly submit?" Yi Liangxiao nodded with a smile, casually responding, "Indeed, but the condition is that you must first slay Yi Liangxiao." Yu Hua retorted, "Humph, if I were to believe the words of a demoness like you, I would truly be a fool. Enough with the idle chatter. Whether Yi Liangxiao lives or dies is not for you to decide. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he charged forward once more. "Hey, you fool!" Yi Liangxiao attempted to speak, but her words were drowned out by the onslaught of 5 attackers, forcing her to defend herself with the crescent blade. In an instant, the valley erupted with the clash of swords and the swirling of demonic flames. 50 miles away, 2 figures were intently observing the scene, despite being at a considerable distance from the valley, seemingly able to see through the veil. "Ah, Iner, the young master is in trouble. We must act. What's the rush? The demoness has reached the golden core stage and is adept at concealment. You misjudged her once back at the Su family village. Are you still so eager now?" "Of course not. Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps we won't need to intervene. Someone else may come to the young master's aid." "What do you mean? The young master has offended both the celestial and demonic factions. Who besides us would come to his rescue?" The two exchanged words, one anxious and the other remarkably calm. They were none other than Yi Liangxiao's 2 handmaidens, Jingshan and Iner. They were the fox and tiger mentioned by Yi Guqing. The 2 women had concealed their identities in the capital for nearly 20 years, with outsiders believing them to be ordinary maids, even lacking any cultivation roots. Little did anyone know that they were of demonic lineage, with their cultivation exceeding the golden core stage. Thus, you must be a foolish fox, right? Don't tell me you haven't sensed the presence of that old man Sikong and the 4 sword holders along the way. The young master might claim to lack the ability to perceive, but you are a 6-tailed azure fox. Ina shot her a disdainful glance, clearly displeased. Jingshan pouted. This fox fairy is well aware, but they vanished upon reaching Su family village. Who knows where they are now? Furthermore, they might not necessarily assist the young master. Ina sighed. How could they not help? Surely you can see through Yi Wudi's intentions. That ungrateful scoundrel has no plans other than to harm the young master. I shall devour him whole. Iner, noticing her naive perspective, shook her head. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Since you wish to act, then go ahead. Sikong and the 4 sword holders have disappeared. Perhaps a nascent soul expert is approaching. We need not wait. With that, the girl revealed a wicked smile. In a swift motion, she leaped into the air, transforming into a massive white tiger as large as a mountain, charging towards the valley. With each roar of the tiger, the wind surged, reverberating for miles. Hey, you insufferable Iner, are you stealing the spotlight from this fox fairy? Iner, flustered, stamped her foot and transformed into a six-tailed azure fox, darting after Iner with lightning speed. A fox and a tiger, they charged through the mountains, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Chapter 80. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, roar, a howl echoed through the valley as a fox and a tiger charged forth, standing atop a peak and unleashing their piercing cries to the heavens, seemingly in defiance, exuding an indomitable aura. Since time immemorial, celestial beings and demons have been fated adversaries, disciples of the demonic sect, traversing the sacred grounds of the righteous, are akin to rats scurrying across the street, hunted and reviled. The reverse holds true as well. I in the demonic stronghold of Fengdu or the lands of the two western continents, where the three towns of Yuyun reside, the appearance of disciples from the righteous sect would similarly render them targets of scorn. These two factions are like natural-born foes, perpetually at odds. However, the demon clan is distinct. It embodies both righteousness and wickedness, serving as a buffer between the celestial and demonic realms, fundamentally refraining from taking sides. Thus, the presence of the demon clan within the territories of either sect does not provoke significant upheaval. Some esteemed sects even forge alliances with the demon clan, fighting side by side. Consequently, unlike Huxiaoqing, QNGSHN and YN are unreserved in revealing their true identities in the eastern continent. Upon their arrival, they exude an imposing presence, their might reverberating through the air. QNGSHN transformed into her true fox form, her stature rivaling that of YNR's majestic white tiger, her eyes gleaming with a jade hue, coldly surveying the individuals within the valley. Upon witnessing Wily Yangxio ensnared by two disciples of Shushan, unable to move, the fox's visage twitched, revealing her sharp fangs, betraying her irritation and employing a secretive method of communication. She whispered to YNR, "YNR, the young master has been captured. Let us devour these fools. It has been a millennium since I last savored human flesh. What a fine opportunity to whet my appetite." YNR raised her formidable tiger head, contemplating briefly before replying, "No. As members of the demon clan, it is inappropriate for us to engage in lethal conflict with the disciples of the righteous sect, at least not at this moment. Our primary objective is to ensure the safety of the young master. We must avoid unnecessary complications that could sow discord between our two races." QNGSHN scoffed, "Oof, what of devouring that demoness? Surely that would suffice." Her gaze was fierce, fixating on Wily Yangxio. YNR steadfastly refused. "That would also be unwise. The demoness is radiating demonic energy, and it won't be long before she attracts powerful cultivators. We should not linger. Our mission is to rescue the young master and depart swiftly. As for that demoness, let the disciples of Shushan handle her." "Very well." QNGSHN's expression faltered slightly, revealing her displeasure, yet she acquiesced. In the next moment, her fox claws scraped the ground, feigning an intent to strike. Meanwhile, on the side of Huxiaoqing, having taken possession of Wily Yangxio's body, she was perceived as the young master by the fox and tiger. The sudden appearance of these two formidable beings sent shockwaves through her heart. The senior sister believed that the fox and tiger had arrived with intentions concerning her. After the news of Wily Yangxio's disdain for the celestial and demonic realms spread, this body had become a target for many. Both celestial and demonic factions likely desired her demise. The arrival of the fox and tiger could only mean trouble. The senior sister cursed Wily Yangxio countless times in her heart, realizing that through the soul exchange, she had unwittingly become a shield for this lecherous scoundrel. The multitude of celestial and demonic beings recognized only her physical form, oblivious to her soul, which would undoubtedly lead to persistent troubles in the future. What was she to do? The senior sister suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over her. Just as she was consumed by her worries, the disciples surrounding Wily Yangxio, including Yuhu, became aware of the fox and tiger's arrival and their ominous demeanor. As the leader of the seven sons of Shushan, Yuhu took the initiative, signaling the four beside him to continue encircling Wily Yangxio before stepping out of the seven stars sword formation. Facing the two great demons, his countenance was grave as he declared, "The white tiger and azure fox of the demon clan, what brings you here? The disciples of Shushan are currently purging demons. Do not interfere." The demon clan and the righteous sect held no irreconcilable enmity, which led Yuhu to adopt a tone of courtesy. However, his politeness stemmed not only from the historical ties between their factions but also from a healthy respect for the formidable strength of the fox and tiger. The two demons had managed to conceal themselves from the seven disciples until now, indicating their prowess was not to be underestimated, at least on par with Yuhu and perhaps even superior. Yuhu did not believe that his seven companions alone could contend with a demoness from the demonic sect while also dealing with two great demons. Thus, he invoked the esteemed name of his sect, blending courtesy with an underlying threat. While the seven of Shushan might not inspire fear, the reputation of the entire Shushan sect was well known. Yuhu thought that invoking the name of Shushan would instill a modicum of trepidation in the two demons. However, upon hearing his words, the demons displayed a hint of disdain. QNGSHN outright ignored Yuhu, turning to whisper to YNR, "That fool is attempting to intimidate us with the name of Shushan." YNR let out a soft huff, decisively stating, "Pay him no mind, nor waste words with him. Let us seize the young master directly. This one before us is the strongest among them, the very linchpin of their seven-star sword formation. If we defeat him, the formation will surely collapse. I shall engage him. You take the opportunity to rescue the young master, do not linger in battle." Agreed, QNGSHN responded. The two demons swiftly coordinated their actions, unleashing a flurry of strikes. YNR's tiger claws lashed out, catching Yuhu off guard and sending him flying several dozen meters. The force of her assault shattered his protective aura, nearly inflicting grave injury. Fortunately, Yuhu reacted swiftly, casting a Shushan escape talisman that bolstered his defenses, preventing his immediate defeat. This demonstrated that despite being at the same golden core level, YNR's strength surpassed that of Yuhu. Roar, following her initial strike, YNR offered Yu Hu no respite, launching a relentless barrage of claws. Yu Hu was forced to retreat repeatedly, struggling to defend himself, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage while grappling with both astonishment and fury. He was astonished by the overwhelming power of the White Tiger and enraged that the two demons showed no respect towards the Shushan sect, attacking without hesitation. As YNR had indicated, the focal point of the Seven Stars Demon Extermination Formation was indeed the strongest among them, Yu Hu. As he was pressed under the relentless assault, he could not maintain the integrity of the sword formation, which began to falter. Observing this, QNGSHN seized the opportunity and charged towards the faltering sword array.